Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Just after my 3rd birthday. Uzumaki Naruto, who completed literacy as required by Grandpa 3rd generation, finally got permission to go out. I've had enough of a person's loneliness for a long time, and Naruto eagerly went out with a strong idea of finding a friend who can play together. On the street, whether it is pedestrians or shops, everything looks so fresh in Naruto's eyes. That's the kid in the form of a demon fox in Nine Tails, right? Nine Tails demon fox eats people, right? I remember Lord 4th generation killed him. How could Lord 3rd generation let him stay in the village? This is too dangerous. We will be killed by him sooner or later. Plague God. However, as Naruto passed by, there was gradually whispering behind him, as well as disgusting eyes that appeared at the same time. Although Naruto is still young, he can clearly experience strong malice in the eyes of the adults around him. Moreover, this is not a very isolated phenomenon. Naruto found that almost everyone is hostile to him. He went to find friends who would often show up near his home to play, but they refused without hesitation. Their parents would not let them contact Naruto. Occasionally there are young and ignorant children who do not know this, and they will soon be taken away by their parents for education. Then soon, these children looked at Naruto's gaze, and began to have a strong disgust. Even if he wanted to buy some daily necessities with the pocket money given by Grandpa 3rd generation, he would be rejected without hesitation, and then he would be driven out of the shop. The young Naruto didn't understand why they were targeting themselves so much. Obviously, he did nothing wrong. Maybe, what's the misunderstanding in this? Since there is a misunderstanding, just let it go. On the street, facing the hostile and disgusting gaze from those adults, Naruto spoke, and exhausted all his strength to refute loudly, I am not a demon fox, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know how to eat people. Naruto felt that as long as he explained it carefully, he could improve the situation. Only this is just in vain. Day after day passed, Naruto didn't change anything. People still looked at him with intense anger and disgust, and it became more and more intense. On a new day, after eating instant noodles, Naruto came to the street again, and again he wanted to explain to people. But, I don't know where, eggs and vegetable leaves flew over and smashed at him. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Naruto couldn't avoid it, and was submerged in a flash, and his whole body became dirty. Among the crowd, I don't know who threw the stone and slammed it on Naruto's head, causing pain in his head and a big bag bulging on his forehead. Kill this Nine Tails kid! For everyone, revenge for Lord 4th generation. How can such a kid be qualified to live in Konoha? Someone yelled with red eyes, and rushed towards Naruto with a weapon, with a cold killing intent. Naruto looked at the hideous and distorted faces that were constantly approaching him. While fearful emotions appeared in his eyes, his heart was a little blocked, tears dripped from the corners of his eyes, and he shouted, I'm really not a demon fox, I am Uzumaki Naruto. However, no one listened to Naruto's excuse. A long stick struck him with a cracking sound. Naruto was so frightened that he closed his eyes. However, the expected pain did not come. 2 masked ninjas stood in front of Naruto, one of them blocked the surging crowd, and the other hugged Naruto. I'll take Naruto back first, you stop them. Time is approaching evening. Konohagaku 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door of Naruto's house. When I walked into the living room, I saw Naruto sitting in a daze at the dining table. His expression was low, and he was obviously thinking about what happened during the day. At this moment, Naruto has taken a shower and changed clothes, but the big bag on his forehead that has not melted yet clearly shows that what happened today is not an illusion. Naruto. With a soft voice, Naruto raised his head, and when he saw the person coming, his eyes lit up. It was Grandpa 3rd generation. Since Naruto can remember, 3rd Hokage has come to visit Naruto once a month to care about his life and bring him next month's living expenses. He always has a kind smile on his face. In Naruto's eyes, it's an amiable person. Naruto has no family, and he regards third Hokage as his closest person. Seeing him, Naruto couldn't help but ask aggrieved, "Grandpa third generation, am I really a nine-tails demon fox?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said gently, "Naruto, you are not a demon fox. I have ordered that everyone is not allowed to discuss this matter. Today's matter will not happen again in the future. You can go out with confidence." Naruto is not very interested, although Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him a definite answer, but his heart will inevitably doubt the authenticity of the villager's words. Isn't he really a demon fox? So why do they hate themselves so much? Naruto, don't think too much, you are you, not a demon fox. Eat something, sleep well, get up tomorrow morning and be fine, soon grow up, and then you can go to ninja school. By then you can meet a lot of friends, but no one wants to play with you when you are so low. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the hesitation in Naruto's heart and comforted. "Okay, I'm going to eat." Naruto suddenly became happy, opened the refrigerator, took out the instant noodles and milk, and started boiling water. He has come here since he can remember. Although he is still young, he has already learned to take care of himself. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and took out the pipe to light it, then turned and left. After Naruto ate the meal, he lay down in the blanket, and then fell asleep in a daze after a while. Then, Naruto found out that he had appeared in an empty space. At this moment, he is sitting on the ground. In front of him, a book was placed. There are colorful illustrations on the cover of this book. In the cover illustration, some square fonts are written, and when the page is opened, there are more dense fonts than the cover. This is a Jap character. These words were very similar to some of the words he had just studied, but they were not exactly the same. Naruto, who had just learned to read, was confused and didn't understand the meaning of these words. This book seemed to feel the embarrassment of Naruto, and the font on it began to change. After a while, these square fonts were completely replaced with universal characters in the ninja world that he could understand. At this time, Naruto finally understood the meaning of the words written in this book. Sanzai Jing. Chapter 2. At the beginning of humanity, the nature is good, the nature is similar, and the habits are far away. Naruto chanted softly. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning, he felt catchy, and he chanted it before he knew it. After the main text, there is a detailed commentary on these 3 character sutras. Children at this age are when they are most curious. The simple and easy to understand life principles, the illusions of Meng's mother's 3 migrations, these stories that took place in another world were very interesting in the eyes of young Naruto, and soon became immersed in the books. Before he knew it, Naruto turned the book to the last page. Then, a soft word rang in Naruto's ear. The class is over and the in-class test begins. This time there are a total of 20 small questions, each with 5 points. Please listen to the questions. For the first question, please briefly describe the story of Meng's mother's 3rd migration. Hearing this, Naruto smiled confidently, "It's so simple. I just finished reading it." This sentence refers to Sengoku. Mencius's mother moved 3 times in order to provide Mencius with a good learning environment. Mencius played truant. Mother Mencius broke the weaving machine to educate Mencius. The second question, please explain the meaning of children don't learn, it's not suitable. Young people don't learn, what does the old do mean? It is very undesirable for a child to refuse to study hard. If a person does not study well when he is young, and he does not understand the principles of being a human being and has no knowledge when he is old, it will be difficult for a person to make a difference when he is old. The in-class test soon ended, and Naruto finally answered all the questions correctly. Congratulations, Uzumaki Naruto, you are such a smart boy. You are especially rewarded for 2 hours of entertainment time. Combine work and rest. Please continue to work hard. After speaking, Naruto found that the blank space in front of him had changed, and there was an extra TV set. Ha ha ha, my Uzumaki Naruto is still very smart. Naruto, who was praised, couldn't help but start to become proud. Afterwards, the proud Naruto found that the TV was turned on and began to play the cartoon Black Cat Sheriff. Naruto quickly turned his attention. Although it was the first time to watch TV, Naruto quickly became immersed in it, and began to watch it with gusto, and in the end even started to sing to the melody on the TV, "Ah, Black Cat Sheriff." The next day, early morning, Naruto opened his eyes in a daze, and found that there was no interesting book or TV in the room. "It's a dream," Naruto whispered disappointedly. Then, he remembered what Grandpa Third Generation told him yesterday, that he can now go out normally. "Since I've explained it, I might be able to find friends from today," Naruto thought excitedly, hurried into the bathroom to wash, dressed, and ran out of the room. However, reality poured cold water on Naruto. Those adults really didn't come to attack Naruto, nor were they saying that he was a demon in front of Naruto. They adopted a way that made Naruto feel more chilling. They directly ignored his existence. No matter what he said, no one answered, just looking at him with indifferent eyes, and even treating him directly as air. If Naruto wants to do something, people's indifference will go further and become defensive. After being warned by Third Generation, they really didn't dare to shout at Naruto again, but if it was just ordinary shoving, no one could stop it. Faced with this suffocating atmosphere, the young and innocent Naruto also felt a kind of chill rising from the bottom of his heart. After this day, Naruto rarely goes out again. He found that even if he was not sleeping, he could go to that magical place as long as he relaxed his mind. No one there would be cold-eyed to him. He could learn interesting knowledge from the book. After he answered the questions in the classroom test correctly, he would be praised, and he would be able to see more interesting cartoons than the book. That being the case, why go out to be annoying? Naruto is not happy, everyone is not happy, it is better to stay at home. Time flies, and a year has passed in an instant. Within a year, Naruto's life has changed a lot. He doesn't stay at home all day long. Although he still won't go out during the day, he will take advantage of fewer people to go out when it's dark. While completing the physical education class arranged by the schedule, he will also exercise himself. Body of Naruto knew that when he was still in his infancy, he had to be more active in order to grow taller. After finishing the physical education class, it is mostly late at night. At this time, Naruto will go to the shopping street and sneak into the closed shops to get some daily necessities, food materials, or clothing and daily necessities that he needs. For Naruto, who is born with excellent physical fitness, this is not difficult. Of course, he will pay. Although no one knows that he took it, people must learn to respect and love themselves. It's not that he has no money to buy these things, but no one sells them to him, so he can only do so. Then, Naruto, who forcibly buys what he needs, will go home and cook for himself. After learning the book Dietary Balance and Nutrition, Naruto learned that it is unhealthy to eat instant noodles all day long, and to drink milk that is not known to have expired. Unbalanced nutritional development will lead to slow physical development, and just like not loving exercise, it will become a factor that makes people grow taller. Through the cooking methods learned in the usse recipe collection, the ingredients purchased by Naruto will be made into some convenient but nutritious and delicious delicacies. In the beginning, Naruto would mess up the food due to lack of experience, but after a period of proficiency, this situation will not happen anymore. After eating, Naruto will lie in the bed to sleep. At this time, he will enter that magical space. The body is dormant to restore energy, but the spirit is still moving freely. Here, he can continue to study, entertain, watch TV or some novels that he will be rewarded for after completing the study, or play a game console loaded with various games for a while. Now, a year later, Naruto still has no friends, but he doesn't feel lonely. Every day of his life is very fulfilling. For Naruto, every day is full of unknowns and new. It's just that Naruto thinks so, but some people don't think so. It was the time to send the living expenses routinely once again in January. Third Hokage put down the envelope containing Naruto's living expenses, glanced at it and sat quietly not far away, facing out the window in a daze. He didn't even find Naruto when he entered the door, and stopped talking. Chapter 3. As Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto has 2 or more teams of elite Anbu surveillance and protection around the clock. Regarding Jinchuriki's daily routine and daily life, Anbu will regularly report to Sarutobi Hiruzen as third Hokage. In summary, Uzumaki Naruto's behavior in the past year is very monotonous, but also very regular. After getting up at 6 in the morning, Naruto will make himself a breakfast after washing. After eating, he will move around in the room for a while to digest, and then start sitting at the table looking out the window in a daze. This kind of daze will last until about 12 noon, and then Naruto will get up to make lunch for herself, do some activities as usual after eating, and then sit back to the old position and continue to stare out the window in a daze. The time spent in a daze in the afternoon will be a little longer, until 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Naruto, after making dinner for himself, will go out at 8 o'clock when almost everyone is home in the dark, and start running in the quiet Konoha village. The route is random and not fixed. However, they will also deliberately avoid prosperous areas with rich nightlife. Until 9:30 in the evening, Naruto will finish running, go to the shopping street to buy some daily necessities, and then take these daily necessities back home to take a bath and sleep. One day, it passed. Simple, but regular. Day after day, there are no waves. This kind of life is no problem for an adult. Not everyone likes to make friends, and many people like to be alone. But for a child who is just over 4 years old, all this seems too withdrawn, and it is easy for onlookers to think that he has autism. Looking at Naruto like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little distressed. He knew the reason was there, but he couldn't change it. In other words, do not want to change. Although it is not him who announced the identity of Naruto Jinchuriki, this situation is advantageous for the Hokage of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jinchuriki, who is disgusted by others in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage is his only warmth. Naturally, he will naturally become a loyal force to support him, which is conducive to his rule as Hokage. Jinchuriki is the power that must be held by the master in the hands of Hokage. Naruto. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen still spoke, awakening Naruto who was in a daze with a soft voice. He wanted to talk to Naruto and understand what he was thinking at the moment. Naruto, who was reading the 5,000 Years of Daxia, was awakened by the call from the outside world. After recovering, he cast his eyes in the direction of the sound, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Grandpa third generation. With a sound of surprise, Naruto jumped off the chair and met Sarutobi Hiruzen who was standing not far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a kind smile on his face, reached out his hand to touch the top of Naruto's head, who was only about his waist height, and smiled and asked, "Naruto, what are you thinking about? I didn't even notice when I came in." To this question, Naruto answered without hesitation, thinking about what to do in the future. Naruto, who has just watched Daxia for 5,000 years, drools at the stories of those influential figures, and unconsciously thinks about what he will do in the future and what kind of person he will become. It's just that he is still too young, knows too little, and hasn't thought about what he will do in the future. Hearing this question, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart moved, his smile on his face remained unchanged, and he continued to ask, "Do you have any thoughts of what to do in the future?" Unexpectedly, "I'm too young to think of an answer. I really want to grow up quickly, so that I can visit many places and learn more. At that time, I will know what I want to do." Naruto answered with a smile. "Then when it's okay, just read more books. I'll let you send some books to Naruto later." Don't stay at home often, go out and walk more so that you can meet other friends. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I go out every day. Naruto replied. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faltered. He remembered Naruto's work and rest. In order to avoid the crowd, he went out only when everything was quiet. Immediately, he felt as if nothing had happened. He took Naruto and began to explain to him the story of the brothers, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who settled the troubled times, created the Konoha shinobi village, and advanced the whole world from the Sengoku era to the peaceful era. By the way, I told Naruto what the will of fire is. Compared to the short stay for living expenses in the past, today's Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed for more than 2 hours, and was pulled by the enthusiastic Naruto to eat a meal of his own sour and spicy pork noodles. Not to mention, the taste is not bad. Just a little curious, how did Naruto learn to cook such a new type of cuisine that he hadn't eaten before? Should I think about it? But soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of a reasonable explanation. After all, Naruto has been living under his nose, and he knows what he does every day. So, there is only one explanation. When leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the food he had just eaten, and then thought of the conversation with Naruto. Today's harvest is not small. At least he understands that Naruto is not an autistic child. He started thinking about his future life at such a young age. He has a strong thirst for knowledge and a not weak creativity. It should be said that he is early wisdom. As long as you guide well, you will definitely become a useful person to Konoha in the future. It seems that I will send more books to Naruto in the future. Thinking about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen left in a big stride. There has been a long delay today, and he still has a lot of official duties to deal with. On the other side, when watching Sarutobi Hiruzen leave, Naruto was still a little bit sad. In the entire Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the only person who doesn't look at him differently. Unfortunately, he is the leader of the entire village, Lord Hokage, busy dealing with all kinds of major events, and there is no way to visit him often. Not long after Sarutobi Hiruzen left, an Anbu appeared suddenly, gave a few books to Naruto, and then disappeared neatly. Naruto put the books on the table, spread them out, and looked at them one by one. Fire Will, Ninja Modern History, Konoha History, Ninja Geography, Chakra Refining Detailed Explanation, 3-Body Technique, Basic Exercise Methods of Physical Skills, Ninja Throwing from Beginner to Grandmaster. Picking up the Will of Fire closest to his hand, Naruto flipped through it at will, which was similar to what the previous third-generation item said. Immediately, put aside without any interest. To be honest, Naruto sneered at this thing a bit. Chapter 4. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. This sentence is the core content of the Will of Fire. The story is about abandoning the prejudice of the family and protecting the compatriots in the village. Like Konoha, he ignites his selfless dedication to take care of his younger generations. What he pursues is peace and a bright future of love and love with everyone in the village. This spirit, called the Will of Fire, is inherited from first Hokage Senju Hashirama in Konoha village. Naruto understands that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as third Hokage, wants to have this spirit. Naruto, who has been taken care of by Grandpa third generation, also hopes that he can possess the spirit and love each other in the village. However, reality does not allow it. Naruto asked himself that he had done nothing wrong, but was treated coldly by almost all the villagers, even shouting and killing him. Had it not been for the asylum of third Hokage, Naruto might be dead now. And even with the shelter of Grandpa third generation, his normal life was affected. Even with money in his hand, no one wanted to sell him anything and was ignored by everyone. In this case, Naruto has no way to identify with the so-called Will of Fire. To repay grievances with virtue, how to repay virtue? Naruto recognized this sentence from the Analects. Repaying grievances directly and repaying virtue by virtue is the way of Kun-sun. At this moment, Naruto still doesn't know what kind of attitude he should treat the villagers who treat him coldly in the future. But to love them as described by Will of Fire, Naruto certainly couldn't do it. After setting aside the book The Will of Fire, Naruto turned over the other books one by one, all of which were of great interest to him. Compared to the historical stories that took place in another world, the history and geography of the world in which they are in is really more attractive to Naruto. However, Naruto is more interested in the contents of the book's chakra refining detailed explanation, 3-body technique, basic exercise methods of physical skills, and ninja throwing from beginner to grandmaster. These books contain the knowledge of how to become a ninja. In the environment of life, there are ninjas everywhere. The games played by children are also ninja games. It is inevitable that Naruto will also yearn for becoming a ninja. Although I don't know what to do in the future, being a ninja and having enough power to live on is the foundation of all dreams. Grandpa third generation said that after I graduate from ninja school, I won't give it again. My living expenses. With this thought in mind, Naruto opened Chakra Refinement Detailed Explanation. Although he has never entered a ninja school, Naruto still knows that chakra is the foundation of a ninja. Chakra is a kind of powerful energy mixed with physical energy extracted from 130 trillion cells of the human body, and it is the basis of all ninjutsu physical arts. The method of extraction is: open this book, open the sect, and discuss the essence of chakra. There are also the actual content of the meridians, acupoints, the nature of the cells, how to improve the general direction of chakra, and finally some specific methods for refining and applying chakra. With the continuous learning of this knowledge, Naruto's eyes seemed to open the door to new world. It made him immersed in it unknowingly. From this point of view, it was already evening. For the first time ever, Naruto did not go out at night, and after quickly solving the dinner problem, he continued to read with chakra refining detailed explanation. Soon, the time was approaching 10 o'clock in the evening, and Naruto finally finished reading the chakra refined detailed explanation. Okay, try to refine chakra for the first time, and sleep regardless of success or failure. After washing, Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, cheered herself up, and then sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, entered a state of concentration according to the method recorded in the book, and began the process of refining chakra for the first time. Then he fell asleep. The body unconsciously curled into the quilt, the expression on his face became calm, and his breathing gradually became even. Seeing this, Anbu, who is in charge of monitoring and protecting Naruto, shook his head and said in his heart, "After all, I am a child. It is still too difficult to refine chakra quietly for this age of Jinchuriki." However, when no one noticed it, earth-shaking changes were taking place in Naruto's body. The strands of blue energy converged and produced in Naruto's meridians, and then began to circulate rapidly up and down the whole body, and soon became a stream from if there was nothing. Moreover, it is still increasing. Where is this? Naruto, who had just fallen asleep, found that he did not appear in the place he named Uzumaki Naruto's exclusive learning and entertainment space. For short, it appeared in a dark and humid space. At this moment, Naruto was standing in front of a huge fence-like iron gate, with a sealed note pasted on the gate, and there was a pool of water under his feet. The surrounding light was very dim, and Naruto could barely see that behind the iron gate was the outline of a huge mountain-like beast. At this moment, this giant beast exudes a cold, hateful breath all over its body. He seemed to feel the arrival of Naruto, the cold breath surging through the iron gate, surrounding Naruto, causing him to shudder involuntarily, and his heart suddenly burst into his own unbearable experience during this time. Then, Naruto could clearly feel that the killing intent emerged from the bottom of his heart, and a desire to destroy everything was born. It's just that this feeling comes quickly and goes quickly. The killing intent in his heart was soon suppressed by Naruto, or the killing intent still existed, but it could no longer affect Naruto's sanity. The behemoth hidden in the darkness saw this and said softly. It didn't expect it to be a Jinchuriki, but Naruto, who was just over 4 years old, could actually resist the negative influence of his chakra, and he didn't immediately become violent. It stands to reason that although there are not many chakras that can penetrate the seal, it is not something a 4-year-old child can resist. However, it did not give up. Boy, don't you hate it? Don't you want to destroy those who treat you coldly? Come on, don't resist, I can feel the darkness in your heart, accept my power, kill them all, and make them regret everything they have done to you. The vigorous voice echoed in the space, with a strong bewitching tone. Along with the words, a huge fox with orange hair and 9 tails flying behind his back, grinning, stepped out of the darkness and appeared in front of Naruto. Chapter 5. Naruto suddenly understood the moment he saw this huge fox waving 9 tails. Why, those people would call him 9 tails. Why, those people would say that he killed 4th Hokage. Why, those people would hate him so much as a kid who didn't make any mistakes. It's really ugly. Involuntarily, sarcasm appeared on Naruto's small face. What do you seem to understand? The 9 tails demon fox lowered his head and looked down at the little demon standing in front of the iron gate. Naruto nodded, then looked up, looking directly into the eyes of the huge fox in front of him, without fear, and asked calmly, "Are you a 9 tails demon fox? Did you kill 4th Hokage?" 9 tails did not hesitate to admit it, and replied in a playful tone, "The old man is 9 tails. The 4th generation really died because of me. He sealed me on your body before he died. That's why the villagers targeted you. Hate it? Hate 4th Hokage who sealed me on you. Hate it? Hate those villagers who angered you. Come, accept my power. You did nothing wrong, but they were wrong. Use the power I gave you to kill all these people and wash away the hatred in your heart." After the talk, 9 tails is even more interesting. It could feel that the darkness in this little devil's heart was expanding, and the murderous aura in him was becoming more and more intense. Correspondingly, 9 tails chakra responded to the darkness, and more flowed out of the sealed gate and sank into Naruto's body. This is a chakra that is dozens of times stronger than before. It is foreseeable that in a short time, this killing intent will break through Naruto's sanity and let him be completely dominated by the desire for destruction brought by the killing intent. Naruto at this moment seems to have returned to that day. He was allowed to go out for the first time, and wanted to find his long-awaited friends to play, but was denounced by everyone as a demon fox, who could eat people, and was the culprit for the death of 4th generation. Trying to explain clearly, but being ignored again and again. Even, they want to kill themselves. Obviously I did nothing wrong. It was the adults who were wrong. Why do they anger themselves? Kill all these people and wash away the hatred in my heart. In the ear, 9 tails words echoed, as if it were a devil, bewitching Naruto to release the emotions in his heart and destroy everything that made him unhappy. No, I can't let Grandpa 3rd generation down, he is so good to me, he has done everything to protect the village, and can't deny the world because of some people's mistakes. Just like being affected by 9 tails chakra's negative emotions for the first time before, Naruto offered this reason to comfort herself. It's just that this time, it didn't make Naruto able to guard his sanity under the crazy killing intent like the last time. His body began to be filled with bleeding red power. This is the chakra of 9 tails. This force wrapped Naruto, causing the killing intent in his heart to continue to permeate and become more turbulent. Come on, accept my more power and destroy everything. Seeing this, the corners of 9 tails' mouth opened, and the smile on her face bloomed completely, sending more chakra to Naruto. Ji Wenzi thinks twice before acting. Zi Wenzi said, again, skeleton. When Naruto felt that his sanity had reached its limit, an analects that had been read not long ago came to mind. Think twice before acting before you can make a decision and then move forward. At this moment, Naruto thought a lot. Gradually, Naruto calmed down. With no intent to kill, the blood-red chakra gradually faded. At this moment, Nine-Tails' face is full of incredible. It didn't understand how the kid who was about to run out of control in front of him regained his sanity at the most critical moment. Even, in the perception at this moment, the darkness on this kid seemed to have disappeared, and no matter how it urged chakra, it couldn't affect him. Impossible, kid, how do you control yourself? The mountain-like behemoth shook his heart, and couldn't help taking a step back and questioning. When looking at the little figure standing in front of the iron gate, his eyes no longer had the contempt before, but became a little dignified. Only he knows how corrosive its chakra is. Even a character like Hokage can't ignore it, let alone a Jinchuriki kid who has just refined chakra but is only 4 years old. At this moment, this mountain-like behemoth thought a lot in his heart. It thought of when he was a child, and thought of the old man who gave him life and always talked about love. Is it love that allows this kid to restrain himself? Naruto was panting, sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He stared at the mountain-like behemoth, but at this moment he had the aura of not losing to the other party, and a stubborn smile appeared on his face. Are you very confused? After a pause, Naruto didn't wait for Nine-Tails to answer, and continued, your fascination is indeed very attractive. Kill those ugly people, wash away the hatred in your heart, and be happy. But, have you ever thought about the consequences? You are locked here, in my body, it shows that your strength is not invincible. Even if there is no strong person in the village who is comparable to you, there must be ways to restrain you. Even if I accept all your power, what can I do? A big kill? Or can't even do this? You can only destroy some insignificant buildings, and then be subdued by them. As a beast, you have enough effect. Of course others can't help you. But what about me? My existence should be like a cage for your beast? Since the cage is broken or there is a safety hazard, then the safest way is to change the cage. What happened to me? I made such a big mistake. Will be executed. Or, they don't have another cage to replace. They can only pinch their noses and recognize this loss. I won't be executed, but the best result should be to be completely restrained and lose all freedom, right? I don't want to bet. I have to have freedom, and then become a ninja, a powerful ninja, and then do everything I want to do, not to bury the villagers. Those people are indeed very ugly, but the fault is that they are not me. If I use their mistakes to punish myself and die with them, that would be the most stupid behavior, and I am committing a scumbag. One day, I will let them feel my pain and understand their mistakes. But the time to do this is not now, not with your invincible power. Chapter 6. After Naruto finished speaking, silence was restored in this dark and humid space. Only the gasping sound belonging to Naruto echoed in the quiet space. Isn't it love? Relying on strong reason, overcome the negative emotions in my heart. To be honest, what Naruto said just now was quite appetizing for him. With such a mind at a young age, if he doesn't die in the future, he will definitely become a strong one. The mountain-like behemoth looked down at this small figure standing in front of the iron gate, with a mixed emotion in his heart. It can't be said to be disappointment or something. In an instant, Nine-Tails remembered some other things in Naruto's words that made it very concerned. Damn it, stinky kid, dare you to underestimate the power of the old man, but I am regarded by people as a natural disaster, and I am feared by everyone. The roar sounded in this space. Immediately afterwards, Chakra, who was stronger than before, emerged with the anger of this giant mountain beast, filling the entire space. You are locked here. Naruto didn't seem to feel the killing intent in the air, and said in a calm tone. I once raised most of Konoha to the ground. You ninjas hate it into your bones, but you can't kill me. Nine-Tails barked his teeth, and his anger was even worse. He didn't believe in evil anymore and made a kid so contemptuous. You are locked here. Naruto tilted his head, his tone a little confused. He didn't understand what the giant beast was arrogant. If it were really strong and invincible, it wouldn't be locked here to talk nonsense with him. He would have killed him as a cage long ago. Proud to be locked up here? Konoha Shinobi Village is famous for the shinobi world, and fourth Hokage, called Yellow Flash, died on my paws. Seeing this, Nine Tails became even more angry, speaking fiercely, raising his huge paws and raising them to increase their convincing power. This time, Naruto didn't even want to talk to the fox. This fox felt silly, no wonder he looked quite strong, but he was locked up. Naruto intends to take this as a warning, and in the future, he must implement the rule of doing what he can and working out. In addition, you must read more to make yourself smarter, otherwise you don't know if you are deceived later. With a sigh, Naruto plans to study how to get out of here and go to his study space. It's been a lot of time tonight, and it's almost time to study. I came here when I was refining chakra. This space should exist in his body like the learning space. It exists like a spiritual space. It shouldn't be difficult to get out. Just thinking about this, Naruto realized that the space in front of her had changed, from the dark and humid sealed space to her own learning space. Sure enough, I was right. Naruto stroked his chin and looked at everything familiar around him. Immediately, with a move in his heart, he returned to the cold and humid sealed space. Big Fox, I'm leaving, goodbye, I'll see you next time. Back in the sealed space, Naruto looked at the huge fox behind the iron gate, which was still in a state of rage, smiled and waved hello. Be polite. Although the process of meeting with this big fox for the first time was not pleasant, the other party was living in his own body after all, and technically speaking, he could be regarded as a neighbor who bowed his head without seeing him. Although he was not friendly, he did not ignore his existence like the villagers. It is a person who can communicate with. Although it's not that you can't live without someone who can communicate, Naruto still wants to have someone to communicate with. Even if it's just an unfriendly fox. For this reason, Naruto still strictly demanded himself, said goodbye to the other party politely, and expressed his kindness before really leaving this sealed space. In the study space, Naruto sat back at his desk, picked up a book of 11 primary school mathematics, and continued his learning process. Although Zonghua has not finished reading for 5,000 years, it belongs to the category of extracurricular reading materials and cannot delay the formal classroom content. Soon, after listening to the teacher's explanation in the teaching video, Naruto has entered a state of focused learning. On the other side, Nine Tails saw Naruto disappear with a wave. After being silent for a long time, the anger on his face gradually diminished and became thoughtful. As a tail beast, its perception is shared with Jinchuriki to a certain extent. Therefore, in the observation of Nine Tails, Naruto's spirit often showed symptoms of being out of the body, not knowing where it went, and only very few times existed in the body. However, the previous Nine Tails could not completely determine this. Maybe, this disappearance of spirit is just a natural ability that belongs to Naruto alone? Ninja world is so big, it is not surprising what happens. And at this moment, it took advantage of Naruto's first refinement of chakra, and when the spirit was highly concentrated, it pulled the opponent into this sealed space. When I saw Naruto himself, I also saw the mind and knowledge that the other party should have at this age, which completely confirmed that the disappearance of the other party's spirit must not be accidental. It was a conscious and active behavior, and went to a place it didn't know, where someone taught Naruto who was still young. Recalling that after disappearing just now, Naruto took the initiative to reappear and greeted him before leaving, a smile appeared on the corner of Nine Tails' mouth. Although this kid hates him, he is quite polite. This makes Nine Tails, which has always been regarded by people as lacking wisdom, unable to communicate, and being inferior to people, feels good. It's just a pity, there is no way to take advantage of Jinchuriki's young and ignorant to transform the opponent into his own shape. The whole night passed in silence. In the early morning of the next day, Naruto finished her study today, withdrew from the study space, and woke up in her room. Habitually jumped out of the bed and laid the quilt. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was a little surprised to find that he was in an unprecedented state. With a little perception, you can find that there is a powerful chakra flowing in the meridian of your body, and it is still increasing at an observable speed all the time. According to the approximate evaluation method recorded in the textbooks I have read before, the amount of chakra in Naruto's body is no longer inferior to that of ordinary Chunin. Touching his head, Naruto was a bit confused by the second monk. It is clearly stated in the book that chakra is very difficult to extract, especially for children. After all, chakra is a combination of physical strength and spiritual strength. The golden age of ninja chakra growth should be at the age of 12 to 18 years when the body grows up and matures. Chapter 7. Maybe it's my talent. After thinking about it for a moment, Naruto stroked his chin and came to a conclusion. After all, chakra is a combination of physical strength and spiritual strength. His physical fitness is very good. This is reflected in the fact that he can go to the shopping street to buy what he wants without pressure. Moreover, if it were not for his good physical fitness, he would not be able to become the cage of the big fox in his body. And spiritual power is the embodiment of mind and experience. Reading can be wise. Although he is still young, his mind is considered mature compared to other peers, and he has more reserves of knowledge than they, so it is normal for his chakra to grow fast. Knowing this, Naruto is more confident that he can become an excellent ninja in the future. Then, after washing up, Naruto in a good mood cooked himself a large bowl of braised beef noodles and fried 2 extra eggs. After he was full, Naruto moved slightly for a while to digest, then pulled out a 3-body technique among the books that Anbu sent him yesterday, and began to read. First, it explained the meaning of 3-body technique. 3-body technique is divided into clone technique, transformation technique, and body replacement technique. It is the basis of becoming a ninja, and it is also a few ninjutsu that play a great role in ninja battles. Especially the body replacement technique and 3-body technique, even after becoming an advanced ninja, there is a high probability that it can be used in battle. After explaining the meaning of the 3-body technique, it is the knot of the 12 basic seals of the ninja, and then the specific practice method of the 3-body technique, which explains in detail what kind of seal is needed and what kind of chakra flow is needed. Reading the contents of the book, the time to read it was noon. For lunch, Naruto ate mapo tofu with green vegetables on top of rice. Although I like noodles very much, even eating noodles for 3 meals a day is not a problem, but considering the balance of the meal, Naruto finally chose the combination of meat and vegetable tofu with green vegetables, which is a combination of meat and soy products. After eating and finishing cleaning up, Naruto began to try to practice the 3-body technique. The first is the simplest transformation technique. Naruto carefully controls his chakra, and completes Juin with unfamiliar gestures, and then yells like the kid downstairs playing a ninja game. Transformation technique. Immediately afterwards, a burst of smoke flashed. Nothing happened. I tried clone technique and body replacement technique again, and the result was of course the same as before. 3 consecutive ninjutsu training failed, and Naruto was not discouraged. Although Naruto thinks he is talented, he is a beginner after all, and it is not a big deal to fail a few times. After all, failure is the mother of success. Distracting thoughts aside, Naruto chose the simplest transformation technique to start focusing on, and waited until the training session before proceeding to clone technique and body replacement technique. Ji-yin, with the flow of chakra, displays the transformation technique. If you fail, compare the textbooks to summarize the reasons for the failure, try to improve, and then proceed to the next ninjutsu show. Although every operation, regardless of success or failure, consumes part of chakra, Naruto doesn't care much. Anyway, the amount of chakra consumed is not as fast as he can recover. Basically, I haven't felt the consumption, it has been smoothed out by the growing chakra. After practicing for another 3 hours, after Naruto summed up his last failure experience, he felt that the flow of Juin and chakra had reached a perfect level. With confidence in his heart, Naruto felt that this time he would definitely be able to use the transformation technique to succeed and become his most respected third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Transformation technique! Naruto yelled, and the smoke surged. Taking a look at the clothes on his body, it has indeed become third Hokage's imperial robe. Succeeded? As soon as the joy emerged, Naruto saw third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in a mirror with slanted eyes and slanted lips. Obviously, it is exactly the same as described in the textbook. Why did it fail? Naruto was puzzled. Thinking for a moment, can't find the answer. Naruto decided to try again. This time he must be cautious, and he must successfully perform ninjutsu. Following the steps, Naruto once again used the transformation technique perfectly like a textbook. Then, hopeful, Naruto saw third generation in the mirror, who had no hair on his sausage mouth, looked at him with a strange smile, as if mocking him for being a fool. Come again. After performing the transformation technique more than 10 times in a perfect textbook-like method, all of them failed without exception. At this moment, Naruto was a little skeptical of life. Isn't it true that I am not really talented? I don't even have the talent to practice ninjutsu? Because of this reason, I can't even use a simple transformation technique? Unconsciously, a depressed mood emerged in Naruto's heart. However, it didn't take long for Naruto to regain his spirits. He could even learn those complicated math problems and Hyuxia characters. He made rapid progress on the first day of refining chakra. It didn't make sense that he couldn't even learn a simple transformation technique. With this thought, Naruto became more focused than ever before, and used transformation technique again. Of course, there was no accident, and it failed again. The prisoner has been found. After lifting the transformation technique, Naruto gritted his teeth a bit. This time because of extreme concentration, he could feel that while he was successfully performing the operation, there was another chakra in his body that disturbed his skills. Although this chakra is not strong, ninjutsu is also a sophisticated thing. A little chakra disturbance, especially in the body, may cause ninjutsu to fail. In this way, it is understandable that he used the transformation technique to turn into that strange shape. Although Naruto is confident that he can overcome such disturbances after many exercises, practicing ninjutsu under such disturbances is undoubtedly a way of getting twice the result with half the effort. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would only think that his talent was not good enough to be able to fully master chakra, so he failed to perform ninjutsu, but just last night, he saw the big fox living in his body. Damn, it's fox! Naruto sat back in the chair aggressively, then closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the sealed space in his body. Then, not long after, Naruto stood in front of the iron door. I saw the big fox lying on his stomach, which seemed to be sleeping. At this moment, the other party's expression is quiet, without grinning. It looks a lot cute. However, the current Naruto doesn't care if this big fox is not cute, and angrily asked, "Big fox, why are you interfering with my ninjutsu practice? I live in my body without asking you to collect the rent. I make trouble." Chapter 8. Nine Tails woke up the moment Naruto came in. He opened his eyes and glanced at the imposing little demon in front of the iron gate. After a little thought, he knew what was going on. In order to break through its 8-sign seal, it constantly releases chakra to erode this sealed space, and naturally Naruto, who is Jinchuriki, is also affected. Although being nourished by Nine Tails chakra greatly improves Naruto's physical and mental energy, at the same time, Naruto's ability to control chakra is also greatly weakened. Although this is not an insurmountable problem, after all, Naruto at the moment is just a ninja beginner. Although the beginning of the matter was not intentional by Nine Tails, the result made him feel a little satisfied. This kid was so contemptuous of his power not long ago, now he knows the consequences. "Oh, kid, it's not that the old man is interfering with your ninjutsu practice, but it's just that my chakra naturally leaks out the seal and affects your chakra that controls yourself." When Nine Tails opened its eyes, it didn't grin to scare Naruto, and said with a smile. Knowing that this big fox wasn't on purpose, Naruto's anger diminished slightly. "Then you take your own chakra, don't disturb me practicing ninjutsu, even if it's the rent for you living in my body." Naruto opened his mouth, and made his own reasonable request to the big fox in front of him. "Smelly boy, do you feel the strength of the old man now?" Nine Tails grinned and refused without hesitation. "Impossible, stinky kid, ha ha ha, let you despise the old man and prepare to become a waste that cannot release ninjutsu. Don't want to be a Jainin in your life." After speaking, he waited to see Naruto's frustrated expression, but it was a pity that he didn't wait. Slightly disappointed, Nine Tails pouted boringly. Then he ignored Naruto and went back to his original position, closing his eyes to sleep. Upon seeing this, Naruto felt annoyed, but did not give up. After all, this is something related to his future. "Hey, Big Fox, make a discussion, how do you want to take back chakra and not interfere with me?" At first, Nine Tails ignored Naruto's plan. However, Naruto did not give up, and kept trying to communicate with Nine Tails. The annoyed Nine Tails finally opened his eyes impatiently and said in a vicious voice, "Little devil, please, beg me hard, and then offer your body to me, maybe I will forgive you." As a tail beast, he has another way to gain freedom in addition to the option of breaking the seal and jailbreak. That is to control the spirit of Jinchuriki, to live freely outside with Jinchuriki's body. Nine Tails hadn't had this idea before, but the 8-sign seal was so strong that all its plans fell through. However, if Naruto, who is Jinchuriki, volunteers his body, that is another matter. Of course, if Nine Tails thinks with its tail, it can be thought that this kid will not agree. Therefore, it is impossible for him to take back the chakra that eroded the seal. "Are you sure you want to do this? Don't talk about it." Naruto frowned. "Okay, no more talk." Nine Tails snorted, turned her head away, closed her eyes and stopped looking at Naruto. "You forced me." Before disappearing, Naruto said viciously. Nine Tails doesn't care. It's just meaningless words made by a human imp. What can you do with it? Is it possible that this kid still has a way to make the noble master Nine Tails succumb? Impossible, even if it's fourth Hokage, it's impossible. Thinking about this, the big fox closed his eyes and fell asleep. Being in a seal, it's boring, the best way to pass the time is to sleep. On the other side, Naruto, who left the sealed space, did not pay much attention to this matter. There are always more problems than solutions, just dealing with a stupid fox. After thinking about it for a while, Naruto had an idea, and then left the matter behind for a while. There was no time yet. Before that, the things that should be done must not be left unused. Taking out the book Basic Methods of Physical Exercise, Naruto began to read. The content in this book is roughly divided into 3 parts. The first part is about the importance of physique for ninjas. Whether it is a long journey, or avoiding ninjutsu and the enemy's kunao, a good body is needed. A good body can also promote the growth of chakra. The second part, on the basis of the first part, describes various exercise methods for strengthening physical strength, as well as some precautions in exercising. And the third part is about the methods of using some physical skills, and chakra's enhanced application of physical skills. Before dinner, Naruto read the entire book through. Then, after dark, I went out and started practicing according to the physical strengthening training method in the book. This kind of training replaced Naruto's previous low-intensity physical education class. Although it only lasted an hour and a half, it still made Naruto overwhelmed. When I returned home, I felt tired after a long absence. However, he didn't pay much attention to his exhaustion. After washing, he lay in bed and started to make his own plans. Then, Ninetales in the sealed space discovered a very strange thing. His own Jinchuriki kid began to appear and disappear continuously, and after each disappearance and reappearance, there will be more items outside the gate of the sealed space. These items were taken out by Naruto from his study space. In the learning space, entertainment time will be rewarded after completing the study. If it is not used up, it can also be converted into learning points, which can be used to redeem the items in the list provided by the space. Over the course of more than a year, Naruto has accumulated a lot of learning points. Now, these points finally come in handy. After this process similar to moving lasted for about 2 hours, the entire sealed space was already completely new. First of all, the dark space was illuminated by incandescent lamps everywhere, and then the ground with water was quickly drained by a pump. The wastewater was discharged to the more outer area of the sealed space, after which the ground was dried with a dryer. Immediately, the dry ground was covered with a thick plush carpet. Then a group of exquisite fabric sofas and matching coffee table, TV cabinet and other items were placed, and matched with the surrounding screens, forming a comfortable small space, a perfect entertainment room. After doing this, Naruto turned on the TV facing Ninetales. Find Feng Shen Bang Japanese version in the film library, and then this mythical story that happened in the ancient times of Daxia began to be interpreted in front of the eyes of Naruto and Ninetales. Naruto ignored Ninetales, found a comfortable position and nestled on the sofa, and began to look at it intently. Chapter 9. At this moment, Ninetales didn't understand what medicine was selling in Naruto's gourd. As soon as I finished the cruel talk in the afternoon, I was going to watch TV with him in the evening. Did you find that the old man couldn't do anything, so were you going to please him? I thought that to please my uncle would allow me to withdraw chakra without affecting you? This is impossible. Innocent kid. And, even if you want to please me, what's the use of a TV? What's so good about human things that you want to please me with this? Non-existent. Humph, naive kid, my uncle Ninetales is just moldy in the sealed space. There are trillions of foxes, boring to death, and they won't pay attention to your boring tricks. Seeing Naruto's actions, Ninetales thought with disdain. For the reason that he wanted to observe Naruto's ugly expression after eating deflated, he did not avert his gaze from staring at the TV. At this moment, the TV drama on the TV has officially started. The TV series Feng Shen Bang was born in 1990, Earth time, and is based on the novel The Romance of Feng Shen. It tells the myth that King Zhou offended Nuwa, was cruel and innocent in the late Shang dynasty, favored the demon girl Daji, and harmed living things. King Zhou complied with the sky, recruited troops and horses, hired Zhang Xia out of the mountain to crusade King Zhou, and finally overthrew the Shang dynasty. Although this TV series was added to Naruto's video library as a learning reward long ago, he has not watched it before. The reason why it turned out this time is also because of a temporary intention. In the introduction of the TV series, I saw the role of Ninetales, the demon fox Daji. Then I thought that it was a Ninetales demon fox who was naughty in his stomach and interfered with his release of ninjutsu, so that similar characters should arouse the other's interest to the greatest extent, so he released this TV series. Ninetales is watching Naruto, and Naruto is also watching Ninetales from the corner of his eye. After discovering that the other party hadn't looked away directly, he couldn't help but settle. You got the bait. Naruto is not at all afraid that Ninetales will not take the bait. He is afraid that the other party will not accept the move from the beginning, so he will really be out of trouble. The reason for this self-confidence is also because the film and television drama works added to the Naruto film library as a reward are some high-quality works. He has observed that the most interesting daily activities of the children in the village are ninja games, and even often they go to mischief and pranks when they are bored, and then get a beating from their parents. Those adults also did not have much entertainment at night after finishing their work during the day, so they turned off the lights and went to bed early. Except for a small number of rich people, they all lead a very boring and empty life. Even the villagers who can move around freely and chat with other people are so boring, let alone a fox that is locked in his stomach and can only live by sleeping. If you want to use a word to describe the life of this fox, it can only be idle and moldy. Even Tenten plays games in his spare time, and Naruto, who relaxes watching various TV series and novels, will be fascinated by these excellent TV series, let alone a leisurely moldy fox. It must not escape the appeal of these entertainment products from another world. Sure enough, under Naruto's observation. At first, this big fox looked at Naruto with a playful and disdainful expression. With the development of the plot, only focus is left on his face at this time, with a pair of red eyes focused on the TV show and intently. At this moment, he had completely forgotten all the thoughts at the beginning and was immersed in the plot. Nuwa God tier? Looks very noble, how does it compare with the old man of six paths? Daxia? Kyushu? Yinshang? This is where? Is there such a place in Ninja World? How did that nine-tails monster become human? Why haven't I heard that there are other foxes like me in Ninja World? At this moment, Nine-Tails is full of question marks, strong curiosity and thirst for knowledge, so it can't wait to know the follow-up plot development. As time passed, more than an hour passed quickly. After the second episode was played, just as Nine-Tails couldn't wait to know how the next plot would develop, but found that the TV screen suddenly went black. Suddenly, Nine-Tails said dissatisfied, "Why don't you let it go?" Just after speaking, Nine-Tails realized something was wrong. It seems, what is exposed? Does it look good? Naruto said with a smile. Humph, the old man is not interested in this TV series, but just wants to see what tricks you kid are doing. A cold snort sounded, and Nine-Tails pretending calm words sounded in the sealed space. In the air, there is a smell of wanting to cover up. Oh! Naruto deliberately stretched his voice. Roar! Hear this teasing oh sound! Suddenly, Nine-Tails exploded. Looking up to the sky with a long scream, then Nine-Tails grinned fiercely at Naruto with a grin, and a cold killing intent began to fill the air. It's just that Naruto doesn't seem to feel it, still smiling. Leaping up from the sofa, Naruto smiled and waved to Nine-Tails, saying, "Good night, that big fox, today has been delayed for a long time, I will go to study first, see you tomorrow, then we will watch TV together." After all, I pulled out the memory card in the video library and wanted to leave. After all, Nine-Tails behind the Iron Gate has lived for thousands of years. At this moment, I don't know that I have fallen into the trap of the kid in front of me. This is a blatant conspiracy. First, I used this story called Feng Shen Bang to arouse its interest, and then only showed the beginning, not showing it to it, let it take the initiative to subdue it, and not disturb Naruto's chakra. Only by agreeing to Naruto's conditions can it see what it wants to see. When he was careless, he didn't expect that it had lived for thousands of years, and it actually had a little devil's way. At this moment, Nine-Tails can already think of what this kid will be proud of after he is softened. No, you can't bow your head to this kid, otherwise, what is the dignity of the old man as a tail beast? Forcibly resisting the desire to stop Naruto, Nine-Tails simply closed her eyes and began to count the foxes, not seeing it or getting upset. After saying hello, Naruto left the sealed space. Nine-Tails felt it, but it didn't open its eyes and continued its great cause of counting 1 trillion foxes. Just counting the fox, its thinking involuntarily diverged, remembering the plot that I had just watched, and constantly guessing what would happen in the future. Obviously the TV was close at hand, but the doubts in his heart could not be answered. Irritable emotions are constantly accumulating in Nine-Tails' heart. So, I couldn't help but start looking forward to tomorrow night. Chapter 10. Ha ha ha. Back in the study space, Naruto rolled on the ground with a smile. Recalling the bit by bit of getting along with the big fox tonight, Naruto felt an unstoppable smile. It's so fun, I didn't expect this big fox to be a tsundere. Involuntarily, Naruto thought of the classic tsundere characters in the works that he had seen recently. All of them said no with their mouths, but their bodies were incredibly honest. And this big fox also has a really scented attribute. In a variety show called The Metamorphosis that Naruto watched not long ago, the character named Wang Jing's has the same effect. This makes Naruto very confident. According to experience, to deal with the role of tsundere, you must first use your sincerity to break the arrogant side of the opponent, so that you can do whatever you want without touching the opponent's bottom line. And obviously, his method today is very effective. The next thing to do is to implement this method until it succeeds. After laughing, Naruto quickly converged his mind and began to learn. Tonight has been delayed for a long time, but I can't continue to waste it. Although it is a very important thing to attack the big fox so that it will not make trouble in the future, but learning more knowledge and increasing wisdom is also an equally important thing and cannot be left behind. Soon, one night passed. After dawn, Naruto woke up on time. Today, after washing and eating, he did not stay at home to study in the study space under the pretext of being in a daze. Instead, he picked up the prepared bento and the book Ninja Throwing from Getting Started to Grandmaster and went out early. It has been more than a year since the last time I went out during the day. However, the people of Konoha village today are still passionate towards Naruto, and they are full of indifference, hatred, and killing intent along the way. In response to these gazes, Naruto's heart was blocked. However, he didn't say much. The people who angered him didn't care what he thought, nor did they need his explanation. They just needed a punching bag to vent. Walking fast along the way, Naruto passed through the small half of the village to a secluded forest on the edge of the village. In the end, Naruto stopped in an open area near the stream. Immediately, put the lunch box aside. After that, Naruto first carried out a series of physical intensive training in this wide field according to the method learned yesterday, until he was exhausted. Then, while resting under the big tree, Naruto took out the Ninja Throwing from Beginner to Grandmaster that he brought and began to read. In this book, the ninjas commonly used throwing methods of Kunao, Shuriken, and Thousand Ninjas are described, and it focuses on how each ninja can exert its strength to reach its maximum power. How to calculate the position of oneself, so as to better hit the enemy. In addition, it also explained how to deal with the ninja thrown by the enemy. Either block or dodge. After watching it for a while, Naruto's physical strength recovered and continued to strengthen his physical strength training. When I got tired, I continued reading. In this way, it went over and over again, except for a short break when eating lunch at noon, and then never stopped. When the sky gradually dimmed, Naruto finally read the book Ninja Throwing from Beginner to Grandmaster from beginning to end. Holding the stone as a shuriken, he tried his hand slightly until his energy was completely exhausted, and Naruto, who was also covered in sweat and dust due to training, did not stay here anymore and chose to go home. At this point in time, it is the most lively time in Konoha village. People who have been busy for a day also finished their work and began to live their own lives. Unsurprisingly, Naruto received a bunch of disgusting attention. Only this time, because of the early morning, it was no longer able to cause any disturbance in Naruto's mind. When there is no hope, naturally you will not feel disappointed. After returning home, dragging his exhausted body to take a shower, and changing into clean clothes, Naruto didn't have the mind to cook. Feel free to heat up the leftover food prepared in the morning and treat it as a dinner. Not long after eating, and before it was the time to go to bed, Naruto was already lying on the bed and falling asleep. After coming to the learning space, Naruto felt extremely exhausted after a day of physical intensive training and became active again because he was free from the influence of his body. However, he was lying on the sofa, lazily but didn't want to move. Those indifference, hatred. After all, I still can't let go. Running forward, facing cold eyes and ridicule, how can we feel the vastness of life without going through hardships? Fate, he can't make us kneel down and beg for mercy. In the learning space, the sound of music does not know when. Listening quietly, before knowing it, 2 lines of tears flicked across Naruto's eyes. However, Naruto didn't feel uncomfortable. The accumulated emotions in his heart gradually dissipated with the singing. The rest is confused. Heaven will give great responsibility to human beings. He must first suffer from his mind, his muscles and bones, his body hungry, his body is empty, his behavior is disorderly, so he is tempted to endure and gain what he cannot. If God wants to place a heavy responsibility on someone, he must first make him feel distressed, tired of his muscles and bones, make him hungry, empty and weak in his body, and make his every action unsatisfactory. In this way, he must be motivated and made. His temperament is stoic, increasing the ability he doesn't possess. A copy of Mencius appeared in front of Naruto, reciting the words over and over again. Gradually, the confusion in my heart dissipated. I must become a powerful ninja, so that those people never dare to look at me with any kind of eyes. For the first time, a clear goal appeared in Naruto's mind. Wiping away the tears and appearing in the sealed space, a bright smile appeared on Naruto's face. "Oh, Big Fox, good evening, will you watch TV series together tonight?" After speaking, before Ninetales could answer, Naruto ran to the TV and plugged in the memory card. Is this kid okay? Looking at the smiling Naruto, Ninetales couldn't help but flash this thought. What happened during the day, it was very boring to pay attention to, knowing that he is not happy today. It's so easy to understand that a kid who Tenten had a good meal suddenly gave a perfunctory dinner tonight. But in an instant, Ninetales put this idea behind, because it didn't feel the negative emotions of this kid, it was really all right. Ah, I have been uncomfortable for a whole day, and finally I can watch the conferred god list, and I will know what happened next. Ninetales just thought of this, and the expression on her face became savage. Because what is shown on the TV is not what it wants to watch. Rather, a cartoon called The Calabash Baby. Chapter 11. Smelly boy, I want to watch Feng Shen Bang. At this moment, Ninetales wanted to yell at Naruto like that. But in this way, it means that it has softened to Naruto in a disguised form. It's a matter of face, Ninetales still can't get through this hurdle. But soon, it no longer tangled, because the first episode of Calabash Baby began. Humph, gourd baby, it looks very interesting, although it is not a conferred god list, it is better than nothing. So comforting herself, Ninetales temporarily forgot about the Feng Shen list, and focused her attention on this cartoon called Gourd Baby, and watched it with relish. From the grandfather getting lotus seeds, to planting the gourd baby and being captured by the 2 demon Sasori, and finally to the time when the big baby wants to save people and gets trapped by the monsters. There are a total of 3 episodes, although each episode is not long, and the total is about half an hour, but the plot is gradually getting better. Then, just as I watched it right, Ninetales found that it was gone again. Suddenly, Ninetales turned his head, glaring at the kid who was looking at him with a smile while changing to a new show. Please, I'll show it to you. Ninetales clearly read this meaning from Naruto's face. My master Ninetales has thousands of years of experience, how can I be led by the nose by a kid? Hey, don't look at it. Ninetales roared in her heart, sneered, and after grinning at Naruto, she simply stopped watching TV. I closed my eyes and went to bed directly. Seeing this, Naruto didn't care, and found another cartoon called Doraemon to play, and then lay back on the sofa and waited for the cartoon to start. Although the list of the gods I watched last night is also very good, for children of Naruto's age, the favorite genre is undoubtedly the animation. Doraemon, the Doraemon, took a time machine to travel from the future to the past, and took out various magical props to help the primary school student Nobita grow up. Naruto was quickly attracted to it. Although Ninetales closed his eyes, the sound from the TV was in full ears. Unconsciously, it began to outline the picture. Although because the story takes place in a world it doesn't know, it can't be restored clearly. But because of this, Ninetales' heart is more turbulent. I want to watch it, but I foresee that the kid will definitely cut off the TV when he is getting better, so as to force him to give in. It's okay to turn off the hearing directly, but the animation has already started, and it has successfully aroused his interest. Being able to watch but not watching the content makes Ninetales a little bit reluctant. I really want to grab the control authority of the TV remote control and watch what I want to watch at a time, but it is a pity that his chakra can't influence the extra sane kid. If it comes hard, it is even more impossible. It can't break through the 8-sign seal. Damn its kid. After much deliberation, Ninetales could not find a solution to the problem. Do you really want to surrender to this kid? Do you agree to his request? This idea just surfaced, but was forgotten by Ninetales. Hey, it's impossible, noble Master Ninetales, it's impossible to bow to a humble human. In an instant, it had a new idea. Yes, the old man on the TV cannot miss it, but it is impossible to agree to his request. It is a big deal that he only reads the beginning each time, and it can also pass a lot of time and let this kid's plan come to nothing. Humph, human imps have always had a limited lifespan. When you die in a few decades, these TV shows are all mine. Thinking fiercely, Ninetales convinced herself and opened her eyes to look at the TV. Then, he saw Naruto's smile. Afterwards, Naruto also thoughtfully adjusted the episode of Doraemon, which had started for a while, back to the beginning, allowing Ninetales to watch it from the beginning. At this moment, Ninetales' mood is a bit complicated. However, before he had time to think much, he was already attracted by the cartoon plot. Half an hour later, Naruto turned off the TV on time, pulled out the memory card, and said goodbye to Ninetales with a smile. Good night, Big Fox, see you tomorrow, watch TV together, goodbye. The same words, as yesterday. After a 3-second pause, Naruto's voice and shadow disappeared. Ninetales wanted to stay, but in the end he couldn't make up his mind to speak. Naruto, who returned to the learning space, started learning as always. Time, Attention passed. For a long time, Naruto resumed his regular life as before. Get up early every day. When most people in Konoha village were still asleep, Naruto had already washed up. Then, after finishing all the chores like washing, cooking, cleaning, Naruto will go out with lunch and dinner lunches to the quiet and deserted forest on the edge of Konoha village. Here, start your own day of practice. The main content of the exercise is physical strengthening training and ninja throwing training, occasionally chakra refinement, and practice of 3-body technique and chakras enhanced application of physical skills. Although the negative influence of the Big Fox's chakra has always existed, in Naruto's persistent practice, it was gradually overcome, and he can already successfully use the 3-body technique. And those chakra enhancement body techniques, which are no less difficult than the 3-body technique, are gradually being mastered by Naruto. In the process of practicing, Naruto will read a book while resting to regain his strength. In the beginning, it was the books that third generation gave him, but after reading it, I went back to the learning space to read it, making full use of every minute and every second. And when the night covers the earth and the moon climbs up the sky, Naruto will end the practice. Passing through Konoha village, which has become quiet due to the darkness, bought the necessary ingredients or ninjas on the way, and then returned to my home to take a bath and sleep, ending a fulfilling day. While the body is asleep, the spirit is still in an active state. Every day, I will watch TV with the Big Fox in the sealed space for about an hour, and then I will return to the study space and start to concentrate on learning. For the people of Konoha village, Naruto has become like the previous year. Become a person with rumors circulating, but not in their field of vision. Although the two are in the same village, their lives will never have any intersection, just like those times that Naruto has experienced in the past. Only this time, Naruto has a clear goal. He practiced hard every day and moved towards his goal. In my heart, there is no confusion at all. In a blink of an eye, spring passed and autumn came, and Naruto was already 5 years old. Chapter 12. 5-year-old Naruto has grown a lot taller. Regular work and rest combined with a reasonable diet structure, coupled with a year of unremitting practice, made him taller and stronger than his peers. And persistent learning has improved Naruto's mind to a great extent, making him not as naive as ordinary children. As the foundation of the ninja, the three-body technique, ninja throwing and body techniques are also very proficient in the master, and can be put into actual combat. For the current Naruto, he can already do the operations that he envied before. According to the evaluation criteria of the ninja school, Naruto at this moment has the strength to become genin. Of course, the theoretical level is still far behind. In this year's practice, Naruto's most outstanding achievement is the growth of chakra. As early as less than half a month after refining chakra, he has exceeded the ordinary Genin's chakra. By now, Naruto has been unable to estimate the extent of his chakra volume. Just know, a lot. Naruto never knows what it feels like to run out of chakra. For a child who is less than 5 years old, being able to achieve such results in a year is already extremely outstanding. Even the grandfather of the third generation as Hokage, after testing Naruto's progress in practice, praised him as a genius and will surely become an excellent ninja in the future. Such recognition makes Naruto very happy. However, Naruto was not proud, so he was lazy. He knew that at this level, he was far from his goal of becoming a ninja that everyone would not dare to despise. And therefore, even if it is already winter, snow was still falling in the sky, reflecting everything in the sky and the earth, and the air was full of icy cold. Naruto was still practicing as usual. After a wave of physical intensive training was over, and when he recovered his physical strength, it was rare for Naruto to not enter the study space to read a book. He sat under the tree and sighed a little worried. It has been a year since the start of the Nine Tails strategy to prevent it from disrupting its chakra control, but it has not made much progress. Since that day, Naruto will show a new TV series to Nine Tails every day, occasionally afraid that Nine Tails will forget the wonderful content that he has watched before, and he will be more impressed by the content that he has watched before. In addition, I also stopped broadcasting several times in short intervals because Tenten's watching TV is bad for my eyesight. Although Nine Tails is upset every time, she has never bowed her head to Naruto. Watching TV series, I want me not to make trouble. With this attitude, Nine Tails and Naruto are in a stalemate. In this situation, it is still not a solution. Naruto is very uncomfortable in this state of practicing ninjutsu with half the effort, and Nine Tails is very uncomfortable every time watching TV, leaving it in a painful and happy state of extreme entanglement. Why don't Nine Tails play basketball videos 24 hours a day? Change to a movie theater level super large screen, then turn on the maximum sound so that it can't be turned off, force it to brainwash it, and do it thoroughly if you lose both sides. At this time, Naruto thought of a funny video he saw the other day. The producer of that video played a basketball video in a loop for more than 10 hours and recorded the whole process. After the event, the spirit was about to collapse. Everything you see is a ball. In the beginning, Naruto didn't understand how this man became like this when he watched playing basketball. Then, Naruto looked at the original video with curiosity, almost blinded. He watched it all the time, let alone the ruthless guy who watched playing basketball for more than 10 hours. What a mental pollution it was. As a result, Naruto felt sincere admiration for the producer of this video, who actually watched it for more than 10 hours. Forget it, this method is too vicious, look back and think of a new method. In an instant, Naruto suppressed the thought. Over the past year, although this big fox is still very uncooperative, let his chakra diverge. But one person and one fox have watched TV together almost every day during the year, and occasionally exchanged views on what they are watching. When there are similar opinions, there are also times when they disagree and argue. Even if you can't be called a friend, you can be considered an acquaintance. For this only acquaintance other than third generation, Naruto felt that there was no need to be so vicious. After resting for a while, when his strength was almost restored, Naruto got up and started climbing the tree. Chakra is attached to his feet, and he runs up the tree trunk from the ground. This is the new practice method that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave to Naruto after testing his ninjutsu practice progress and the amount of chakra a few days ago, which can effectively improve chakra's control ability. After climbing the tree, it is treading water. So far, Naruto has practiced climbing trees for 3 days, and can already climb to the top of this 20-meter high tree. After summing up the experience of success and failure time and time again, Naruto's proficiency is getting higher and higher, and it is not far from complete success. It is estimated that by tonight, the tree climbing practice should be completed. 3rd Hokage has promised Naruto that if he can learn to climb trees and tread water, he will give him some powerful ninjutsu. Because of this, Naruto's repairing power is stronger than usual. Stepping on the tree trunk smoothly, straight up 15 meters all the way at this time Naruto began to become nervous. Although it is not far from the top of the tree, his chakra control ability is already at the limit by this time. Next, Naruto is likely to make mistakes at any time, so he needs to take precautions for himself so as not to fall down and cause problems. But unexpectedly, Naruto walked to the top of the tree in one breath without any problems. "That big fox doesn't seem to bother me," Naruto said in surprise. For Naruto, the biggest enemy when practicing ninjutsu and physique is not whether he can learn it, but always guard against the influence of chakra from the big fox. Only being able to successfully display ninjutsu or physique during the chakra disturbance of the opponent is considered a success in practice. Therefore, after a long time of confrontation, Naruto is extremely sensitive to the big fox's chakra. And now, when climbing the tree, he didn't even feel the chakra of the big fox messing with him. "I tried it again, but still didn't feel that the big fox was making trouble." Naruto's eyes lit up and ran into the sealed space. Chapter 13. In the sealed space, 9 tails lay on the ground. A pair of red vertical pupils looked forward with no focus, and nothing was reflected in their eyes. Its attention did not stay in this space, but looked at the little figure sweating like rain in the snow. "He came here for hundreds of days and nights. There is no one to urge, but there is still no slack, day after day practice. And because of this, from a little devil who didn't know anything, he gradually became a ninja of today's little level. For 9 tails, this kid is still weak, but he has a will to move it." Involuntarily, it remembered the scene where a person and a fox met for the first time. At that time, he tried his best to confuse Naruto, but was defeated by his will. From that day on, 9 tails is sure that Naruto will become a strong one in the future. It was also from that day that 9 tails was first communicated by a human being in an equal position, instead of treating it as an inferior beast. Although, just a kid. This year, the kid knew it was boring, and he took time out every day to watch TV with him, and occasionally argued with him about the plot of the series he watched. This was an experience that 9 tails had never experienced before. Although, the starting point of this kid was just to prevent it from interfering with his chakra. But this still makes 9 tails feel very warm inside. Because, if you just want to achieve this goal, Naruto can definitely find a more direct and effective method. For example, please help from the nasty Konoha shinobi. For Naruto, 9 tails is the only one who can accompany and communicate with each other. But for 9 tails, Naruto is the only human who is willing to communicate with it after so many years. Perhaps, I should have agreed to this kid's request from the beginning. Many times, watching Naruto confront its chakra, and then carefully perform ninjutsu, 9 tails can't help but think so. It's just entangled in my heart, but after all, I can't wipe my face. The day when people and tail beasts can communicate and play freely and equally may really come. Just like you said, it's a blonde and blue-eyed boy, maybe this kid in front of me. He may well be the son of prophecy. Today, Ninetales has finally found a reason to convince herself, if he is the son of prophecy, if this continues, this kid can completely overcome my chakra influence by himself anyway. I continued, but it was a waste of effort, it is better to shake hands and make peace at the beginning. Yes, that's it, I didn't give in because the TV series were so good. It's not because I agree with this human kid. Thinking of this, Ninetales converged its chakra, only confining it to the sealed space. In this way, when Naruto is performing ninjutsu in the future, he will no longer be affected. The chakra in his body does not need to be divided into a large part, used to suppress its chakra and strengthen the seal. In this way, his ninja road can go more smoothly. As expected by Ninetales, it didn't take long for him to converge chakra before the kid entered the sealed space. Naruto glanced at the huge fox with his eyes closed behind the door, seemingly asleep. Knowing that this Tsundere may be insulting face, pretending to sleep. Smile knowingly, don't pierce it. Naruto rushed to the TV and put the memory card, which had become more abundant in the past year, into the player, then turned on the TV and adjusted it to the third episode of Feng Shen List to start playing. After doing all this, Naruto then left the sealed space and continued to practice. Just like the goal set before, the tree climbing is completed, and the next step is to tread water. It just so happened that there was a stream next to the field where Naruto trained. Although it is not deep, it is just right to practice treading water. In the sealed space, Ninetales opened his eyes the moment Naruto disappeared. He glanced at what was broadcast on TV, then glanced at Naruto, who had already started to practice treading water, grinned at the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself, "Well on the road, kid." Then, he looked at it intently. I have been looking forward to it for a year, and at this moment Ninetales feels very satisfied. Now, he can watch the Feng Shen Bang in one go, not only the Feng Shen Bang, but also other TV shows, he can watch them all in one go, no one can interrupt it anymore. Naruto, the controller of its TV remote control, finally abdicated to the virtuous, and now it is the master of all this. On the other side, Naruto also felt that his condition was particularly good. The first is chakra, which suddenly jumped a lot for some reason, and then there is the practice of treading water. Although it is much more difficult than climbing trees, Naruto's progress is rapid. Previously, Naruto estimated that he could practice climbing trees before going home tonight, but now he is confident that he will practice treading water before returning home. It is no longer necessary to cautiously deal with chakra disturbances that may occur at any time. After getting used to this state, Naruto feels like an arm of chakra in his body. Coupled with the previous experience bonus from climbing trees, this made Naruto only fall into the stream 3 times, and he could stand firmly on the water. Although it was very jerky at the beginning, as the practice deepened, it didn't take long to be able to come and go freely on the surface of the water. Oi, the master has already climbed trees and treaded water in advance, and can go and learn new ninjutsu from Grandpa 3rd generation. On the surface of the water, Naruto jumped up happily, and then stood firmly on the surface. At this moment, the sky is almost dark. Although there is still a while away from the usual time to go home, Naruto plans to give herself a vacation after a long time, and go home and change into clean clothes to avoid catching a cold. Then, make a delicious meal to treat yourself. Thinking of this, Naruto tidied up a bit, and then ran back home excitedly. With chakra's support, Naruto is fast. However, it didn't go very far, a sudden situation, but it made Naruto, who was leaping on the tree, stop. On the road not far from Naruto, 3 little boys about his age surrounded a little girl. At this moment, a mocking voice rang from the boy's mouth. I heard that you are the daughter of the Hyuga family, so use a Byakugan to take a look. If you don't do it, don't look here. The disgusting eyes are actually a monster, you Byakugan monster. The girl has short lilac hair with long ears, pure Byakugan eyes, and a beautiful face. Hearing that, a pair of big eyes was involuntarily covered with mist. It's her. Glancing at the girl's somewhat familiar face, Naruto couldn't help but whisper in his heart. Chapter 14. The last time I met this girl was almost 2 years ago. It was also a winter day, and the cold weather combined with snow and wind made Konoha village already quiet. At that time, Naruto had just finished a day of study in the learning space and came out of home to take physical education class. Then, in the corner of Konoha village, which was covered in silver, I met this beautiful girl with pure Byakugan eyes. At that time, wearing a black shirt, she stumbled on the road with a crying voice, and finally sat down on the ground, her face full of hesitation and tears, as if she was lost. Without thinking about it, Naruto decided to send her home. It was also at that time that Naruto learned that this girl was a child of Hyuga's family, and her family had a pair of pure white eyes just like her. Now, more than a year later, Naruto also knows that the day the girl lost her way was the funeral of her uncle Hyuga Hisashi, and that the girl he sent back at the time was actually Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. It's such a careless guy, who is still a famous lady, but was bullied by a few ordinary children. Naruto muttered in his heart. Brush! The sound of breaking wind sounded. Naruto jumped from the tree and landed in front of the girl, separating her from the 3 smirking children. Hey, you 3, is it fun to bully? In the end, Naruto decided to help Hinata. If you want to ask why. Of course, Hinata is cuter than these 3 bad boys. The 3 children were interrupted in their daily activities of happily bullying, and they were all a little upset. After taking a look at Naruto, he laughed. Isn't this the 9-tails monster? The chicken monster is wet all over. Ha ha ha, did the 9-tails monster fall into the water? Why didn't it drown? After all, it's a monster, it has monster power, and it's normal to not drown. They all know Naruto, and their parents have specially warned them about whom they cannot approach. But at this moment, it didn't make a big deal, so I laughed at it. Naruto glanced at himself, really embarrassed. I just finished the practice of treading water, because I fell into the water several times during the practice, and his body was mixed with mud and water, and it looked dirty. No wonder these naive ghosts would laugh at him. Faced with ridicule, Naruto responded directly. Fist quickly and forcefully. After 3 blows, the 3 bear kids couldn't laugh anymore. It hurts my heart. They squatted down slowly, clutching their noses with a bit of nosebleeds, and started crying. It seems that Naruto's training this year has been fruitful. I am not a 9-tails monster. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am a person like you. Remember? Naruto watched them crying quietly. After a while, after they cried enough, Naruto spoke. The 3 raised their heads and looked at Naruto's calm expression. I don't know why, there is no evil, but my heart starts to be scared unconsciously. Remember, wow! The 3 children answered with a crying voice, and when they saw that Naruto no longer looked at them, they cried and turned and ran away. With tears still in the corners of Hyuga Hinata's eyes, he watched this boy who suddenly appeared like a hero and saved her, just like that snowy night long ago. Inexplicably, Hinata was full of peace of mind looking at the not tall figure. It turns out that your name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto-kun, you are really handsome. Listening to the conversation, Hinata knew the boy's name for the first time. The name of Naruto was chanted silently in his heart, stunned. After a while, I suddenly realized that the boy had turned around and looked at her with a pair of calm blue eyes with some interesting expressions. Suddenly, Hinata couldn't help but bowed her head shyly. Immediately, he lifted up again, spoke seriously, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied. Speaking of it, this is the first time that I have formally introduced names to others, and it is very new to Naruto. And the people in the village, after knowing his name and identity, did not look at him strangely. For Naruto, this was the first time they met him. Involuntarily, a smile appeared on Naruto's face. To be honest, this feeling is very good. After laughing, Naruto felt someone approaching here. He raised his head and glanced at the male ninja at the end of the road with pure Byakugan eyes and galloping in a green vest, and said softly, "You are a child from the Hokage family, and you should have the strength far beyond ordinary people. Remember, the next time you encounter this situation, you will hit them severely. The purpose of reading is to allow you to calmly reason with those idiots who can only think with muscles, and the purpose of practicing hard is to allow those idiots who can only think with muscles to listen to your reasoning calmly. I'm leaving, see you next time." After speaking, Naruto jumped onto the nearby tree and quickly disappeared before Hinata's eyes. After a while, Hyuga Tokushima landed in front of Hinata and said nervously, "Miss, are you okay? Why did you sneak out again?" The kid just now couldn't be approached casually. Hinata paid no attention to what his guard was saying, looked at the direction of Naruto's disappearance, and whispered to himself, "See you next time, Naruto-kun." After that day, Hyuga Hayashi, who was in charge of teaching Hinata to practice the secret gentle fist of the Hyuga family, was surprised to find that his daughter, who has always been weak and not interested in the practice of gentle fist, suddenly began to work hard. In addition to finishing his assignments every day, he also has to practice privately. And when I encountered a question that I didn't understand, I no longer only hid it in my heart like before, but took the initiative to ask it. In the end, the results of the additional training were very gratifying. Hinata began to rapidly improve the progress of Gentle Fist's master, and gradually caught up with Hyuga Neji, who is known as a genius, and reached an impressive level. This makes Hayashi very gratified. Although I don't know what made Hinata start to like to practice, this is undoubtedly a good change. It is rare that Hyuga Hayashi, who has always been a strict father, praised Hinata, a daughter who had made him very displeased before. Hinata, who was praised by his father, became more motivated to practice. Naruto-kun thinks that I should have the strength far beyond ordinary people, then I have to work hard to achieve this, to respond to his expectations. This is Hyuga Hinata, the most true thought deep in my heart at this moment. The compliment from his father Hayashi was an unexpected surprise for Hinata. Chapter 15. Naruto returned home and quickly took off his soaked clothes and took a shower. Then, he put on a clean suit, walked into the kitchen humming a song, and started to get busy preparing a rich meal. When third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into Naruto's house, he saw such a scene. "Naruto, have you encountered something happy?" After looking at it quietly for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's soft gaze met Naruto, who came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes with some joyful eyes and opened his mouth with a smile. Of course he knew what happened to Naruto today. At the moment, it's just looking for a topic. He came to Naruto at this time that was not a daily gift of living expenses, but also to fulfill his previous promise to give Naruto ninjutsu. As Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto has shown extraordinary ninja talent. As Hokage, he is certainly happy to see it. Although this child does not have the will to fire, his personality is not bad. Just because he is the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, he should also have a strong combat power, so that he can have enough ability to protect himself. Otherwise, when the seal of Nine Tails goes wrong, it will be a disadvantage for Naruto and the village. "Grandpa, third generation is here, let's have dinner together, but I have learned how to climb trees and tread water. If you don't believe me, I will show you how to perform it. You promised me that ninjutsu should also be given to me." Seeing third generation, Naruto's eyes lit up. Putting the plate in his hand on the table, Naruto happily pulled him to sit at the table regardless of the old man's answer. Then he walked into the kitchen, took off his apron, and took out 2 bowls of rice. The two sat facing each other at the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the food on the table and said with a smile, "Broiled pork, steamed pork ribs, radish stewed beef brisket, lettuce, fried shredded pork, spicy chicken, and stir-fried green vegetables. It's so hearty. Thanks, little Naruto. Since I ate Naruto's hot and sour pork noodles once a year ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen has often come to Naruto to eat rice, so I have a good understanding of these new dishes that are different from traditional cuisine. Of course, in return, Naruto's monthly living expenses are more than before. Naruto didn't care about this. He picked up the bowl and started to eat. Grandpa third generation, eat it, I'm starving to death. Originally cooking so many meals, Naruto also meant to prepare lunch for tomorrow. But now that third generation is here, let's eat together, and it's a big deal to make it tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and watched Naruto quickly sweep the food on the table with a quick but not ugly meal, and then glanced at the clean and tidy environment in the room. I couldn't help but sigh. Although this child is still young, he looks more and more like Minato. The same is good at cooking, the same has the extremely excellent ninja talent, and even looks more and more similar. Looking at Naruto like this, if Minato knew it, it would be relieved. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen also joined the ranks of grabbing food. Hey, Naruto, don't be picky eaters, eat more vegetables. Well-winded, you have to take care of it. You, an old man, don't eat too much meat and be careful not to digest it. In the room, although one or two quarrels sounded from time to time, the atmosphere seemed very warm. I don't know if it was because someone was rushing to eat together. Both Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Hokage, both ate so fragrantly. A large table of dishes was swept away by them. However, the consequences of eating too much are also obvious. At this moment, both of them are sitting there lazily with their stomachs in their arms, not wanting to move at all. After resting for a while, Naruto got up and went to make a cup of tea for himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After drinking 2 sips of hot tea, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally remembered the business. He took out 2 scrolls from the robe and handed them to Naruto. Then he smiled and said, Naruto, I tested the chakra attributes for you some time ago. You are a chakra with wind attributes. This is the ninjutsu scroll of shadow clone technique and wind style. Great breakthrough. Now that you have learned to tread water and climb trees, I will teach you this ninjutsu. If you don't understand anything, you can come to Hokage's office to ask me for advice. Naruto took the scroll and thanked him, thank you Grandpa third generation. Then he couldn't wait to look at it. Sarutobi Hiruzen told him that there is some common sense about the practice of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu has 5 attributes, yin and yang, water, fire, wind, and earth. Except for those non-attribute ninjutsu, the rest can only be practiced with corresponding attributes. And his attribute is tested as wind attribute with chakra test paper, except for the non-attribute general ninjutsu like shadow clone technique, only wind attribute can be practiced. And if you want to learn other attributes of ninjutsu, you need to cultivate the chakra attributes that you don't have. But that's the practice content that won't be involved until you reach the level of Jainin. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and looked at Naruto who was in a state of concentration. He chuckled and left without disturbing him. And Naruto, after watching the 2 types of ninjutsu, began to experiment according to the content described in the scroll. The first is the shadow clone technique, combined with chakra's flowing seal. After a bang of smoke cleared, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared next to Naruto, who was looking at him curiously. The two looked at each other for a moment. Naruto released the clone, and then got a short memory of seeing himself from another perspective. Shadow clone is really amazing. It can be used to help fights, and it can also be used to learn some non-physical knowledge, but I am a genius who succeeded in practicing once. Before practicing ninjutsu was so slow, it was all a big fox's pot. Naruto touched his chin and couldn't help but feel a little happy. But not long after he was happy, Naruto glanced at the time, and decisively climbed onto the bed and lay down. Wind-style ninjutsu will practice tomorrow. If you can't use it at home, it's almost time to go to bed. The big fox that had been messing around was finally at peace. On the way home, he taught a few bear children who didn't have long eyes, and met Hinata, who had never looked at him with strange eyes after he knew his name. He was also taught ninjutsu by Grandpa third generation, and he successfully practiced shadow clone technique once more. Although all the good things have been encountered today, it is still the same sentence, and now is not the time to relax. There is still a long way to go before his goal of becoming a powerful ninja that no one dares to despise, and he needs to continue to work hard. After falling asleep, Naruto came to the sealed space before routine study. Chapter 16. When Naruto entered the sealed space, Ninetales was watching a drama intoxicated. Look, naturally it is the Feng Shen list. Naruto can infer from the number of episodes that the other party is currently watching. This big fox has never stopped seeing it since he got the remote control. Yo, big fox, good evening. Naruto greeted Ninetales. Smelly boy, good evening. Ninetales didn't move his eyes away from the TV, but returned Naruto in a perfunctory tone. In fact, Ninetales, who is addicted to TV dramas, does not want to talk to Naruto at all. But it knows that if he ignores this kid, he will definitely talk to himself reluctantly, which will delay it from watching the drama, so it is easier to respond first. Naruto frowned, ran a few steps, went to the TV, and hit pause. Then, he said dissatisfied, Big Fox, has no one taught you? You have to be attentive when you talk to people. This is a sign of politeness and respect. Ninetales' expression stagnated. It didn't expect that it would be preached by a kid. I just wanted to get angry, but after thinking about it, continuing to argue with this kid would waste more time and delay him from watching the show, so he restrained his anger and said seriously to Naruto, Good evening. Seeing this, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, and then smiled and said seriously, From today, let's be friends. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto, what is your name? Naruto's thinking is simple, since the big fox is no longer fighting against him, and living in his body, the two get along day and night, and they should become friends. Ninetales stared at the serious expression on the little figure's face, her gaze in a trance, as if she had seen the figure of the old man who once gave them life to the tail beast. It was the only one who would not look at them in a different way, and treat them as human beings who can communicate with lives on an equal footing. Unfortunately, he died. Since then, no humans have looked at them and these tail beasts. And now, after 1,000 years, there is finally another human being who solemnly asks its name. After a moment of silence, it said, My name is Kurama. Although it doesn't like others mentioning its name, it still speaks at the moment, telling it to the human kid in front of it. So you are not called Ninetales, Kurama? Well, I remember it. Naruto smiled. At this moment, Naruto was very happy, he finally had a serious friend. Although this friend is a fox, Naruto doesn't care. They are all wise beings, and no one is more noble than anyone else. Kurama, wait for me, I'll be right back. After speaking, Naruto left the sealed space. Kurama didn't care about Naruto's disappearance. After moving, it was more interesting to watch the drama. However, before Kurama took the remote control to continue watching the show, he saw Naruto, who had just disappeared, reappeared. When he reappeared, Naruto brought another TV and game console he had placed in the study space. Come to play games, Contra, Super Mario, Crimson Fortress, Double Dragon, these are all fun. Naruto smiled and invited Kurama. These games are two-player games. Although Naruto has played for a long time, he has never cleared them because no one cooperates. Now that he has friends, Naruto thought of asking him to play together. Kurama dismissed Naruto's invitation. What's so fun about your game? I want to watch the show. Don't disturb me, Naruto. We play our own games. 10 minutes later. Naruto, how did you get 30 lives? Sure enough, no intelligent creature can escape the law of true fragrance. Naruto mocked, but still told Kurama the secret of Baba up, down, left, and right of Contra. Wow, finally passed. The old man is still good. I don't know how long it took, Naruto and Kurama teamed up with one person and one fox. From unfamiliar to proficient, they finally cooperated to clear the Contra. Suddenly, one person and one fox clapped and cheered. Naruto took the opportunity to hold the fluffy little fox next to him in his arms for a while. At this moment, Kurama used chakra to infiltrate the entertainment room outside the sealed gate to facilitate the game, condensing a clone about the height of Naruto. When the consciousness is placed on the body is directly sleeping. This avatar and Naruto lie on the sofa, holding the handle to play the game. After reducing the size of Kurama, his expression is quiet and not hideous. He is a very cute little fox, and has the same touch as the body, which makes Naruto a little bit fond of wanting to lick the fox. It's a pity that foxes will blow up their fur. At this moment, while Kurama was happy, Naruto had a good time. Until Kurama came back to his senses, Ichio impatiently kicked Naruto away. Hey, Naruto, don't you study today? After resting for a while, Kurama asked. Several hours have passed now, and Naruto's usual entertainment time has already passed. Normally, he should have gone to study long ago, but now he is playing games with him here. Although the game is fun and it is fun to play with Naruto, Kurama still reminds me. He didn't want his Jinchuriki playthings to lose his mind. After all, he was just a human kid, and there were a lot of things to learn, not like him doing nothing all day. Even he studied for a long time when he was young. When I took the game console before, I divided a shadow clone to study. Naruto glanced at Kurama, and replied somewhat unsatisfactorily. I really want to continue playing the fox. It has an extraordinary feel. Kurama heard that since Naruto knew it, it stopped saying anything. So, the game continued, the two began to become plumbers, and began to work hard to save the princess, Super Mario. This play, it is already dawn. Although the level has not been cleared yet, Naruto chose to stop the game. At this time, the body has almost rested. I came in to play with you when I was resting between practice. Naruto said with a smile, and then left the sealed space. After returning to the learning space, Naruto disarmed Shadow Clone. I felt dizzy, and there was a lot of memory of learning knowledge in my mind. It took a while before Naruto merged these memories. Practice has proved that Naruto's current limit is a Shadow Clone-assisted knowledge-based learning for non-physical exercises. Maybe it will be able to bear more in the future, but now it is not. So he chose to leave this clone in the study space for 24 hours to study, so that he could learn faster. The spare time is used to learn other things or play games, watch the drama and relax. There is a way to relax, nothing more than that. Another clone was studying here, and then Naruto left the study space. After preparing today's lunch box, Naruto went out and went to the training venue he often went to. Chapter 17. Today, Naruto's training project is the ninjutsu, Wind-style Great Breakthrough. The difficulty of learning ninjutsu itself is only sea level, so the power is not too big. After successfully using ninjutsu, you can spit out a gust of wind from your mouth to disperse the enemy's attack. It is a good choice to be used as an entry-level practice for attribute ninjutsu. After Naruto came to the training site, he first read through the ninjutsu recorded on the scroll, and then cautiously began to use the ninjutsu with the flow of chakra. Yesterday, he felt that he was a genius and he didn't make a mistake. Only the first time he tried, he successfully used this ninjutsu, blowing a gust of wind from his mouth. Suddenly, this training ground flew sand and rocks and smoke and dust splashed everywhere. And above the big tree some distance from Naruto, because of the sudden gust of wind, the leaves driven by it danced wildly, making a violent shaking and breaking wind. It can be used, but it takes too long to get printed. The next step is to practice it more proficiently, and release it in the shortest time, so that it can be applied in actual combat. This thought flashed in his mind, and then Naruto began to uninterruptedly brush up the proficiency of wind-style Great Breakthrough. Uninterrupted learning in the learning space, although it does not seem to help him improve his combat effectiveness at present, it has allowed Naruto to learn how to think and how to use methodology to understand the world. And this is the biggest gain for Naruto from learning. Chakra consumed by practicing ninjutsu is nothing to Naruto, but after using ninjutsu many times, her mouth hurts a bit. And the effect is also obvious, in the practice of using and reflecting on how to improve the release speed. Compared with the first half a minute to use ninjutsu, Naruto is now so proficient that it can be used within half a second, reaching the limit of this technique. This ninjutsu has reached the most perfect state. Although there is no room for improvement in practice, the cost performance is too low. Looking back to find Grandpa third generation to learn a new ninjutsu, he needs to be more powerful than this wind-style ninjutsu. Since he is known as a doctor of ninjutsu, he should know a lot of ninjutsu. After thinking about it, Naruto thought of what third generation had said during a chat with him, and made a decision. So Naruto stopped practicing ninjutsu and started physical strengthening training. When his energy was exhausted, Naruto entered the sealed space. Seeing Naruto coming in, Kurama's eyes lit up. While lying on the sofa watching TV, he decisively paused the TV series, then picked up the gamepad and looked at Naruto expectantly, waiting for him to come together and become a plumber to join hands to rescue the princess. In one night, Kurama has already experienced the charm of the game. That is a kind of attraction, no less than TV drama. Especially when playing games, you can cooperate and interact with Naruto. Although the TV is very good looking, for Kurama, playing games with Naruto is a happier thing for him. There is not much to say between one person and one fox, but the relationship keeps getting closer in the process. The lonely Naruto and the equally lonely Kurama, in this kind of getting along, continue to give each other more warmth. However, Naruto's self-control is very strong, although the game is very fun, but he will never affect his practice because of this. After his physical strength is restored, he will not delay for a second, decisively pause the game, and go out to continue training. Although Kurama also wanted to clear the game in one go, he never delayed Naruto to do more important things for him at this moment because of his own desires. Good mentor and helpful friend, nothing more than that. Playing games with Kurama when the physical exercise exhausted his physical strength and regained his physical strength. The physical strength recovered and the cycle of continuing exercise was quickly reached dusk. Today, Naruto still has no plans to practice late at night. He decided to go to the Hokage building to find Grandpa third generation and learn more powerful wind-style ninjutsu from him. Kurama stopped Naruto and called him into the sealed space. Naruto, don't learn those useless ninjutsu. As a Jinchuriki, the most important thing is to learn to use my power. As long as you can learn to use my power, you can quickly reach or even surpass those who have a reputation. The level of a ninja. On the sofa, Kurama stopped the TV show and turned to say to Naruto. Naruto's head is full of question marks. In order to understand Nine Tails, Naruto, who went to Konoha library to look through his materials, knew that when the opponent appeared last time, he destroyed most of Konoha and caused extremely heavy casualties. It was fourth Hokage who saved his life and sealed him. He admitted that this fox is indeed very strong. Master, with all his power, Naruto feels a little credible to become a ninja comparable to the shadows. But to say that as long as the master's strength can surpass the shadow, Naruto felt that he was bragging. Otherwise, why is this big fox sealed in his body? Looking at Naruto's expression, Kurama knew what he was thinking. Involuntarily, Kurama recalled the scene of his first meeting with Naruto. Then, a little embarrassed and angry, he roared, I was restrained by the sealing technique. Otherwise, if it is only hard power, there is no stronger existence in the entire ninja world than me. Seeing that Naruto still didn't believe it, he raised his paw and made a fist and said to Naruto, "Come on, stretch out your fist." Naruto stretched out his hand suspiciously, and touched the cute little fist of Mini Nine Tails. In an instant, Naruto felt the world spin and appeared in an unfamiliar wilderness. When he looked at himself a little, he found that he had become a huge fox with 9 tails. Is this Kurama's perspective? The earth at this moment became a lot smaller in Naruto's eyes, and the lush forests only reached his waist as he was squatting. In the distance, dense figures began to appear. They were one of the many ninjas with Cloud Shinobi Forward Protector. They were holding chains, led by the 2 powerful ninjas, trying to capture Kurama, the big fox. After that, Naruto felt his body move at an uncontrolled high speed. A few vertical leaps, claws flying, and tail sweeping tore a large number of ninjas to pieces. Only the 2 ninjas in the lead ran into Kurama's mouth and barely escaped. But then, he swallowed it into his stomach. Immediately afterwards, Kurama raised his head to the sky and screamed. A huge black ball appeared on his mouth. Then, the black ball spouted toward the ground, and suddenly there was an earth-shattering explosion. When the explosion subsided, the surrounding land had been completely changed, and the forest that was once turned into a desert. Chapter 18. The battle scene is over here. After returning to his senses, Naruto found that his body had changed. In the mirror not far away, Naruto's appearance was reflected at this moment. His whole body was covered by a layer of rich golden light, large pieces of jade mark appeared on his clothes, and patterns appeared on his face. What changed was not only the appearance, but also a powerful force beyond his imagination. He has a feeling that as long as he uses this power, he can create the effect of a map cannon that can easily change a large area of terrain that he saw through Kurama's memory just now. V15 recharges successful. A nonsensical thought suddenly popped into Naruto's mind. But this is not unreasonable. This gorgeous golden appearance is indeed very similar to the appearance of some games he has played after recharging. At this time, Kurama looked at the glittering Naruto triumphantly, and smiled. How do you feel the power of this, uncle? This is the Kurama Chakra mode after you can fully use my power. Having said that, Kurama looked at Naruto expectantly, and waited for the little devil who underestimated him to be shocked, and began to praise him crazily. However, Naruto's focus is obviously not here, he said with a little scared shock, you can eat people. My uncle doesn't eat people. Our tail beasts don't need to eat. I vomited those 2 people out not long after the battle. Kurama said a little uncomfortable when he didn't hear what he wanted to hear. The 2 ninjas called Goldenhorn and Silverhorn were swallowed by him and forgot. He didn't expect that they didn't die. Instead, they ate his internal organs and survived, making him spit them out in pain. Of course, he wouldn't tell Naruto about such a shameful thing. At this moment, Naruto and Kurama's chakra are still connected, and he can feel that he is not lying, so he is relieved. Raising his hands and looking at it, Naruto asked curiously, this power is indeed very powerful. I feel like it can be used now. Why do you still need me to learn how to use it? Kurama explained, this is my chakra after all. Now I help you control it. If you don't exert all your strength, otherwise you will be unable to control the oppressed consciousness and run away, just like this. While talking, Kurama recovered most of the chakra linked to Naruto, leaving only a very small part. Afterwards, Naruto felt the golden light on her body dissipate and turned into a red chakra coat in the shape of a fox with a tail behind him. When this coat of tail beast appeared, Naruto felt that his consciousness had been oppressed by a strong force, and the negative emotions in his heart began to emerge crazily involuntarily. Fortunately, this is still within Naruto's acceptable range. Naruto's strong sense firmly controlled his emotions, and after a period of accustom to it, he was completely indifferent. Seeing this, Kurama sent another part of chakra, and the tails behind Naruto became 2. The Naruto with 2 tails is still fine, but after adding 3, there is a noticeable change. This time, although Naruto did not lose his sanity, he could clearly feel that the string called sanity was breaking. In addition, these chakras are still corroding Naruto's body, his skin has been burned by the violent chakra, revealing blood-red muscles. Seeing this, Kurama suppressed Naruto a little bit. Without the corrosive force, Naruto's body quickly repaired under the action of Kurama chakra. Seeing that Naruto is okay, Kurama explained, although our chakra is linked, I can help you control it at ordinary times. It's okay to fight for you in an emergency, and I can use my full strength. But most of the time I also want to watch dramas and play games, it is impossible to separate too much attention. And sometimes I will experience interruption of consciousness like sleeping. At that time, if you want to use my power, you need to control it yourself. And when you can fully master my power, you can also use malicious perception and tail beastization to use the big black ball you just saw, which is the skill of tailed beast bomb. And because you are Jinkraki, you can use your own and my power at the same time, so you will become stronger than when I was at the peak. Having said that, Naruto understood the reason. However, this did not affect Naruto's view of the big fox. He despised, of course I understand that the most reliable person is always himself, but you are really lazy enough. I suspect that you will go on like this sooner or later. It will become a house fox whose seal is completely opened and never want to go out. Hearing that, Kurama thought for a moment. It seems that this is the case. I used to change the way I wanted to escape from prison. Now even if Naruto drove him away, he probably didn't want to leave. There is no such good-looking TV series and game to play in other places, and there is no such friend as Naruto who can make friends with him. Humph! With a cold snort, Kurama was said to be the main thing. An angry Kurama flew up and kicked Naruto out of the sealed space. Opening his eyes, Naruto was a little upset. The big fox kicked him for no reason. Naruto took this hatred. Naruto decided not to update the video library from now on. After Kurama has read the contents of the film and television library, he must apologize and be sincere, and then he will be a pillow for the day, so that he will forgive the dead fox. Thinking about this, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Continue to practice. Getting up from the ground, Naruto continued to practice. The path to become stronger is already clear. Try to improve your will and body to the point where you can fully bear the power of Kurama and have power beyond shadow. The best way to improve your will and body is of course to continue the extremely painful process of strengthening your physical strength. Constantly breaking through the limits of the body and spirit is the way to quickly strengthen the body and will, but the average person does not have such a strong perseverance, and there is no body that can bear it. Naruto clearly sees the powerful recovery effect of Kurama Chakra just now. This also made him understand one thing. He has far underestimated his physical potential. Compared to his physical potential, his current physical strength training intensity can be regarded as not worth mentioning. With Kurama's powerful logistics to provide resilience, he can completely increase the intensity and amount of training by at least 5 times on the basis of the present. So, from this day on, Naruto began a high-intensity physical training journey. Fully implement the practice policy of practicing as long as you don't die, unshakable. In this process, the time flies, 3 months have passed. Chapter 19. It was still the familiar training ground, and Naruto was cultivating in full swing. It's just that Naruto is not the only one practicing this time. He also has 21 shadow clones in total. The main body is undergoing physical strengthening training that cannot be replaced by shadow clone. 2 shadow clones are fighting to increase the physical experience in actual combat. The 2 shadow clone were practicing ninja throwing, and they kept hitting the bullseye with various ninjas. Among the remaining clones, 8 are practicing the wind-style ninjutsu just taught by Grandpa 3rd generation. The other 8 are holding leaves in their hands, and in accordance with the method taught by Grandpa 3rd generation, they control their own chakra to cut them open to exercise chakra's nature transformation. And the last one was stepping on the surface of a stream not far away, and was focusing on fishing, preparing for dinner. Recently, due to the crazy increase in exercise intensity, Naruto's physical exertion is also increasing. The most obvious consequence of this is that his share of living expenses, which far exceeds that of other orphans, is not enough to eat, and it usually takes only 10 days to spend all of it. It is obviously unrealistic to find third generation. The village's funds are also very limited. His living expenses are already higher than other orphans. For this reason, Naruto can only solve the funding gap for this part of the food by himself. And his method is very simple, relying on mountains to eat mountains and water to draft, fishing in the water, and collecting wild fruits, wild vegetables, mushrooms and fungus in the woods can fully satisfy his food needs. Sometimes, some medicinal materials such as ginseng, ganoderma, wolfberry, which can nourish chi and blood, can be collected, which can supplement the consumption in his practice. Let Shadow Clone do this without delaying his practice, it's just a little more tiring. And fatigue is the least important thing to Naruto. When he can't bear it, Naruto will choose to hide in the learning space that can continue to help him recover without sleeping, and choose some books of interest to read. Although this kind of life seems to be hard for outsiders, Naruto enjoys it. For 3 months, Naruto could truly feel that he was becoming stronger every day. After practicing the cultivation policy of practicing as long as he can't die, he is progressing at a speed beyond his own imagination, both physically and mentally. The most obvious is that the number of shadow clone that he can separate is exponentially increasing. In addition to the shadow clone, who practiced various practices in the training ground, Naruto also left 2 shadow clone in the learning space to study various subjects in order to enrich his knowledge. If it weren't for being insane about receiving too much information, Naruto would like to divide it into a few more. Although Kurama had previously suggested that Naruto specialize in learning the master's power, as long as he completes the master, he can become a powerful ninja. But only incompetent people can make choices, and those who are capable have all the choices. Therefore, the path Naruto has to follow is ninjutsu, physique, and Kurama's power. All 3 must be grasped, and all 3 must be hard, and finally become an almighty ninja with no shortcomings. I was immersed in the practice, and time went on very quickly. Soon, it was dusk. Naruto unlocked all the shadow clone, and a huge amount of information rushed into his mind, which made Naruto dizzy for a long time before digesting all the information feedback from the shadow clone. The 2 newly acquired wind-style ninjutsu, the attack ninjutsu wind-style split wind palm and the ninjutsu that assists in increasing the speed of movement, the training of wind-style Hayate has become perfect. The progress of Chakra's nature transformation master has also improved a lot, barely able to cut the leaves. In addition to the actual combat application experience of physical skills has also improved. Tomorrow, the body will be practicing. The instinct of integrating Shadow Clone's combat experience into the body is perfect. Another fulfilling day. Naruto sighed, and sat down by the fire beside him, picking up the food prepared by Shadow Clone and preparing to eat it to replenish his energy. Then, Naruto, who had just picked up a grilled fish, inadvertently saw a hedgehog-headed boy who was about the same age as him, with a gloomy face, and wearing a grey coat and white shorts walking from a short distance. As if feeling Naruto's gaze, the little boy with the hedgehog's gaze swept over. Naruto stared at him, an uncomfortable feeling in his heart could not help. And this kind of discomfort is also mixed with some complex emotions of familiarity and closeness that don't know where it comes from. Humph! In coincidence, Naruto and the boy snorted at the same time. Sasuke didn't know why, but looking at this young man with yellow hair and a black shirt, the calm expression was extremely upset. He obviously doesn't like contact with strangers, so he involuntarily approached him and said with a cold face, "Hey, who are you? Why are you staying near my Uchiha home? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, this is a public area of Konoha village, and I have been practicing here a year and 3 months ago." Uchiha, is it the Uchiha of the police force? Facing the opponent's unfriendly tone, Naruto was calm and not angry. Holding the principle of being kind to others, he answered the other party's question and asked a question back to satisfy his curiosity and give the other party an interactive topic by the way. After answering, Naruto was ready to be cold-eyed by the other party, and also ready to beat the other party so as not to waste his time. He will be kind to others, but if the other party doesn't appreciate it, then don't blame him. However, the cold eyes that Naruto expected did not come. The other party looked around curiously, and saw the many traces of throwing and ninjutsu practice. It was not like an effect that a person of his age could create. But it's not completely impossible. After all, Sasuke's brother is a genius. What made Sasuke more comfortable was that Naruto did not treat him like other people in Konoha village. After learning that he was a member of the Uchiha clan, he looked disgusted, as if he saw the god of plague. Naruto, is that kid called a demon fox? Thinking of what happened to Naruto in the village, it was worse than Uchiha. After all, their Uchiha is a powerful ninja, but Naruto is just an orphan with no shelter. They are all alone. Involuntarily, Sasuke developed some empathy. Putting away the aggressive, Sasuke showed Naruto the group fan clan emblem behind him, and said with a little pride, "There is only one Uchiha family in the entire ninja world, and Konoha. My name is Sasuke and Uchiha Sasuke." Chapter 20. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto chewed the name in his mouth, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Involuntarily, Naruto recalled the last Byakugan girl Hokage Hinata who didn't treat him coldly after hearing his name, and also chose to exchange his name with him. Then, Naruto handed the grilled fish that had just been grilled in his hand, and the temperature was moderate to Sasuke, who had already sat down on another rock not far from him. "Are you grilled fish? I made it. It should taste good." Looking at Naruto and looking at his sincere blue eyes, Sasuke did not refuse. After taking it, Sasuke took a bite without any hope. Sasuke couldn't help but widen his eyes, and said in shock, "This grilled fish is crispy and delicious. The last time I had such a delicious grilled fish. My brother made the fish." After sighing, Sasuke felt a little embarrassed to be so. He turned his head in embarrassment to prevent Naruto from seeing his flushed cheeks. Is it another tsundere who is not frank? Naruto was a little happy when he heard the other party admire his cooking skills. For Naruto, this can be regarded as an approval. But looking at Sasuke like this, Naruto couldn't help but think of the house fox in his stomach, who was lying motionless on the sofa all day, doing nothing except watching dramas and playing games. If it hadn't been for the house fox to eat, he might have gained a lot of weight. This person, Yuhu, had a surprisingly similar look and temperament when he was in tsundere. At this moment, Naruto can almost think of the shame that Sasuke will be crazy to say that it is really sent in the future. However, Naruto didn't try to pierce him. Because third-generation items occasionally come to eat rice, Naruto has spare tableware. I filled a bowl of mushroom soup with wild vegetables, handed it to Sasuke, and followed the other's words softly and said, "Take a mouthful of the soup, you will be thirsty if you just eat grilled fish, besides, who is your brother?" Seeing Naruto mentioned Itachi, Sasuke suddenly became energetic. After taking a sip of the soup, Sasuke sighed with emotion. Then, he began to talk endlessly, "Let me tell you, my brother is Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, he is a genius ninja, he graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, and now..." Naruto was eating grilled fish and drinking mushroom soup while listening to Sasuke blowing his brother up into the sky. From this, Naruto learned that Itachi is also very good at cooking, and used to cook various delicious seafood feasts for him. However, Itachi has joined the mysterious Anbu organization not long ago and has become an elite. Anbu performs confidential tasks in various places in order to protect the village. The reason why Sasuke is unhappy is that Itachi Ming promised to accompany him to practice shuriken not long ago, but he broke his promise, and Sasuke can only practice by himself today. This makes Sasuke very upset. After the practice, Sasuke, who was in a bad mood, wandered around the family land. After that, I wandered into the woods, which was not a short distance from the Uchiha clan, and saw Naruto. This is also the reason why Sasuke thought that he met Naruto near the clan land at the beginning. Itachi is amazing. After listening to Sasuke, Naruto also sighed with emotion. Sasuke's elder brother Itachi is only 11 years old at the moment, but he has become Anbu's elite ninja, and he is an extremely talented ninja no matter what. Hearing that Naruto also agrees with his brother Itachi, Sasuke couldn't help but become more enthusiastic about Naruto, and already regarded him as a friend in his heart. At the beginning of the first meeting, the uncomfortableness of unknown origin has long been thrown by him to do not know where. When they were chatting, the two had finished their supper. Sasuke helped Naruto clean up the tableware, and originally planned to continue chatting with his new friend, Naruto. But seeing the sky, Sasuke's complexion suddenly changed. Naruto, I'm leaving now. It's getting late. Mom and Dad should be at home waiting for me to have dinner, and I will come here to see you tomorrow. With that, Sasuke waved and ran away. Good. Replied in the affirmative. Naruto looked at Sasuke's disappearing back, with mixed feelings. Mom and Dad. I have never seen it before, and I don't know what it looks like. Grandpa third generation had already told him that his parents were heroes who protected Konoha from death. There was a moment of silence, and Naruto didn't think too much. They are all dead anyway, even if it makes sense to know what they look like. In addition to practicing today, I also met new friends. It was a good day, Naruto was convinced in his heart. After a short rest, he began to practice again. It's still early, at least 2 more hours of practice before Naruto usually goes home. For Naruto, the so-called home has become a place purely for sleeping, and he spends most of his day in this training ground. Early the next morning, Sasuke arrived as expected and arrived at the training ground almost at the same time as Naruto. He was fully armed, with a ninja and a bento. It seemed that not only came to play with Naruto, but also wanted to practice together. Yo, early Sasuke. Naruto put down some seasonings and ingredients he brought, and said hello to Sasuke. Morning, Naruto. Sasuke also greeted Naruto. Then, after putting down the lunchbox, he wanted to compete with Naruto. Yesterday, through the traces left in this training ground, Sasuke judged that Naruto is not weak, and this is a big reason why he can easily identify with Naruto. Otherwise, Sasuke is alone. As an elite Uchiha clan, he will not make friends with an ordinary person at will. Naruto, come and me. However, before Sasuke's challenge was finished, he saw Naruto make a seal. Then, smoke burst out on the entire training ground, and more than 20 figures identical to Naruto appeared. As soon as these figures appeared, they were in their respective positions. They should practice ninjutsu, cut leaves, should practice ninjutsu, and catch fish, and started to get busy in an orderly manner. As for Naruto's body, he glanced at Sasuke with a surprised look, and smiled and said, "This is the shadow clone technique, which can help with some non-physical experience-based training." I didn't hear clearly just now. Sasuke, what do you want to say? Looking at those shadow clones who had already started practicing, Sasuke's cheeks flushed. Although I already knew that Naruto was very strong, I didn't expect that he was so strong that he could divide so many shadow clone in one breath. Of course he knew shadow clone, but he didn't expect a guy as old as his age to be able to separate so many, and it seems to be able to do so, not the limit. This new friend is so good, it makes Sasuke feel a little uncomfortable. However, he didn't feel jealous or abandon himself because of it, but instead aroused fighting spirit. No matter how I say I am a member of the Uchiha clan, how can I let this guy surpass it? He glanced at Naruto and raised his hand to challenge. Naruto, let's do physical exercises. On this day, Sasuke was beaten badly. Chapter 21. Faced with Sasuke's challenge, Naruto did not refuse. Except for the last time he beat up the 3 naive ghosts who bullied Hinata, he had never fought seriously. Sasuke was born in the Uchiha family and was taught by his parents and elder brothers. He should be very good in physical skills and is a good opponent. Then, when the battle started, Naruto found that he had overestimated Sasuke. Although Sasuke's actual combat experience is good, his physical fitness and chakra volume without Sharingan are far worse than those of Naruto, who trains hard every day. During the high-intensity physical battle, Sasuke Chakra's physical strength quickly bottomed out, but Naruto didn't even breathe. Except for Sasuke who had the upper hand at the beginning, he was squeezed and beaten by Naruto the whole time. In the end, the battle hit Sasuke with a punch from Naruto, knocking him out and completing the first victory. Although Naruto retreated his last punch, it still made Sasuke retching. Faced with this situation, Sasuke is of course unwilling. He is a genius from the elite Uchiha clan, how could he be defeated by an ordinary civilian child? After resting for a while, he challenged Naruto at Jado. Of course, the result was the same. In the end, it was Sasuke who was knocked out, and even because Naruto began to apply his usual physical training experience more in actual combat, he lost faster. Sasuke is not a person who gives up easily. Failure makes him more motivated, challenging Naruto again and again. Naruto also had no reason to refuse the sparring. Then, Sasuke was beaten all day. Except for eating and resting to regain strength, I have never stopped. At dusk, the two finished their practice. Today, Naruto did not make grilled fish, but cooked a pot of fish soup with wild vegetables and grilled the 3 hares that he had hit. The two sat by the fire to eat dinner, and one took a rabbit to feast on. At this moment, Naruto was a little dirty, but there was nothing wrong with it, and Sasuke's fair and handsome face became a little ugly at this time, full of miserable appearances of bruising and purple after being beaten. Of course, even if he was beaten like this, Sasuke was not angry with Naruto. To say why, this is also the consequence of his proactive challenge, but his lack of strength. This result stimulated Sasuke's fighting spirit, and then produced a stronger repair action. Although it hurts a bit, I can clearly feel that my physique has improved a lot. Sasuke said to Naruto who was sitting next to him while eating. The pressure from Naruto stimulated Sasuke's potential, making him more and more flexible in physical combat, and even used many wonderful operations that he would never have thought of. I also feel that I have gained a lot. Naruto replied with a smile. Then, with his eyes rolling, Naruto said again, I heard that your Uchiha clan has very strong shurikens. Tomorrow you will teach me to practice shurikens. In return, I will teach you a practice trick. Good. Sasuke didn't think much, and agreed directly. Today it was just a physical battle. Naruto didn't use Shadow Clone and Wind style ninjutsu, otherwise he would lose even worse. Obviously they are about the same age, and they are not practicing anything special, but the opponent's overall strength exceeds him by so much, which must have special cultivation skills. Seeing Sasuke's promise, Naruto didn't sell it. After eating, he wiped his hands and began to explain to Sasuke in detail. I don't know if you have noticed that when you were in a physical exercise battle with me, after a failure, after a short break, you recovered your strength and rushed over to challenge me. Hearing what Naruto said, Sasuke thought for a while, as if it was really the case. Then he asked, is there anything wrong with this? Whether it's physique or ninjutsu, or battle experience, it's not all the practice and actual combat of Vice Admiral. It turns into the body's instinct, so the strength can get promoted. Facts have also proved that this truth is correct, and both your and my physical skills have been improved in this process. This principle was taught by Sasuke's father Fugaku, and it is also the practice method used by most ninjas. Naruto nodded and said, what you said is not wrong. Diligence is the most basic condition for success. I am not questioning this. What I want to say is that you have not learned to consciously summarize and reflect on a thing, but rely on your subconscious instinct to summarize and reflect, just like the previous physical skills. Although with diligent practice, your physical skills will improve, but if you are in the process of practicing physical skills, you can summarize the advantages and disadvantages of your physical skills and find out the physical skills. The essence of exercise. Then make improvements, get rid of the bad things, and save the essence, so that you can achieve the effect of practicing with half the effort. When thinking and summarizing, it seems to waste the time of physical training, but the increased efficiency can completely make up for the time consumed by thinking. This principle can be used not only in the practice of physical exercises, but also in the practice of ninjutsu. Just like this wind-style great breakthrough, according to professional statistics, except for those who can't practice it at all, it takes a month for the average person in Genin to learn this ninjutsu, and it takes at least 3 ninjutsu talents. Sky. However, I can learn this ninjutsu after carefully thinking about the principles of ninjutsu after practicing it once. This is the result of thinking and summarizing. While speaking, Naruto closed the seal of wind-style great breakthrough with a gesture that Sasuke could hardly see, and then spewed a gust of wind into the sky to strengthen the persuasiveness of his words. After a pause, Naruto finally concluded, "Anyway, use your brain more." In addition to innate factors, a large part of IQ is the result of acquired training and learning. At this moment, Sasuke was lost in thought. He remembered how his father had taught himself to practice fire-style Great Fireball not long ago. When he learned how to use it for the first time in the future, he barely expelled a small flame. As his brother Itachi, it was also the first time to practice, but he could spit out a great fireball that was several meters in diameter at one time. In addition to the talent for practicing ninjutsu, I'm afraid Naruto's thinking and summarizing to find out the essence of ninjutsu is the biggest reason. In Sasuke's understanding, his brother Itachi is indeed a person who likes to think. Analyzing Naruto's words based on what he saw and heard, he felt more and more reasonable, and he began to approve from the bottom of his heart that he should think more about and summarize the essence of things. However, he still doesn't know how to implement this point of view. Facing Sasuke's expectant look, Naruto smiled and uttered 3 words, "Read more." Chapter 22. Uchiha Itachi just finished his day at Anbu and walked to the door of his house. Immediately, he saw his younger brother Sasuke, walking from the other direction with a look of contemplation. There are many bruises on his face, which are shot out at first glance. Seeing this, Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a killing intent was brewing in his heart. But in an instant, he regained his smile, and greeted his younger brother who had approached him in a soft voice, "Sasuke, you are back, where did you go to play today?" Seeing his favorite brother, Sasuke instantly put the question he was thinking about and greeted him with a smile. "Brother, listen to me. I met a new friend yesterday. Today I went to practice with him. His physical skills are really good. I want to beat him, but I keep losing." While talking, Sasuke took Itachi and walked into the house. "I'm back." The voices of the 2 brothers sounded in unison. Uchiha Mikoto, the two's mother, poked her head out of the kitchen, with a gentle smile on her beautiful cheeks and said, "Welcome home, Itachi, Sasuke, you guys go wash first, dinner will be ready soon." "I have already eaten. Brother, Naruto's cooking is delicious." In response, Sasuke continued to chat with his brother about Naruto, until the dinner began. Fugaku Mikoto Itachi Sasuke sat around and started eating, without stopping. Listening to Sasuke talking about Naruto, all of them listened quietly, even Fugaku, who was always serious, did not interrupt. Hearing what Sasuke said, Itachi realized that his younger brother had met a friend named Uzumaki Naruto. This friend is not only very strong, will accompany Sasuke to practice, but also cooks deliciously. He also admires Itachi. Today, he also taught Sasuke a practice trick. Uzumaki Naruto? Is it Aunt Kushina's child? Itachi thought in his heart, and cast a questioning look at his mother. He had seen Naruto as a baby in the hospital when he was a child and knew that he was the child of his mother's best friend. Unfortunately, he had already died with her husband 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato during the Nine Tails chaos. Mikoto understood what the eldest son meant, and nodded affirmatively. Fugaku couldn't help but sigh secretly. Their relationship with the 4th generation family was pretty good, but it was a pity that 4th generation died young. Otherwise, how could their Uchiha clan be excluded to this point? Sasuke didn't notice the secret communication between several relatives. After talking about the practice tips that Naruto and he had said, Sasuke smiled and asked his brother, "Brother, do you also learn ninjutsu quickly by thinking and summarizing?" Facing the look in Sasuke's expectation, Itachi smiled dumbly, "That's right, but I just did it subconsciously before, but there is no such a comprehensive theory as Naruto summarized." Sasuke couldn't help but laughed happily after getting his brother's affirmation. The next day, Sasuke had breakfast and was stopped by his mother Mikoto before leaving the house. Mikoto handed him a big bento box, and then smiled softly and said, "Sasuke, take this to eat with Naruto, but you can't always be taken care of by your friends, be careful on the way." Sasuke didn't think much about it, and responded, and took the lunch box and ran out of the house to find Naruto. The two of them practiced until noon. When they had lunch, they opened the bento box given by Mikoto. They were surprised to find that the bento contained sushi, beef, salmon, and other luxurious ingredients made of luxurious ingredients. And the portion is plenty, enough for lunch and dinner for 2 people plus supper. "Wow, it's so rich, Sasuke, your mother is so nice." Naruto couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the dishes made from these high-quality ingredients that he hadn't eaten before. "That is, my mother is #1 in the world. Come and eat quickly. Don't say I always eat free food." Sasuke didn't think much about it, but thought it was his mother's thank you for not letting him be taken care of by Naruto in vain. Greeting Naruto, the two began to feast on. And Naruto didn't think too much, just sighed that the Sasuke family is really good. However, what Sasuke didn't know was that after he had just left the house, Uchiha Fugaku walked out from behind his wife Mikoto, looked at Sasuke's back and side, and said in a low voice, "Now that the relationship between our family and the village is getting more and more tense, we can't approach Jinchuriki at will, causing misunderstandings among the village leaders. Otherwise, the child who should have adopted Naruto can at least not allow him to lead such a hard life." Had it not been for his son Sasuke, who was still young, Sharingan had not been turned on. As Jinchuriki, Naruto also needs some fetters in the village to make him identify with the village enough. Maybe Sasuke will not be allowed to approach Naruto. Mikoto didn't speak, but cried silently. She and Kushina are very good friends. Now her child is in such a situation and should lend a hand. Now she and her child have become good friends, let alone stand by. But in reality, there is often a lot of helplessness. This method can only be used to help that child, at least to allow him to have a good meal occasionally. After this day, Naruto often practiced with Sasuke. Occasionally, when Sasuke learns a new ninjutsu, or when Itachi takes a break, he will not come and will stay with his favorite brother. From Sasuke's mouth, Naruto heard countless stories about Itachi. Occasionally, I will receive some small gifts from Itachi, which are given by Sasuke. Involuntarily, Naruto will also have some curiosity and longing for this character like his brother. It's just that Itachi has been busy, so Naruto has never been able to see it. With new friends besides Kurama, Naruto feels that there is more sunshine in his life. Although still hostile by the people in the village, Naruto is not so sad anymore. Whether a person is good or strong, he will not be liked by everyone. If you can get 1 or 2 confidants in your life, there will be no regrets. This is what Naruto learned from the book and his true feelings. Before he knew it, Naruto had already passed his 6th birthday. This is the first birthday where a friend is accompanied and someone gives him birthday gifts and birthday wishes. On an ordinary night in spring, Naruto, who had just returned home from practice, unexpectedly saw third Hokage sitting at the table, smoking a cigarette and waiting for him. When Naruto came back, he put out his pipe and handed Naruto a letter. Then, he smiled and said, "Naruto, you have reached the age to enroll. This is the admission notice of the ninja school. You should report to the school on time according to the time on the notice. Where, you will meet new friends and start a new life." Chapter 23. After receiving the admission letter from third Hokage, Naruto was obviously a little excited. The ninjutsu school is a place where ninja skills are cultivated. Where, Naruto will learn the essential knowledge needed to become a ninja, and can also meet future companions. The most important thing is that he can become an official ninja only after graduating from a ninja school. Grandpa third generation, will Sasuke also go to the ninja school? After reading the admission notice twice, he confirmed that the registration time is tomorrow, and he asked Sarutobi Hiruzen expectantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who had always been calm, with such an excited expression, and he was also somewhat relieved. Children should look like children. Yearning for school, like studying, caring about my friends, and getting to know more friends, so that I can grow up healthy and happy. Reaching out and touching Naruto's head, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and stood up and said, "Sasuke will also go, then I'll leave. Little Naruto, go to bed early. Remember to report to the ninja school before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Naruto nodded excitedly, then quickly ran to take a shower, then lay on the bed and closed his eyes and started to sleep. After falling asleep, Naruto entered the sealed space. "Kurama, I can go to the ninja school tomorrow. Tenten stays in Konoha village. You are also very bored. When I graduate and become an official ninja, I will take you to the entire ninja world to see," Naruto said excitedly when he saw the cute orange-skinned Nine-Tails little fox on the sofa watching the show. Kurama obviously didn't understand Naruto's excitement. Kurama can see how hard he has been practicing as a Jinchuriki kid over the years. Even if he didn't borrow his own power, Naruto's strength surpassed Genin's level, and his master Nine-Tails, who has lived for thousands of years, gave instructions on his practice. Why is it so excited to enter a ninja school to train Genin? Moreover, he was very comfortable in this sealed space, not bored at all, and didn't want to see the tired scenery in the ninja world. While watching TV, he casually said, "Oh, I see." This perfunctory look made Naruto extremely upset. When this was a turning point in his life, his reaction was so cold. Glancing at the Pokémon being played on the TV, Pikachu is following Xiaozai in a battle against another Pokémon trainer. It should be a game. Naruto rolled his eyes, sat down next to Kurama, stretched out a handful of fox fur, attracted a little attention from the other person, and then smiled and asked, "I remember your memory is very good." Kurama is not interested in Naruto entering the ninja school, but if Naruto praises him, then he will be excited. When I paused the TV, Kurama didn't mind Naruto's wiping behavior just now. He turned and smiled and said, "The old man has the ability to remember things that happened thousands of years ago. If I want to remember, I can definitely recall them." Naruto applauded and praised Kurama for this ability. A smile appeared on the face and said, "Then you have noticed that this Pokémon will end in 2 more episodes, and this Pokémon is the last film and television work in the film library." Kurama has a very good habit of watching dramas. Whether it is anime, a movie, a TV series, or even a funny video, he is never picky about eating. After playing in order, he has been quiet from the beginning to the end. After the master remote control, Kurama used the pause button the most, and that was the reason why he had to play games with Naruto occasionally. Therefore, although the content in this movie library is very rich, Kurama has watched it continuously for more than a year, and there is not much content left in it that has not been watched. At this moment, Kurama already felt a little bad. "Did you notice? This video library hasn't been updated since I got it. Seeing the bad expression on Kurama's face, Naruto knew he already wanted to understand. After Kurama has finished watching the content in the movie library, if Naruto doesn't update the movie library, he can only watch the content he has watched before. It just so happens that Kurama has a good memory, basically a little introduction can remind him of the content of the whole show. This made him lose the fun of ordinary people watching TV dramas and discovering that they had missed out on details that they hadn't paid attention to before. And the remaining games that have not been played will not last long. For Kurama, who has become accustomed to watching TV shows and playing games, it is absolutely intolerable to watch TV shows and play games. As the saying goes, it is easy to change from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. In an instant, Kurama's expression became softer, and his voice was softer than ever. Naruto, congratulations on enrolling. Naruto smiled and narrowed his eyes, thank you. Then, he opened his arms to Kurama. He understands in seconds. I know that this kid has always wanted to use himself as a pillow, but Kurama has never been able to put it down. His grandpa Ninetales was actually played by a human kid at will. What a decent way. Only now, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. After thinking about it for less than half a second, Ninehorns put aside the sense of shame. The chakra incarnation, which was about the same height as Naruto, shrank by half and became petite and exquisite, and then jumped into Naruto's arms. Naruto pushed the little fox in his arms. Ultimate's touch made him smile happily. On the contrary, Kurama was extremely upset. Hurry up, kid, go and update my video library. I will hug you from now on and not kick me. Good. After a while, before Kurama's patience reached the limit, Naruto went to the study space and copied the contents of the film library he had recently obtained, enough for Kurama to watch for a month. This is also Naruto's measure to prevent him from turning back, so as not to make too much at once and Kurama has a bad attitude. At the same time, Naruto brought a new game console over to play with Kurama. Let's play this game of Glory of Kings. The League of Legends we played before took too long to play in a training break. Glory of Kings played for about 10 minutes in a game, which is just right. You hurry up and learn, next time I practice, I can start playing together. Starting from this Bronze Man machine, our goal is to challenge the King Man machine. Naruto excitedly stuffed the game console into Kurama's hands, and then turned on the other one by himself. Hey, Kurama, why are you so interested in female foxes? I remember you used to play Ari in League of Legends, and King of Glory specifically to play Daji, Beng Hui Sui Wen tu you like Ye Sakura the most, and 3 months ago, you dragged me to chat with the fox demon little matchmaker. Yes, isn't it because Chungzin has been lonely for too long? After playing a few games, Naruto had doubts. The old man is a tailed beast, a combination of chakra, no gender, and he won't be impatient. Kurama replied a little uncomfortably. Wait, then you think it is similar to Daji, Ye Sakura, to Shanhonghong, this kind of beautiful girl with fox ears and fox tail is very beautiful, want to be like this. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Naruto thought of a scene in which Kurama, with the coffee-skinned image of Daji's maid, said to himself with a strong baritone, please tell Daji as much as you like. After thinking about it, Naruto shivered all over. Then he subconsciously threw the little fox in his arms aside. Roll. Roaring, a fox with orange legs, Geo, instantly appeared in Naruto's field of vision. Then, his eyes went dark and he fainted. After Naruto lost consciousness, the 2 shadow clones he left in the learning space to study also disappeared. After a long absence, Naruto didn't think about anything, and took a good night's sleep. Kurama picked Naruto back, covered him with a blanket, and a soft smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good night, Naruto. Chapter 24. Comb my hair like 4th generation, put on a handsome shirt, and later go to school will be more handsome than expected. Naruto hummed wildly about the years he had adapted, and looked in the mirror to sort out his hairstyle. Early in the morning, the sleeping sweet Naruto was awakened by Kurama. Then, he began to make the final preparations before going to the ninja school. After eating breakfast and preparing lunch for lunch, Naruto took a good bath and took out new clothes that he had never been willing to wear after buying. The teenager in the mirror is wearing a white slim-fit long-sleeved shirt and a pair of black leisure trousers. He has a long and short blonde hair, 2 strands of bangs hanging on both sides of his cheeks. On the fairly exquisite facial features, there is the mark of 6 paths like a cat's whiskers. It's just that this doesn't affect the handsomeness of the boy, and coupled with the calm expression on his face all the time, it gives people a sense of wisdom far beyond his age. Kurama, you have a foresight, I heard you say. According to Yin Yunyan 4th generation, this hairstyle looks pretty good with me. Fortunately, I learned the knowledge of fashion etiquette and aesthetics by myself, otherwise I really do it won't come out. As expected, I am really handsome. Naruto looked in the mirror for a while, then nodded in satisfaction. Kurama in the sealed space listened to Naruto's narcissism and curled his lips, but said nothing. From a human point of view, the well-dressed Naruto is indeed like a father. Humph, 4th generation, as you hoped, your son and I have become mutual support partners, now you should be satisfied. Looking at his own Jinchuriki named Naruto, Kurama couldn't help but snorted. Although he likes Naruto, he still has no affection for other humans. Seeing that it was getting late, Naruto put the bento in the orange school bag given to him by 3rd Hokage, and then left the house through the window one by one and ran towards the ninja school in the center of the village. The rare daytime appearance, Naruto attracted the attention of many villagers' kindness. Although Naruto rarely appears in front of people as the rumored 9-tails demon fox, the signature 6 paths beard mark on his face is an unforgettable feature. Especially when Naruto arrived at the gate of the ninja school, he looked at Naruto's kindness more. At this moment, many parents in the school brought their children to sign up. When they saw Naruto coming, they all looked cold, and then pointed Naruto's direction, telling their children not to approach this dangerous monster. No matter what Naruto dresses up, he is just a damn demon fox in their eyes. Naruto has long been accustomed to these gazes. Passing through the crowd blindly, walked straight to the registration point and handed the admission notice with his personal information to the 2 Chunin teachers in charge of registration. Then, in the cold gaze of the other party, he took the sorting information handed back by the other party. Bowing slightly to show politeness, Naruto took the note and walked towards his class. By this time, it was late, and many students had already arrived at the school. When Naruto opened the door and walked into his classroom, he saw that the empty seats were almost filled. When he came in, he immediately received the attention of almost everyone in the classroom. There was even a cry of exclamation that the girl deliberately lowered. "It's Naruto-kun! Wow, is this handsome blonde guy also our classmate? This blonde classmate and Sasuke-kun from the Uchiha clan are very handsome, and each has its own merits. So handsome! Although I like Sasuke-kun very much, this handsome blonde guy is also very handsome. Who should I choose?" Listening to these voices, Naruto's slightly depressed mood instantly improved a lot. In this school, not everyone is like those disgusting adults. At least the classmates in this class are pretty good, and they didn't look at him with any kind of strange eyes. Let's just say, I'm still very handsome when I've been well dressed. Isn't there a girl cheering for me? Naruto muttered to himself, and glanced at the voice just now. I saw the Byakugan girl with short lilac hair who called her name just now, and the blonde girl who praised herself as handsome, the Sakura girl. And, the pretty Uchiha boy who was sitting by the window looking out in a daze with a cold look. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of Naruto's mouth, and said hello to her classmates who are about to study together. "Oh, hello everyone." Then, his eyes met Sasuke, who turned around, and he walked a few steps to sit next to him, and also smiled and greeted, "Sasuke, early." Sasuke has long been annoyed by these nympho classmates. Seeing Naruto arrive at this moment, as if seeing a savior, greeted him, "Morning, Naruto, you're here late enough. Clean up." Naruto pointed to his new hairstyle. Sasuke nodded clearly, and then told Naruto about his parents and brother who had sent him to school before. Unfortunately, Naruto came too late, otherwise he would have a chance to meet them. They all like Naruto and want to see him. If they are not busy all the time, they would also like to invite Naruto to be a guest at home if they have the opportunity. Naruto smiled and listened. The Byakugan girl not far away looked at Naruto's smiling sunny face, her cheeks flushed, and she thought about how to say hello to Naruto-kun for a while. The blonde girl is the two girls with good girlfriend Sakura, looking at the harmonious atmosphere of Naruto and Sasuke, thinking about which one is more handsome from the beginning, and which one to choose. When it's time to float, or just bring the two people together, and then watch happily next to them. Fortunately, the arrival of the teacher interrupted the strange thoughts of these two nympho girls who did not know which dimension they had drifted into. Ahem, hello everyone, I am Irika, your future teacher. Two coughs attracted everyone's attention. Then, everyone saw a pineapple head with a horizontal scar on the face standing on the podium, smiling at all the students in the classroom. However, when his eyes passed Naruto, his eyes were a bit complicated. He had no extra words, and wrote his name on the blackboard. Domino Irika. Then next, please come to the stage to introduce yourself, your name, hobbies, things you hate, and what you want to do in the future. After Irika smiled and said, she stepped aside, and the students in the class started to introduce themselves. Yamanaka Ino, I like flowers, I hate them, I want to do it in the future. Harano Sakura, like, hate. Nara Shikamaru, likes quiet, hates trouble, and wants to live a leisurely life all the time. Akim Ichichi, I like yakiniku, but I hate it when I finish eating potato chips. I want to have a yakiniku that I can't finish. One by one classmates went up to introduce themselves, and soon it was Naruto's turn. Chapter 25. Under the gaze of the students, Naruto stepped onto the podium step by step. In the class, many girls looked at Naruto with expectant eyes, looked at the handsome blonde boy, and looked forward to his self-introduction. On the side, Irika is also looking at this student who has stepped onto the podium with a mixed emotion. It was the nine-tails demon fox that was sealed in the student's body and killed Irika's parents. Although he knew clearly in his heart that Naruto and the demon fox could not be equated, he could not help the hatred that came out of his heart. This uncontrollable emotion made Irika not know what kind of attitude he should face Naruto. In Hokage's office, many people were watching the scene in the classroom through a live broadcast of a crystal ball. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Advisory Elders Udatan Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, Shimura Dans. The four masters, who hold the highest authority in Konoha village, are also watching the young man who walked onto the podium, looking forward to his speech. As the strongest tail beast in Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto is a lonely and precocious person in the eyes of these seniors. No one knows what he is thinking under his calm expression. The self-introduction at the entrance ceremony right now is a good opportunity to evaluate Naruto's psychology. Everyone hopes that Naruto can become a Konoha shinobi with the will to fire, and at the very least, he will not go to extremes. From when the first classmate introduced himself, Naruto began to think seriously about what he would do in the future. And now, when it was his turn to introduce himself, Naruto had a certain answer in his mind. Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I like practice and cooking, and I hate the angry look of the adults in the village. The thing I want to do most in the future is to visit various places in the ninja world, see the local customs, get to know the world I live in, and I also like to make friends very much. I hope I can get along well with everyone in the future. After speaking, Naruto bowed slightly, and then walked off the stage. So handsome. As he walked back to his seat, Naruto could hear the girls sighing one after another. It was also possible to feel the resentful eyes from some male classmates. For these emotions, Naruto could only smile helplessly. After all, it's not his fault to be handsome. Do you feel angry? Iruka chewed the word in his mouth and sighed. Isn't he irritating? It's just that he hasn't been able to restrain himself for the time being. Hope that the passage of time can change all of this. In Hokage's office, the crystal ball no longer displays the screen, so there is no need to watch it later. The crowd was silent for a while, and finally the white-haired old lady named Udaten Koharu took the lead to speak. This child does not have the will to fire in his body, but there is darkness in his heart, and he has a lot of resentment towards the people in the village. The elderly man with glasses, Mitokado Homura, added, but the character is not bad. I just want to stay away from these people who don't want to look at him, and don't have any extreme thoughts. Hey, I said earlier that we should give Jinchuriki to our roots, and then perform the brainwashing education after the curse. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is such an important thing, how can I let it go in the village at will? Shimura Dans, a gloomy old man with a bandage tied to one eye and one hand and a cane in his hand, snorted coldly. Enough, I blame you for your extra effort, revealing the identity of Naruto Jinchuriki, or why is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, not to mention, he is Minato's child. Naruto will graduate from the ninja school normally, even without the will of fire, she will live as an ordinary Konoha shinobi in Konoha village. Hiruzen, you are too soft-hearted, one day you will regret it, hum. Danzo hummed coldly, then turned angrily and left, obviously very unhappy that his goal was not achieved. Aside Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other, both very helpless. But he didn't stay too much, said goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then left. They came here today because Danzo strongly requested and wanted to know what Jinchuriki was thinking. But now that the goal is achieved, Jinchuriki's thinking has not gone to extremes, and they have agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage. Watching several old friends leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit the cigarette silently, his eyes diverged, and his thoughts drifted away. After Naruto introduced himself, it was Sasuke who was sitting next to him. This beautiful boy from Uchiha is generally more popular than Naruto. After all, Sasuke's fair skin is more like a beautiful male than healthy light brown skin like Naruto, and naturally it is more popular with girls. I am Uchiha Sasuke and I like to practice, especially with my brother. After a pause, Sasuke said again, there is also the grilled fish made by Naruto. I hate sweets. What I want to do now is to defeat Naruto and become a ninja as powerful as my brother after graduation. On the podium, Sasuke's self-introduction revealed a lot of information. This guy knows Naruto very well, do you know him before? Sasuke, who comes from the elite Uchiha clan, will defeat Naruto as his goal. How strong is he? Maybe it's two rookies pecking at each other, this uncle must be better than them, becoming the first, so that all the girls look at me with admiration. This is the sigh of the boys. Wow, so handsome. In addition to sighing how handsome the girls are, the eyes watching Naruto and Sasuke became more eager. At this moment, they didn't know how many strange words were filled in their brains. At this time, Sasuke finally realized a little helplessness before Naruto. After Sasuke came down, the few remaining classmates introduced themselves, and the classmates in one class are considered to have met initially. After the introduction, Iruka took Naruto and the others to get the textbook. In addition to ninja-related teaching content, there are also contents such as literature, mathematics, and history. The ninja school in the peace era will not only cultivate qualified genin, but also teach them some common sense of independent living. After the books were distributed, the class officially started in the afternoon. Although there are many famous children from the Konoha family in the class, the first lesson of the ninja school starts with teaching how to refine chakra. The day's course was over before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After reading the timetable for the first school year, Naruto found that he had already learned the rest except for lurking, trap making, and some common sense of ninjas. And these ninja common sense content that Naruto hasn't learned is all knowledge learning, and you can use Shadow Clone to do it for you. After this day, Naruto has never been to school. Chapter 26. After school, Naruto did not go home directly. Coming to the woods for daily training, Naruto put his school bag aside. Then he turned his head and smiled and said, "Why have you been following me?" Hinata. The girl's tracking skills are too awkward. Naruto had discovered her existence halfway through, and at first thought it was the same way, but she didn't expect to follow him here. The forest was silent for a few seconds, and then a Byakugan girl with lavender short hair walked out from behind the tree with blushing cheeks. "Naruto-kun, you still remember me?" the girl exclaimed happily. I didn't intend to follow you, I just wanted to say hello to you. I haven't thanked you for helping me last time." Looking at Naruto again, the girl lowered her head shyly, and said expectantly. Then, solemnly bowed to thank you. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled and waved his hand. While talking, Naruto sat down on the stone bench where he usually rested and greeted Hinata to sit on the opposite side. Seeing this, Hinata seemed to have put down a big rock in her heart. After sitting down, she looked around and curiously asked, "Is this the place where Naruto-kun usually practices?" "Yes, this is where I practice. If you want to find me in the future, you can come here. I should be there all the time except when I go to bed at night." Naruto answered with a smile. "Really hard work." Listening to Naruto's words, looking at the many traces left after practice in this training field, the girl couldn't help but sigh. Then he happily said, "Naruto-kun, I have practiced well after that time, and now I am fully mastered Gentle Fist. Next time I meet those bad boys, I will definitely be able to defeat them easily." "Really? That should have been a lot of effort," Naruto said with a smile, and then quietly listened to Hinata's words about what she had encountered in her practice. From time to time, Naruto would also talk about his usual practice and routine, and the conversation was quite agreeable. Sasuke went home and put his school bag, and walked over here too. Only from a distance, I saw Naruto chatting with a girl with short purple hair. The girl he knew was a Hyuga child in a class, Hyuga Hinata with Byakugan's blood inheritance boundary. The Hyuga family often competes with their Uchiha clan in the village, so Sasuke, who is the Uchiha clan, doesn't have many good feelings about this family. Moreover, although Sasuke is still young, he also knows that making light bulbs is not an ethical thing. With a cold snort, Sasuke decided to practice in the training ground of the Hui nationality today. When chatting, time flies quickly. Before you know it, the sky has gradually darkened. "Hinata, it's almost time to go home." Naruto stopped the topic suddenly and pointed to the sky. It was already dusk, and he didn't care, no one would worry about when he would go home. For Hinata, the family will worry about her. "Ah, Naruto-kun, see you next time." Seeing the sky, Hinata couldn't help exclaiming. Although Hinata felt a little bit unwilling to part with Naruto, but thinking that there was still a lot of time in the future, she got up quickly, bowed slightly and said goodbye, then turned around and ran away in a hurry. Naruto laughed blankly and watched Hinata's back disappear, splitting a lot of shadow clone, and began to practice hard. Today was delayed for a day. During the day, Naruto decided to practice for a while before going to bed to make up for the wasted time. Ninja school opens on the third day. After school, Itachi was busy with tasks and failed to pick Sasuke home. So, Sasuke, the brother-in-law, finally thought of his little friend named Naruto. Naruto didn't talk to him much today. Could it be that the incident of going home with Itachi yesterday annoyed him? Thinking about this, Sasuke followed Naruto out of the school gate to a secluded alley. Just about to say hello to him, Sasuke went to the forest training ground together. Immediately, Sasuke saw Naruto disappear with a bang. Shadow clone. This guy didn't come to school at all today? No wonder he doesn't talk like a shadow clone, to save Chakra. Sasuke, who wanted to understand, suddenly puffed up his bun's face. Quickly ran to the training ground. Sasuke asked Naruto angrily, "Damn it, shadow clone is such a great usage, you didn't tell me? You made me go to class by myself, and you practice here by yourself." Since Sasuke knew Naruto, his cultivation motivation has been very strong, and the purpose is to surpass him. For this reason, Sasuke also learned Thunder Fire's nature transformation training method, Shadow Clone, and some fire-style ninjutsu from his brother. When I usually use Shadow Clone to assist my practice, I am also doing high-intensity physical exercises. This arduous practice far surpasses that of his peers is to defeat Naruto, and then catch up with his brother and become a ninja as powerful as him. As a result, I didn't expect that my target to defeat would sneak away here. Unfortunately, Sasuke thought Naruto was his best friend, which is too superficial. But you didn't ask? You learned Shadow Clone last year, and you still go to school on your own. I think you like going to school very much. Facing Sasuke's question, Naruto's expression did not change anymore, and he answered calmly. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression stagnated. It seems, it's really like this. It is impossible for people to take the initiative to hold themselves accountable, and Sasuke quickly left it behind about Naruto's failure to tell him that he could use Shadow Clone to go to class. Turning to look at Naruto, who was sitting on the ground, he asked curiously, "You actually sit here in a daze, not practicing?" "It's not in a daze, I'm feeling the power of wind." Naruto raised his hand without receiving any seals, but Sasuke saw that there was a clearly visible air current flowing between Naruto's fingers. Although it was very weak, it was indeed the force of the wind. "Have you practiced the chakra nature transformation of the wind attribute to this point?" Sasuke asked in shock. Being able to transform chakra into wind without resorting to seal is already practicing chakra's nature transformation to a certain level, a proper Jainin level. "Well, I'm trying to transform a large number of wind attributes chakra in an instant, and then use this as a medium to manipulate the airflow around me. After all, the essence of wind is flowing airflow." Although Naruto was talking, he did not relax the control of chakra in his palms. "Then if this can be done, what's the point?" Sasuke asked, vaguely thinking that Naruto might be doing something shocking. "Then I can fly," Naruto said silently. "Let you read more, you don't listen. I don't know that the reason why birds can fly is because they use the flashing wings to form an updraft that lifts the body out of gravity. If people can use chakra to manipulate the airflow, they can naturally do the same thing." Chapter 27. Sasuke thinks what Naruto said is very reasonable. If a person can manipulate the airflow, it is indeed possible to fly. After all, there are flying ninjas in the ninja world. And if you can't fly, it can only mean that the cultivator is not yet at home. However, in an instant, he found another blind spot. "Naruto, Tenten is here to practice ninjutsu, don't you have time to read?" "I am ashamed to say me," Sasuke asked. Naruto continued to control the airflow in his hands, and answered without raising his head, "What does Shadow Clone do?" "Since you can go to school, you can naturally go to the library. This is where most civilians get knowledge, Master Uchiha." As the son of the Uchiha Patriarch, Sasuke has a wealth of educational resources. If you want to learn anything you need to say, someone will teach him. There is also a rich collection of books at home, so you don't need to go to a place like a library. After understanding Naruto's teasing, Sasuke became angry this time. Not only did her cheeks bulge, but she also dyed a flush of embarrassment. Feeling that he couldn't just be regarded as a fool by Naruto, Sasuke distributed a shadow clone and ran to the library. He decided that starting from today, what book Naruto reads in the library, he will read the same book. He believed that sooner or later his wisdom could surpass Naruto, and then he could scold Naruto for being an idiot. But he himself sat down next to Naruto and asked, I don't have wind attributes. What should I do if I want to fly? Although he firmly believes that he will be smarter than Naruto in the future, isn't he smarter than him for the time being, then he has no shame to ask Uncle Sasuke. Faced with this question, Naruto thought about the physics he had learned, and quickly found the answer. Have you heard of hot air balloons? Naruto asked. If Sasuke doesn't even know this, he doesn't know how to give him an example. I know, my brother took me to play. Sasuke replied, his eyes lit up and he had vaguely guessed what Naruto wanted to say. Hot air balloons use high temperature to heat the air inside the balloon, making the air inside the balloon lighter than the outside air, and then generating buoyancy. If you are a fire attribute, you may try to construct a similar principle with fire-style chakra. Surgery. When Sasuke heard Naruto say this, he instantly thought of himself stupidly holding a hot air balloon floating in the air. After comparing Naruto's manipulation of the airflow with the unrestrained appearance of Yufeng, he decisively shook his head and rejected this idea, and then asked expectantly, is there a way for lightning style to fly? Naruto looked at Sasuke with a look of expectation, wondering what weird place his thoughts had turned into at that moment. But he still answered his question. In nature, the generation of lightning is related to the change of the magnetic field. On the other hand, you can also use the power of lightning to generate a magnetic field, and then use this magnetic field to offset the influence of gravity on you. Sand Shinobi's fourth Kazekage possesses the Blood Legacy Limit Magnet style, which can fly with Aventurous Gold, while the third Tsuchikage can use the light and heavy rock technique to reduce its weight and fly. In principle, they all gain the ability to fly through the use of chakra to counteract gravity. If you can use lightning style to do similar things, then naturally you can also do the same things. Maybe you can also practice magnet style and gain new blood inheritance limits besides Sharingan. But I don't have the thunder attribute chakra. If you want to do this, you can only rely on yourself. The more I listened, the brighter Sasuke felt. His elder brother Itachi Tenten was praised by his father, and no matter what he did, he was taken for granted by his elder brother, and it was a deterioration of his elder brother, so if he could develop the ability to fly. He developed a new bloodline limit that his older brother like magnet style could not comprehend. That way, even if his father Fugaku is harsh, he must be taken a high look. At the thought of the beautiful picture that her father had acknowledged, Sasuke couldn't help feeling very motivated. I have decided to develop flying capabilities with lightning style, and even develop a new bloodline limit, then what should I do? Sasuke looked at Naruto with blazing eyes. More importantly, it must not be left far behind by Naruto. You first find a scholar who understands physics, especially electromagnetics, and ask him or her about the relationship between lightning and magnetic fields in detail, so that you know which direction to go for. After a pause, Naruto said again, also pay attention to improving chakra's control ability, so that you can use it successfully after you understand the principle. Okay, I'll go to study right away. Sasuke nodded, and then ran back home in a hurry. How to improve chakra's control ability? His family are ninjas. The answer to this question is not difficult to solve. But when it comes to physics, these ninjas are good at using some physical phenomena to kill people, but when it comes to studying the nature of physics, they are not good at it. But Sasuke believes that his omnipotent father and brother will definitely help him find professional scholars who understand electromagnetics. Naruto saw that Sasuke had left and entered the sealed space. He took the little fox watching TV into his arms, and then curiously asked, Kurama, what did you mean by improving chakra's control ability you just told me? Being held by Naruto, Kurama twisted his body uncomfortably, but didn't kick Naruto away. After all, this was something he had promised Naruto in order to update the movie library. Your idea of creating flying ninjutsu is still very feasible, but the practice of trying to manipulate the airflow is very inefficient. If you want to achieve the level of flying, you need to control chakra to the point where you can use your fingers. The treading and tree climbing you did before is the practice to improve chakra's control ability. There is also the practice of cutting leaves, which is also an advanced version. And now, you still need to continue to strengthen your cultivation in this area. You are a chakra with the wind attribute. Let me tell you a few simpler methods. Kurama stopped watching the drama at this moment, and his expression turned serious into 9 teachers. He taught Naruto more than a dozen ways to improve chakra's control ability, ranging from simple to difficult. From the simplest, chakra is used to trim branches of trees in the forest, chakra is used to peel the fruits to be eaten daily, and chakra, which is the wind attribute, is used instead of kitchen knives to handle the food for dinner. What is more difficult is to use one's own wind attribute chakra nature transformation to cut the large units such as trees and waterfalls in an instant. If Naruto practiced according to these methods taught by Teacher 9, he should be able to gain the ability to control the air flow. Chapter 28. After this day, the content of Naruto's practice has undergone some subtle changes. Except for the main body still undergoing high-intensity physical training, all the clones have gone to work as garden workers. As a result, the wildly growing plants in this forest ushered in the first manual intervention. Many messy branches were cut from the trees without any use of tools. All are done by Naruto's shadow clone using nature transformation, the sharp wind attribute chakra produced. At the beginning, Naruto's wind attribute chakra output was insufficient in an instant, and in many cases it was impossible to cut off the branches of the tree at once. With the passage of time, Naruto has been able to cut it off all at once. After this step, Naruto began to perform fine control, striving to be able to judge the chakra required for cutting at a glance, without wasting a single bit. In the life and death battle with the powerful enemy, perhaps this little bit of chakra saved has become the straw that ultimately crushes the balance of victory. This is the meaning of the practice of precisely controlling every minute and every minute of chakra. Such high-intensity practice is very tiring, and every time the shadow clone is released is a disaster for Naruto, forcing him to enter the learning space and hang up to digest the returned memories. But there is no doubt that the results he received are also very gratifying, and chakra's control ability is improving at an extremely alarming rate. After a year, Naruto completely repaired the large forest that he used as a training ground. It was also during this period of time that Naruto was engrossed from the beginning and could only control the slightest airflow between his fingers. Now, as long as his mind moves, he can blow a wind of flying sand and rocks around his body. According to the rating standards, there must be a level of 5 wind power. If this progress is continued, it won't take long for him to fully ride the wind and skyrocket for 9 days. It was also at this time that Naruto's practice entered the second stage. A team of 50-man shadow clone was sent by Naruto to a waterfall not far from his training ground to cut the waterfall and cut the flow of the high-end chakra nature transformation practice. And the other team of 50 people started carving operations. The branches that were cut by Naruto were not wasted, and they all became Naruto's practice materials at this moment. Segments of branches were cut off, and then Naruto began to use these materials to carve them as they wanted to carve. At the moment, it is of course oneself as the target of practice. Naruto's purpose is to use his precisely controlled wind attribute chakra as a carving knife to carve his own scaled-down statue, which is a difficult technical job. For this reason, Naruto has also studied carving-related knowledge in the learning space. And the result of this initial practice was naturally a failure, creating piles of rubbish that couldn't bear to look directly at it. And this garbage is not wasted, it has become the practice material for Sasuke, who practiced with Naruto. After 1 year of practice, Sasuke's strength has also improved a lot, and he has already upgraded from abusing leaves to abusing trees. These scraps left over from Naruto's practice were used by him to cultivate his own chakra attribute changes. Then after the end of the day's practice, Naruto got a lot of good quality charcoal. Some of them are used by Naruto for cooking, and more are sold as commodities. Although Naruto's face would be rejected for selling things, and even if someone accepts it, it is likely to cheat him on the price, but fortunately, the existence of Sasuke, the second youngest member of the Uchiha family, avoids this trouble. This also gave Naruto an extra income, which completely solved the funding gap for his part of the food. After that, although Naruto's appetite increased due to high-intensity practice, there's more. Sasuke, who has never practiced cooking and only eats with his mouth open, Naruto has never worried about the cost of food. Occasionally, the two have spare money to eat a haute cuisine. For this kind of life, Naruto doesn't feel hard, just feels fulfilled. Sasuke, who refuses to admit defeat, has never thought of giving up. His goal is to surpass Naruto from beginning to end. During cultivation, time flies quickly. Before you know it, it's near dusk again. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, good afternoon. A soft voice sounded. Then, Naruto saw a Byakugan girl wearing a white dress and carrying a lunch box walking out of the forest with a soft smile on her face. Hinata, good afternoon. Naruto greeted him with a smile. In more than a year, the girl's hair has grown a lot, reaching the level of a shawl, which makes her look more gentle and beautiful. In addition to changes in appearance, girls are also very hard-working in practice. Since knowing that both Naruto and Sasuke used Shadow Clone to go to class, she deliberately asked her father to learn Shadow Clone. When she let the clone go to class, she practiced under the strict guidance of her father. She always remembered that winter day. Naruto-kun, who appeared in front of her like a hero and rescued her from the three bad boys, expected her. He hopes that she can become a strong man. So after that, she has been working hard to become a strong person as he expected. After getting to know Naruto-kun at the ninja school, he can also appreciate the charm of such a confident and strong self. This is where Hinata can keep moving forward. Good afternoon. When Hinata approached, Sasuke reluctantly said hello. Although he has often seen each other since he met in the ninja school for more than a year, he still has no good feelings about Hinata, the clan eldest from a rival family. I brought wooden fish rice balls and eel ramen, let's eat together. Hinata didn't mind Sasuke's slightly cold attitude, smiled softly, opened the bento box she had brought and placed it on the stone table. After that, Sasuke's favorite katsuobushi rice ball and tomato miso soup were taken out, and Naruto's favorite ramen ikara. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke were not polite, picked up the food and began to eat. During the more than a year, Hinata would come to this training ground to visit Naruto after a day of study and practice. Most of the time, he chatted, and occasionally brought some food like this time. Because I am already familiar with it, there is no need to be polite, and it becomes very interesting instead. Hinata would go home to have dinner with his family later, so she watched the two of them eat quietly. Naruto-kun, do you remember my sister Hanabi? Now she has grown up a lot, she is small and cute. Seeing Naruto finished eating, Hinata smiled and gestured. Of course, Hanabi is 2 years old, right? Naruto took the topic naturally and chatted with Hinata. Sasuke on the side felt a bit redundant. After eating quickly, and after a cold snort, he went to the side to continue practicing. You just waste your time for girls, and I will seize this opportunity and gradually surpass you, Naruto. Thinking about this, Sasuke's charcoal-making moves became more vigorous. Chapter 29. The moon gradually rose. At this point in time, Hinata had already left. And in the quiet forest, there are still people training sweating like rain. Sasuke, aren't you going home yet? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Naruto stopped practicing on time, and it was almost time to go home to wash and sleep. Before leaving, Naruto cast his curious eyes on the young man sitting on the other side of the training ground who was constantly making charcoal. He didn't know how he was stimulated. At this time in the past, Sasuke had already gone home to have dinner with his family. And even after having eaten with Naruto, Sasuke will not miss the rare time to spend time with his family after dinner time. But today, he has spontaneously practiced here until now. You go first, I'll practice for a while. Sasuke's hands kept moving, continuing to make charcoal. Be careful not to overdraw chakra. It is a good thing to practice hard. Naruto had no reason to dissuade him, and got up and left the training ground with a reminder. Today, Naruto can skillfully use the power of the wind to accelerate himself while traveling. Although the forest where he trained was not a small distance from home, it didn't take long for Naruto to get home soon. Not far from where he lived, Naruto stopped on a roof. As far as I can see, there is a shop on the corner with lights on. The shop is not big, it's just a small bungalow, and the sign has the 4 characters of Yul Ramen. It's still on, let's have a supper and go back. A smile appeared on the corner of Naruto's mouth, and he jumped off the roof and landed in front of the shop, opened the curtain and walked in. Is it Naruto? Is it still the old rules? At the moment, there are no customers in the Yul Ramen shop. As the boss is sitting behind the counter in a daze, Naruto, who walked in, attracted the attention of the other party and stood up enthusiastically to greet him. Yes, a large bowl of char siu ramen, no dried bamboo shoots, thank you. Naruto smiled and said her request politely. Good. He slapped his hands and got busy happily. As a chef, there is nothing happier than cooking for guests. Naruto found a place to sit down and watched the enthusiastic chef busy with one hand on his chin. Gradually, Naruto's thoughts drifted to about a year ago. At that time, the ninja school had been in school for a while, although Naruto had never been to a class. Every time he went there was a shadow clone assigned ample chakra. But as time passed, he gradually got acquainted with his classmates and Irika as a teacher. Listen carefully, whether it is shuriken, physical skills, or knowledge trap skills, these Naruto can be used perfectly and become a well-deserved first in grade. Even Sasuke, the second young master of Uchiha from the elite family, has a grade below Naruto, and only his performance in the shuriken class can match it. To the teachers at the school, Naruto was as polite as possible. Respect for the teacher is a concept that Naruto recognizes. Even if the other person gives him an attitude of anger, like those adults he hates, but as long as he is teaching him knowledge seriously, he has fulfilled his most basic responsibility as a teacher. Then, Naruto will not speak harshly and maintain his etiquette as a student. At most, just don't have in-depth communication. However, this kind of performance has not been praised by people, and it has not improved his situation in school. After those adults heard about these things, they gave Naruto a stronger attitude of disgust. The incarnation of a monster is better than their children, learning how to become a ninja. What if you become more aggressive in the future and use this knowledge to kill people? Affected by them, the children who went to the ninja school were even more isolated from Naruto. Some parents even asked Naruto to get out of school, fearing that he would turn into a monster and hurt their children. It's just that these undercurrents are turbulent, and they are all suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen as third Hokage. In this environment, even the children in the same class as Naruto, a large part of them gradually began to alienate Naruto. Only a few children were not affected, and they still get along with Naruto. As a teacher, Irika, Tenten came into contact with Naruto, a student known as a demon fox, and felt his difficult situation. With a kind-hearted nature, he was finally able to suppress the uncontrolled hatred in his heart and treat this student named Naruto with his own heart. Although Naruto is a genius, he doesn't know much better than the dull he was a child, but they are both the same. They have lost their parents since childhood and know the loneliness of a single person. For the first time, he tried to let go of his prejudices and get in touch with the heart of this student named Naruto. If there is anything you don't understand in your studies, you can ask me, and I can also explain to you what you haven't learned. After school that day, Irika stopped Naruto, who wanted to leave, smiled actively, and released his own kindness. Then, Irika discovered that Naruto keenly felt his kindness. After that, Naruto will take the initiative to ask Irika for some questions that he doesn't understand the basics of ninjas. And every time Iruka answers Naruto carefully and meticulously, he will get a sincere gratitude from Naruto. Occasionally, Naruto would bring Iruka some small snacks made by himself as a gift. In this interaction, the teachers and students gradually became familiar with each other. About half a year ago, Naruto, as shadow clone, accompanied Iruka to organize teaching props to a very late time. Then, Iruka took the initiative and invited Naruto to dinner. "Naruto, the teacher invites you to eat ramen, I'll ramen, it's delicious." At that time, Naruto was stunned. For the first time, an adult invited him to dinner instead of casting him a cold and murderous gaze. Although I have become acquainted with Mr. Iruka in the past few months, Naruto still feels like in a dream at this moment. After all, this world is not all dark, but also has the warmth that belongs to his Naruto. The teacher didn't mean anything else, that is, "Naruto, you often give me the snacks you make." "Teacher, I don't know how to cook, and there is nothing I can give back, so I would like to ask you to have a meal to express my gratitude." Seeing Naruto stunned, Iruka was a little flustered and quickly explained. He also lost his parents when he was young, and since then he has developed a strong character, and he is unwilling to accept the kindness of others. His abrupt invitation may hurt Naruto's self-esteem. At this time, he couldn't help but blame himself. Why didn't he think of this earlier? "Ms. Iruka, I'm very happy. I'll see you at a ramen for a while." Naruto understood what Iruka was thinking, interrupted his cranky with a smile, and then released the shadow clone technique. It was also at this time that Iruka knew that she was probably a student who had never attended the class seriously. They were all shadow clones. Involuntarily, Iruka's forehead had some bruises. But in an instant, he laughed again. His students are so good, he should be happy as a teacher. Afterwards, Iruka walked out of school and went to Ramen. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Naruto running from the end of the street, sweating profusely and covered in dust. "Sorry, Mr. Iruka, I was cultivating just now, so I was a little sloppy." Just when he came here, Naruto explained with a shy smile. Iruka shook her head, did not say anything, greeted Naruto and walked into a Le Ramen. "Welcome two guests, what would you like to eat?" As the boss, he saw Naruto clearly and recognized him as the kid who was rumored to be a nine-tails demon fox by the people in the village. However, his attitude has not changed in any way, and he still greets enthusiastically. After all, not everyone in this world will anger others. Since then, Naruto has been in love with Ramen. Chapter 30. Long waiting. Naruto was interrupted from the memory by the sound of hand beating. Smelling the fragrant ramen, Naruto moved his index finger. Said, "I started." Then he began to feast on. On the other side, after Naruto left, Sasuke energized the tree for more than half an hour, but finally stopped. After all, his amount of chakra was not as good as Naruto's monster who didn't know what chakra was exhausted. "It's almost time to go home," Sasuke whispered to himself. After that, his physical strength and chakra had bottomed out, he packed his things slightly, and walked towards home with an unhurried pace. "Go home and have a good rest. I will practice tomorrow." Although Sasuke's pace is not fast, the distance between this training field and the Uchiha clan is not far. Not long after, Sasuke walked to the gate of the clan estate. Today's clan is a bit quiet. Sasuke was a little strange, but didn't think much about it. After all, this is the clan land of the Uchiha clan. There are many strong guards. It is impossible for anything to go wrong. It should be something gathering at the shrine, right? The clansmen have gathered frequently in the past year or two. This time, it should be the same, right? Sasuke continued to walk towards home. He was already starving. Although he had eaten before, Sasuke decided to eat another supper to replenish his energy before going to bed. It's just that Sasuke didn't notice at this moment. On the telegraph pole behind him, a figure was watching him quietly. Thanks for your treatment. After finishing the ramen, Naruto drank the remaining soup in the bowl again, and said contentedly. Naruto, something is wrong, I feel an evil aura, like the power that controlled me almost 8 years ago. This pupil strength is exactly the same, and there are many other Sharingan pupil strengths blooming. As soon as Naruto took out his wallet and paid for the ramen, Kurama's serious voice rang in his ears. His mind sank slightly into the sealed space, and Naruto realized that Kurama hadn't watched the TV, and his eyes were cast in one direction with an extremely solemn expression. That direction is the Uchiha clan land. Naruto followed Kurama's gaze, and his face changed suddenly. In that direction, it is very close to the place where Naruto usually practices, and walking a distance to the side, it is the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Naruto heard Kurama say that the reason why he attacked Konoha 8 years ago was because he was controlled by a mysterious masked man named Mangeki Sharingan, who had extremely powerful power. This can be determined to be the presence of the enemy, and now it has appeared in Konoha again, in the Uchiha clan land. The Uchiha clan is in danger, I hope Sasuke hasn't returned yet. Naruto did not hesitate to output chakra, which controls the airflow, to the maximum. An extraordinary gust of wind envelopes Naruto, making him move towards his training ground at a speed that breaks the limit. Because the speed was too fast, Naruto at this moment had both feet off the ground and entered a state of low-altitude flight. Because the control was too rough, sand and rocks were flying along the way, and the sound of violent wind roared everywhere. Naruto, if you don't see Sasuke on the training ground, I don't recommend you to go to the Uchiha clan land. I told you before that the power of Sharingan restrains me. With my strength, you may not be able to save your friends, and you will trap yourself. I don't want you to die. Kurama saw Naruto's movements in his eyes, and he seriously advised. For Kurama, Naruto is the only human he has recognized after the death of the Six Paths Old Man for thousands of years, so he hopes that Naruto can accompany him for a while and not die at such a young age. If he can be resurrected when he is dead, then Naruto is really dead when he is dead. You also said that the 8-sign seal in my body is also a kind of protection for you. The existence of the seal prevents you from being controlled by Sharingan so easily. The reason why you were controlled so easily before is because of the seal and Jinchuriki's body weakened. My current strength is not weak, plus the strength you gave me. If you want to use illusion to force the two of us together in one breath, you need at least the pupil power of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The pupil power of the masked man should not be so strong. Don't worry, if the situation is dangerous, I will give priority to protecting myself. Then you will help me open the golden body and enter Kurama Chakra mode, and I will bomb with tailed beast bomb directly and remotely. Although Naruto is worried about Sasuke's safety, he has not lost his mind. Listening to Naruto say this, Kurama relaxes a lot. I should learn a new perception ability. Kurama, your malicious perception is very useful, but it's not comprehensive. If you can look far like Byakugan, I won't use this training ground to confirm that Sasuke is there. While on the way, Naruto found a shortcoming in herself and began to think about how to make up for it. After a while, Naruto has reached the place where he usually trains. As expected, Naruto didn't see Sasuke here. Just about to leave, I turned to the area of Uchiha clan land, and the sound of breaking wind rang around. Brushing sound. A dozen Anbu ninjas wearing masks appeared around Naruto and surrounded him. There is a special situation, the whole village is under urgent martial law. You should go home quickly and don't walk around before dawn. One of Anbu, who looked like a squad leader, took a step forward and gave a cold call to Naruto. Due to special circumstances, the number of Anbu who followed Naruto to prevent accidents today reached the level of 4 teams. Originally, they saw that Naruto's daily training was over, and then they planned to go home after eating a bowl of noodles at Aisle Ramen. They were relieved that no accident happened. Unexpectedly, in a blink of an eye, Naruto flew away in the wind. Fortunately, these Anbus reacted quickly and notified their colleagues located near the Uchiha clan land to stop Naruto to prevent Jinchuriki from approaching the Uchiha clan land, causing unpredictable changes. "Have you seen my friend Uchiha Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "He has gone home and is safe now." The Anbu opened his eyes and said nonsense without hesitation. "Sasuke has gone home, so it doesn't matter whether it is safe or not." Brush. Another series of breaking wind sounded, and the four teams Anbu who had been with Naruto just now took advantage of the time when the two sides were talking, and they also followed up. Suddenly, Anbu, with a total of 32 people, surrounded Naruto in an airtight enclosure. "I'm going to find Sasuke, don't try to stop me, you can't stop it." Naruto didn't intend to pester them, and turned to leave. "Take it," the squad leader ordered. Suddenly, the two Anbus rushed towards Naruto, and more people began to prepare to perform the trapped ninjutsu. "I said, you can't stop me." The next moment, Naruto's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 31. The sudden disappearance of Naruto shocked all Anbu. In their eyes, although Naruto is Jinchuriki, he is still a child after all. Even with a strong ninja talent, his strength at this age should be very limited. And now, the speed at which this instant bursts out has far exceeded their imagination. "Heaven!" an Anbu sipped. Then, everyone saw that the disappeared Naruto had jumped into the sky more than 10 meters. Water style. Water turbulence. Earth style. Earth front wall. Earth style. Sky cover technique. The moment they discovered Naruto, several Anbu used earth-style ninjutsu, and then they saw a wall rising from the ground, surrounding them all. At the same time, there was a huge cuboid of soil that fell from the sky, forming a closed space with the rising earth wall. While this confined space is being formed, there are also several Anbu who are good at water style using the water style ninjutsu, which has powerful impact water but is not very lethal. He wanted to fly Naruto in one fell swoop, and then the ninja of the Nara clan who had been waiting below grabbed him with shadow restraint. In the tense gaze of many Anbu, Naruto's tiny figure was hit by the turbulence of water. However, the results they expected did not appear. Boom! The smoke exploded, and a stand-in wood emerged in place. Naruto's body appeared in the sky further away, floating in the air current. At this moment, he has completed the seal. Shadow clone technique. Wind style. Great breakthrough. The densely packed shadow clone appeared out of thin air, filling all the space above and below ground, with a total of 200 people. At the same time these shadow clone appeared, the action was neatly completed in a very short time, and then the wind that looked amazing but was not lethal was spewed from the air. However, the gathering of so many gusts still produced an extremely amazing effect. With a clicking sound, the confined space formed by earth-style ninjutsu was torn apart almost the moment it was exposed to the strong wind. A series of screams sounded. Most of the more than 30 Anbus surrounding Naruto were blown by the overwhelming wind almost when they first reacted, and then they made an intimate contact with the surrounding trees and the ground. Although Naruto has no intention of killing anyone, it is inevitable to come to the hospital for a few days. Only a very small part of Anbu reacted extremely fast, and each used their means to avoid this sudden wave of violent whines. It's really exciting, this training ground is not available. The shadow clone was released, and the huge amount of chakra output and the huge amount of information sent back made Naruto's body floating in midair tremble. Glancing at the earth, there is already a mess at the moment, and a large area of trees is broken. I can't tell at all, here was a training ground that was often used by people before. Just now, the AoE effect was outstanding, and the clearing effect was completed in one go, but the consequences were also obvious. Had it not been for Kurama to send a lot of chakra in time, Naruto might have been exhausted because of the short-term chakra, which caused the chakra that could not maintain the airflow and fell from the sky. It's still too young, so I divided it into shadow clone, and it won't work with so few ninjutsu. Slightly slowing down, Naruto didn't stay much. Ignoring the fat man, one hand swelled up like a puff and tried to grab him. The airflow gushing behind Naruto brought a great impetus, pushing Naruto's figure to quickly fly towards the Uchiha clan. Looking at Naruto's back, the Akamichi family member withdrew his hand. His expression was a bit complicated. He looked at the surrounding scenes and felt that the rest of Anbu's breath of life was still there. While breathing a sigh of relief, he smiled bitterly and said to the few teammates who had nothing to do with him under the shelter of his tall body, "It's really scary for the next generation." Anbu, who is usually responsible for monitoring and protecting Naruto, has a silent expression. He usually doesn't care about Naruto's hard work. It is only a child who is playing foolishly with his talent. Chakra's nature transformation is so good to practice, but it is not useful if you have more clones. Unexpectedly, it was only now that he discovered that the little ghost who had never been confronted by him already had such a powerful strength. Moreover, it has the ability to fly. Don't froze, save people. The closer he got to the Uchiha clan, the more ninjas Naruto found in the forest. These ninjas should have received the news and tried to intercept Naruto who was coming here. Unfortunately, none of them could fly. At this moment, Naruto, who had turned into an air unit, had nothing to do. Anxious Naruto ignored their intentions and kept urging Chakra to speed up. After a while, the Uchiha clan land appeared in Naruto's field of vision. Most of the aura in this area has disappeared, and now there are 3 remaining. One is malicious, 2 are not. The one with malicious intent was the masked man, one was Sasuke, and the other did not know him. However, this man's chakra and Hitomi are very close to Sasuke, and it should be his brother Itachi, whom he often talks about. Itachi also possesses pupil power of the Manjiki level. It should be the masked man who killed the Uchiha clan, and Itachi arrived in time to protect Sasuke. The closer he gets, the clearer Kurama perceives. Although malicious perception cannot directly see the specific picture, it is okay to determine the number of targets and the lives and deaths. Hearing what Kurama said, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not relax. As long as Sasuke was still in the clan, it was far from safe. Now he rushed over and joined Itachi, who possessed Manjiki Sharingan, with Kurama's power, to ensure that the masked man was exempted from the threat. Naruto quickly analyzed in his heart, and quickly flew towards the location of Sasuke and Itachi without hesitation. And the scene I saw next made Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. His best friend Sasuke. At this moment, he was being caught by a teenager whose face was very similar to him. His favorite brother Itachi grabbed his neck and held it in the air. He spoke in an extremely cold and cruel tone, saying extremely cruel words. If you open your eyes, then there are 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan in this world, including me. If this is the case, you have the meaning of life. The current you have no value in being killed. My stupid brother, if you want to kill me, hate me. Hate me. Then, live ugly. Escape. Escape. Try your best to steal your life, and then wait until you have the same eyes as me, then come to me. After talking, let go, like throwing garbage, and throwing Sasuke on the ground. Then, Manjiki Sharingan, who was as cold and cruel as his voice, with a strong killing intent, looked at Naruto. Oh, is this the friend Naruto you often tell me? In order to make the pain you feel more profound, and to make your desire to become stronger, then I will kill him and let him become your driving force. This is my brother, and I'm the last gentleman to you. Chapter 32. The more you go, the more Sasuke feels something is wrong. In the clan, it was too quiet. Even if it is gathering at a shrine, it is something that the adult ninjas of the clan will attend. Children and the elderly, as well as ordinary people in the clan, are not eligible to participate in such things that determine the future of the clan. They will do their own things at home, and there will be a smell of fireworks in the family land. At this moment, there was darkness in the entire clan, and there was no human voice. Suffocating the anxiety in his heart, Sasuke ran back home quickly, and just opened the door, the pungent smell of blood came over his face. In front of him, there was a scene that made Sasuke feel extremely incredible. His father Uchiha Fugaku and mother Uchiha Mikoto are lying in a pool of blood at the moment. Even if they did not go up to check, Sasuke can be sure that they have lost the breath of life. And his brother, his favorite brother Itachi. He was holding a butcher knife at the moment, and fresh blood was still dripping on the knife. It was the blood of his and his brother's beloved parents. Is that a lie? Sasuke's eyes widened, shocked and speechless. How could his elder brother do such a thing? Everything in front of him must be his illusion, it must be fake. Boom! A shuriken rubbed Sasuke's cheek and nailed it to the goalpost, and the pain told Sasuke that none of this was an illusion. His favorite brother killed his beloved parents. Sasuke drew out a handful of karma and threw it at Itachi, yelling like crazy, "Why? Why? Nissan, why did you kill mom and dad, why?" The boundless anger snapped Sasuke's string of sanity, his eyes turned red unknowingly, and two tomo appeared in it. The power of thunder fire subconsciously emerged from his body and turned into an accelerating power. Almost in an instant, Sasuke crossed the distance between him and Itachi, and his hand pierced at Itachi's brow. Then, he flew back at a faster speed. Blew through the gate, flew across the street, and hit the wall before stopping. It's getting stronger, Sasuke, it's great that you can meet friends like Naruto who can inspire each other. Itachi Ruiying followed Sasuke. As his body bounced back from the wall, he stretched out his hand to pinch his neck, and then exhaled cruel words in a cold tone. Why? Of course it is to test one's own equipment, in order to gain more powerful strength. The number of Guyu in Sasuke's eyes is increasing, and it has reached 3. He asked angrily, just for this kind of boring reason, killed mom and dad? Ah? Are you still my brother Itachi? Isn't it a demon that confuses Itachi? He kicked it out, forced Itachi to let go, then took out a large amount of liang pill from the ninja bag and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. In an instant, when the seal was completed, Sasuke opened his mouth and spit out a sea of flames. These years of hard practice has made him a master of strong ninjutsu that has reached the level of B. And Itachi, who was Sasuke's target, has now come behind Sasuke. Time is running out. He already felt that the familiar chakra, who belonged to Sasuke's friend Naruto, was fast approaching. The breath belonging to third generation and Danzo is also approaching. Tsukuyomi. In the illusion space, Itachi showed Sasuke over and over the process of slaughtering the entire Uchiha clan. This is not a boring reason. Power is very important to me. Only when I have enough power can I do whatever I want and dominate the world. And you, stupid brother, the reason why mom and dad will die is because of your weakness. When the illusion stopped, Sasuke's eyes were dull, and his spirits were a little lost. Itachi pinched his neck again and lifted him up. Naruto drove the strong wind down, and the Bing Liang pill in Sasuke's body gradually had an effect. The continuous generation of chakra made Sasuke's mind gradually sober, and then together with Naruto, he heard the real reason why Itachi started to slaughter the Uchiha clan. I also heard the reason why Sasuke was not killed. All this is just to get stronger pupil power. Naruto looked at the Itachi who was walking towards him with a cold expression. Even if you don't believe it anymore, Sasuke called him the gentlest and best brother in history. Even though he couldn't meet his Sasuke friend because of his busy schedule, Sasuke would ask Sasuke to bring him a small gift. Actually, he would do such a frenzied thing. Obviously he has no malice towards himself. It's just that everything you see with your eyes can't be faked. Brush. With the sound of the breaking wind, Itachi had already crossed the distance between him and Naruto, and the sharp long knife slashed towards Naruto, with the cold and biting intent to kill. And Naruto seemed to be frightened and stood still. You made a good friend, Sasuke. Boom. The smoke exploded and a piece of stand-in wood was split in half. Although Itachi has realized that this is the body replacement technique, but he hasn't changed his move. Turning around, Itachi saw that his younger brother, who was extremely weak after being hit by Tsukuyomi, was guarded by his friend named Naruto. It was also at this time that several breaking whines sounded. Third Hokage arrived with his immediate staff, Anbu, and they guarded Naruto and Sasuke behind them, separating Itachi's murderous gaze. But after a while, more breaking wind sounded, and more Anbu reached this area. Naruto, so you won't have any beautiful illusions about me. As Sasuke's only friend, become his motivation to avenge me. Itachi glanced at everyone, sneered, and disappeared before everyone without saying anything. Do you want to chase it? Your Lord third generation. White-haired Anbu glanced at Naruto, who was guarding Sasuke behind him. Looking at the familiar hairstyle and face, there was a slight wave in his heart, and then he asked for instructions. Third generation waved his hand and said, check around to see if there are any other survivors. Hi. After the surrounding Anbu responded, they dispersed. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Sasuke, who was already in a coma, and then at Naruto, frowning and teaching seriously, Naruto, you broke into the martial law area at will, I will calculate with you later. If something happens to you, how can I explain to your deceased parents? Naruto lowered his eyebrows and replied, I know it was wrong, Grandpa third generation. Next time I dare to add a half sentence in my heart. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Naruto's appearance, he knew that he hadn't taken it to heart. At this time, he didn't have the mood and time to teach the younger generation. He said, Sasuke is your friend, so you can send him to the hospital. Then you either go home or stay with Sasuke in the hospital, don't run around. After speaking, he turned to look at Shimao Jainin, Kakashi, look at Naruto. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then replied, okay. On the other side, Naruto wasn't interested in waiting for him, picked up Sasuke, and flew into the sky while manipulating the airflow. Going in the direction of the hospital. Chapter 33. At the hospital, Sasuke has settled down. The Anbu named Kakashi came forward and went through all the formalities. Naruto sat on the edge of the hospital bed, together with Kakashi, guarding Sasuke who was in a coma. Prevent Uchiha Itachi from attacking again with the mysterious masked man. Although Kurama perceives that the masked man and Uchiha Itachi have left Konoha village one after another, there is no guarantee that they will not suddenly come back again. At this time, Naruto, who was quiet, had the intention to sort out what happened tonight. The mysterious masked man with Manjiki, together with Uchiha Itachi, wiped out the Uchiha clan. According to Itachi, he was to test his ability, so he committed the evil act of massacring the whole clan, and the reason for leaving Sasuke was to wait for him to also turn on Manjiki Sharingan, and then obtain a stronger pupil. Force. Kurama has always said that Uchiha Madara has stronger pupil power than ordinary Manjiki, and the eyes will not lose light. It is called Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, but I don't know how to obtain such pupil power. If you want to obtain the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, you must snatch the eyes of the blood relatives, so that the reason why Itachi did not kill Sasuke can be determined to be true. But, what motive did the mysterious masked man do? He was originally hostile to Konoha, because destroying the Uchiha clan can effectively weaken the overall strength of Konoha village. In addition, Konoha's senior management seems to have known that such a change will happen tonight, so the entire village is under martial law, and I have more Anbu surveillance and protection around me than usual. As far as I know, the relationship between the high-level villagers and the Uchiha clan has always been at odds, and now the conflict has aroused to the point of incompatibility? Is there martial law to prevent it from happening? Then Uchiha Itachi teamed up with the mysterious masked man to slaughter his own relatives. Does it have anything to do with the conflict between Uchiha and the high-level villagers? For a while, Naruto's thoughts were mixed. Combining with some news that he usually observes, Naruto thinks a lot, but the doubts in his heart also become more. In the sealed space, Naruto asked the little fox in his arms. Kurama, your malicious perception is 100% accurate, right? Kurama was completely silent at this moment. Since the mysterious masked man disappeared out of his perception, he has become the house fox who only knows about watching dramas and playing games. At this moment, Kurama, who was watching the drama and watching the show, heard Naruto's question. After pressing the pause, he turned his head and said to Naruto unhappily, "Are you doubting the old man's ability? I have never made any mistakes with this ability. As long as it is a thinking unit, I can definitely perceive good and evil. Unless the other person thinks nothing, he is a vegetable without any thought activity." Listening to Kurama say this, Naruto thought of more for a while. Since Kurama's abilities can't be wrong, you can be sure that Itachi is not malicious towards me and Sasuke. But at that time, what I felt was the powerful killing intent from Itachi, and the attacks he made against me were not fake. The fact that this kind of thinking and practice completely contradicts only shows that Itachi's series of behaviors are suffering. Although I don't know the specific reasons, it is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Because of the persecution of the masked man? So in order to protect Sasuke, he had to make this difficult choice? On the surface, he has to pretend to leave Sasuke just for his Sharingan's cruel appearance. No, it may also be that he really likes Sasuke, and Iwujiwu also has a high affection for me, but he also wants to get stronger pupil power, so he did all the evil things. After all, human beings are such a complex creature. Among the books and movies I have seen, there is no shortage of people who say "I love you" while swinging a butcher knife at a loved one. So, what is the truth? Lifting his head, Naruto looked at the white-haired Jonin who was sitting on the windowsill, holding a book called Intimacy Heaven and watching intently. "Are you called Kakashi?" "Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto spoke, attracting the attention of white-haired Jonin. "Uzumaki?" whispered. At this time, ever since I saw Naruto, I felt confused. Even though I was reading a book at the moment, Kakashi, who hadn't read a word, was completely certain. The child sitting not far from him is the child of his teacher Namikaze Minato. This made him think about how he was arranged by teacher Namikaze Minato 8 years ago to protect Naruto, who was still in the belly of his wife Uzumaki Kushina, as a guard. At that time, he managed to get out of the blow of his father's suicide, but he experienced the death of his teammate Obito. Then, because of an accident, he personally killed Lin, whom Obito had entrusted to protect. A heart that has just felt some warmth, because of this series of blows, it is closed again. But it was Namikaze Minato's arrangement that allowed him to witness the whole process of a small life from conception to birth, and let him once again understand the preciousness of life, and realize that he is not alone. In this world, someone still cares about him after all. But not long after, teacher Namikaze Minato and her teacher Uzumaki Kushina passed away because of the Nine Tails chaos, which made Kakashi, who had just recovered a little bit, once again felt the darkness of this world. He has changed and has lost his passion for life. Become indifferent to everything, as an Anbu machine alive, completing tasks one after another, along with the enemies killed one by one, a mind is constantly falling into the abyss of darkness. Until today, he didn't know that his teacher's child was still alive and did not die on that bloody night with his parents. In Kakashi's numb mind, there seemed to be more color at this moment. "Hello, Naruto, my name is Kakashi, Hitaki Kakashi." Kakashi's cheeks hidden under the mask showed a gentle smile, driving the dead fisheye that was exposed alone, and at this time also became gentle and agile. Do you know Sasuke's brother Itachi? Uchiha Itachi. He was also Anbu before, and I want to hear what you think of him. Kakashi's gentle expression made Naruto stunned. Another one, after knowing his name, there was no one who looked strangely at him. Without thinking about it, Naruto asked the question he most wanted to know at the moment. Chapter 34. Naruto's question interrupted the confusion in Kakashi's heart. Then, he thought of the man named Uchiha Itachi, who used to be his subordinate, and thought of the bits and pieces he used to get along with. He is a very calm, sensible, and talented ninja, and he is also very good at thinking. He has become an Anbu squad leader at a young age. He is meticulous in his tasks and takes good care of his companions. The only drawback is that he is a little reticent and not good at communicating. To be honest, I didn't expect that he would actually do something like slaughter the whole clan. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi answered this question from Naruto. Thank you for the answer. After thanking Naruto, he fell silent. Kakashi's answer did not help him to make a judgment. However, it reminded him how Sasuke would comfort him after waking up. Naruto didn't speak, and the ward fell silent again. Kakashi wants to communicate with Naruto, the teacher's child, and care about his life, but he doesn't know where to start. The long Anbu life has reduced his communication skills. In the end, there was only silence. Before he knew it, Naruto sat in a chair against the wall and fell asleep. After a day of arduous practice, I encountered a series of things. First, I fought with a group of Anbu, and then used the ability to manipulate the airflow overloaded. Naruto's young body could not hold it after all. As a result, Naruto was forced to go offline and entered the learning space. Seeing this, Kakashi's heavy expression softened a lot, and he carried Naruto to the vacant hospital bed on the other side and put it there, and covered him with a quilt. Good night, Naruto. 3 days later, Sasuke finally woke up from a coma. He pulled out the glucose hanging on his arm, ignored Naruto who had been by his side, jumped off the bed in a hospital uniform, and ran out of the hospital quickly. Toward the Uchiha clan. He looked in a trance, although he remembered what happened 3 days ago, but he couldn't accept the reality. It's just that the Uchiha clan land that has been blocked, and what traces of battle are there, all show that what happened 3 days ago is not Sasuke's illusion. Sasuke wanders around the entire Uchiha clan like a ghost. Woo 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 woo. When Naruto caught up, he saw Sasuke kneeling in front of his house and crying. Looking at him like this, Naruto felt distressed, and patted him on the shoulder as a relief. But the comfort from friends did not make Sasuke feel better, he cried even louder. When Sasuke cried enough, Naruto said, "There are 3 news to tell you, 2 good news and 1 bad news." Sasuke lowered his head, not interested. Seeing this, Naruto added, "2 of these messages have something to do with your brother Itachi. Don't mention that man's name." Naruto's words seemed to light a gunpowder keg. An electric spark flashed across Sasuke's body, and he subconsciously used the thunder attribute to activate the cells, and then his body rushed out, pressing Naruto against the wall next to him, and the other arm locked Naruto's neck horizontally. "I think you need to calm down." The airflow exploded from Naruto, and Sasuke, who was close at hand, flew away. Naruto followed like a shadow and pressed Sasuke's arm back to the ground. The pain of touching the ground on his cheek did not calm Sasuke. Regardless of the risk of dislocating his arm, he forcibly twisted his body and kicked Naruto away. When he stood up, his eyes had turned blood red, and there were 4 black gojades circulating. Sasuke didn't bring a ninja, but this didn't dispel his thoughts of fighting. With one kick, he rushed towards Naruto at a very fast speed, and punched straight to the door. Naruto raised his hand to block, and punched his backhand at the same time, but Sasuke predicted in advance that he raised his foot and kicked Naruto's chest, kicking him away with great force. Then, he punched Naruto, who was lying on the ground, without hesitation. But he was caught by Naruto, who jumped up. "Did you see it? This is the power of Sharingan. I just turned on Sharingan, and I can surpass you, who have always been stronger than me. Give up, Naruto." "Ha ha ha." Sasuke laughed madly, his hands moving faster and faster. Because of the powerful insight that Sharingan brings, he can fully predict Naruto's movements, allowing him to directly hit Naruto, who has stronger physical skills than him. It's no wonder Uchiha Itachi wants to kill all the people of the tribe. With such power, there is really no need for a tribe, as long as it can obtain stronger pupil power, even if it is against the world. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Sasuke's expression became more and more crazier, and the movements in his hands became faster and faster. Looking at a friend like this, Naruto was a little uncomfortable. Suddenly losing all the people of his tribe, even his parents were killed by his favorite brother, it is normal to lose control of his emotions. Naruto doesn't know what he will do if he changes places. But now, let him calm down is the most important thing. I said, you need to calm down. Pushing Sasuke back, Naruto took advantage of the gap and wiped his leg. Boom! 2 weights fell from Naruto's legs, making a loud noise when they touched the ground. Then, Naruto, who was hit by Sasuke, suddenly became blurred. After removing the load and manipulating the airflow to accelerate for himself, reducing the resistance between traveling, Naruto's speed has been substantially improved. Boom! Personality correction punch. Sasuke, who was hitting with Naruto just now, was hit by Naruto's punch and made a toothless muffled noise. So fast! Sasuke's Two-Tomo Sharingan has clearly seen Naruto's movements, but his body is completely incompatible with the powerful dynamic vision that Sharingan brings. Immediately afterwards, Naruto had come to the back of Sasuke, who was still in the air, raised his right leg and hit his back with a kick. Before Sasuke came into contact with the ground, causing a second stage of damage, Naruto kicked him back into the sky again. In a very short period of time, a series of muffled sounds of fists and feet hitting the human body became a piece. When Naruto stopped attacking and Sasuke finally fell back to the ground, he had a blue nose and swollen face, multiple bones dislocated, lying on the ground unable to move, and his whole body hurt. Leaving aside the mental damage, this time Naruto beat Sasuke harder than Itachi. However, Naruto's expression was not guilty. He squatted in front of Sasuke, and saw that the blood and guyu in his eyes had faded, and then said coldly, "How is it? Have you calmed down?" Chapter 35. Sasuke's voice was low, full of confusion. Within a short period of time, his life has undergone tremendous changes, so that his perception of the world before him has been distorted, and his mind is filled with confusion. He didn't know what he was going to do, and he didn't know the meaning of continuing to live. I just said that, there are 3 news to tell you, 2 good news and 1 bad news, 2 of which are related to your brother Itachi. Naruto said calmly while helping Sasuke to straighten the dislocated bones. Go back. The nearest Anbu were all 100 meters away, and their voices were quieter. They would not know what Naruto was talking about. However, to be on the safe side, Naruto manipulated the surrounding airflow to isolate the sound from spreading, reverberating only within a 1-meter diameter space. In order not to be read, he deliberately lowered his head and blocked the sight of those Anbu at Sasuke's head. The word Itachi made Sasuke reluctantly interested in Naruto's words. Sasuke, who calmed down, was not losing his mind because of the existence of this person. However, at this moment, he really has no desire to speak, he just looked at Naruto with questioning eyes. The first news is good news, regarding your future placement. Third Hokage has decided that the village will protect your safety in the future. In addition to inheriting the inheritance of your parents, you can also continue to go to the ninja school and live in the village as a Konoha shinobi in the future. So you don't have to worry about future life problems. The village will take care of you. This is the information that third Hokage asked me to forward to you. The news Naruto said there were no fluctuations, and Sasuke heard no fluctuations. At this moment, he didn't care what the future would be like. He even had a low desire to live. Regarding this, Naruto was not surprised, and continued with the second news. The second news, related to your brother Itachi, is good news. Your brother Uchiha Itachi is now the culprit of the massacre of the clan. He has become a traitor and fled Konoha. He is wanted by the entire ninja world. This is what the village has done to him. Then I will tell you the conclusion first. I don't think Itachi did not compromise his means because of his pursuit of strength. He did all these evil things because of his difficulties. After hearing Naruto say this, Sasuke finally got excited. The silence and confusion in his eyes dissipated, and a pair of eyes widened, even unconsciously turning on Sharingan. Looking at Naruto, he blurted out, "What you said is true." For Sasuke, his favorite is his brother Itachi. But this favorite brother Itachi killed his parents and all the people, which made Sasuke feel a sense of betrayal. For Sasuke, who is still young, the so-called family, the life and death of those who are basically unfamiliar, has no real sense. What he really cares about is the death of his parents and the betrayal of his brother. At this moment, I heard that Itachi had a hard time doing all this. He was like a drowning man grabbing the last straw, wanting to get the last glimmer of hope from Naruto. Facing Sasuke's expectant look, Naruto continued without hesitation. Only this time, there was an unconscious coldness in his words. You should have heard about it. I am called the Nine-Tails Demon Fox by the people in the village. The reason for this is that my body is sealed with a known Nine-Tails Demon Fox. But he has a very good relationship with me, and he has the ability to perceive maliciousness with 100% accuracy, and he can distinguish between good and evil a person has towards himself. When I faced Itachi the other night, I found that he did not have any malicious intent towards me. This is inconsistent with his attempt to kill me, so I think he has difficulties. The reason why he treats you like that is to create the illusion that Sharingan doesn't kill you just for your sake, so as to protect you. In addition to the perception of good and evil, there are two other reasons that support this conclusion. One of them is that besides Itachi who slaughtered the Uchiha clan that night, there was another owner of Mangeki Sharingan wearing a mask. This masked man was the culprit in the Nine Tails attack on the village about 8 years ago. He had enmity with Konoha. It is likely that he used your life as a threat to force Itachi to do such a bad thing. Having said that, after a pause, Naruto continued, to sum up, your brother Itachi is probably looking for a skin with a tiger and is fighting to protect your safety. When Sasuke heard this, he had already believed in Naruto's words, which made his whole life come alive, and he was no longer as lifeless as before. He looked at Naruto expectantly, looking forward to getting more news about Itachi from him. In order to prove that what he said was true, Naruto also used Kurama's chakra to link Sasuke's chakra, and shared with him the villagers' sense of Naruto. The overwhelming malice made Sasuke, who was a little numb at the moment, couldn't help feeling cold. At this time, he realized that what kind of life his friend usually leads is even more unfortunate than the misfortune he imagined. What is this? These people? An empathetic anger emerged from his heart, and Sasuke couldn't help gritting his teeth. At this moment, he even forgot the news about Itachi that he most wanted to know. Compared to Sasuke's anger, Naruto had a habit of indifference. He disconnected from Sasuke's chakra and continued to tell the third news about Itachi. The third news is also related to Itachi. You already know the prerequisites, but the conclusion you reached is completely opposite. That is, Itachi is actually a person who pursues strength without compromise, and he really left you to obtain stronger pupil power. Don't rush to refute. There is no shortage of schizophrenic patients in this world who say I love you while wielding a butcher knife without hesitation. Itachi does not rule out the possibility of being such a person. So your situation is very dangerous, you may face life-threatening at any time in the future. Sasuke's eager mood just now calmed down abruptly. The thoughts in his mind went back and forth, and he thought a lot at this moment. After a while, he raised his head and struggled to get up regardless of the pain on his body. He looked at Naruto with a firm expression. Naruto, no matter what he is thinking in his heart, whether he has difficulties, or is he really just pursuing stronger pupil power, I must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I stand in front of Itachi. If he has troubles, then I will help him solve the masked man. If he is only pursuing pure pupil power, then I will kill him, kill the masked man again, and avenge his parents and people. So, help me, Naruto, I want to be stronger. After speaking, Sasuke stretched out his hand to Naruto. Good. Naruto took Sasuke's hand and looked at the cheering friend. He finally smiled. Looking at the white-haired Jonin from a distance, although it was a bit regretful that he didn't hear what the two teenagers were talking about, but seeing the smiles on the faces of the two teenagers, he knew that he was probably all right. It's great. Chapter 36. Time, it is already a week later. Although Sasuke has a clear understanding of his future goals, this does not change the fact that he was weak after being beaten by Naruto and Tsukuyomi. After another week in the hospital, Sasuke was allowed to be discharged. He assigned a shadow clone to class, and then couldn't wait to pull Naruto to start practicing. The place of practice has been changed, and the training ground that Naruto often used has been destroyed before. This time the two moved to a waterfall not far from there. Since you want to become stronger, the intensity of practice can no longer be as arbitrary as before. Under the waterfall, Naruto and Sasuke stand opposite each other. Facing Naruto's serious look, Sasuke had already realized his consciousness. His identity was no longer the same as yesterday. He was already an avenger, and he couldn't be as heartless as before. Sasuke's previous practice can't be said to be hard work. Under the drive of Naruto, the rhythm of his practice is at least 3 times stronger than his previous practice. This is why he can go directly to Sharingan with an eye open. Sharingan's opening requires strong emotional stimulation, but the degree to which it can be opened for the first time depends on its own strength, at least if the body can withstand such a powerful blood inheritance limit. Sasuke has not only seen the power of Naruto, but also experienced it firsthand. As a strong friend, Sasuke is willing to trust him unconditionally. Please help me make a practice plan. Sasuke answered seriously. Hearing what Sasuke said, Naruto took out a scroll full of words and gave it to him. This was prepared by Naruto for Sasuke while he was in hospital. It records various step-by-step physical training, as well as various training methods for chakra manipulation. In the past, Sasuke had family guidance, and occasionally secretly learned from him. There was no need for Naruto to worry, but now that he has asked for help, Naruto naturally put out his best efforts. You must strictly follow the plan. You are an elite of the Uchiha clan. Chakra is born at least 10 times stronger than ordinary people. Although it is not as good as me, it must be able to withstand this intensity of practice. Don't worry about your body's recovery problem. I will let Kurama refine the pure yang attribute chakra to help you heal and restore your body, so you stick to the policy of practicing as long as you don't die. Oh, by the way, remember to use shadow clone, experiment with your own limits one by one, don't divide too much at once. I will practice by the side, and ask me if you have any questions. Having said that, Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder and stuffed the pure yang attribute chakra refined by Kurama with no impurities into his body, waiting for his body to recover when he was injured. Then he went aside and started his own practice. Boom! The smoke exploded and a piece of shadow clone appeared. Naruto's body naturally continues high-intensity intensive physical training with weights. And half of those shadow clone continue to practice the nature transformation practice of the wind attribute chakra. This practice is endless and can improve chakra's control ability almost unlimitedly. After completing a kind of practice, you can challenge the more difficult practice. Other shadow clones are manipulating the airflow to exercise their flying ability. The training for flying in the previous year or so was very effective, which also allowed Naruto to accumulate and gain the ability to fly on the night when Uchiha was extinct. But this kind of flight is very rough, simply described as vigorously performing miracles, forcibly manipulating the airflow to lift one's body into the air. Therefore, when flying, it is accompanied by strong winds and flying sand and rocks. It looks terrifying, but it is a waste of power. In Naruto's expectation, when this ability reaches the perfect point, he can fly silently without wasting a single cent of his power, flying consumes less, and flying faster. In order to do this, in addition to continuing to improve Chakra's handling ability, it is also necessary to practice more. Naruto began to concentrate on his practice. After reading the contents of the scroll, Sasuke began to prepare according to the scroll, first putting a load on himself. Then separate the shadow clone practice chakra control ability, from the most basic tree climbing and treading water to the charcoal he has been doing for a long time before, the same familiarity, testing the limit of the number of shadow clone you can withstand. And he himself, like Naruto, started high-intensity physical training as long as he did not die. As soon as Tenten passed, 1 year and 3 months had passed in an instant. Every day Sasuke has a hard time, but the increase in strength is also visible to the naked eye. And just as Sasuke and Naruto are practicing hard every day, a series of changes have also taken place in the entire Konoha village. The news that the Uchiha clan was destroyed, caused a huge earthquake across the ninja world. The villagers in the village talked a lot, because Uchiha, the unpleasant police force, was celebrated by the genocide. Sasuke occasionally went to the street to buy things and felt gloat and mercy, not to mention these trivial things. In the ninja realm, the other 4 big powers that are also known as Konoha also sent out spies to try out, wanting to know what happened. Cloud Shinobi even Chen soldiers at the border, the war is almost on the verge of breaking out. Fortunately, Konoha made a timely response. Jiraiya, one of Sunan, appeared at the border and summoned a huge toad summoning, which greatly shocked the rest of the Shinobu village who was about to move. A war was temporarily eliminated. So, after 3 months, the settled 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally breathed a sigh of relief and got the mood to pay attention to some small things in the village. In the forest not far from the waterfall, 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya stood side by side, watching Naruto and Sasuke who were practicing under the waterfall, and Jainin Kakashi, the white hair who applied to protect and monitor Naruto, was accompanied by them. Is that Minato's child? It's really like his father, the same face, the same genius. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and couldn't help showing nostalgia and relief. Kakashi on the side did not speak, but his expression was also relieved. It seemed that he had been infected by Naruto. After knowing and applying to protect him, he, who was too lazy to practice, found the motivation to become stronger again. The kid Naruto really worked hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled. Old man, I want to take Naruto away, and teach him personally, so that he can't let him go. Again, Jiraiya made this request to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is an experienced ninja, and it can be seen that Naruto is already extremely powerful both physically and chakra because of his outstanding talent. But these things that he has practiced are all very basic things. Although he has been improving, this does not make him a truly powerful ninja. In response to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head firmly. Chapter 37. 8 years ago, shortly after the Nine Tails chaos passed. After hearing the news, Jiraiya hurried back to Konoha, first to prevent Konoha from being taken advantage of by outsiders, and second, because he learned that his disciple Minato also left a child named Naruto. At that time, Jiraiya also wanted to take Naruto away and raise him personally. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage took the initiative to take this responsibility and promised to take care of Naruto with Jiraiya. And Jiraiya was busy chasing Orochimaru, who had just been sentenced to the village, and was also in the trust of his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he didn't get too entangled in the custody of Naruto. After confirming that there was no problem in the village for the time being, Jiraiya hurriedly left. After that, Jiraiya sought out information for the village while searching for Orochimaru's traces in the ninja world. Occasionally, I received photos of Naruto from the third generation. I saw that Naruto was growing up healthy, and I was very relieved of his life and continued my life in the ninja world. However, this time, because the Uchiha clan was destroyed and almost triggered a war in the ninja world, Jiraiya had to show up and end his leisurely life. Then, at the invitation of the ninja from the same village, he returned to Konoha's long-lost hometown with enthusiasm. When I first saw Naruto, Jiraiya noticed that Naruto's personal image was well organized. He was tall and healthy. He felt that he was doing well as shown in the photo. Then, under observation, Naruto's house was also clean and tidy. He had regular meals for 3 meals a day, and he ate a lot. He also got along well with people at school and treated people kindly and courteously. Just let Jiraiya confirm this, Naruto is indeed doing well. To be able to teach Naruto so well, his teacher Third Hokage should have spent a lot of thought. Only afterwards, he habitually went to the red light district to drink flowers and wine to inquire about intelligence, only to realize that things were not as simple as what he had seen. Hidden in Naruto's seemingly organized life is the isolation and indifference from the entire village, even his living expenses, which he sells charcoal and obtains food support in the wild. As Third Hokage's Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are many ways to ensure that Naruto will live the life he deserves as the son of a hero, but he still falls into this situation. If it weren't for Naruto's early wisdom, he could take care of himself, but now I don't know what it looks like. Jiraiya usually doesn't want to think too much, but it doesn't mean he is stupid. In the face of Naruto's situation, he can easily analyze it. This is his teacher, who wants to let Jinchuriki master in his hands. Jinchuriki is isolated in the village. Only him, Hokage, is his only warmth, so he will naturally want to get close to him and naturally become a force to support Hokage. For this reason, he never told Naruto who his parents were, and even the property left by his parents was never known to Naruto, allowing him to lead a life that was worse than ordinary orphans in the village. Naruto in this kind of environment is so distressing. So, even if Jiraiya doesn't want to take a child at this moment, he still can't tolerate Naruto's continued stay in the village to endure such cold violence. This is why he has to take his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Naruto practice site. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still refused. At this moment, Jinchuriki's mind has not yet grown up, and the bond with the village is not deep enough. At least he has to stay in school until he graduates and becomes genin. Jinchuriki is the power that must be held by the master in Hokage's hands. Although Jiraiya is close to Jinchuriki's status and strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to let go. Unless, Jiraiya becomes Hokage. Obviously, Jiraiya does not want to be Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment does not mean to hand over power to his disciple. At this moment, Jiraiya was disappointed with his teacher. "I'm leaving, old man, I hope you will be alive next time you come back." He sighed with excitement, and even gave up his intention to meet Naruto in the first place. What happened when I saw it? He could not go against the will of Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage's teacher. He could not change anything. He could not teach Naruto ninjutsu, and he would not even be allowed to give Naruto some life support. It's not as good as it didn't appear in his life from the beginning. After that, he turned and left, as if he hadn't been here since the beginning. Kakashi on the side saw this and was silent. He also wanted to help Naruto, but just like Jiraiya's helplessness, he couldn't defy Hokage's will. "I can only apply to protect Naruto and watch him grow, as a way of expressing the nostalgia for the lost teacher and his wife. What's more, his departed best friend Obito, the last member of his tribe, is also here." Subconsciously, Kakashi touched his left eye. When Naruto graduates from the ninja school, you will become the leader of him and Sasuke. It has not been long now. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who were practicing by the waterfall for a while, and suddenly said. Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, "Are you to be the leader of the team?" Then, I couldn't help but have some expectations. Okay. Kakashi responded with a smile. Just after the 10th birthday, in the learning space, Naruto's rare body appeared here. In front of him, there was a thick stack of test papers. At the beginning of the test paper, there is a large line, Comprehensive Academic Test Paper. This is an exam that Naruto must go through after accumulating 100,000 credits in the learning space. The scope of the exam content is extremely broad. From history and humanities to mathematics and physics, to philosophy, chemical geography, biomedicine, social systems, economics and finance, ninjutsu illusion principles, psychological tests, etc. Contains all the content that Naruto has learned so far in the learning space, Konoha library and ninja school. According to the requirements, this paper with a total of 10,000 questions, which is almost equal to a thick book in total, is a closed book exam. Naruto must answer at least 90% of the questions correctly before it can be considered as a complete pass. There is no limit to the test time, but you must not leave halfway, otherwise it will be regarded as a failure. The next time you take the test, you will be replaced with a new test paper. At that time, if he passes the exam, the learning space will give him a mysterious reward, and at the same time teach him more esoteric content. In order to cope with this exam, Naruto divided 2 shadow clones and conducted a 1-month intensive review. Then, he has the confidence to come to the learning space and challenge this comprehensive academic test paper. In order to prevent the test from taking too long and problems in reality, Naruto also asked Kurama to help him eat and move his body. The exam lasted for 7 days and nights in a row. In the end, it proved that Naruto's 1-month intensive review and asking Kurama to help prepare for meals and activities were not in vain. Finally, the results came out. With a total score of 100,000 points, Naruto finally got a good score of 99,888 points. Was rated as excellent, passed. And the reward for the learning space came as promised, and a well-wrapped cardboard box appeared in front of Naruto. As if playing a game and killing a super difficult boss, Naruto was very excited to touch the corpse at this moment, opened the box and found that the whole box was full of books. I found a book from it, and saw a slightly familiar 2-dimensional comic image drawn on its pages. There are several words written on the cover of the book. Hokage Ninja. Chapter 38. Hokage Ninja is the word slip fruit in this book. Next to it, the lingua franca of ninja is added, which is called Japanese in another world. And English Naruto. Up to now, in order to learn better, Naruto has already mastered Hyuxia, Japanese, and English, which are the more commonly used languages of Third Gate. Of course he will not mistake the words in this book. Naruto biography. At this time, Naruto finally understood why he felt that the 2-dimensional image in the book would be familiar. This is the image of him after the 3-dimensional transformation into the 2-dimensional. However, this 2-dimensional image's short height, rustic dress, and silly expression made Naruto feel extremely uncomfortable. In reality, he was just over 10 years old, but now he is 1.5 meters tall. The work is set in a ninja world. The story begins with the orphan life of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. In order to protect the village, 4th Hokage seals the 9 tails monster that attacked the village into his body. As a result, Naruto suffers from the neglect of the villagers, but desperately uses various pranks to try to attract everyone's attention. Fortunately, Mr. Iruka still cares. Naruto's character has not become distorted, he is always energetic and very optimistic. In order for more people to recognize himself, Naruto's goal is to become Hokage. The whole story revolves around Naruto's struggle and growth, Naruto's partners, and various struggles and conspiracies in this ninja world. Turning a page, Naruto felt more discomfort after seeing the introduction on the title page of the manga. Whether it is Uzumaki Naruto's extremely ridiculous dream depicted in this manga, or another fact brought about by this manga, he feels extremely uncomfortable. So, the world I live in is a manga in another world. Naruto whispered to himself without expression. Continuing to flip the manga in my hand, the formal content of the first episode began to appear. First, it tells the story of the Nine Tails monster attacking the village, and then the picture turns to the prank manga protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. The familiar Yan Yan and the streets have confirmed Naruto's guess. The joys and sorrows that occurred in the world he lives in another world, really exist in the form of comics. Is it something that happened in my world, felt by the author of another world, and inspired this comic? Or did the other party draw this comic and then have this world? There was speculation in Naruto's heart, but at this time there was no extra thought to think about these things. He continued to flip through the comics, looking at the boy who had the same name as him, struggling to become Hokage and to be recognized by everyone in the village. Looking at the other party in a sloppy and rustic dress with goggles and orange sportswear, pranksters in the village hate dogs. The shameless use of seduction in the public, the clone technique was extremely poor, and it was impossible to pass the pediatric graduation examination of the ninja school smoothly, and was fooled by people to steal the sealed book. He broke the child, went to the bookstore to peek at H magazine and was violently beaten, went to the women's bathhouse to peep and was beaten, and described Chakra as being unlearned and unskilled. After reading the first book, Naruto closed it, silently. Looking at the content throughout, Naruto only saw 2 words in it. Shame. Extremely embarrassing. However, not long after the irritation appeared, it dissipated again. At this time, Naruto thought of himself in reality, which is different from comics. If it weren't for this learning space, which taught him everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation to dealing with people and things, I'm afraid he would be no different from the boy in the comics. Lack of human supervision, and being isolated by everyone in the village. In order to attract people's attention and get recognition, they adopted the method of pranking. The result not only did not solve any problems, but it was even more disgusting. The lack of economy, coupled with the greed for convenience, eats instant noodles that are not nutritious almost all day, and I don't even know if the milk I drank has expired. Because no one is constantly urging, and it is difficult to study well in school, even the basic content of ninja like chakra can be wrong, and even basic ninjutsu like 3-body technique can't be practiced well. Although Kurama is causing trouble, this is not an insurmountable problem. The lack of direction is the culprit. Even because no one taught the correct view of right and wrong, he didn't even know that stealing the sealed book was a capital offense. Under the casual flick of others, he did it without hesitation. In addition, she doesn't even know her self-esteem and self-love. Girls obviously don't like herself, and they stalk their faces. Apart from being annoying, there will be no results. Such a character and low wisdom, if it weren't for Jinchuriki's identity, I don't know how many times he would have died a long time ago. Hehe, 3rd generation. Naruto sneered. At this time, Naruto finally understood why it was clear that 3rd Hokage was the only person in his life who brought him warmth, but he couldn't get close to him from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, 3rd generation is a person who cared about himself since he was a child, but his relationship with him is not as good as that of a fox he just got acquainted with. Because of my instinct, I felt the other side's hidden scrutiny and defense from the other side's seemingly kind cheeks. Perhaps his care for himself is not fake, but it is more of an unpleasant guard. Naruto at this moment, it is not difficult to guess that what caused him to be in such a difficult situation is precisely because of the so-called 3rd generation grandpa who looks amiable. Although the content of this first volume does not talk about his life experience too much, Naruto has already read out what he wants to know from the details and some information he usually knows. My father, is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? If that is the case, then I am so similar to his looks, and I am justified as Kurama's Jinchuriki. It's no wonder that Naruto in the comics is so mischievous, doing a lot of things that ordinary ninjas do that would be jailed for introspection, but he didn't receive any punishment. If Naruto is the orphan of 4th Hokage, then it is only natural to be condoned. In this situation of being isolated by the entire village, as Jinchuriki, only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can be close. Naruto didn't read the manga anymore. He took all the manga books out of the box and found the Hokage Ninja anime version in a memory card, as well as all the theatrical versions. Slightly flipping through the books, Naruto found the manga on the cover marked with Father and Mother, Uzumaki Naruto's life experience. Then, with a move of mind, he arrived in the sealed space. Chapter 39. In the sealed space, Kurama lay on the sofa and watched the show as always. Watching Tiga Ultraman, a behemoth fighting with a height of tens of hundreds of meters, is more immersive to Kurama. The little fox, whose body remained half-human, sensed the arrival of Naruto, and deliberately paused. Turning his head, he greeted Naruto who was standing not far from the sofa. "Yo, Naruto, the exam is over? How are the results?" Speaking of which, Kurama and Naruto have not seen each other for 7 days. Since the two people met in sealed space for the first time, they have been with each other every day, but it is the first time they have not seen each other for so long. Seeing Naruto's expressionless face, he was obviously in a bad mood. Did the exam fail? Kurama's thoughts turned, and he comforted, "Don't be discouraged, Naruto, if you fail this exam, there will be another one. Don't you often say that persistent efforts are the basis for success? Come on." Naruto shook his head and said, "I passed the exam and got very good grades. I got 99,888 points." In response to Kurama's puzzled eyes, Naruto continued, "Kurama, you said that 4th Hokage died in your hands, right?" Upon hearing this, Kurama's expression on his face became slightly stiff. This kid, who never cared about these problems before, suddenly asked this. Did he know something? However, Kurama was mentally prepared for this day. Without saying much, he propped up from the sofa, and then stretched out his fist towards Naruto. "Since you want to know, then tell you all the truth, including what I thought at the time, and then leave everything to your own choice." With two punches facing each other, Naruto felt the scene change and appeared in a forest. Once again, I took over Kurama's memory and turned into a huge orange nine-tails fox. Although lonely in the forest, he lived freely. Although in the long life, every human being who saw him had fear, but they also lived peacefully. Until a man with long dark hair and a fan embroidered on his clothes suddenly appeared, breaking the calm. "Be my strength, Nine-Tails." The man named Uchiha Madara announced in a high-pitched tone that a pair of dark pupils suddenly turned blood red, using the pupil power of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. After that, Kurama lost control of his body. From the perspective of a bystander, he witnessed the forced signing of the summoning contract with Uchiha Madara, becoming his summoning beast, and then following the whole process of the opponent fighting with a man named Senju Hashirama. Kurama is very unwilling. He is not willing to fight for a human who regards him as a lower-class beast and uncontrollable disaster. It's just that eternal Manjiki Sharingan is too strong, even Kurama can't get rid of it even if he tries his best. In the end, this man named Uchiha Madara was defeated by Senju Hashirama. And Kurama, who joined the battle as a summoning beast, was also languished by Senju Hashirama's super big move on top of the Buddha. The battle process is as simple as a human beating a weak kitten. I thought that this bad experience was over. Unexpectedly, the human named Senju Hashirama, who ravaged Kurama as a cat, said to him, "Your power is too strong. You need a seal." Then, regardless of Kurama's wishes, he was sealed in his body by a woman named Uzumaki Mito, and since then he has lived a miserable life in which Ishin is closed in a small black house without hearing anything outside the window. The skills are not as good as others, even if Kurama is full of resentment, he cannot change this fate. Decades later, Uzumaki Mito will end his life. Kurama is looking forward to the death of the other person. As long as he can get out of trouble and escape from such a tragic little black house life, it doesn't matter if he followed his death last time. The human world is too dangerous to hide in the deep mountains and old forests from now on. Unexpectedly, he was removed from Uzumaki Mito's body again and sealed in the body of a little girl named Uzumaki Kushina. This little girl named Uzumaki Kushina has inherited the usual arrogance of human beings and has no willingness to communicate with him. She uses a powerful sealing technique to restrain his body and extract his power all day long. Fortunately, the strength of this little girl is a lot worse than the previous Jinchuriki. Nine Tails can also release some perceptions, observe the human world, and make her life less boring. As the years passed, Kurama watched the little girl who restrained herself grew up and gradually became a girl. Although Kurama didn't understand why this woman named Uzumaki Kushina had to add more powerful sealing techniques to block her perception every night, but time passed by Tenten. She had someone she liked, married a man named Namikaze Minato, formed a family, and had a child. On the day that the child was born, it was tied tightly as always. Today, Kurama has not even bothered to think about struggling. Perhaps this life of being locked up in a small black house will last forever, right? Then, that day, the pupil power he hated appeared. The man with the mask borrowed the summoning contract with Uchiha Madara, and Mangeki Sharingan controlled him, pulling him out of Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina's body. He was controlled to wreak havoc in Konoha village, unable to refuse Sharingan's pupil power, and did not want to refuse. Then, he was transferred to the outside of the village by the man named Namikaze Minato, who had become fourth Hokage, and was locked again by a woman named Uzumaki Kushina with adamantine sealing chains. Jinchuriki, who was removed from the tail beast, must die, even though she once again restrained herself as the tail beast before dying, she couldn't change the ending. Because she didn't know that as long as he was sealed back as the tail beast, he would be saved. And even if she knew that with her weak body at the moment, she couldn't bear all the power of Kurama. Kushina wanted to use the last chakra to seal Kurama into the body of her newly born child. The man named Namikaze Minato loves his wife very much, and he doesn't want to live alone at the moment. In order to allow his wife to see his son when he grows up, he uses a taboo-level seal technique called ghoul sealing. Sacrificed the soul to Shinigami, and divided Kurama into yin and yang. Then the half of the yang attribute was sealed in the body of his son Naruto, and the remaining half of the yin attribute was taken into Shinigami's belly along with Namikaze Minato's soul. Namikaze Minato hopes that his son can survive as the hero of the village, and this half of Kurama's power is the guarantee he left for his children. Only in the end, it backfired. Chapter 40. Naruto did not live as the son of the hero who saved the village, as fourth Hokage thought. Instead, it became the incarnation of the demon fox that destroyed the village and caused great harm in people's mouth, and became the object of everyone shouting and beating. As third Hokage's Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto's identity can be announced to break these rumors. But he didn't do that. In order to keep Jinchuriki firmly in his hands, he chose to let it go. Kurama saw all this in Naruto's body. Although all this was caused by his existence, he did not feel any guilt, but felt very happy. Jinchuriki's hatred will arouse his chakra, and will continue to erode the seal, and sooner or later he will break free from this seal. When he gets out of this seal, the Jinchuriki kid who bound him, including the other humans, must die. This thought continued until Naruto was 4 years old. In the sealed space, one person and one fox met for the first time. Kurama thought he could easily fool the young Jinchuriki Naruto. But he did not expect that this kid was beyond his imagination and tenacity. Not only was he not tempted to degenerate, but relying on his own reason to completely restrain himself from the negative influence of his chakra. It was also on this day that Kurama was treated equally by a human for the first time, not a beast inferior to humans. Since that day, they will meet every day. Watching TV together, chatting together, and commenting on the content of the plot that I have watched today. Although Naruto, the kid is very damn it, he only shows him 2 episodes a day to make him appetite, but in the process, the relationship between one person and one fox finally became familiar. Kurama's guard against Naruto was gradually put down during the process. He was no longer confronting Naruto, and converged himself to interfere with the operation of Naruto Chakra and erode the sealed chakra. Although he still hated all humans, he started to like Naruto from the bottom of his heart. As he once said, Naruto's father, 4th Hokage, died in his hands. Although even without him, Naruto's parents would die. Although they were hostile at that time, it was normal for him to make any choices. But at this moment, he and Naruto have become close friends after all, and in Kurama's heart, he still cares about Naruto's opinion very much. Therefore, he told Naruto the truth about all these things, and wanted to eliminate this gap. After disconnecting from Kurama's chakra link, Naruto was silent. At this moment, his emotions are extremely complicated. He ignored Kurama, who was looking at him worriedly, and compared to the memory he got from Kurama, he began to look through the comics in his hand. It was just as he thought. He was really 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's child, the child of the hero who sacrificed to protect the village. Even he himself was a hero who sealed the 9 Tails demon fox and made a great contribution to protecting the village. And what kind of treatment has he received over the years? Hee. Naruto had a gloomy smile on Naruto's face. For this kind of village, it is better to destroy it. The father and mother actually gave their lives to protect this village. It really feels worthless for your sacrifice. At this moment, he thought of all the things he had endured since childhood, the murderous intent and hatred of the villagers that hated him, and the indifference formed by the extreme denial of his existence. These incompetent adults, because of the fear in their hearts, kept angering him who had done nothing wrong. And the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had promised his mother Uzumaki Kushina, who was supposed to take good care of him and raised him, was the most direct culprit. All of this caused the killing intent in Naruto's heart to continue to grow. At this moment, Kurama's power was madly extracted by Naruto unconsciously, and a red 9 Tails chakra coat appeared on his body, 1 tail, 3 tails, 5 tails. The tail keeps increasing, and the craziness contained in Kurama chakra also increases crazily. It's just that Naruto doesn't seem to feel it at this moment. Even though the number of tails had increased to 7, his expression remained cold, without any change. Are you okay, Naruto? At this time, Kurama couldn't sit still anymore. Naruto like this made him feel extremely strange, and he felt a little heart palpitations just by looking at it. It was as if the darkness accumulated in Naruto's heart over the years was released at this moment. The former Kurama looked forward to this change in Naruto, but at this moment he was very worried that he would lose his mind and do something that he would regret later. I'm fine, of course I'm fine now. With a brush of the tail, it increased to 8. The gloom on Naruto's face disappeared temporarily, and he smiled at Kurama next to him, reassuring him. However, this did not make Kurama feel at ease, on the contrary, he felt even more uneasy. Naruto disappeared briefly and went to the study space. When he came back, he already had an extra box in his hand, the one that contained all the Hokage Ninja manga and anime. At this moment, the tail on his body is about to increase to the 9th. The door that represents the seal of Kurama has already begun to crack continuously with the cooperation of the crazy Kurama chakra and Naruto's own chakra. Shadow clone technique. A dense cluster of avatars appeared, each holding a Hokage Ninja, and quickly flipping through them. For the rest, I moved hundreds of playback devices to the learning space, then opened the Hokage Ninja anime, and started watching 720 episodes of anime at the same time. Kurama, I'm really fine, come and watch it with me. At this time, Naruto seemed to regain his former calm and rationality. There was a gentle smile on his face, if it weren't for the red nine-tails chakra coat that had begun to transform into a golden body, it would be no different in normal times. Naruto, what are you doing? Calm down and stop. An anxious voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of Naruto the next moment. As soon as he appeared, he directly pressed his hand to Naruto's lower abdomen, trying to reinforce the seal. Naruto raised his hand, holding the hand that was about to press on his stomach. Naruto looked at the man with the same blonde hair as him. There was a little excitement on his face, and his voice softly replied, "I'm very calm, father, I took the initiative to let Kurama come out. He and I are friends. It won't hurt me." Chapter 41. Kurama? Friend? Sleeping in the seal, because Naruto madly inspires Kurama's chakra, who is about to collapse the seal and is awakened, the blonde man who doesn't know what's going on is stunned. I took a closer look at Naruto's expression, not as if he had been affected by Kurama chakra. He took another look at the cute little fox who was quietly squatting in Naruto's arms, except for looking at him with an unhappy look, and without any other actions. At this time, Namikaze Minato finally confirmed that he hadn't dreamed and that his son really became friends with the tail beast. Involuntarily, a smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the Naruto in front of him, dressed decently, with his hairstyle and that quiet and intelligent temperament. His face was exquisite like a mother, and he had such a powerful strength at a young age, and he had really grown into a very good ninja. It seems that third generation has successfully completed their couple's dying entrustment and took good care of Naruto. Naruto, you are now unlocking the seal. Do you want to try to use Kurama's power to practice tail beastization? Namikaze Minato asked with a smile after retracting his hand and touching his son's head. Some are not used to enjoying the intimacy of their father. Naruto took a step back, then shook his head and said, "No, I want to use Kurama's power to destroy Konoha." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato's smile froze, and his heart replied with anger. He sacrificed to protect Konoha, even if his son didn't inherit the will of fire, he wanted to destroy the village? Isn't this a waste of his efforts? Just about to say something, Naruto stretched out his fist. Subconsciously opposed to it, Namikaze Minato's anger dissipated and became silent. In a short period of time, Namikaze Minato felt how Naruto came over these years, the dense and palpitating malice, even he, a mature adult, felt shuddering. Not to mention, Naruto is a child. He didn't expect that his orphan would end up in such an end when he worked so hard to guard the village. Even though he had guessed that Naruto, who is Jinchuriki, would bear some strange eyes from the villagers, he did not expect it to be so serious, and third Hokage, whom he had high hopes for, did not act at all. His wife is Jinchuriki, and she usually suffers some gossip in the village, but since not many people know it, it is not a big problem, and Naruto has the third generation to take care of. This is why Namikaze Minato chose to seal half of Kurama in Naruto's body. Unexpectedly, this move caused Naruto's misfortune. Looking at Naruto's determined killing intent, Namikaze Minato wanted to persuade her, but she opened her mouth and smiled bitterly but couldn't speak. At this moment, Rao had been fourth Hokage with the fire will to protect the village in his heart, and he didn't know how to clear the darkness in his son's heart. Click! The door of the seal completely collapsed. There was silence in the sealed space, and Namikaze Minato looked in a trance. Even if the door was completely opened, he did not strengthen the seal as he had left. At this time, Naruto and Kurama did not speak either. Wow! In the quiet sealed space, the sound of a chain dancing suddenly sounded. Kurama's body, who was lying quietly, was firmly trapped by the sudden appearance of golden chains. Naruto and Kurama cast their gazes over, and saw a beautiful red-haired woman like Namikaze Minato, suddenly appeared in the sealed space. It was the adamantine sealing chains on her that trapped Kurama. Naruto. I don't know if I should say it inappropriately. Kurama. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato came back to his senses, cast his gaze over, and saw the incarnation of chakra left behind by his wife, also a little speechless. Seeing both of them looking at them with strange gazes, the woman who appeared suddenly smiled in embarrassment. "Ah, isn't Naruto going to tug of war with 9 tails to take its chakra?" Namikaze Minato touched her head awkwardly, and quickly went up to explain the situation with his wife Uzumaki Kushina. It didn't take long to see Kushina furious, her red hair fluttering in the wind. "Is this my mother? It is indeed as careless as you remembered." Naruto smiled and sighed with the little fox in his arms. Kurama looked at his bound body and didn't want to speak. "As soon as I finished speaking, I saw the red-haired woman rushing over and took Naruto into her arms." Iwa said with tears, "Oh, Naruto, little Naruto is really hard. If my mother can stay by your side forever. Okay, then you don't have to work so hard." "Okay, it's okay, Mom, I've grown up and can live an independent life. I eat well every day and take a shower every day. There are also many girls who like me. I don't have any bad habits, and I don't know Jiraiya, so Mom, don't worry about me." Naruto comforted somewhat at a loss. At this time, seeing this, Namikaze Minato also blamed himself. If he listened to his wife, and his wife sealed Kurama, and he stayed to accompany Naruto to grow up, then Naruto would not have been so hard all these years. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Is it everyone's village or Sarutobi Hiruzen's village that I am guarding? Even the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, poor little Sasuke. With a distracted sigh, Namikaze Minato felt that his death was worthless. At this time, he didn't intend to stop Naruto from doing anything. Anyway, he was already a dead man, so he couldn't control that much. "Naruto, your mother's chakra and I are about to disappear. Before we leave, I will teach you Flying Thunder God technique and raise Nan. No matter what you want to do in the future, I hope you can live well, and everything is safe first." Listening to Namikaze Minato's words, Uzumaki Kushina also reacted. Although his son was talented, the disgusting old man third generation did not give Naruto the inheritance and secret techniques of the couple. Even though Naruto at this moment can be regarded as a perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki after the seal is opened, it is still not insurance. She decided to give Naruto all the sealing techniques she knew, as well as the methods of using Kurama Chakra. With more skills and no pressure, you can calmly face any situation after you learn more. Even if you are an enemy of the world, you can retreat calmly. Being a mother unconditionally supports all your son's choices. Thinking of this, Kushina also hurriedly raised her fist. With a big smile on Naruto's face, he raised his hands to face his parents' fists. With a smile, the figure watching the parents disappeared before his eyes. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of the eyes unconsciously. Boom! In the sealed space, all shadow clones have completed their tasks. The smoke exploded and lifted himself. Suddenly, a lot of information came to my mind. Chapter 42. Many shadow clones have completed their tasks well. They had already read Hokage Ninja's anime and manga in a very short time. After Shadow Clone was disbanded, these scattered contents gathered in Naruto's mind, and they became a complete plot line. Naruto, who had just gathered with his parents for a short time and then separated, had not had time to feel too much sadness, and was occupied by the information about the future that appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Put aside those purely irrigation memories, and irrelevant content. Distill out all the keynote events in the future, that is, the main story. After graduating from the ninja school, I was divided into the 7th class and formed a bond with the young Sakura and Sasuke, grabbed the bell and got the approval of the leader Jonin teacher Kakashi, and then started Jonin's daily tasks. Go to the Nami Nation mission again, Chunin exam, Konoha collapse plan, Sasuke defected. Welcoming Tsunade to succeed 5th Hokage, to pave the way for the big crisis of Akatsuki, and after that, I went out to practice with Master Jiraiya. The first part of Hokage Ninja is over. After that, it was Shi Feng Chuan. This chapter begins with Naruto's return to Konoha after nearly 3 years of practice. The Akatsuki organization, which had been silent for many years, finally completed the final preparations and began to implement their plan to capture the tail beast. They sent 2 S-class rebels, Deidara and Sasori, who were comparable to shadows. The 2 attacked Sand Shinobi village and captured one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara, who had become a wind shadow. Sand Shinobi village asked Konoha for help. Naruto and others took the task and began to work hard to save Gaara. Then, it was Akatsuki's undead duo, who also played for the S-class rebel Kakuzu and Haiden. Sarutobi Asuma died, and Naruto created the Wind Styles class ninjutsu spiral shuriken to kill him. After this was the birth of 3 Tails. Jiraiya sneaked into Rain Shinobi village. Sasuke defeated Orochimaru who wanted to seize the house, and formed the Eagle team to fight Deidara. Naruto quickly scanned the information in his memory. Although most of it was related to him, and also to his future enemies, relatives, and friends, he did not have much real feelings. After all, in reality, he and the hot-blooded idiot in the comics are completely different people. In addition to the skills used by the opponent and the information of the hostile ninja, there is some reference value for Naruto in reality, and there is no superfluous sense of substitution. He didn't understand at all why in the comics, Naruto, who grew up in the same environment as him, could still maintain such blood and sunshine, as if he had a constant positive energy personality buff. The so-called will of fire brainwashing effect is so strong. Anyone who is in that kind of environment can be considered as correct without retaliation against the society. And Sasuke, the extreme avenger in the comics, is fundamentally different from Sasuke, who is a bit gloomy in reality, but still normal and knows how to distinguish right from wrong. As for Sasuke's changes, Naruto can still understand a little bit. After all, Sasuke in reality still has his company and encouragement. But this one in the comics has endured the betrayal of the closest person, carrying everything on his back alone. Until Naruto saw the decisive battle between Sasuke and Itachi. And when the masked guy who called himself Uchiha Madara spoke the truth about Itachi, Naruto's expression was moved for the first time. Skipping the rest of the content, Naruto deliberately began to search for information about Itachi, and finally restored the truth of the genocide of the entire Uchiha clan. From the time when the village was just established, because of the hatred left over by the Senju and Uchiha clan in the previous Sengoku era, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, as the upper level of the village, has always maintained a jealous and distrustful attitude towards the Uchiha clan. So the second Hokage at the time handed over the police force, a department that seemed to have a high authority, but actually offended people, to the Uchiha clan. In addition, the Uchiha clan is naturally arrogant and irritable. They are a family of ninjas passed down from generation to generation. They have little reading and limited wisdom. They don't know what crisis public relations are, and they don't know what smiling business is, and they don't know how to separate the police from the city management. So they easily got involved in second Hokage, successfully offending most of the villagers, becoming a target of public criticism, and eliminating the possibility of their family becoming Hokage. But at the same time, second Hokage didn't break it. He accepted Uchiha Kagami, the Uchiha people who are not limited to one clan, and have the will to fire as disciples, and did not completely isolate them from the high level. It can be regarded as a kind of soothing in the guard, and it is the way to balance. Subsequently, second Hokage passed away, Sarutobi Hiruzen became third Hokage, and Senju Tobirama's 3 disciples Udatan Koharu, Shimura Dans, and Mito Kato Homura formed a new high level. They have inherited second Hokage's custom of rejecting the Uchiha clan, but they have not inherited his use of balance, and they have no idea what it means to be too late. So, their other colleague, Uchiha Kagami, didn't know if he was framed or accidentally, and died young in order to protect Shimura Dans. After that, the Uchiha clan, one of the key families that created the village, continued to be rejected by everyone in the village, and was completely isolated from the upper level, cutting off the way to ascend. Then, it was the Nine Tails chaos. Kurama was controlled by the masked man. The Sharingan in his eyes became evidence of the continued rejection of the Uchiha clan by the top. This time, the entire Uchiha was directly driven away from the center of the village. At this time, Uchiha was completely lost in the village, and even caused deep disgust. In such an environment, the Uchiha clan also hates higher UPS more and more, seeking to regain their due power and status. The conflict between the two has become more and more fierce, and Uchiha began to have the idea of a coup. In this context, the Uchiha clan is worried about the village and the family, and wants to ease the conflict between the two. Uchiha Shisui, who has a mindset far beyond the general Uchiha, is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami and is deeply affected by the will of fire. Ns. He has an extremely good ninja talent. He has already started Manjiki Sharingan at a young age, and he has also awakened the pupil technique like distinguished heavenly gods that can quietly change the will of others. But in the end, Shisui's efforts failed. The conflict between the village and the clan has become more intense, and it has reached the point where it cannot be alleviated. They regarded Shisui, who opened Manjiki, as a whole card and wanted to launch a coup. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 43. It's just that these Uchihas don't know that, as the Uchiha they rely on, the first master is a pure-blooded 25th boy. Shisui completely forgot about the family's gift of nurturing, and only belonged to the high-level Sarutobi Hiruzen, but not everyone's village. He did not hesitate to sell the news of their coup d'état to the high level. Furthermore, Shisui intends to use his distinguished heavenly god's pupil technique to modify the will of Uchiha Fugaku, a dovish patriarch who has little say in the family and is completely held up by the clansmen, to quell this conflict. The final result, of course, was that the Uchiha genius, who was clearly engaged in murder and did not read a lot, but crazily wanted to pursue peace, failed. He did not understand the principle of peace through struggle for peace. He never thought that he was completely untrusted by the high levels. They were very afraid of Shisui's eyes that can modify people's will silently. They were eventually taken away by Danzo Manjiki, who was only used to activate the distinguished heavenly gods, to prevent the coup from happening. Sharingan. And up to this time, he still didn't realize that the two parties in the conflict were not only at fault in his family, but also in the pressing of the high levels he trusted. Also, using the power of distinguished heavenly gods in the eye that didn't know whether it was friendship or the surviving eye, passed on the will to protect Konoha to his best friend, Sasuke's older brother Itachi. The young Itachi, witnessed the death of his elder brother Shisui, started Manjiki Sharingan when he was less than 11 years old, and then began his path to peace. Although he is good at thinking, he still doesn't realize the essence of the problem. It happened to be the aggressive high-level people who caused all this. They stubbornly believed that it was all Uchiha who was wrong. This is a degenerate and decadent race, confused as a double agent, pursuing the peace in his heart. But when he was young, he and Shisui made the same mistakes. They read too little and had too little knowledge to understand the nature of peace through struggle, and how to alleviate the conflict between the family and the village. The death of Shisui temporarily dispelled the idea of Uchiha's coup, but the appearance of the new Manjiki Itachi reignited their ambitions. The contradiction between Uchiha and the high level of the village has once again become fierce, and it has developed to the point where it is on the verge of breaking out. From Itachi's point of view, if the village and Uchiha go to war, regardless of the success or failure of both sides, the strength of Konoha village will be reduced, which in turn will trigger other ninja villages to attack, and eventually lead to a battle in the ninja world. It's just that Itachi doesn't know that the strength and heritage of the village is far beyond his imagination. Any war in the ninja world is more than 1 dozen, and even if the other ninja villages come to attack, there will be no chance. An Uchiha's coup is almost impossible to succeed. Even if they kill the senior leaders headed by 3rd generation with a beheading tactic, they will not be recognized by the rest of the village without any personal connections. At this time, the village leaders bullied Itachi as young and ignorant. In order to reduce his own consumption, he issued a final notice to Itachi, asking him to destroy the Uchiha clan and maintain the peace of the village on the condition of ensuring the survival of Itachi's younger brother Sasuke. The masked man who claims to be Madara has also become more frequent, and there are faint signs of attacking the village. Itachi, who understands Madara's strength and prestige, is worried about the future of the village and the safety of Sasuke. In the end, he has no choice but to ask Madara not to take action against the village, and also asks the high-level villagers to protect Sasuke. Then, for the narrow peace in his heart, he swung a butcher knife to his family and the parents who gave birth to him. He took the charge of slaughtering the clan and went to the Akatsuki organization as a betrayal. He monitored the masked man who claimed to be Madara. He was suffering from the heart and the pain, and he waited for Sasuke to have enough strength to come to him. Then, died in Sasuke's hands, opened Manjiki Sharingan for Sasuke, and opened the eternal Manjiki for his brother Sasuke with his Manjiki Sharingan. And his death, in addition to that, can make Sasuke a hero who kills the S-rank rebel. For the rest of his life, with the growth of age and experience, Itachi gradually understood that at that time he actually had a better way to deal with the conflict between the family and the village, and he could trust the power of others. Unfortunately, I can't go back anymore. After Impure World reincarnation, his original intention to protect Konoha remained unchanged, but he also chose to tell Sasuke everything about himself, trusting his growth, and letting him choose his own future. Not in a hurry to recall the rest of the memories in his mind, Naruto's eyes were a little complicated at this time. This conclusion proved that Kurama's malicious perception that night was not wrong, that man did not have malicious intent towards him and Sasuke, and he bore all this alone for the peace of his heart. For the Uchiha clan, he is an out-and-out traitor. For most people in the village, he is an unknown hero. From the perspective of Sasuke's brother, he is worthy of the title of a good brother. However, no matter how many reasons, Itachi's actions seemed wrong to Naruto. Killing parents and relatives is not done by the son of man. Respecting teachers and filial piety to parents are the basic values of Naruto. Self-cultivation, family harmony, country governance, and peace in the world are the teachings of the sages to Naruto. It means that you must first improve your personal accomplishment, learn more knowledge and grow your wisdom, so that you can keep your family running in an orderly manner, and then you can complete the lofty ambition of governing the country and calming the world. The experience of Itachi and Shisui, and the distorted values formed when they collide with their desire to pursue peace, once again warned Naruto. Stupidity makes people narrow. You must read more, so that you can clearly distinguish what you are doing. Not because of a good starting point, but in the end did an unforgivable evil. Because of this, Naruto is even more disgusted by the Konoha executives who are willing to open their mouths and shut their mouths. He kept talking about protecting Konoha, and kept talking about protecting the compatriots in the village. The people in the village are all a family, and they continue to promote the will of fire, but they are completely unable to treat them equally. On the contrary, it is very powerful to exclude dissidents. The two families of Senju Uchiha, who founded the village, disappeared one after another during Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, and his Sarutobi family continued to grow bigger. Konoha's white Fanja Hotaki, who is powerful and qualified to inherit Hokage, forced him to commit suicide. He, the son of a hero, had an unbearable childhood. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen started paving the way for his son Asuma to become Hokage. In order to win the support of the other families in the village, the son Asuma was arranged to take the three family heirs of Inoshika Ch, and the daughter-in-law Yuhihong took the heirs of Hyaga, Inyazuka, and Abarame. Unfortunately, he did not expect that he would die suddenly, nor did he expect that his son would also die in the hands of Akatsuki. These high-level guards have never been everyone's Konoha, but their own Konoha. Just this, still expecting others to have the so-called will of fire? Chapter 44. In silence, Naruto continued to comb through the information in his mind. Sasuke in the comics, after the battle with Itachi, heard the truth about his brother, turned on Manjiki Sharingan in an extremely emotional situation, and then helped Akatsuki to capture Eight Tails Jiki. In the end, a tragic battle failed, and only one octopus leg was brought back. Then, Pen, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, personally dispatched to complete the capture of 6 tails and set off to Konoha village to capture the last 9 tails Jinchuriki Naruto. After a fierce battle, Konoha was destroyed, and the new practice was successful. Sage Mode's strength increased Naruto's appearance. He successfully defeated the villain Pain and saved the village, which was recognized by the villagers. Such a highlight moment did not make Naruto pay too much attention to it. His attention was focused on the peace conversation between Naruto and his senior brother Uzumaki Naruto. Did you start sublimating the theme? The protagonist's life pursuit recognized by others in the first phase has been completed, so should there be a more in-depth goal and pursuit as the driving force behind the plot. Peaceful discussion is a very attractive subject. Pain's thoughts are very similar to the historical trend of another world. In that world, there have been 2 consecutive world wars that have swept across the globe, causing the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. In the end, under the destructive checks and balances and threats of nuclear weapons, peace was gradually reached. Anti-war, peace, and development have become the mainstream of global thinking. And Pain's approach is so similar. It captures the 9-tailed beasts to create the ultimate war weapon, with absolute power, and then uses this absolute power to destroy a war criminal country, so that people all over the world feel the pain and fear of war. The power of this ultimate weapon, and then gradually peace is achieved. This is a real way to succeed in another world. Unfortunately, in this comic, this senior Nagato is not the protagonist, so he ultimately failed. Naruto analyzed it in his mind, and continued to look down. After Pain was repulsed, Tsunade temporarily retired because of the protection of the village and Chakra was exhausted. The 5 Shadows Conference was held. Danzo went to participate as the representative of Hokage. Sasuke felt that he had done it again. He attacked the 5 Shadows Conference and was educated by the 5 Shadows. Had it not been for the masked man to save the scene in time, he died on the spot. After that, it was the masked man who declared war on the 5 Shadows, and the 4th Ninja War was about to start, making everyone trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi illusion, and the disclosure of Project Tsuki no Mi, which achieved eternal peace. Is this person poisonous? Everyone in the world goes to the virtual world to dream, and then there is peace. If you can't solve the problem of how to achieve peace, you will solve the problem of mankind all over the world, and solve the problem from the root. You are really smart. In another world, people like you are called internet-addicted teenagers and are to be treated with electrotherapy. Naruto has seen The Matrix and similar fantasy works, and knows that the civilization of the internet addiction of the whole people is a civilization of sinkers with no future, and it will be destroyed sooner or later. This also made him full of grotesques and didn't know how to vomit. Naruto did not expect the following plot. Danzo, who had carried all the pots of 3rd Hokage, was killed by Sasuke, barely avenging his hatred. The 5 ninja villages and the warriors of the neutral samurai country Iron Kingdom formed a ninja coalition and fought against the 100,000 white Zetsu vegetatives represented by the masked men and the impure world reincarnation zombies controlled by Kabuto. A lot of the contents of the early days of the war were irrelevant in Naruto's eyes. Even if the Uchiha Dance King, the real Madara, comes on stage, he doesn't care too much for the time being. Although the power of destroying the world is enviable, it is still too far away for Naruto at this moment, and there is no real feeling at all. Until Naruto saw the identity of the masked man exposed. The identity of the masked man who has caused Naruto's miserable life so far is indeed not the historical record of Haki, who never disdains Madara. It's Uchiha Obito, a student of his father Namikaze Minato. The other party is not only the culprit who killed his parents, but also the culprit who caused the Uchiha murder. Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan and was the ultimate middle-aged young man who lost hope in the world because of the death of his beloved one. Really a filial son? Naruto sneered, emphatically taking note of Obito's abilities and weaknesses. Although dozens of episodes are all about Obito's past, Naruto still doesn't think highly of him. When a person has no bottom line, he doesn't deserve to be called a human anymore. Itachi has his brother as a bottom line anyway. What about Obito? There are no taboos, do whatever you want. If you are disappointed in the world, then find a way to change the world. What is it to destroy those innocent people together? Involuntarily, Naruto also began to reflect on his own thoughts at the moment. After learning that he was the son of a hero but was treated so harshly, he also raised the idea of destroying the village that caused all his unfortunate lives now. But, in doing so, what is the difference between him and Itachi, who is pursuing narrow peace and slaughter his relatives by himself, and Obito, the source of his current misfortune that he hates? The people in the village are certainly hateful, but there are also Mr. Irika who doesn't have any purpose to care for him, Hinata who has always liked him and Sasuke who encourages and supports each other. Moreover, in addition to the ignorant people in the village, there are also many people who do not look at him in a strange way. Repaying grievances directly and repaying virtue with virtue has always been admired by Naruto. If he really becomes like Obito, and will destroy everything indiscriminately, how is it different from an animal? Thinking of this, Naruto smiled bitterly, his heart full of confusion. He didn't know what he was going to do. It's no wonder that there are comics about his future in the learning space from the very beginning, but they are not shown to him from the beginning. It is to give him the correct education so that he can distinguish right from wrong and then show him this cartoon. The reason is that after he has a mature enough mind, he can examine his heart and make the most correct decision, so as not to be like Itachi, regretting the decision he made now in the future. In short, those people must pay the price, but they shouldn't cause harm to those who care for me because of my own selfishness. When I calm down completely, let's think of a way to get the best of both worlds. With a mixed emotion, Naruto continued to look back. Chapter 45. The remaining content is running out. After dozens of episodes about Obito and about Hashirama and Madara's past, the Fourth Ninja War, which is a farce like a farce, has finally come to an end. Six Paths Obito, who became Ten Tails Jinchuriki, appeared, but was eventually captured by Uchiha Madara, the man behind the scenes. He was resurrected by Obito using Rinnegan's revolving heaven technique, and he became the new Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He became the last boss of this war with Six Paths level power that surpassed his peak state. As the protagonists, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were seriously injured and dying. Seeing, the whole world is about to fall into despair. There is no fluctuation in Naruto's heart. There should be a reversal here. After all, it is a hot-blooded young man. The happy ending should be just a basic operation. Many fantasy works he has seen are like this. Things did not surprise Naruto. Sage of Six Paths, an old seller, made a strong debut. He took out his coffin book and gave a lot of money to Naruto and Sasuke, who are the protagonists and the reincarnated person of his two sons, Ashura Chakra, and successfully upgraded the two from V15 to V18. Relying on his own hard work and the Krypton gold item Kurama given by his parents, he succeeded in becoming the Naruto of V15. He was blessed with the yang power of Six Paths. With the help of the power of the 9 big tail beasts, he achieved the Six Paths level of combat power. On the other hand, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the Krypton gold item that relied on his own hard work and his brother Itachi to recharge his old life, successfully became the Sasuke of V15, received the blessing of Six Paths, and opened the 6-Go Jade Rinnegan, which also achieved the Six Paths level of combat power. The two teamed up to fight Six Paths Madara, which shouldn't be a problem. Then, just as Naruto expects the two to defeat the big boss Madara, and then eliminate all the barriers in the past, and live in love with each other, the plot reversed when Naruto didn't expect it. Black Zetsu had a few heartfelt words with his good brother Uchiha Madara. Then, this madly dragging cool tyrant finally got to the top of the server and prepared to destroy the world's big boss Uchiha Madara, and his account was hacked. Uchiha Madara's decades of hard work have all made wedding dresses for others and become the ultimate wage earners. As a result, the true ultimate boss Tsutsuki Kagaya, the princess of the Tsutsuki clan who came to the earth to plant the sacred tree from an alien, Kagaya Hime officially appeared. The story of Naruto and Naruto fighting the big boss and finally sealing it is finally staged, but at this moment, there is no fluctuation in Naruto's heart. This Kagaya-ji is exactly the kind of soft sister coin player with extremely high panel attributes and no operational awareness. The output depends on the crazy BB of the Spring Commander Black Zetsu. The difference in combat power between Kagaya Hime and Uchiha Madara, by analogy, is like the difference between the bronze player with the 6 gods filled with inscriptions in the game of Glory of the King played by Naruto and the Baixing King player. Naruto, a trainee who has not yet graduated from the ninja school, feels a little bit spicy. When Black Zetsu fought with Naruto, the plots of popular science and the real history of the ninja world were even more question marks for Naruto at this moment. So, this hot-blooded boy manga called Hokage Ninja has the wrong name, right? Naruto couldn't help but complain. Legend of Eyes of 5 Village Fighting? Notes from the Tsutsuki family? Prince Konoha chasing his wife? Tsutsuki Agarwood Black Zetsu saving his mother? Moreover, the setting of this sacred tree, are you sure that it is not the spiritual tree in Dragon Ball? Except that the tree planting is not a scion monkey, but a beautiful Byakugan princess, there is no difference between the setting of the sacred tree that will increase its power and the harm of absorbing all the vitality of a planet. Okay. Naruto's heart was full of endless grooves, and with an extremely speechless emotion, he continued to look behind. After playing the ultimate boss, Naruto and Sasuke have become the strongest in the ninja world, and they have different pursuits for a peaceful road in the future. Naruto insisted on trusting everyone and the idea that everyone can understand each other, and innocently wanted to keep it as it is. Maintain a false peace that has been proven wrong, like Hashirama's, that ends when he dies. And Sasuke wants to become the new ultimate villain big boss, kill the 5 shadows, let the whole world regard itself as the hatred target, in order to maintain the extreme peaceful thought of peace. The two argued endlessly, so they decided to convince each other with their fists. Then, in the Valley of the End, a final decisive battle of open and dark shows began. Although Naruto is a straight man, he has no strange thoughts about his good friend Sasuke in reality, but he still thinks this fantasy work called Hokage Ninja is really gay. Even if the two of Naruto were finally together, there was nothing strange at all. Tisk, so it's easy for older brothers and younger brothers to fight, and there are no problems with siblings or siblings. Changing the second young master of Uchiha, Sasuke in this comic, to Uchiha's second young lady, Zana, these plots are also completely inconsistent. Feeling grotesque, Naruto looked at the last point of the plot. The plot of Blood Dragon Eye is too stupid and illogical. After all 4 battles, you still want to grab Sharingan? Don't think about it at all, just skip it. Combined with the content of the theater version of The Last, Naruto sorted out the final outline. The endgame battle is over, Infinite Tsukuyomi is unlocked, and Sasuke, who saved the world with Naruto, becomes a sinner, because Naruto survived without dealing with his ridiculous reason. Then, Naruto violently beats the man who wanted to rob his wife, and gave up on the little Sakura who had been chasing for half his life, and succeeded in staying with a Hinata who liked him but didn't feel much. But Sasuke, both parents and relatives died, and a good friend broke a hand in the final battle. After more than 10 years of being an enemy of the world, the young man's spirits were higher than the sky, but nothing was achieved in the end. Then I went back to the village and ran out of people, raising children with no emotional foundation, and I would spend my whole life like this without accident. Then, the Boren Chuan theater version played a villain boss from Tsutsuki. Sure enough, you still lose to S**X? Draw a couple of lovers and insist that they are friends. Is this Konoha's brotherhood? After sorting out all the plots, Naruto was full of question marks. In the end, he sighed. Leaving aside those insignificant things, after learning about these futures, he began to really examine his heart, determine what he really wanted, and what he really wanted to do in the future. Chapter 46. Time, back to about an hour ago. Just like every day in the past, today's Konoha village is functioning normally. Many villagers are living their lives in an orderly manner. Either dealing with housework, or business. The ninjas are also handing over tasks in an orderly manner, or are carrying out their own daily practice. In the ninja school, the students are attending classes as usual under the leadership of the teacher. In the Hokage building, in the offices belonging to several consultants, the consultants Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu are drinking steaming tea leisurely. Shimura Dans, who happened to be here by the side, was standing by the window with a gloomy face, leaning on the streets of Konoha with a cane. As third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was happily in the office, using his telescope technique to conduct his favorite peeking. At this time, the picture happened to be frozen in an area filled with white flowers and mist. Everything is so harmonious, so orderly, and the years are quiet. Until, at the edge of the village, a scarlet beam of light shot straight into the sky, breaking the orderly life in this village. The breath of horror filled the air. It's like a sharp sword hanging above the head. At this moment, people finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the mountain-like behemoth 10 years ago. What happened? The young children do not yet know what happened. This is Nine Tails. But those adults couldn't help but begin to show fearful expressions on their faces, recalling the bloody night. In the Hokage building, Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura, who were drinking tea, shook their hands. The cups in their hands fell to the ground involuntarily and fell to pieces. The two looked at Danzo, who suddenly turned their heads, and their expressions changed greatly. Not good. The three of them got up without hesitation and rushed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Then, they saw a waterfall reflecting in the crystal ball on Hokage's desk. In the center of the picture, Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is sitting quietly on the ground, with her eyes closed. Her body is full of blood-red chakra surging out, forming a demon fox coat. And the more chakra diverged uncontrollably, forming a beam of light that rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, behind Jinchuriki, a fifth tail is emerging, and it is increasing at an extremely fast rate. During the breath, it has reached the level of 7. Seeing this, the three people who had just rushed in couldn't help showing bitterness at the same time. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, at this moment, has taken off Hokage's royal robe, revealing the battle uniform that he wore in the royal robe. Although his face is heavy, his expression is still calm. You go to evacuate the villagers, and I will take the SEAL squad and Anbu to stop Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a cold voice, and left the Hokage building with a leap, and headed towards the edge of the village. Many Anbu followed and quickly followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. On the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen touched the Shinigami mask he carried with him, his expression gradually becoming more expressive. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group of Anbus to the waterfall, and the sealing team was notified and rushed over here. At this moment, the fairy fox tail on Naruto has reached the level of 9. However, he still sat quietly on the spot, and didn't make much movement for the time being. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the helpless standing aside, looked at Naruto's Sasuke worriedly, and then frowned and asked about Kakashi, who is currently guarding and monitoring Naruto. 7 days ago, Naruto told Sasuke that he was about to face the most important trial in his life, and then he stopped practicing and sat cross-legged in addition to eating and sleeping. Until not long ago, that was the case. Kakashi replied simply. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Not long ago, he checked the seal on Naruto's body while slapped his shoulders. There was nothing wrong with it. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed. "Don't disturb Naruto yet, wait for the arrival of the SEAL squad." When Naruto was with his parents for a short time, Kurama had been quietly lying on the side watching. It wasn't until the chakra avatars of Minato and Kushina disappeared that the expression on Kurama's face became vivid again. He turned his gaze to Naruto. As long as he remembered Naruto's desire to destroy Konoha, he couldn't help feeling excited. This was his biggest wish for many years. It is rare that Naruto, who is his Jinchuriki, has the same thoughts as him. Nothing makes Kurama more happy than that. However, after Naruto accepted the news from Shadow Clone, he fell into deep thought. This also made Kurama excited, but didn't bother. Until now, when Naruto came back to his senses, Kurama looked excited and said, "Naruto, come on, use my power to your heart's content, let out all the anger you have accumulated in your heart over the years, so that those who have caused you pain will also feel the same pain as you. Now that the seal is completely opened, I can temporarily go out to help you fight and tear all the ninjas of damn it to pieces. If you want to do it yourself, then these years of hard practice will allow you to fully bear my strength. You can turn on the Kurama Chakra mode, and then control the airflow to fly into the sky. I will assist you to gather the tailed beast bomb, which is enough to wash the entire Konoha village. Or if you feel so uneasy, you can also turn into a tail beast, use the full body power after liberating me to transform into a tail beast, and tear those ninjas to pieces by yourself. Now that the third generation old man is outside, we can start with him." Hearing Kurama's suggestion, Naruto was very excited. If it were before accepting the memory of Shadow Clone, he would definitely not hesitate to do as Kurama said. After experiencing Kurama's power firsthand, Naruto really felt what he once said, that as long as he is thoroughly master his power, his strength can surpass that of the famous ninja. It is not a lie. With such power, Konoha can indeed feel pain. However, now, his original intention has not changed. But after learning about the future, reality made Naruto calm down. "Kurama." Naruto raised his hand. Kurama tilted his head, a little puzzled. What does Naruto mean? After all, did he change his mind and pay attention? However, he did not hesitate to move, raising his hand to face Naruto with 2 punches. In an instant, a lot of information came, and Naruto shared all the Hokage Ninja content with him. Suddenly, Kurama fell into silence. Chapter 47. After watching Hokage Ninja, Kurama realized that he had underestimated Naruto's wisdom. At that time, Naruto, who was only 4 years old, met Kurama for the first time, and he was sure that the power of 9 tails, the strongest tail beast, was not invincible, otherwise he would not be locked up. At that time, Kurama was extremely dissatisfied. He felt that Naruto was underestimating his power, and felt that if he was not lucky and was restrained, he would not fall to this end. But now, after watching Hokage Ninja, he found that what Naruto said was right. Not to mention that in the ninja world at this moment, the organization Akatsuki that exists exclusively for the purpose of catching tail beasts. In that organization, Rinnegan has the same eyes as the Sage of 6 Paths that gave him life, and his hard power alone is enough to slap his Uzumaki Naruto. Even in Konoha village, he may not be able to go out. Although third Hokage is not strong enough to face his Kurama head-on, but with a single hand of ghouls, he can completely change the limit and make Kurama have no temper. In addition, there is also the Manjiki Sharingan that Danzo obtained from Shisui. Not to mention whether the opponent has used distinguished heavenly gods in these years. The sufficient chakra provided by the Hashirama cells on his body and the pupil power of Manjiki are enough to suppress Kurama for a while. After all, Danzo is weak and is a cage level anyway. Then, Konoha's seal classes are not vegetarian either. Thinking with his Konoha must have studied how many ways to deal with Kurama specifically over the years. Under this circumstance, with the Kurama who can only demolish the home with a tailed beast bomb and relying on a strong physical fitness, it is impossible to get out of Konoha village. After all, Naruto's own combat power is still good for torturing Sasuke, but when facing a military unit like Shinobu alone, it is completely negligible. And Konoha had to face the coveting of Akatsuki or other forces. Without escaping, Konoha stayed in this place and was very responsive. Dilemma. Then, what should I do now? To understand this, Kurama was a little confused. After all, he is just a fox. Fights rely on recklessness. No matter whether he can win or not, he will be beaten to death. He will be resurrected in a few years, and he will be a good fox. The most miserable and the most miserable, but also closed in a small black house. So Kurama has never thought about how to get the most beneficial result for him in the situation where the enemy is looking around. But now, he is not alone, and there is a friend of Naruto who needs to take care of him, so he can't be foolish. Unable to help, Kurama cast a questioning look at Naruto. Faced with Kurama's questioning eyes, Naruto also smiled bitterly. Actually, I am also very confused. I suddenly know the future and the truth of this world. It makes me feel a little at a loss. I don't know what to do. It is a choice I won't regret in the future. I have been thinking about a lot of time just now. What exactly do I want and what I want to do in the future, but I have not been able to get an answer that satisfies me. Whether it is pursuing strong strength or peace, it is all for me now. It's too remote and illusory. So I think this may be the reason why my mind and experience are not enough. I want to continue to learn, continue to strengthen my strength, and then see my heart clearly in the process. At that time, I can do what I want to do according to my own ideas. Facing the same confused Naruto, Kurama said silently, "How long will it take? I don't want to stay in this unpleasant place anymore." Faced with this question, Naruto thought about it a little bit and gave a positive answer, "I must be able to do it before the age of 17. Wait until I have practiced Flying Thunder God, Raise Nan, Sage Mode, and Sealing skills. After the chakra collected the other 8-tailed beasts, it should be almost the same. After all, instead of making the people in this village dream of becoming a cheap thing like white zetsu, I still want them to feel the same pain as me. Repay virtue by virtue, repay grievances directly, and consistently." Having said that, Naruto nodded confidently. Kurama heard the words, a little uninterested, although in the dramas I watched over the years, I can often hear the words that if I can't bear to make a big plan, and then make a decision to persuade people to calm down, this is completely inconsistent with his reckless character. What? Then let's set a small goal first, starting with making Konoha feel painful. Listening to Naruto's words, Kurama finally shines. To achieve this goal, it will be much easier. Naruto now has a strong physique and an extremely abundant chakra, and he has become a perfect Jinchuriki with his heart. Next, as long as you are learning some techniques to increase lethality, your combat effectiveness can usher in a leap forward increase. I feel that it will take less than 2 years to achieve this small goal. Moreover, knowing so much information in the future, there are many places to be used, and I feel that Naruto can become more powerful than when he was 17 in another timeline. Well, starting tomorrow, I will urge you to practice more rigorously." Kurama shook his ears happily, because there was no seal, he simply transformed his huge body into the size of his usual chakra incarnation, and then jumped onto the sofa. "Start watching the show." Touching Kurama's soft fur, Naruto withdrew from the sealed space. Next, there are some things that need to be finalized. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw that third Hokage took a group of people from the village. Jainin had already enclosed the waterfall he was in, and they were all in a state of fighting. Looking at them, they all have a look of death. As long as Naruto changes, he will not hesitate to take action. At this moment, the entire village has been evacuated, and these ninjas have no worries about the future. They are willing to give their precious lives to protect their homes. But, doomed, the psychological construction they managed to do well was nothing but futile. When Naruto opened his eyes, everyone subconsciously focused their gazes on his face, and then they saw a pair of calm blue pupils that looked like bubo furui. There is no madness, nor does it have the red fox's vertical pupils that represent the erosion of the will by the power of the tail beast. Even the blood-red chakra on Naruto's body is slowly dissipating, and gradually transformed into a pure gold, covering Naruto's whole body like a solid body. And the killing intent that permeated the air, as if it were substantive, gradually disappeared. Chapter 48. The murderous aura from Kurama was in the air, although it gradually disappeared. But this did not relieve the ninjas around. Because, the current situation has entered their unknown territory. Ninjas in this world, normal chakras are all blue. And the golden chakras on Naruto at this moment are obviously not his own tail beasts in his body, but they are not the blood-red chakras that people know. It is precisely because of this unknown change that makes them even more nervous. This is Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Only as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, felt happy after seeing this situation. Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki is already the third generation when it reaches Naruto. The previous two generations of Jinchuriki both used Grandmaster sealing techniques. Although they failed to communicate with Nine Tails to become a perfect Jinchuriki, they forcibly seized chakra from Nine Tails for their own use and can enter the Nine Tails Chakra mode. The external performance is that Naruto's whole body is covered by golden chakra, and the jade pattern appears on the clothes. Whether it is speed, defense or power, it is all-round improvement, and it has more powerful power than its own chakra. The former Jinchuriki basically stayed in the village and existed as the mascot of the townhouse, and had no chance to go to the battlefield. Few people saw the golden figure of Nine Tails. But for Sarutobi Hiruzen, all this is too familiar. Naruto was able to successfully enter the Nine Tails Chakra mode. This is great news for Konoha, who has experienced the Nine Tails chaos and the Uchiha clan destruction, and now has empty combat power. No wonder, Naruto said 7 days ago that he was going to experience one of the most important trials in his life, probably to snatch Nine Tails Chakra. This is certainly a dangerous thing. If he knew in advance, he would definitely stop it, but since it was a success at the moment, it would be a very good thing. With Naruto's closeness to him, he can definitely become an important force to protect the village. And what I was worried about before, because Nine Tails went violently, causing huge economic losses and casualties, no need to happen. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with some anticipation, took a few members of the SEAL class to 3 meters in front of Naruto, and said softly, "Naruto, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Lord Third Generation." Naruto raised his hand, glanced at the Kurama chakra covering his whole body, and answered in a calm voice. The words are respectful, but alienated. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tremble, because Naruto used to call him Grandpa Third Generation. Does this kid know anything? This thought flashed through his mind, and before Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about something to say, he heard Naruto continue. "What's the matter with so many of you staying here? It's Uchiha Itachi who is back in the village and wants to attack me and Sasuke, so you come to protect us." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has not yet figured out how to answer, subconsciously showed the surprised expression that you guessed it, and said with a smile, "Little Naruto, don't worry, it's all right now, let Grandpa see what you are now." Physical conditions. Did not admit Naruto's speculation, nor denied it. While speaking, he took a step forward and stretched out his hand to grab Naruto's arm and check the condition of the seal in his body at the moment. Taking a step back without a trace, avoiding Third Hokage. This seemingly unintentional, but in fact, as fast as a gust of wind, Naruto's raised arm began to show the inky black chakra condensing. "Don't bother Master Third Generation, my body is better than ever before." While talking, with Kurama's full help and Naruto's own efforts, the pitch-black chakra in his hand has been completely condensed into a basketball-sized, extremely condensed black sphere. After the conversation, Naruto gave a light push. The black ball instantly slid over Sarutobi Hiruzen's head at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, passed through the surrounding ninja group, and fell into the endless dense forest behind everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sasuke, Kakashi, Yamato, Asuma, Yuhihong, Gai, Hyuga Hayashi, Inoshika Ch tribe chiefs, Mitokado Homura, Yudet and Koharu. Many of Konoha's well-known Genin, including many unknown Genin around Konoha, subconsciously followed the black mark remaining in the retina, and cast them in the direction where the black ball disappeared. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Accompanied by endless light and heat, it caught people's eyes. The air was expelled by the huge force, forming a milky white wave, which quickly spread to the surroundings with the explosion as the center. The thick trees seemed to be paper paste, torn every inch by this terrifying power, turned into flying fragments, and then completely turned to ashes under the impact of the subsequent power. Even though it was still a long distance away, the squally wind mixed with dust from the sky still caused everyone to subconsciously raise their arms to block them in front of them. After all the storms subsided, all the ninjas who lowered their arms unconsciously opened their mouths. In the distance, a large area of the lush forest has disappeared. Roughly estimated, a huge pothole with a length of 200 to 300 meters appeared in front of people. A column of water surrounded by 3 people spouted from the center of the pit, rushing to the sky, and then fell from the sky, submerging the blasted hole and gradually overflowing. This is the groundwater vein that has been blown through. It's too strong, it's not the power that humans should have. S-rank ninjutsu, does it have such power? Among the crowd, someone could not help but shout in shock when they saw this scene. Many Genin who are well educated, even if they are not shocked at this time, can't help but show shock. With such a powerful force, they have only seen some in the legendary record of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja who pioneered Konoha, and perhaps a Uchiha Madara that can match it. But now, it was a child who was just over 10 years old, and he mastered such a powerful force. This made the Genin around who witnessed all this, in addition to shock, they couldn't help but feel jealous in their hearts. They worked hard for half a lifetime to become Genin. However, it is not as good as a child. Such a reality, no matter how good the mentality is, there will be unwillingness in the heart. Unexpectedly, all the ninjas present, after being shocked, all unanimously looked at the calm-looking teenager who was standing not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 49. In the face of everyone's gaze, Naruto's expression has not changed at all. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. Now, he can completely confirm that Naruto should know his life experience, maybe something happened in the process of competing for Nine Tails Chakra. After all, the seal of 9 tails was set by Naruto's parents, Minato and Kushina, and it is not surprising that there are any other players in it. And Naruto, after knowing his identity, recalling his situation over the years, I want to have a lot of complaints and dissatisfaction with him. Otherwise, Naruto, who has been close to him since childhood and called him Grandpa 3rd generation, would not call him the 3rd generation in such alienation. Such an act of showing one's own strength is also a way to express one's dissatisfaction. And the reason why he had such a powerful force in the master, but did not directly attack Konoha village, is also because of Minato and Kushina's dissuasion and request. Otherwise, a child who has never done anything else suddenly gains such a powerful force, it should not be surprising to do anything. In a very short period of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought a lot. He knew that he might not be able to coax Naruto as a child in the future. To keep the powerful force of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, some changes must be made. Otherwise, the loss of the help of Nine Tails Jinchuriki is trivial, and if Naruto, who is Jinchuriki, is turning to each other, it will be even more embarrassing. To be honest, I'm alive and well, no one wants to die. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is old, he hasn't lived enough, and he doesn't want to just use ghouls to seal him up with Jinchuriki. After all, watching Naruto grow up, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has some certainty about persuading Naruto to dispel Naruto's grievances. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He waved to the surroundings and motioned, "It's okay, let's go." Although the surrounding Jonin were very curious about what would happen next, they couldn't resist the will of Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, and used body flicker technique to disperse one after another. At this moment, next to the waterfall, only Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi are left. Facing Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen still took the last chance and asked, "Naruto, have you seen your father and mother?" Naruto glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, her eyes cold. Then he nodded indifferently, and said without the slightest fluctuation in his voice, "Well, they left the incarnation of Chakra in the seal. My father wants me to guard the village, and my mother wants to blow your head with a punch." Naruto didn't lie, Minato and Kushina really did. As for his thoughts, there is no need to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was slightly embarrassed, and then he sighed. This thought was exactly the same as Minato and Kushina. Taking out the pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a bleak tone, "Naruto, are you resenting me for not taking care of you? Hey, as Hokage, I have a lot of helplessness. My work is usually very busy. I have to deal with all the big and small things in the village, and I can't accompany you all the time. Your father Minato had a lot of enemies back then. In order to ensure that you can grow up healthy and safe, I chose to hide your identity, but I didn't expect Danzo to disobey my orders to spread rumors and make you so hard all these years. But after that, I gave Danzo a penalty, and I disbanded his roots not long ago." Naruto was non-committal and watched the third Hokage performance quietly. "From tomorrow, Naruto, you will move back to your parents' residence. Kakashi, you will quit Anbu in the future. As a disciple of Minato, you should take care of Naruto. I allow you to teach him ninjutsu." Hearing this, Kakashi was shocked and relieved by Naruto's display of such a powerful force. Kakashi, who was obviously in a state of hanging up to remember the master, was stunned for a moment. Then, he said loudly with excitement, "Yes, Lord Third Generation. Even if Naruto can't be taught, as long as he is allowed to take care of Naruto's life, then Kakashi at this moment is a good redemption." On the bloody night when Uchiha was annihilated more than 2 years ago, Kakashi knew for the first time that his master's child was still alive in this world, thus regaining a bit of passion for life. Saved some of his souls that had fallen into the abyss. To be honest, he has been very sad looking at Naruto, who has been so hard for the past 2 years. Reality, but powerless. Now, it has finally changed, which is great. Sasuke on the side is obviously a little confused. His little friend's father is Minato? Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? I thought that Naruto was just an ordinary civilian child, but I didn't expect that he would become Prince Konoha after his transformation. However, this did not make Sasuke feel jealous and dissatisfied, but felt sad for his friend named Naruto in his heart. This contrast between status and treatment really makes people. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. "Now that Naruto has grown up and has enough strength to protect himself, there will be no more danger in the announcement of your identity. From tomorrow on, I will announce the identity of Naruto, the son of 4th Hokage, to every villager in the village." After that, he cast a look of expectation at Naruto with a smile on his face. At this moment, Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with surprise. His goal at the beginning was just to eliminate possible conflicts and battles with the village. As for other things, it is not within his scope of concern, and it is optional. This situation is a surprise to him. After the status change, even if the villagers continued to reject Jinchuriki because of his status, they would still be better than they are now. Although Naruto doesn't care what the villagers think of him, no one thinks about staying in that kind of environment that is ignored. However, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto still has only indifference in his heart. This tactic of eliminating and hitting the pot is indeed clever. If he is just a normal 10-year-old child, he must be fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the target of hatred will also be transferred to Danzo, the pot shadow. However, he underestimated Naruto's wisdom. If Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of the situation and brought back the secret arts and inheritance of his father and mother, then Naruto would still look at him high. And now, such a nondescript small family chi treatment plan just deceives the children. This also made Naruto feel even more murderous in his heart. But at this moment, he didn't say much. He just nodded and bowed slightly to thank you Lord Third Generation. At this moment, Hiruzen glanced at the bewildered Sasuke, then at the excited Kakashi, and finally his eyes stayed on the expressionless Naruto, and he sighed slightly in his heart. Perhaps, Jiraiya can almost be retrieved. Chapter 50. Konoha Underground belongs to the secret base of the Root organization. Since the power of Nine Tails exploded not long ago, Danzo rushed back here for the first time. Although his roots were disbanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was Hokage in name, and even the consultant's position was dismissed, it was only in name. The existence of the curse seal guaranteed the absolute loyalty of Danzo's subordinates. It's just that there is no such a large amount of funding as before. At this moment, his men who were scattered among the various Anbu squads all gathered together, kneeling in front of Danzo and waiting for orders. Looking at the many men in front of him, Danzo was in a good mood. The explosion of Nine Tails' power is a big crisis for the whole village, but for Danzo, it is also a big opportunity. From the situation seen in the crystal ball of Sarutobi Hiruzen before, it can be known that the seal of Nine Tails Jinchuriki has been completely opened, and it can no longer be suppressed back when the tail beast is not broken. It is foreseeable that there will be a bloody battle next. As time passed, the breath of Nine Tails in the air became more and more intense. This phenomenon has confirmed Danzo's guess. For his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo still knows very well. When he was young, he used 5 escape ninjutsu with superb skills. After the death of First Generation, Second Generation, and Madara, he was regarded as the strongest shadow in the world of ninjutsu. But over the years, he has been aging, and his strength has declined too much, and he has long lost the name of shinobi. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment still has the strength to match his movie name, but facing Nine Tails, he no longer has the ability to face the enemy. If he wanted to save the village under the threat of Nine Tails, he had to use the ghoul to seal it all up. Regardless of whether Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeds or fails, he will lose his life. At that time, it was time for Danzo to turn the tide. Although his age is almost the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has the vitality provided by Hashirama cells and Mangekyou Sharingan, as well as the powerful pupil blessing of Sharingan on that arm, which is enough to suppress Nine Tails. I can't deal with Hiruzen, but with Sharingan who restrains the tail beast, I can't deal with a tail beast? At this moment, Danzo is full of ambition. I have been fantasizing about fulfilling my long-cherished wish for many years, successfully becoming the village 5th Hokage, and then growing my Konoha village business, and finally destroying the dream of unifying the world of other ninja villages. And this fantasy, accompanied by the more intense Nine Tails murderous in the air, seemed to be about to become reality. This also makes Danzo feel more excited. However, at a certain moment, the strong murderous aura in the air suddenly dissipated. The depressive atmosphere that was about to come, dissipated in a very short time. Then, not long after, a root ninja who was looking for news hurried back and appeared in front of Danzo. He knelt down and reported to Danzo, "Master Danzo, Nine Tails Jinchuriki's loss of control has stopped, and there is a golden chakra covering the whole body, which looks like a fairy-like honor. Now, Hokage has dismissed the Jainin who had gathered before, and the villagers who had been evacuated are also returning to their places." Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression changed. He has been a senior Konoha for a long time, and there are few secrets in Konoha that he doesn't know. At this moment, he still doesn't know that this is a symbol of Jinchuriki's entry into the Nine Tails Chakra mode. The previous phenomenon of the broken seal was only the leakage of chakra caused by Naruto of Jinchuriki competing with 9 tails for chakra. And this also means that all his beautiful illusions just now are broken. At this moment, Danzo's complexion was extremely ugly, and his feelings were extremely complicated. However, before he digested the unspeakable taste in his heart, another root ninja appeared in front of him soon. This root ninja is a ninja who was previously used as a seal squad and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to intercept Jinchuriki, who was violent. Master Danzo, Hokage asked me to send you in order to personally give 9 tails Jinchuriki Naruto. You should make a public apology for spreading the rumor that he is a demon fox many years ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the identity of this ninja, and after pacifying Naruto, he sent him to convey his orders to Danzo. The ninja was on his knees, and after sending the message, he lowered his head and dared not speak. He could feel that the Danzo lord who was not far in front of him burst into an astonishing murderous aura at this moment. If the other party can't control it, he is likely to lose his life. Now Danzo is no longer as simple as having a complicated mood. He has an extremely uncomfortable feeling like eating shit in his heart. Not only did his plan fail, but he also wanted him to apologize to that kid, Lord Danzo. What a joke! But anger is anger. Danzo also knows the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. At a young age, he can already master the power of Master Nine Tails, and he also has outstanding talents Jinchuriki. In the future, he will definitely become a powerful ninja with comparable strength. Even beyond the shadow, it is only a matter of time. In the future, even if Naruto cannot reach the level of first generation in Madara, there is no doubt that it will reach the level of first generation's Mrs. Uzumaki Mito. It just so happens that Danzo has seen the great strength of Uzumaki Mito. Such existence is undoubtedly the mainstay of the village. Even if Shimura Danz becomes Hokage and master of the village, he will inevitably win over each other. And even if he didn't become Hokage now, Danzo is still thinking about his own life. It would be better to relax the relationship between the two. He can indeed choose to kill Naruto ahead of time in this dangerous cradle, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th generation will not allow it, and he is actually very reluctant. After thinking about it for a long time, even though his heart was as uncomfortable as eating shit, Danzo did not have a seizure in the end. With an ugly face, he said to the ninja who was speaking in front of him, "I see, you go back and tell Hiruzen that I will personally write an apology letter to Jinchuriki. Ask him to apologize to Jinchuriki in person." Danzo's pride does not allow, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not allow him to be too close to Jinchuriki. Just like this, writing a letter to Naruto personally apologizes is already Danzo's limit, and it is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's original purpose. The Anbu ninja was amnesty, and he responded and left immediately. Danzo at this moment is really terrifying, like a demon who chooses to eat. And after this Anbu left, Danzo did a long time of psychological construction and barely calmed down. Then, sitting at the desk, he began to apologize to Naruto for what he had done in the most sincere manner. Chapter 51. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very efficient. On the afternoon of the day the promise was made, they arranged for someone to clean the house that once belonged to Minato, and then gave the key and the deed to Naruto. Then, a temporary village meeting was held, and Naruto stood on the roof of the Hokage building, and announced in front of everyone that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation, dispelling the rumors of the demon fox that had been circulating in the village for 10 years. Standing by the railing on the top of the Hokage building, Naruto calmly looked down at the many ninjas and villagers below. Not sad or not happy. After they heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen announced Naruto's identity, except for a very small number of people who knew Naruto's identity for a long time, all the others looked at Naruto incredible. They didn't want to admit that the demon fox kid they had hated for 10 years was the child of 4th Hokage who had saved the village. However, Naruto's familiar hairstyle and hair color, as well as his face, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's endorsement at the moment, all show one thing, that is, this thing is true. Naruto, this demon fox who was yelled and killed by them and wanted to kill him to avenge 4th generation is really the child of 4th generation. At the same time, this also makes another guess into reality. Naruto is not a demon fox, but the son of 4th generation, so he must be the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails demon fox who caused huge casualties. Many people feel extremely complicated at this moment. There is the cold-eyed guilt that Naruto has suffered over the years, and the hatred for the demon fox in his body. These guilt and hatred accumulated for 10 years are mixed together, and almost everyone chooses to escape subconsciously. People, after all, are creatures that don't take the initiative to pursue their own mistakes. Especially, for a person who is not familiar with it, when they do not taste the pain, it makes them not to pursue their own mistakes. So, after the initial guilt, most of them chose to escape from Naruto and didn't want to face him. After this day, Naruto will not suffer people's hatred and cold eyes when he walks in the village. If you go out to buy ingredients or other items, you will not be denied entry or hacked him. However, they chose the same attitude they had when they first saw Naruto 7 years ago. They ignored the existence of Naruto. Even if Naruto walks on the bustling street, people around him treat him as non-existent. Perhaps time can change all of this, allowing some of them to change their mindsets and accept Naruto. But more people will not change their attitude towards Naruto in this life. For all this, Naruto had long been expecting it. And because of this, none of this caused any waves in his mind. In the evening, Naruto and Sasuke, led by Kakashi, came to a big house. This is where his parents Namikaze Minato and mother Uzumaki Kushina lived together and gave birth to him. And now, they are finally back here. Looking at the familiar house in front of him, but hadn't been close to him for many years, a look of excitement and nostalgia appeared on Kakashi's face. He came back here. There was no trace of light in his gloom, as if he had been stuck in a year of Nine-Tails chaos. At this moment, because of the existence of the child of Naruto, the master teacher, and Sasuke, the deceased family member, it seemed to start to circulate again. Naruto took the key to open the door, because it was just cleaned, so the house is not dirty. However, 10 years of time eroded. After all, the furniture in this house has some old traces. Although not long ago, Naruto also saw the layout of this house in the anime. But Naruto is still looking enthusiastically in the room at this moment, guessing what his parents used to be like living here. There are many differences between the two dimensions and reality after all. Sasuke also followed Naruto, wandering around in this fairly spacious house. And Kakashi, looking at the familiar layout in the room, the reminiscence on his face has become more intense, and he couldn't help but think of the scene where the master and his wife invited him to eat at home. Unfortunately, I can never go back to the past. When Naruto went to the restaurant, he saw a letter on the table. To Naruto-kun, handwritten by Shimura Dans. Looking at these words, Naruto looked at it with interest, and picked it up after making sure that there were no tricks on the letter. In the letter, Danzo first introduced himself, and then admitted that he had indeed spread rumors. The purpose is to isolate and reduce the number of people who come into contact with Naruto as Jinchuriki, so as to protect Naruto. What he did was also for the sake of Naruto's safety and the interests of the village, but he did not expect to cause such a great harm to Naruto, and he didn't know how to make up for it, so he was very embarrassed. For this reason, Danzo sincerely apologized to Naruto and presented a wind-style ninjutsu wind-style vacuum Big Jade as a gift of apology, asking Naruto to let go. It's just a pity that I can't come to apologize to Naruto personally because of the inconvenience. In this letter, the lines are full of sincerity. Had it not been for Naruto to know who Danzo was, he would have almost believed it. Just because he knew Danzo's character, Naruto was full of playfulness at this moment, and he could not help but maliciously began to think about how long Danzo had been in psychological construction, and finally wrote such a letter without his conscience. Come to think of it, the other party should be squeezed out of internal injuries at this moment, right? Naruto almost laughed when he thought of this. And the vixen in his stomach, who had also seen Hokage ninjas, was not so reserved, and was already rolling on the sofa with a smile at the moment. Naruto in the comics, the good character who can be bullied by anyone, naturally wouldn't let Danzo make such a decision. Bullying is bullying, and you can't avenge me anyway. But in reality, Naruto undoubtedly makes everyone understand that he is not a soft persimmon. To treat him, one must show respect for the strong. Sasuke on the side saw Naruto reading the letter with a smile on his face, and couldn't help but leaned over to look at it. In the end, he didn't know much about the village and Danzo, but he couldn't understand the point of Naruto's smile. I couldn't help but asked curiously, "Naruto, what are you laughing at?" Kakashi, who heard the sound from the side, took the letter from Naruto and glanced at it. Knowing Danzo's gloomy and arrogant character, he also laughed out of laughter, and then smiled and explained the whole story to Sasuke. At the end, Kakashi, who was in a great mood, waved his hand and said with a smile and full of energy, "Yo xi, today's housewarming, so many good things have happened, it is worth celebrating, so let me cook a table full of meals to celebrate." Chapter 52. Naruto has seen Hokage and is fairly familiar with Kakashi. This is a person who has gone through darkness and gradually lost hope in life. The external manifestation is extremely salty, indifferent to everything. Even the teacher has a child left in the world without knowing. If it weren't for a friend, Guy, maybe Blacken would have been taking care of him. It was not until I met the 3 students in class 7 who were taking care of the teacher's child Naruto, the deceased's tribe, Sasuke, and a little Sakura who was given away at a charge, and they gradually got some redemption. In the comics, he is actually quite good to Naruto. Knowing that he has a poor foundation, he will show him the basic 3-body technique when grabbing the bell. He will also teach him to climb trees in the country of waves to make up for him. If it weren't for Chunin's exam that Jiraiya took over Naruto's duties after returning to the village, Kakashi would probably teach Naruto some ninjutsu after completing his foundation. The reason why I didn't teach it before was because Naruto couldn't learn it even after I taught it. In the subsequent missions and crises, Kakashi also protected Naruto very much, taking his safety very important. In addition, in reality, Kakashi has always been worried about Naruto from the contact between the night when Uchiha was annihilated and the day to day. Because of this, Naruto, who received the other party's kindness, has a good image of Kakashi. Especially in the Chunin exams in the next 2 years, the other party stopped his friend Guy who can open the 8 gate. The two of them played a weak voice and endured the water, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen pass away, which is the ultimate bonus in Naruto's eyes. Because he knows Kakashi better, Naruto knows that he also has a good cooking skill. After all, when Kakashi's father, Hitachi Sakumo, died when he was a child, he was alone and could only take care of himself, especially good at the dish of dry fried river fish, and narcissistically named it Kakashi style. Sasuke is different. So far, he has only one disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato who knows Kakashi, and now he has the impression of the elite Jonin who has just retired from Anbu. Therefore, he cast a suspicious look at Kakashi, who claims to be making a table full of meals. Although Sasuke himself does not know how to cook, he can eat. Especially for many years, Sasuke has eaten the food made by his mother Mikoto and Naruto, which makes Sasuke's mouth relatively picky. Facing Sasuke's suspicion, Kakashi didn't care and believed, "So, Sasuke, you and Naruto will prepare futons and daily necessities. I'll buy kitchen condiments and ingredients. Today, let you see what Kakashi-style food is." Sasuke responded with suspicion, and then went out with Naruto and, together with Shadow Clone, moved Naruto's few clothes and bedding back from the small apartment he had lived in. Then, I went with Naruto to buy some missing daily necessities. When he returned home, Kakashi had already prepared dinner. As he said, there was a large table full of food. The indispensable dry-fried river fish, in addition to salmon sushi, king crab, sukiyaki beef hot pot, and various ingredients to be cooked on the side, looks delicious, delicious, and exciting. Come on, taste my proud work, I promise to surprise you. Kakashi smiled and greeted Naruto and Sasuke to sit down at the table, gave them juice bowls and chopsticks, and a pot of wine for themselves. Although this table cost him a lot of money tonight, when he is happy at the moment, there is no need to care. Sasuke took a bite of dry fried river fish, his eyes widened slightly, and some of the doubts he had about Kakashi in his mind suddenly disappeared, and he was surprised. It's really delicious, Kakashi, you didn't brag. Naruto took a bite and it was really good. Although he didn't make delicious after liberating all his cooking skills, at least he has reached his normal level. After Sasuke sighed, after being hungry for a long time, he feasted without hesitation. Naruto, on the other hand, stared at Kakashi's cheek hidden under the mask when he had one bite without taking a bite. Kakashi didn't care about Naruto's gaze, and did not hesitate to pull down the mask and straighten the forehead protector, revealing a young and handsome face. There is a beauty mole on the corner of his mouth. The scar on his left eye slightly spoils his handsomeness and makes him more hideous. In his scarred eye socket, there is also a 3-tomo Sharingan that cannot be closed. He took a bite of beef with his chopsticks, then poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it. Cut, the manga is really a manga. In reality, a group of people eating together is definitely impossible to pretend to be mysterious. Kakashi's face was seen effortlessly, which made Naruto a little dull. Compared to the hundreds of mysterious episodes in the anime, Kakashi's true face was not revealed until episode 689, and it is almost meaningless to see it so easily now. Maybe, this is the reason why people can be cherished by the harvest after experiencing many difficulties. Compared to Naruto's dullness, Sasuke, who was eating, paused, his face turned cold, and a pair of dark eyes turned into a Sharingan in the silence. How did your eye come from? Sasuke asked coldly. He was pretty sure that there was no Kakashi in the Uchiha family, and his name was not Uchiha, which meant that his eyes were not his own. Well, don't be too nervous. This was given to me by a dead friend before his death. He hoped that I could see the world better with his eyes. Putting down the wine glass, Kakashi touched his eye sockets, and sighed a little. Then, he disappeared with a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, I have a story about my friend, so I will tell you the next time I have a chance. When Sasuke heard the words, his guard dissipated a little, but he subconsciously cast his gaze on Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly, and while eating beef, he explained, I once saw the information of this brother Kakashi in the history books in the Konoha library. He and my father destroyed the Kamimyobi Bridge at that time. Ended the Third Ninja World War ahead of schedule. He had a good friend named Uchiha Obito who was also a student of my father, but he died in that battle. It should be the eye that Obito gave before his death. Naruto said the name Obito without any turbulence. Only in my heart, there is a bone-thin killing intent reverberating. Kakashi met Sasuke's gaze and nodded surely. That's it. Sasuke responded lowly, turned off Sharingan, and continued to eat silently, not knowing what he thought of. And Naruto was chatting with Kakashi about the daily trivia about his father Namikaze Minato and Kakashi's other teammates. It didn't take long for Sasuke to walk out of the depression and join it with great interest. Time passed in this rather warm atmosphere. On the next day, Naruto resumed his daily arduous practice. Chapter 53. The place of practice is still next to the waterfall. It's just that now Naruto's life has undergone some changes after all. First of all, there are fewer N-bus around him, from 2 teams to 1 team, and they are far away. These N-bus will not snoop into any privacy of Naruto except to determine the location of Naruto. This is also one of the positive feedback Naruto got after showing his muscles. Secondly, the practice at this moment is not relying on Naruto and Sasuke to figure out by themselves, and there is more Kakashi, the elite Genin, to guide them. However, the existence of Kakashi did not disrupt Naruto's daily practice rhythm. The main body is still performing high-intensity physical training, while Shadow Clone is performing Chakra's nature transformation training. The only difference is that an additional Shadow Clone is assigned to receive Kakashi's guidance. Well, today I will teach you 2 people and 1 ninjutsu. With only 1 dead fish's eye exposed outside, the whole body exuded the smell of salted fish. The elite Jonin wearing a green vest glanced at the shadow clones belonging to Naruto and Sasuke that were all over the sky in the distance. Then, his tone inevitably opened with some envy. Although Kakashi is very capable in actual combat and knows a lot of ninjutsu, this does not conceal the fact that he has been short of blue since he was a child, especially since he often reads the Little Liu Bei of Dear Heaven, which is even more illusory. It's like Naruto and Sasuke. At a young age, Chakra squandered like no money. He divided a shadow clone and asked him to teach Sasuke's shadow clone to learn Chidori, and the Kakashi body started to teach him Raise Nan, a stunt that belonged to his father Namikaze Minato. To sum up, you only need to remember to spin, power, and maintain these 3 points, and then take this balloon prop to practice, and then the rubber ball. Kakashi talked about the principle of Raise Nan, and then showed Naruto Raise Nan, who he copied from the teacher, just wanted to take out a balloon filled with water to practice for Naruto. Then, I saw Naruto stretch out his right hand, and a blue ball appeared in his hand very fast. After the blue ball appeared, it swelled to the size of a fist not long after. Is that right? Naruto pushed Raise Nan to the ground, and the ground collapsed in a big earthquake. Looking up, Naruto saw Kakashi's face in surprise. The dead fish eye that was exposed at the moment was bigger than ever. Although he knows that Naruto's ninja talent is very good, but to such a degree, it is no longer comparable to his father Namikaze Minato, but has completely surpassed him. Don't be surprised. This ninjutsu is simply an application of chakra. The most difficult part is the ability of chakra to control. I can use the wind attribute chakra to sculpt portraits. This is really a pediatrics. While speaking, another Raise Nan appeared in Naruto's hands. And this time, Raise Nan was not just the size of a fist as before, and its volume expanded wildly under the continuous injection of Naruto's chakra, and soon became the diameter of a person. And even if Raise Nan swelled to such a volume, Naruto was still in control. This is Big Ball Raise Nan. Kakashi had already unconsciously lifted the forehead protector and revealed the Sharingan. In his observation, Naruto, the Big Ball Raise Nan, has grown in size, but maintained the same structure as the original Raise Nan. In other words, the power of this Raise Nan is more than that of the fist-sized one at the beginning. Then, Naruto pressed the Big Ball Raise Nan to the ground, which proved Kakashi's guess. Boom! Smoke and dust filled. When the field of vision became clear, there was already a 5-meter deep hole under Naruto's feet. Raise Nan of this level, even an elite Jonin like Kakashi, would end up being wiped and killed if he didn't use ninjutsu for defense. And this was not over yet. A new Raise Nan emerged from Naruto's hand, who jumped out of the pit. The size of this Raise Nan is not large, but Naruto maintains the characteristics of Raise Nan while injecting chakra with wind attributes into it. In the end, the blue Raise Nan gradually turned into a pure white color, and began to transform into the form of the Wind Demon Shuriken. Although this transformation process seemed particularly difficult and slow, it was steadily advancing under the control of Naruto's full infusion. At this moment, Naruto is fulfilling the accumulation of his 5-year cultivation style attribute chakra. After half an hour, under Naruto's strong control, the Wind Demon Shuriken finally achieved a complete form. It inherits the characteristics of Raise Nan, and incorporates the wind attribute into it. Chakra nature transformation, under Kakashi's observation, is like a gathering of countless high-frequency flashing wind blades. Among them, it contains extremely powerful power, which is not inferior to his master's Nirvana Reikari's powerful ninjutsu. This is the Naruto in the manga, the master's powerful S-rank ninjutsu only 5 years later. Wind style. Spiral Shuriken. Allahu Akbar. This shadow clone, which successfully embodies the spiral shuriken, shouts words that Kakashi sees inexplicably, and uses wind-style chakra to accelerate across a very long distance in a very short time. It reached the lake that Naruto bombed with a small-tailed beast bomb yesterday. Next moment, there was a loud noise. It is not inferior to yesterday's huge explosion. The lake that had just been filled with groundwater had endured the full power of this powerful S-class wind-style ninjutsu, and the water within it was blown into the sky almost at the same time. Kakashi raised his hand and blocked the spray falling from a distance. At this moment, he no longer knew what words to use to describe his mood at the moment. In just 1 hour, Naruto not only learned Raise Nan, but also used the big ball Raise Nan and the spiral shuriken one after another. If this continues, Kakashi feels that he will be hollowed out by Naruto for at most 3 days and fall into a situation where he cannot be taught. Even if he is known as the copy ninja Kakashi who has copied thousands of ninjutsu, he can't stand the learning speed at all. Then, he will transform from a teacher to a student, and start learning various ninjutsu application methods from Naruto in a shameful way. Fortunately, Sasuke is not so perverted. Kakashi thought with relief, and subconsciously turned his head to look at the teaching area of Shadow Clone on the other side. Then, I saw that Sasuke not only rubbed out Chidori. Moreover, it also changed its shape to form the appearance of a sword. Chapter 54. Ask, the students who teach are more pervert, what should I do as a teacher? Waiting online, very anxious. Kakashi looked tired, and felt that he could no longer teach students. I thought that Sasuke would be normal, but I didn't expect that the pervert like Naruto not only learned the Chidori in a very short time, but also changed its form to the Chidori blade. It seems that it is only a matter of time before the teacher develops other uses of Chidori. At this time, Naruto divided another shadow clone and came over. As soon as I saw Kakashi's expression, I guessed what he was thinking, and said softly, Kakashi, don't be discouraged. Sasuke and I have been practicing chakra's nature and shape changes since we were 5 years old. Up to now, it has reached a very high level, so it is normal to learn ninjutsu faster. In fact, you still have a lot of things worth learning from Sasuke and me, such as some combat experience and fighting ideas for dealing with the enemy, and some life experiences as Jainin to the present, which can teach us. There are other types of ninjutsu that I haven't learned, besides the wind attribute. While talking, Naruto pulled Kakashi aside and continued to practice. Mr. Kakashi, I found that the wind style spiral shuriken just now is not perfect, it can't be thrown out for long-range attacks, and it's easy to injure myself. If it weren't for Shadow Clone, I would have lost my hand. You come to help me think about how to improve. Why? Kakashi sighed, silent. This wave of Naruto's comfort is completely poisonous chicken soup. Any adult can teach Naruto a lot of these things from combat experience, combat thinking, and life experience. This is simply Chikuakuo mocking his strength. Unfortunately, this is true. What can he do? Naruto teaches if he wants to learn. I thought I was a genius enough, it was the ceiling of a genius ninja. Unexpectedly, this popped out more pervert, and it's not just one. If you are hollowed out, you will be hollowed out. After being hollowed out, he won't teach, and he can save more time to see the intimate paradise. With this kind of ideological construction, Kakashi is ready to continue to export the knowledge he has accumulated over the years. And Naruto and Sasuke, like a sponge, continue to receive all these experiences and knowledge accumulated from Kakashi as a mature ninja. Transmutation is constantly produced in this process. And while learning ninjutsu with Kakashi, Naruto himself was not idle. In addition to daily practice, he began to learn more in-depth knowledge in the learning space. His Hitongjian, thick black studies, Sun Tzu Art of War, Das Kapital, Marxist-Leninist, Mao, Rise of Great Powers. If you say that the study before the age of 10 is to teach Naruto how to know himself, how to know the world, how to determine what he wants, and cultivate a complete 3-view. Then these things learned after 10 years old are based on the previous foundation, teaching Naruto how to control and transform the world, so that it can operate according to his own ideas. In addition to these knowledge-based practices, the learning space has also opened up advanced sports elective courses for Naruto. The optional content of this advanced physical education class includes Zing Iaiquan, 8 trigrams palms, Goro 8 trigrams stick, Taijiquan, 10 leg, iron thread boxing and Foshan Wuiying Jiao. Wing Chun. These martial arts content. According to the concept of learning space, an outstanding person must not only have rich knowledge and superb wisdom, but also have enough physique and strength to better complete his ideas. For these contents, Naruto accepts all. Although not all the content is applicable to the ninja world he lives in, there are always some things that can be referenced and used. Take martial arts as an example. Many of these exercise methods to develop the body's potential are useless for people in the ninja realm whose body strength is 3 times stronger than the average on Earth. However, many of the ways of fighting against others have extremely high reference value. At this moment, Naruto still doesn't know what he will do in the future, but he has not been lazy because of this, and has chosen to enrich himself without stopping. In this way, when he is really sure what he wants, he has enough ability to realize it. In addition to putting a shadow clone in the learning space to study, the house fox that Tenten was watching TV and playing games on the sofa was also mobilized by Naruto. Kurama, did Sage of 6 Paths teach you how to practice 6 paths? In the sealed space, Naruto sat on the sofa, put Kurama on his lap, and paused the TV, forcing him to look at him. This house fox naturally has the ability to absorb natural energy to restore chakra, which is why he, as a tailed beast, can continue to resurrect after he died. To this day, Naruto already knows that the worms, toads, and snakes in the 3 holy places are not credible, so naturally they won't be okay to post them and look for things. Naturally, Naruto focused his attention on Kurama. If Kurama knows 6 paths magic and can directly perceive natural energy, then he can be Naruto's fairy teacher. Kurama looked upset, and pushed away Naruto's arms around him, and jumped to the side before saying, "The old man taught me before, but I didn't listen to it when I was sleeping. I can't learn it anyway. What's the use of listening?" He didn't need to remember at all. When Naruto mentioned 6 paths, he thought of the scene at that time. Not only him, but the other tail beasts slept in Sage of 6 Paths almost like him at the time, and didn't listen at all. Only the 2 little ghosts, Ashura and Indra, were listening very seriously at the time. In this regard, Naruto is not disappointed. If this House Fox Club, it makes no sense to not teach Naruto in the comics. After all, whether it is in the comics or outside the comics, the relationship between the two has become very good after the break-in. Since I haven't mentioned it, Kurama really doesn't. Then you can help me to practice. Anyway, the practice method is clearly written in the comics. I have proved that when I practiced wind style spiral shuriken, what is written in this comic is true for us. First help me perceive the natural energy, and then when something goes wrong, help me interrupt to prevent chakra from getting out of control. Regarding Naruto's proposal, Kurama did not refuse it, and it was not difficult anyway. Kurama jumped onto Naruto's shoulder, and then connected his chakra and Naruto. Immediately afterwards, he shared his ability to perceive and absorb natural energy with Naruto, allowing him to synthesize chakra in a ratio of 1:1 of his spiritual energy, natural energy, and physical energy. This started the process of practicing Sage Mode. Chapter 55. The process of practicing immortality was not smooth at the beginning. Naruto is always unable to accurately control his own mental energy and physical energy, and the absolute ratio of natural energy, causing chakra to lose control, and the body shows signs of petrification into a fox. Fortunately, there are 9 teachers who can directly take away the natural energy from Naruto's body to interrupt this loss of control. With the passage of time, about 7 days later, Naruto was finally able to steadily refine chakra. Also on this day, as Naruto carefully accumulated chakra, he finally successfully entered Sage Mode. Although he could not maintain his exit almost when he first entered, it was considered a success after all. After practicing Sage Mode for a month, Naruto finally became familiar with the refinement of Zyensha Chakra, and could collect enough Zyensha Chakra to enter Sage Mode in a very short time. Finally, it is possible to apply Sage Mode to actual combat. In reality, with the help of the reflection formed by the waterfall, Naruto observes what he looks like after successfully entering Sage Mode at this moment. There is not much change in the contours of the body's facial features. It seems that Naruto's Sage Mode practice control is relatively perfect, and there are not too many signs of alienation. The only thing that changed was that the corners of Naruto's eyes showed orange eyeshadow, which was the same color as Kurama's hair. In addition, the blue pupils turned into orange fox pupils. Is this the Sage Mode of Nine Tails? I felt the condition of the body. With the blessing of Sage Mode, after years of practice, his already very strong body and chakra, under the blessing of Zyensha Chakra, almost showed a geometric increase. In addition, the most increased is the body's defense and recovery capabilities. Although he has not tested it, Naruto feels that his ability to recover at this moment is almost no less than that of Kurama's use of pure Yang Chakra to help him heal his body. A pure white spiral shuriken appeared in his hand. At this moment, under the blessing of Chakra, the genius with extremely high cohesion, this S-rank ninjutsu can finally be maintained for a while without Naruto's own chakra. Time is up. In other words, Naruto can throw this spiral shuriken out at this moment. This is also the direction for perfecting this ninjutsu that he and Kakashi have studied for some time before. Only by improving the condensed level of chakra can the spiral shuriken become throwable. However, the previous Naruto and Kakashi did not find a normal solution. Now, after training into Sage Mode, it is a coincidence that such a requirement is naturally met. With a thought, Naruto threw the Sage Art. Wind style. Spiral shuriken in his hand. Laugh. In the air, there was a sound like cracking silk. The spiral shuriken that had just come out of Naruto's hand was like a teleport, and appeared on the small lake that was blown out by the tailed beast bomb almost in the next second. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Kakashi, who was sitting on a stone bench watching Xiao Lu Bei, subconsciously held up the umbrella beside him. Sure enough, the next moment, the patter of splashes fell. Looking into the distance, I happened to see that a water column was blown up into the sky, and it was falling back down at this moment. You have perfected this wind style. Spiral shuriken. Kakashi suddenly came to Naruto's body and asked in shock. Although I have been shocked many times, Kakashi still feels incredible at this moment. Obviously, not long ago, he said that he couldn't find a way. Is this solved? After throwing out the Sage Art Spiral Shuriken, Naruto withdrew from Sage Mode. It's not that he doesn't want to continue to maintain it, but that the fairy magic chakra has run out, and Naruto, who has just completed the Sage Mode practice, can't stay in this mode for a long time. If you imagine that you can enter Sage Mode in seconds like the 19-year-old Naruto in the comics, or the 25-year-old Hashirama, it will take a long time to do it. This level now can barely be applied to actual combat. Yes, it is perfect. Although the power is not much different from before, the release speed and attack distance have been greatly increased. The application is at least twice as powerful in actual combat. Facing Kakashi's shock, Naruto didn't feel too complacent, and said with a smile, "Kakashi teacher, how did you think about the things I told you last time?" Hearing this, Kakashi's expression froze. About half a month ago, Kakashi was completely hollowed out by Naruto and Sasuke as he expected on the first day of teaching Naruto. Not only the thousands of ninjutsu he copied, they were all learned by Naruto and Sasuke. Even his experience in the use of Sharingan and many tactical ideas have been learned. In the past half month, Kakashi has nothing to do except for Naruto and Sasuke in his spare time, telling them about his experiences or stories about the ninja world he has heard before. Although it has long been known that Naruto and Sasuke are both geniuses and have done a good job of mental construction in advance, Kakashi is still inevitably lost when this day comes. Because of this, Naruto couldn't bear to see him so depressed, so he gave Kakashi a suggestion to become stronger. Take Sharingan down, or find a way to turn Sharingan off. In Naruto's view, Kakashi's total chakra is still quite large, at least the average level of cage-level ninjas. Although these chakras add up to less than 1% of Naruto itself, let alone the amount of Kurama's chakras, it is indeed a lot compared to ordinary ninjas. It's just that he has a Sharingan that consumes chakra all the time, and the chakra that consumes even more when it fights, which occupies a large part of his blue bar. Moreover, Kakashi himself has been very lazy in his cultivation over the years, and has no motivation at all. This has caused his strength to basically not increase since the age of 13. After listening to Naruto's suggestion, Kakashi has been thinking very seriously for the past half-month. The two students are so powerful. To be honest, he is really under a lot of pressure to be a teacher, and he really wants to become stronger, otherwise it would be embarrassing to be protected when he originally wanted to protect the students. It's just that the Sharingan in his eyes was a gift from a friend. After so many years, his fighting system has a lot of reliance on this Sharingan, so he can't give up at all. Because of this, he can only figure out a way to turn off Sharingan. Naruto, the teacher should think of a way to turn off Sharingan. I will apply for some sealing technique materials to study these days. Kakashi answered Naruto's question with a wry smile. Chapter 56. Kakashi is not a member of the Uchiha tribe and cannot close Sharingan by his own ability. But he also learned some sealing techniques from Naruto's mother, Kushina. Knowing the magic of sealing techniques, he should be able to find a way to turn off Sharingan. It's just that he used to learn only the fur. At this moment, if you want to close Sharingan, you can only find a way to learn more sealing techniques, and then after you have enough accumulation, you can solve this problem. Naruto was not surprised by Kakashi's answer, or he had expected that Kakashi's temperament would only choose this path. Hearing this, he smiled and raised his hand, and said, "Come on, Mr. Kakashi, stretch out your hand." Kakashi didn't know why, but he raised his hand and confronted Naruto with 2 punches. In the next moment, Kakashi felt that there was a lot of information in his mind. After a little check, he knew that all of them were sealed secrets, and they were all high-end goods from the Uzumaki clan. Compared with the sealing technique materials he can apply for, these contents are many times more advanced and powerful. Kakashi lowered his fist and looked at Naruto with extreme shock and confusion. How could Naruto know so many seals? No one should teach him. But in an instant, Kakashi's eyes flashed a little, and he thought that Naruto had said before that he met his father and mother's chakra incarnation in the seal, which should have been taught to him at that time. Naruto watched Kakashi's expression change 3 times in a second, and he could probably understand what he was thinking, and said with a smile, "Yes, my mother left it to me, except for the lock of heaven that only Uzumaki people can learn. Adamantine sealing chains, the rest is all for you. If you can learn all, not only Sharingan, but the problem of insufficient chakra can also be solved." After a month of getting along, Naruto's understanding of Kakashi is no longer just a manga. He knew that his teacher, Kakashi, actually didn't care so much about the so-called will of fire in 3rd generation's mouth. Once he was just numb, it didn't matter. He loves Konoha and wants to protect the village, but he is not the village of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So far, Naruto and Sasuke have become the people Kakashi cares about the most, and they are not inferior to Guy and the dead Lin and Obito in Kakashi's heart. Otherwise, Kakashi would not almost answer all questions when facing Naruto. Even the most reluctant thing to mention about his father Hotake Sakumo and the dead teammates Lin and Obito, and the insights he gained during these events, were also unreserved and told Naruto and Sasuke. In the face of Kakashi, who has no reservations and can be completely trusted, how could Naruto have reservations about him? Now that he was determined to solve Sharingan's problem, Naruto didn't mind helping him. What's more, after Kakashi has learned all these sealing techniques, then Naruto is learning from him, which is much more efficient than gnawing at a rigid book. This is the difference between Naruto's simple book and teaching video software after so many years of studying in the learning space. This is the fundamental reason why Naruto had learned about Rasengan's practice method from his father, but he chose to learn Rasengan from Kakashi. With the time saved, Naruto can go to study and research some other things. It is perfect. Kakashi didn't know that he was used by Naruto as a tool man. At this moment, because Naruto was willing to share with him so many advanced sealing techniques, he felt extremely moved. So, excited, Kakashi said in a big bag. Naruto, although your physique has improved after my guidance during this period of time, my physique is not strong. Tomorrow I will find a teacher specializing in this to guide you. Hearing that, Naruto was also a little surprised. He thought of the green watermelon head youth who had met many times on the road before, and said in surprise, "Is it your friend Guy?" Kakashi definitely nodded. This is the strong presence of Six Paths Madara that almost kicked to death by Jio. Although the fireworks are just brilliant and only open for a moment, the ultimate sublimation of that moment can still be called the ultimate momentary art. Naruto feels that although Mr. Guy is not flattered in his clothes, he is still a handsome man inside. After reading the manga, Naruto also yearned for the power of 8 inner gates. However, during the recent period, there are too many things to learn. He also has 2 god-tier skills, sealing technique and flying thunder god technique, waiting in line for cultivation, let alone 8 inner gates. But at this moment, Kakashi took the initiative to mention that Naruto naturally had no reason to refuse. So, nodded happily. Then, the rare and energetic Kakashi Xiaolu Bei also didn't look at it. He walked to the side and closed his eyes to meditate, and began to slowly learn the sealing technique that Naruto taught him. Naruto, on the other hand, sat cross-legged and continued to practice Sage Mode. Strive to do it as soon as possible and refine enough chakra in an instant to enter the Sage Mode. On the other side, Sasuke, who had just completed flying ninjutsu training, was staring in a daze in the direction of the small lake. At this moment, he squeezed his fists unwillingly. Although Naruto has always been better than him, he has always been like this since childhood. But Sasuke has always believed that the gap between the two can be seen. As long as he keeps chasing hard, he will eventually be able to keep pace with Naruto after a long time, or even surpass him. But at this moment, it turns out that not only did he improve, Naruto improved faster than him. In this month's time, Naruto has progressed to the point of leaving him far behind. They obviously started to practice the ability of flying at the same time, but Naruto was already a master more than 2 years ago. And he just completed the development of flying ninjutsu, lightning style. Anti-gravity magnetic field technique. Today, Sasuke, whose strength is in a stage of rapid progress every day, has absolute confidence in killing Itachi and killing the masked man to avenge his parents. Therefore, Sasuke is not paranoid. Just thinking that when his strength reaches a peak, he will complete his mission as an avenger. Therefore, in daily life, Sasuke's biggest goal is to catch up with and surpass his friend Naruto. It seems that the development of the S-level attack lightning-style ninjutsu must be put on the agenda in advance, only. I don't want to be thrown far invisible by you. Sasuke muttered to himself and made a decision. Immediately, he walked towards Naruto. The ninjutsu he envisioned, if he could get the help of Naruto, it would be completed faster than him alone, many times faster. For so many years, Sasuke has long been accustomed to believing in the power of friends. Chapter 57. Without disturbing Naruto's body, who was practicing celestial arts, Sasuke called a shadow clone who was practicing chakra nature transformation. Then, in an empty area, Sasuke shared his thoughts with Naruto. Naruto, I have read a lot of physics books recently. I got inspiration from them. I want to develop an S-level ninjutsu that uses the power of heaven and earth to attack. I named it lightning style. Kirin. The specific principle is to use my own Chidori to achieve the effect of a lightning rod to draw down the thunder, and then control the drawn thunder to attack the enemy. During the battle, I can use the fire style to create an updraft and create thunderstorms in a small area. Now, I want to practice the control of the thunder, in order to save chakra, so I want you to help me create a thunderstorm. You should be able to do it, right? Sasuke looked at Naruto, eyes burning with trust. From his well-organized words, it is obvious that he has been thinking about this ninjutsu idea for a long time. Naruto froze for a moment, and looked at Sasuke with a question mark on his face. Can I create a thunderstorm? Why don't I know? But within a few seconds, Naruto thought about it. Sasuke didn't seem to be wrong, he could indeed do it. To this day, if his full power output chakra, it can almost cause natural disasters such as tornadoes in a small area. However, because the casting speed is extremely slow, the cost of chakra is terrifying. Even if he adds Kurama's chakra, it can't affect much of the area. In the face of a ninja with extremely high speed and dodge, this ability has almost no effect in actual combat, so Naruto never thought of training this ability. But if it is just like Sasuke said, it is indeed possible to control the airflow to gather the clouds above the sky and create thunderclouds by friction. However, Naruto has not exercised in this direction before, and it may take some time to exercise to achieve the effect Sasuke requires. Also from this, Naruto got inspiration. Although this ability is not very useful in ninja battles, if I want to attack large units like the country and the ninja village, then this is a very good ability. For example, if you can control a region's continuous heavy rain for a year, you can almost destroy all the economy in this region. In addition, it can also snow and hail. If you improve your knowledge in this area in the future, you may be able to control the thunder indirectly with the ability to control the airflow, and create a natural disaster weapon over time lightning storm. All of a sudden, Naruto's mind opened up, and all kinds of whimsical ideas came out of his mind. Wait, let me try. Naruto said, then closed his eyes without hesitation and asked Kurama for support. He is just a shadow clone. Naturally, there are not so many chakras to change the celestial phenomenon, but if the Kurama nuclear power plant provides energy support, it is possible. When Kurama heard Naruto's thoughts, he was also very interested. He didn't watch the TV. While lent chakra, he focused his attention on the shadow clone. Then, under the gaze of Sasuke and Kurama, this shadow clone flew to the sky. Then, closing his eyes and starting to control the surrounding airflow, according to the principle of thunderstorm formation taught in the physics book, controlled the gathering of these clouds to create the thunderclouds that Sasuke needed. The progress was very smooth, and as time passed, the thunderclouds were indeed gradually forming. It's just that this speed is too slow, and it has almost no effect in actual combat, but at any rate it is to help Sasuke complete the pre-preparation for Kirin, an S-level attack ninjutsu. Then, Sasuke began his electrotherapy journey. His ninjutsu thinking is correct, but if he wants to control the power of heaven and earth to attack according to his own ideas, it will take a long time to exercise. Even if he is studying the changes in the thunder attribute chakra, he needs 1 or 2 to achieve success. Months. Before that, a careless person could easily be struck by lightning. Fortunately, he has converted enough chakra to offset the damage of the lightning, and he will not be killed by the lightning. When Naruto watched Sasuke's practice, he closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. He was recalling some of the problems he faced in the process of creating thunderclouds just now. In terms of his ability to control chakra, he didn't feel any pressure to do this. What really made him feel that the problem was his own skill reading time. It should be the problem of chakra output power, because of perception problems, the total amount of chakra I output per unit time, and the range that chakra can affect is also limited. In this case, if you want to solve this problem and use the wind attribute chakra to control the wind, rain, and thunder and lightning in nature, you need to solve this problem. After thinking about this, Naruto began to retrieve all the knowledge about ninjutsu, geophysics and weather that he had learned so far, and finally found a possible solution. Kagura's eyes. Naruto opened his eyes, his expression slightly excited. Kagura's eyes are the exclusive perception ability belonging to the Uzumaki family. Among the known perception ninjutsu in the ninjutsu world, there is no more powerful than this. Even the powerful perception that comes with Sage Mode cannot match it. This ability is similar to the lock of the sky. Uzumaki people can obtain it through practice. If foreigners want to practice, first of all, the amount of chakra is not enough. And Naruto happened to belong to the Uzumaki tribe. And because Kurama's chakra is constantly absorbed and transformed by him, even in the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's chakra is of the majestic category. It is known that the range of chakra's interference with the outside world is related to its control ability and control range of chakra. In this case, Kagura will provide Naruto with a wide range of perception and chakra control in this area, and on this basis, it will stimulate the influence of the wind attribute chakra on the airflow. So, what Naruto envisioned is to use the wind attribute chakra as a medium to control the wind, rain, and thunder in nature. And finally using the Super S-class natural disaster level ninjutsu lightning storm that is far more powerful than the wind-style spiral shuriken, it is possible to achieve it. With this expectation, the shadow clone reported the news to Ontology. Then, while Naruto was practicing Sage Mode on his body, a part of the other shadow clone was separated to specialize in the practice of Kagura's heart. This ability will not only become a prerequisite for Naruto's newly envisioned Super S-level ninjutsu development, but it can also make up for Naruto's lack of perception methods to a great extent. Thus, in this kind of practice, time slowly passed by. Chapter 58. The next day, Naruto got up early. After having breakfast, he ran towards the waterfall. On the way, Sasuke and Kakashi who ran out of the house met one after another, and the group came to the waterfall together. Then, the three of them saw Guy who had already come to this waterfall and was doing morning exercises at the moment. At the request of his friend Kakashi, he came to serve as the instructor of Naruto and Sasuke. "Good morning, Guy." Kakashi smiled and raised his hand to greet Guy. Guy raised his hand and stretched out a thumb, grinning, revealing 2 rows of big white fangs shining in the sun. "Good morning, Kakashi, let's have a youth showdown." Kakashi smiled awkwardly, then stretched out his hand without hesitation and assumed a rock-paper-scissors posture. Guy understood in seconds. In the end, the result of this duel was won by Kakashi's fist against Guy's scissors. After the trouble, Kakashi officially introduced his 2 students to Guy. "Guy, these are the students I mentioned to you before, Naruto and Sasuke. I ask you to teach them physical skills today." "Good." Guy responded and entered the teaching state without hesitation. "Come on, attack me and let me see your physical skill level." Upon seeing this, Kakashi stepped aside and opened Sharingan to watch the battle. In the previous month, he taught the 2 of them to practice physical skills. He knew a little about their level. If they didn't turn on Sharingan, it would be easy to keep up with their movement speed. Naruto and Sasuke glanced at each other and separated a bunch of shadow clone to do daily practice, and then unanimously took down the 2 tons of weight tied to their hands and feet. Since it was introduced by Kakashi and he was so confident, then he had to get serious. This is Sasuke's idea. Naruto's thoughts are even simpler. In terms of physical skills, he should not be as good as the 8-gate guy at this moment, so there is no need to worry about hitting him to death with too much force. Guy, on the other hand, smiled and watched the 2 take the load. Although Kakashi had long heard about the genius of these 2 students, he also had full confidence in his own strength. In the sealed space, Naruto smiled to Kurama, who was watching the drama on the sofa, and said, "We subconsciously forgot this Kakashi friend guy. If there is a conflict, maybe we will be kicked by the 8 inner gates formation." Die. Isn't this Kakashi's friend? It's like a funny character, and it's easy to forget it naturally. I worry about what he is doing. Kakashi won't let him deal with your teacher's child. Kurama dismissed it. Kakashi may not be able to stop it. Naruto smiled, did not entangle this issue much, and completely untied the load in his hand. The same goes for Sasuke. Ms. Guy, please give pointers. Before the battle began, the Kurama brand power bank, Naruto and Sasuke, who were fully charged, shouted in unison. Then, they did not hesitate to do it together. In the next moment, in Might Guy's eyes, the figures of the 2 young boys were blurred. Then, almost at the same time, Might Guy felt the sound of breaking wind behind him, and the violent air currents caused goosebumps on his skin to straighten up. The nerve reaction speed that he had exercised over the years played a role at this time. In a moment of inadmissibility, Might Guy subconsciously kicked his feet, and his figure suddenly jumped forward 10 meters, avoiding the joint punch of Naruto and Sasuke. Turning around, looking at Naruto and Sasuke, who had missed a punch and pursued them without hesitation, Might Guy's expression became solemn and he no longer kept his hands. The speed just now is almost not inferior to his normal peak speed. 8 inner gates, 5th gate, Domain, open. As soon as the buff opened, Might Guy became more comfortable. With Naruto and Sasuke attacking and Might Guy only defending, more than 100 moves were fleeting, but the 2 of them had nothing to do with Might Guy. Wind style. Dance air technique. Lightning style. Anti-gravity magnetic field. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke naturally did not hesitate to turn on a more powerful buff, with the wind attribute chakra manipulating the airflow acceleration and the thunder attribute chakra to activate the body. Might wasn't so easy, he started to fight back, but was still quickly suppressed by the 2 Naruto and fell into a disadvantage. 6th gate, King Gate, open. More powerful power erupted from Might Guy, which made him once again squeeze the 2 of Naruto, and when he had more power, he began to point out the flaws between the 2 moves. From time to time, he would fight back and show Mingzuo and 2 of them with Genkin's physical skills. While typing, Guy also shouted his moves. Although S2 was full of breath, it was quite sensational to blend into it, and Naruto was also infected, and he started to report his moves while playing. It's not a life and death fight. The purpose of the battle is to learn. Naruto is naturally not turning on a more powerful buff, but Sasuke is slightly inferior to Naruto and opened Sharingan to make up for it. Sasuke didn't care about the fact that Guy and Naruto are both better than him. Watching the actions of Guy and Naruto, the 2 Sharingan with double hooks swiftly moved around. Mr. Guy, the leaf-strong whirlwind and the lion are good at playing, and Naruto's Tai Chi is also good for the tail finch. The wild horse is good if it is closed, but it will be mine next moment. Sasuke keeps stealing lessons. Guy can also appreciate the subtleties of Naruto's moves during the game, and constantly absorb the essence of them. Naruto didn't care about the 2 stealing lessons, and kept showing off the moves and styles he learned recently in the advanced physical education class. Strong, it is not a move, but a person. And he himself, under the stimulation of Guy, a powerful opponent, gradually mastered the techniques he learned. Kakashi was aside, using his Sharingan to learn a lot of moves from Naruto. It was not until Naruto's moves repeated that he gave up watching the battle and went to study the sealing technique. At first, I was afraid that the 3 would have problems in the battle, but I didn't expect that not only was there no problem, but also a lot of secret learning, which was a real profit. The 3 of them were in a high-intensity physical warfare, and time passed continuously, but they didn't mean to stop. Because of these 3 people, Guy is originally Jainin who specializes in physical skills. Although chakra is relatively small, he has long and lasting physical strength since he was a child. As for Naruto and Sasuke, Not only did they have more intense physical practice than guys for more than 5 years, they also had plenty of chakra. Although he is young, he is not at a disadvantage compared to Guy. It can be said that the three of them will meet Liang Ke, and they will meet their opponents, and they will be full of enthusiasm. In Guy's words, that is to burn the youth ultimate. For a whole day, with the existence of Kurama, a powerful charging treasure, the three people were in a high-intensity battle except for a short break to rest and eat to recover their strength. Combat skills and physical experience continue to improve. In this case, 3 months passed in a flash. Chapter 59. During the 3 months, both Naruto and Sasuke as students and Guy as teachers have gained tremendously. Since many years ago, Naruto and Sasuke have thoroughly implemented the policy of practicing as long as they don't die. Although it is very hard, but it has never stopped. Coupled with the strong physical potential of the two themselves, and the powerful supply station of Kurama, which provides the yang attribute chakra to restore the body, so at a young age they have a physical quality far surpassing that of many adult specialized physical skills genin. But their shortcomings are also obvious, that is, the lack of actual combat experience and some advanced physical skills. These shortcomings, under Guy's unreserved teaching during the past 3 months, have gradually been compensated, and the remaining ones must be understood in actual combat. In addition, Guy even taught Naruto and Sasuke his secret skill at the bottom of the box, 8 inner gates formation. And Guy, although he has persisted in cultivating day after day and constantly broke his limits since he was a child, he is just an ordinary person after all. In normal practice, you also need to pay attention to protecting your body, so as not to be overdrawn and die young. This also causes him to improve all the time, but he is still far behind the open hanger like Naruto. And in these 3 months, Guy also enjoyed the treatment provided by Kurama Power Bank. During this period of time, his 8 inner gates were almost never closed except during meals and breaks. This has also led to a substantial increase in Guy's master of 8 inner gates formation and his body's adaptability to this explosive force. According to Guy's estimation, these 3 months are almost equal to his past 3 years. Practice results. In addition, Mingzhou and the two have been improving rapidly in recent months, forcing him to continue to evolve, otherwise they will not be able to suppress these two people. It would be embarrassing to be a teacher and be educated by students in the physical skills of his specialty. Because of this, in addition to the 8 inner gates and physical improvement, Guy has also increased his physical skills after integrating the moves he learned from Naruto. This kind of flying strength and speed made Guy a little bit reluctant to think about it. However, there is no permanent banquet in the world. Might Guy, who had practiced physical skills with the two of Mingzhou for 3 months, was about to leave after all. Calculating the time, the students of this ninja school are about to graduate. Next, Guy is going to take Genin team. Although Guy really wants to continue practicing with Naruto and Sasuke like this, people have to eat well after all. Without working, there is no way to get enough to support his high-intensity physical exercises, the medicines and food needed to spend money. And if Naruto remembers correctly, the Genin team that Guy is going to take at this time should be one of the 12 strong teams in the comics, the third team composed of Tenten Niji and Xiao Li. Naruto, Sasuke, the teacher can't bear you. Before parting, Guy looked at Naruto and Sasuke with grief. He didn't know whether he was reluctant to bear these two extremely talented students or he was reluctant to bear the sufficient supplies provided by the powerful supply station of Kurama. Perhaps, still reluctant to cook the rich meals Naruto cooks? While talking, Guy wanted to come up and give Naruto and Sasuke a loving hug. Kakashi, who has been studying the sealing technique for 3 months, feels a little bit emotional. Everyone has improved a lot during this period. And Naruto and Sasuke faced Guy's love hug, and their faces were uniformly disgusting. After that, the two of them did not hesitate to stretch out a hand, held Guy's shoulder, and kept him 1 meter away. Okay, Mr. Guy, please don't do such misleading behavior. You are all in the village anyway. You are welcome to continue to practice together in your spare time. Naruto saw Guy calm down a little bit, and then let go of his hand solemnly. Sasuke on the side also agrees. Although I have recognized the strength of this teacher Guy and I am very grateful for his dedicated teaching in the past few months, Sasuke still can't flatter Guy's dressing taste. Look at Naruto next to him. She is well dressed. Not only brings out its own handsome, but also very fashionable and trendy. Since we are going to be separated, let's have a big meal together today. Let's book the hot spring hotel. I will treat you well. Thank you Mr. Guy for his teaching over the past few months. Sasuke said in a timely manner and transferred everyone's attention. Attention. He inherited the inheritance of his parents. Although it is only a small part, he is still rich. A large part of this money was given to Naruto, who helped make some industrial investments, mainly in the catering and clothing industries. In the past few years, Naruto has not eaten away from his big family. However, not only was the money in his hand not less, but it also increased a lot. In the foreseeable future, Sasuke's assets will continue to increase due to the existence of these industries. According to Naruto's words, the world is full of gold, but it is a pity that almost 99% of people in the world will not pick it up. And it happens that he needs money, and Sasuke will need a lot of money to rebuild the family in the future. It happened that Sasuke funded it, he took care of it, and the two made money together. Because of this, Sasuke doesn't feel sorry for the expense of hosting a meal. Guy got Naruto's promise that he could continue to practice together in the future, and Sasuke proposed to treat him to a big meal. As expected, he was distracted, not entangled in parting, and cheered happily. Kakashi, who was on the side, heard Sasuke's suggestion to eat a big meal, and his heart was moved. Speaking of it, at first he wanted to take care of Naruto and Sasuke. And the actual action is the same. During the time I first met, I often cooked for 2 people, and made big meals for 2 people after bleeding from the wallet. And now, Kakashi has become a salted fish with a mouthful of rice. Although I really want to be a serious and responsible teacher and take on the responsibility of cooking for students, the food Naruto cooks is so delicious. Facing the inquiries from Naruto, Sasuke and Guy, Kakashi naturally didn't have any opinion, and said without hesitation, "Okay, I'll go together." Seeing this, Naruto looked at the sky. Although it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon and it's not time to rest, it's rare to relax. I will leave work early today. It's a good way to relax. Then, let's disband first, and gather at the old place at 6 o'clock in the evening. If you have any friends or family members you want to invite, you can also bring them together. That's it. After the words, Naruto's figure flashed before disappearing before everyone's eyes. Sasuke, Kakashi and Guy looked at each other, and they also disappeared. Chapter 60. Ninja School, in the 5th grade classroom. Naruto, who was playing Go with Shikamaru on the side, blurred for a moment. Shikamaru, who had just taken the next step, felt this keenly. "I'm here." Shikamaru asked softly. While speaking, he glanced at his surrounding classmates subconsciously. At this time, it was between classes. There are fat guys who constantly eat potato chips, a cheerful teenager playing with a white puppy, a Byakugan girl staring at Naruto, and a blonde girl who looks around Naruto and Sasuke from time to time and doesn't know what she's thinking. There is also the nympho girl Sakura staring at the pretty Uchiha. This Uchiha is also shadow clone. Well, the others can be ignored. Shikamaru knows that Naruto has always used shadow clone to teach. It's not that he is strong enough to see through shadow clone, but that he saw a Naruto and a Sasuke practicing physical exercises in the field when he was skipping classes, and the other Naruto and Sasuke were never absent. Every class is full. The shadow clone physical training technique is useless, so it can naturally be inferred that the class is shadow clone. Why didn't I expect that there is such a convenient ninjutsu, which will not be beaten by parents when skipping classes. This was Shikamaru's first thought, who understood this. And the second thought is that practicing shadow clone is troublesome. My parents have to ask me why I want to practice this, and I don't have a lot of chakra, so forget it. As a result, Shikamaru still leads a forbearance school life where she occasionally attends classes and occasionally skips classes. Naruto agreed, sorted out the memory that Shadow Clone had just passed back, and then proceeded to the next game. Go to the hot spring hotel to eat at night? Sasuke treats you? Naruto asked briefly. During his 5-year ninja school career, although Naruto has always encountered isolation and cold-eyed people around him, there are still people who can get along with him normally and eventually become friends. The Shikamaru in front of him is one of them. Good. Shikamaru didn't refuse. He thought of the food that Sasuke had eaten last time, but he still drooled a little. The yearning for good food has overcome the laziness in my heart. Naruto took the next step and cut Shikamaru a big dragon, driving him into a desperate situation. Seeing his agreement, he nodded slightly and got up and went to invite other friends. Chi is very simple. As long as someone treats guests to dinner, they will definitely be moved. If it is an invitation from a friend, there is no reason to refuse. Ye used to be very arrogant and challenged Naruto's shadow clone many times. He wanted to replace him as the number one in his age. Then he was beaten badly. After 5 years, he has become a loyal little brother. The boss will naturally not refuse. Naruto went to Hinata, and she naturally went too. And the little Sakura is also very simple, as long as Sasuke treats, it is impossible to refuse. As for Ino, After a lap, Naruto has already invited all the students in the class who are considered acquaintances. Just about to leave a shadow clone here to deal with the last lesson. Then, Naruto thought that he seemed to have forgotten something. What is it? Naruto thought hard, and it took a few minutes until a bug flew by before his eyes. Then, he turned his gaze to the corner of the classroom, the man wearing a high-collar trench coat, kabuto hat, and sunglasses, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Shino, you deserve to be, with its own S-grade breath blocker, even I almost forgot you. With a joke in his heart, Naruto smiled and invited Shino, an enthusiastic friend who didn't have much sense of existence, but would never refuse to ask for something. Today, Naruto already knows that his friends in reality and in the comics are these people, and it is not an accident. Inoshika Ch's father and his father Namikaze Minato are comrades in arms. Inyazuka, Abarame, and Hyuga know the truth hidden in him, so naturally they will not be prejudiced against Naruto when educating the younger generation. As for the little Sakura, it's purely due to her character. In the manga, it was because Naruto always pestered Sakura, and later he became a comrade in a class and became familiar with it. In reality, it was because of Sasuke. This girl who aspires to become Uchiha Sakura naturally cannot have any prejudice against the friends of her beloved. Now, it's really all alive. With a whisper, Naruto flashed away, leaving a shadow clone in place as a stand-in. The time soon arrived at the appointed time. The friends invited by Naruto, plus Kakashi, Sasuke, and Guy arrived at the hot spring hotel agreed at the beginning on time. Although it is not the first time I have come here, the grandeur and luxury here are still amazing. Standing in front of the ultra-luxury hot spring hotel named Heaven and Earth in the city some distance away in Konoha village, Guy sighed. Sasuke took it for granted, of course, this is Naruto and I's property. A few of Naruto's friends have been here, but they didn't know that such an ultra-luxury hotel was actually the property of their classmates, and they cast their surprised eyes on Sasuke who was talking with Naruto who smiled and greeted Hinata. Seeing a pure white kimono, the same pure white eyes of a girl who looked like an immortal also showed curiosity, Naruto smiled and said. This hot spring hotel is indeed invested by Sasuke. It is an industry planned and operated by me. It focuses on ultra high-end consumption. It adopts an appointment system to give the guests the most welcome service. Hinata, your father, Hayashi, I also gave a little share. Therefore, the escort tasks and daily operations here are the responsibility of your Hyuga family. While talking, Hinata saw two Hyuga branch house members with white eyes like her greeted him, bowed respectfully and said, I have seen the eldest lady, I have prepared everything, please come in. Everyone was surprised and entered the hot spring hotel under Naruto's greeting. As soon as I entered, there were a total of 20 beautiful maids who formed a welcome line on both sides of the lobby, bowing their bodies to welcome a group of people. Welcome to heaven and earth, masters. Then, someone led Naruto and others into the prepared private room. According to the process, first soak in the hot springs, wait until the bath is comfortable, and eliminate fatigue and eat a big meal. A group of friends have been here once, and they naturally know the process. After washing, they all comfortably soaked into the spacious hot spring pool. Men are in the male soup, and women are naturally in the female soup. Naruto, who was in the hot spring, just wanted to chat with her friends, but her face suddenly changed. Dispersed in the perception of the surrounding space for dozens of miles, a person with a huge chakra is approaching this hot spring hotel at high speed. Slightly focusing on the central god's constriction of perception, and with the help of Kagura's mind, who has been successful in this practice for a while, Naruto saw a white-haired figure with the oil word forehead protector. But for a few seconds, the convenience has come to the door of the hot spring hotel. Chapter 61. This white-haired ninja with the word forehead protector arrived at the gate of the hot spring hotel. As Naruto expected, he did not enter through the front door. However, after a while, with his rich experience, Fang Jian found the direction to go to the female soup. Then, a wretched smile appeared on his face, and he headed towards the target position without hesitation. See no evil, don't listen to evil, understand? This is an old and disrespectful fellow. In the male soup, Naruto's face became cold. Even with that, the temperature in the air has dropped a lot. Several friends around him subconsciously cast their gazes at Naruto, and saw him raise his hand to take a photo, curling up an air current to bring a bathrobe over. Naruto standing on the hot spring water in a very short time. Put on your clothes. Wind style. Airflow operation. Wind style. Vacuum track. 8 inner gates. Hurt the door, open. Sage mode. Kurama mode. Within a very short period of time, an orange eye shadow appeared at the corner of Naruto's eyes, his eyes turned into vertical fox pupils, and his body was also covered with golden chakras covered with jade and patterns, and there was chakra flowing crazily beyond the boundaries in his body. At the same time, the air in front of Naruto was evacuated in an instant, forming a tall vacuum channel. And these drawn air currents turned into accelerated air currents around Naruto's body. In the next instant, Naruto disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the two of Kakashi and Sasuke who turned on Sharingan can barely see a little after image. The disappeared Naruto, as if changing from form to shadow, appeared on the wall of the hot spring hotel the moment it disappeared. Then, he kicked it out without hesitation. At the next moment, a white-haired ninja with the oil forehead protector appeared in front of Naruto's foot as if he had an appointment. Boom! The soles of the feet are in contact with the cheeks. The sour voice sounded. Before everyone knew what was going on, they saw a meteor shooting straight from the ground into the sky, and then disappeared in a flash. Until this time, the 5 little ones who were still soaking in the hot spring bath still did not react. Only Kakashi and Guy who have met Jiraiya reacted a little. The chakra breath just now, it seems to be Lord Jiraiya. Guy said uncertainly. Just now Naruto's movements were too fast, he only felt a little vaguely, and was beaten into the air. Kakashi affirmed Guy's guess, and said with a dull expression, well, the chakra just now is indeed Lord Jiraiya, and only he will go straight to the female soup. I hope he will not be beaten to death by Naruto. After all, he is also Kakashi's master, if he can, he still doesn't want to see Jiraiya being beaten. It's a pity that Naruto's movements were so fast that he didn't have time to stop it at all. 5 buffs were opened: airflow control to increase speed, vacuum track to eliminate air resistance, and 8 inner gates, Sage mode, and Kurama mode that greatly increased power and speed. Such a Naruto has reached an unpredictable state when he stepped on it. Basically, it can be said that he is hitting who is going to die. If it weren't for the suspected person being Jiraiya, they wouldn't think that the other person might still survive. Because of Naruto's actions, the male soup still knew what happened, but the 3 girls in the female soup next door didn't know what happened from beginning to end. Of course, it is better not to know this kind of unpleasant experience. Brush. The water splashed slightly, and Naruto had soaked back into the hot spring again. At this time, apart from often practicing with Naruto, Sasuke knew his general strength. Chi, Yae, Shikamaru, and Shino all looked at Naruto in shock. They knew that Naruto was very strong. After all, it was the 5th-year chief student who stably suppressed Sasuke from the elite Uchiha clan, but they didn't expect Naruto to be so strong. Unable to help, the 4 of them compared the speed at which Naruto broke out in that instant with the parents they knew best. However, they found that as the parents of the elite Genin, they were not at the same level as the strength that burst out in a glimpse of Naruto just now. Unexpectedly, a trace of heavy pressure emerged in the hearts of the 4 of them. Even the laziest Shikamaru, at this time also a little eager to become stronger. There are many powerhouses in this world, but they are too far away for them as children. And now, a person of the same age around him is so strong that this is where they feel the pressure. Naruto, who had just soaked in the hot spring, heard the conversation between Kakashi and Guy, and said in a calm tone, "It is indeed Jiraiya. With his ability to resist, he will die to death, but it is unavoidable to feel uncomfortable for a while." After a pause, Naruto said again, "Besides, I didn't use my full strength. Most of it was soft energy." Kakashi curiously asked, "Naruto, how do you know Lord Jiraiya? You probably haven't met him." Including Sasuke, the other 4 little ones also cast their curious eyes on Naruto. Sunin's Jiraiya, but Konoha's hero, their deeds were written into the teaching materials of the ninja school and widely promoted. Because of this, everyone knows about his strength, but no one has seen him in person. In such a short period of time, how did Naruto distinguish Jiraiya and show mercy? When my mother was dying, she specifically mentioned Jiraiya to me and told me not to approach him. Naruto briefly explained. Moreover, this person actually wanted to spy on the girl in front of him, but Loli, who was just 11 years old, his first impression became a negative number directly. If he didn't know that he was an elder, Naruto would just kick him to death by a stranger. But even so, Naruto taught him a profound lesson. Listening to Naruto's words, several people couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Kakashi smiled awkwardly, trying to calm down. Actually, Mr. Jiraiya is still very stable at the critical moment. He is a man and elder who has a role to make people feel at ease, but he is a little uncomfortable at ordinary times, so. Naruto interrupted, "I know he is an elder, otherwise I won't keep my hands." Seeing this, Kakashi did not speak decisively. He has tried his best to restore the image of Jiraiya, but Naruto is an opinionated person, and he can't help it as much as he can. Chatting, soaked for a while. The group walked out of the hot spring happily, put on their clothes and went to the prepared private room. The female soup also came out at about the same time. Next, it's time to enjoy the food. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 62. 3 months ago, Jiraiya received a letter from 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was recalled back to Konoha village and served as the guardian of Naruto. After Naruto graduated from the ninja school, Jiraiya was allowed to travel with Naruto. 2 years ago, Jiraiya had this idea, but Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rejected it. But now, the other party suddenly changed his mind, making Jiraiya overjoyed. At this moment, he is tracing Orochimaru's whereabouts, and he did not stay too much when he was summoned. After spending a while to deal with the finishing touches in his hands, Jiraiya walked back and forth towards Konoha village. Although Jiraiya as a ninja is very fast, it doesn't take long to get back to the village, but it took a lot of time to collect materials along the way, making Jiraiya only return to Konoha village until today. Without rushing to find Naruto, Jiraiya first confirmed with Sarutobi Hiruzen about Naruto's current situation. I learned that this junior has been working hard in recent years, and even mastered the power of Nine Tails, and has successfully turned on the Nine Tails Chakra mode. Recently, he is constantly developing and testing new S-level ninjutsu. Not only that, Third Hokage also announced the true identity of Naruto, clarifying the rumors circulating over the years. This situation made Jiraiya very happy, proud of Naruto's progress, and gratified for the change in Naruto's situation. But because of this, Jiraiya's expression became cold because the teacher changed his mind and asked him to take care of Naruto. So, you messed up yourself, telling me to come back and clean up the mess. In Hokage's office, Jiraiya looked at the old man sitting in Hokage's position with a kind smile on his face, and asked coldly. Although what Sarutobi Hiruzen said is very brief, Jiraiya still extracted the key information from these words, and then inferred the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen calling him back. Facing Jiraiya's questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled bitterly and said nothing. You are old, so you should pass the Hokage position to Kakashi as soon as possible, or get Tsunade back. Sooner or later you will create more darkness and tragedy. This is my advice to you as a disciple. I will take care of Naruto, but I will not agree if you want to use Naruto. After that, Jiraiya turned and walked out of Hokage's office. Then, walk quickly in the direction of the hot spring hotel that Sarutobi Hiruzen told him before. His goal, Naruto, went to this place for dinner at this moment. Along the way, Jiraiya was also thinking about how to make a good relationship with Naruto in the future. I heard from the teacher that Naruto is a more rational and intelligent character, so I will directly explain my identity to him, and then express my sincerity, otherwise it is easy to be self-defeating and cause misunderstanding. After making a decision in mind, Jiraiya finally rushed to the hot spring hotel. Looking at this super luxurious decoration, Jiraiya instantly fell into trouble. For such a luxurious hot spring hotel, it must be the dignitaries, as well as their beautiful noble wives and daughters. Well, before you see Naruto, let's feast your eyes on the new work. Moreover, Naruto is also a boy who is about to enter puberty. After that, I will share some experience with him in collecting materials, and I think there should be a common topic. Thinking in his mind, he did not hesitate to walk in the direction of Envy Tang. With anticipation, Jiraiya wanted to cross the wall in front of him and go to the holy place in his heart. Then, when he just jumped up, he saw a figure shrouded in golden light, with a noble temperament like a fairy suddenly appeared on the wall, looking at him with a particularly indifferent look. Facing the kick that came over at the same time, feeling the terrifying speed and power, even though he had subconsciously used chakra to protect his body, there was still no sense of security in his heart. My life is over. This thought came to mind, and Jiraiya saw clearly the face of the man who worked on him. Is it Naruto? It's really like Minato. It has indeed become very strong, but one of my dignified Sunnins was kicked to death by my own disciple because of voyeurism. It was really embarrassing to be thrown home. I want to replace Uchiha's genocide headlines and become the biggest joke in 10 years? Unfortunately, I haven't had time to confess to Tsunade, and I haven't been able to bring Orochimaru back to Konoha. It's a shame. In a short period of time, many memory fragments and thoughts flashed through Jiraiya's mind like a revolving lantern. It's just that, after all, this can't stop Naruto's arrival. The soles of the feet are in contact with the cheeks. The expected sharp pain came into my mind along the cheek, the next moment my head will be kicked away, and my body will branch out into the house, right? Jiraiya just thought about this, and realized that the remaining strength enough to blow his whole person into pieces turned out to be soft strength, without causing any further harm to him, and flying directly to him. It crossed a very long distance very fast, and after drawing a parabola, it fell from the air. Boom! In a forest 3 kilometers away from the hot spring hotel, Jiraiya is inlaid into a huge boulder in the shape of large characters. At this moment, his injury was not serious, but his whole body was numb, as if his whole body fell apart. And this situation is obviously not accidental. Does Naruto recognize me? So he kept his hands, but as a prying punishment, I must hang up here for a day to regain my mobility. Take care of his dissatisfaction. After landing, Jiraiya checked his physical condition and smiled bitterly. Such chakra control ability, he had only seen Tsunade once, but he did not expect that Naruto is better than Blue nowadays. However, Naruto, you underestimated my recovery ability as a fairy. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, and he bit his lip and turned it into a summoning technique under the control of chakra. Boom! The smoke exploded. Toad Sage, Fukasaku, and Shima were brought out by Jiraiya's summoning. When the two toads appeared, they looked at Jiraiya's miserable situation, and they were all surprised. Little Jiraiya, who beat you like this? Naturally, Jiraiya would not recount the shameful deeds that happened to him just now. He smiled bitterly and said, a lot of things have happened. Anyway, let me enter Sage mode first. I want to recover my body quickly, and then go to a party. All right. The two toad sages looked at each other and saw that Jiraiya didn't want to say anything, so they didn't question them either. They jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulders to help him draw natural energy into Sage mode, and use Sage mode's powerful resilience to restore his body. In the hot spring hotel, when Naruto and his party sat down in the private room, the super luxurious and high-end meals were just presented by the maids. The brand new Jiraiya opened the door and appeared in front of everyone, smiling casually, hello everyone. Chapter 63. Seeing Jiraiya who suddenly appeared, the three girls still had no reaction. The men looked at Jiraiya who appeared casually, but their eyes were a little weird. Is it true that Jiraiya is one of Sunin? Not only is he strong, but he has a thick skin. Ha ha ha, Lord Jiraiya, long time no see. Kakashi smiled awkwardly and said hello. Guy also said hello, good evening, Lord Jiraiya. The three girls also reacted at this time, and they also knew Jiraiya's reputation. I ignored Naruto's cold eyes. Jiraiya greeted Kakashi, Guy and Xiaoqiang in turn, and then unceremoniously squeezed to sit next to Naruto, and the maid on the side gave Jiraiya a new set of tableware with a wink. Hello, Naruto, I'm Jiraiya, your father's teacher, and I'm here to visit you this time. Jiraiya greeted Naruto with no strange expression on his face. Naruto looked cold, but still politely responded, hello, I know you are Jiraiya, but my mother once told me not to let me play with you. I didn't understand why she said that before, but now I probably understand. NS. For Jiraiya, Naruto's senses are a bit complicated. On the one hand, the image of a good master who passed on will and ninjutsu to him in the comics, on the other hand, is the shame of being disrespectful in reality, which makes Naruto extremely uncomfortable. Comics can always only serve as a reference and cannot fully correspond to reality. In short, it's like Kakashi, let's get along with it for a while. In this way, we can see the true state of her heart clearly. Jiraiya was not angry at Naruto's unabashed contempt. He touched his nose and ridiculed himself, this is really like Kushina's style. It's only based on materials. It's really just based on materials. After all, I am a writer. Since you don't like Naruto, then I won't do this kind of thing in the future. People are complicated, even though Jiraiya's hobby is voyeurism. But now he appears as the image of an elder, and since the younger generation clearly expresses his dislike, then he will behave like an elder should be. Seeing this, Naruto reduced his cold expression and nodded in recognition of Jiraiya's decision. The three girls Hinata, Ino and little Sakura were a little curious listening to the conversation between Naruto and Jiraiya. They didn't know the nature of Jiraiya, so naturally they didn't understand the meaning of their words. But the men who knew it had no meaning to explain. In short, let's save some face for Jiraiya as an elder. Then, let's have dinner. Naruto glanced at the large table full of food that had come up, flying from the sky, swimming in the sea, and running on the ground. The content is extremely rich, plus the chef's cooking, it makes people have a big appetite at a glance. Open. Having said that, Naruto took out his chopsticks and immediately caught a piece of king crab meat. In the small circle, Naruto has the highest status. When he sees him moving his chopsticks, the others are not reserved, and start to feast on them. While eating and drinking, the children drank beverages, while the adults drank alcohol. Soon, under Jiraiya's deliberately active atmosphere, everyone at the table became more and more harmonious. Including Naruto, all were extremely interested in the stories that Jiraiya told about taking place in various places in the ninja world. At this time, Jiraiya really looks like an elder in seriousness. It was also during this process that Hinata was eating food silently. With the occasional help from Naruto, she ate food very happily. As time passed, everyone except Hinata was full, and gradually put down the chopsticks in their hands and watched Hinata sweep the food on the table with a quick but decent gesture. Fortunately, the waitresses are constantly serving dishes, but Hinata won't have to eat. If Hinata before was surrounded by so many people, I am afraid it would be easy to stop eating because of embarrassment. At home, in order not to be ridiculed by this factor, she also only eats the same amount of food as her father. Just this, it already makes people feel that Hinata's appetite is amazing. However, about 3.5 months ago, when Naruto came to visit her at home, when she personally cooked and invited Hinata to eat, she deliberately observed Hinata's meal and found that she was deliberately restraining. Under questioning, she found that she was always like this, restraining her appetite. I just barely fill my stomach to maintain daily consumption, and I haven't really eaten enough. At that time, Naruto persuaded Hinata, chakra is extracted from physical strength and spiritual strength, and the source of physical strength and spiritual strength is food, so if you want to become stronger, you can eat as much as you want. What you eat is the best. After the persuasion was over, he finally concluded, it is blessing to be able to eat. This remark made Hinata, who has been restraining himself and worried about being ridiculed by Naruto, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, really? After getting Naruto's affirmative answer, Hinata has completely let go of himself since then and is not restrained. As a result, Hinata's daily food intake is far more than twice that of ordinary people, and it has increased by 20 times. The amount of food consumed every day is astonishing. Even Naruto and Sasuke, who perform overweight physical intensive training every day, have a feeling of sigh. But also thanks to this, Hinata's chakra volume began to show an extremely alarming growth rate. Not only that, her Byakugan's pupil power is also starting to increase rapidly. If the previous Hinata was just an ordinary genius who surpassed Neji, then the Hinata after this has already gained momentum towards Naruto and Sasuke. For this change, Naruto also anticipated. After all, Hinata has the title of Princess Byakugan, and even the ancestor of the Hyuga family, Hamura, affirmed the purity of Hinata's Byakugan. Now that there is sufficient energy supply, it is only natural that the body begins to evolve rapidly. This also made Hyuga Hayashi, who was distressing her daughter too much to eat, laughed a little bit from ear to ear. Then, very generous, took a large part of the income she got from the hot spring hotel as Hinata's pocket money, so that she could eat whatever food she wanted. Naruto and Sasuke have become accustomed to Hinata's appetite. The other people at the same table were a little dumbfounded. Even Chiji from Akamika's family can only bow down to such a Hinata. Even if they invite the fat man who can eat the most in Akamika's family, facing such a big stomach Queen Hinata, it is nothing. So, in the second half of the banquet, everyone enthusiastically helped Hinata prepare vegetables for her to eat, and see how much food she could eat in the end. Only Sasuke, who was responsible for paying the bill, twitched at the corner of his eyes. If I knew it, Naruto was forbidden to bring Hinata, the big stomach queen. But now, they can only say nothing. Chapter 64. When paying, Rao never cared about money Sasuke, but also felt the pain of emptying his wallet. Had it not been for this store that he had shares and enjoyed a discount, it would have been even more painful. It's not that I haven't eaten with Hinata before, but I've never had a meal like this one. Not only are you edible, but all of them are delicacies made from expensive and high-end ingredients. Unless necessary in the future, you should never take Hinata with you when you treat guests. When signing the order, Sasuke silently made up his mind that all the money would be deducted from his dividends. After eating and drinking, everyone chatted for a while, and then separated. It's not that you can't stay in the hot spring hotel, but there are many children in the group, which is not suitable for staying at night, so in the end everyone chose to go home. Naruto sends Hinata to the door of her house, not wanting to face Byakugan from her family. So he declined the invitation to go in for tea and take a look at the cute little Hanabi, then turned and walked towards his home. Unsurprisingly, Naruto saw Jiraiya waiting on the side of the road not far from home. Yo! Jiraiya raised his hand to say hello. Naruto nodded slightly as a response. Naruto, would you like to take in a homeless old man? Jiraiya didn't mind Naruto's indifference, and he leaned over and smiled. Your house in Konoha hasn't been taken away, right? You can live in after a few cleanings. Naruto's voice remained cold, stabbing Jiraiya. Although we had a meal together and talked a lot, Naruto became more serious about Jiraiya, who had become an elder, not as disgusted as she was at the beginning, but she was still very upset. When I was young, when I was sad and lonely, where were you? Is it coming out now? Although Naruto knew in his heart that Jiraiya also had things and difficulties he had to do and had no obligation to take care of him, he still couldn't help but feel that way. Although it is a bit wrong to think so, in Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya, who did not appear when he needed it most, is actually not much different from those of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today, is he really unable to change Konoha's view of himself, improve his situation, and make a lot of friends? The easiest way is to attract a large number of enemies to Konoha, and then come out to save the world. It's just a show. After reading so many books, this method is still available. It's just that he doesn't want to, and doesn't bother it. His love does not belong to the public, but only to those whom he recognizes. Now, he has become stronger and has the ability to support himself. Even if Jiraiya appears, what can be changed? Hearing Naruto stabbed him, Jiraiya was not angry, but smiled bitterly. Naruto, are you complaining about me? I complained that I didn't appear earlier, and did not appear in your life until now when nothing can change. Before Naruto could answer, Jiraiya went on to say, I admit that I am not a person with enough responsibility. I am unwilling to take over as Hokage. I was not willing to take care of you as your guardian when you were young. I didn't find you earlier live in pain. However, this is not my intention. Third Hokage will send me your latest photos every 6 months. In the photos, you look very energetic, you are well dressed, your complexion is ruddy, and you are tall. I thought that Third Hokage took good care of you. I didn't know the truth until 2 years ago, but I was unable to reject Hokage's will and could not take you away and take care of you personally. The more I talked about it, the more bitter Jiraiya felt, and the sensation felt like a knife in his throat. As long as he thinks that Naruto has been ignored by everyone over the years, even if the identity of the son of 4th generation has not been changed now, he is full of anger. He and Tsunade have been wandering outside these years and are reluctant to return to the village. There is no reason why they are dissatisfied with the village and their teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. What I say now may be a little bit of suspicion to shirk responsibility, but I sincerely hope that you can grow up happily and healthily, rather than suffering like the present one. Naruto, let me take care of you from now on. I will take you away from Konoha, leave this disgusting environment, and take you to travel around the world. I will take all the ninjutsu I know, including the most important summoning beast. The scrolls are passed on to you. You have an outstanding ninja talent. With me as your teacher, you will surely become a great power in the future. When you grow up, you may be as strong as first Hokage before. I don't ask you to protect Konoha. As long as you don't take action on this place where your father has devoted his life, then I will support you in whatever you do. Looking at the indifferent Naruto, Jiraiya sincerely stated his most true thoughts. At this moment, he has made up his mind to stop following the will of his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't want to wait for Naruto to graduate from the ninja school. He didn't want to wait for a moment and took Naruto out of this place. Naruto looked at Jiraiya, who was bitter but sincere, and understood his determination at the moment. It is never words that move people, but sincere feelings. Looking at Jiraiya quietly, Jiraiya is also looking at each other without evasiveness. At this moment, he has a clear conscience. After a while, Naruto withdrew his gaze, his indifference relieved a little. It's just that the decision to destroy this place that I had already made in my heart was not shaken by Jiraiya's words. I won't leave the village now, my friends, and all my properties are here. Moreover, what I need now is not to travel everywhere, but to practice step by step, so that I can become strong enough. Naruto opened his mouth, narrating his own thoughts, not resisting Jiraiya, and initially accepted his existence in his heart. As he said, part of the properties arranged in the village was because he was really short of money, and a large part was made by him for the people in the village. The purpose is to hide the most true thoughts in my mind and to gain enough time for my own development. He is not a person who likes to speak ruthlessly. He advocates the kingly way of doing nothing but moving, and sweeping all the haze with grandeur. In his daily life, he is also implementing this concept. Then, stay with me first. Naruto took his arm and walked into the house. Then he turned around, his face melted indifferently, and smiled, "Welcome home, Ms. Jiraiya." Seeing Naruto like this, Jiraiya's congested emotions cleared up a lot and revealed a heartfelt smile. How long has it been since his disciples passed away one after another and Orochimaru rebelled against the village? He has never been so happy. At this moment, this new disciple named Naruto once again brought sunshine to his soul. I am back. Chapter 65. The next day, the practice continued. Jiraiya woke up a rare early morning, and enthusiastically followed Naruto to the waterfall. Come on, little Naruto, sign your name on this scroll, and let me teach you summoning. In this way, you can have one more combat partner from Mount Maiboku, the holy land of summoning beasts. With your chakra from Naruto, you can also practice Toad celestial art and become an immortal like the teacher me, which greatly increases your strength. My last disciple was also your father, Namikaze Minato, who was also a contractor of Mount Maiboku. Next to the waterfall, watching Naruto, who was warming up after a pile of shadow clone was divided, Jiraiya took out the huge scroll that was behind him, and opened his mouth proudly. At this moment, he is already looking forward to the admiration and expectant eyes from this little disciple. But the fact is, Naruto's reaction is extremely cold. Glancing at Jiraiya, Naruto offered Kurama as a shield, pointed to his stomach and said, "This guy is awkward and won't let me sign a blood contract with other summoning beasts." After a pause, Naruto entered Sage Mode and said, "And I already know Sage Mode, Kurama taught me." With the knowledge given to him by his father Namikaze Minato and his mother Kushina, it also emptied all the accumulation of a Kakashi and a Guy for more than 20 years. Coupled with Kurama's daily guidance and the information he learned from the manga, Naruto does not need others to give instructions. What is needed is just getting stronger step by step. His name is Teacher Jiraiya, out of respect for him, and he doesn't really want to learn anything from him. After all, there are only a few people in this world who are really good to him. In the sealed space, Kurama kicked the Naruto shadow clone who was sitting on the sofa beside him reading a book, expressing his dissatisfaction with him for using himself as a shield. This exploded shadow clone has accomplished its mission very well. Naruto from the outside world got the memory and pain that came back, and when he pointed to his stomach, the corner of his mouth twitched. Jiraiya on the side saw all this in his eyes. I thought it was the vixen in Naruto's stomach that was awkward, but I didn't suspect that Naruto was fooling him. It's just a weird whisper to herself. Kushina never said that Jinchuriki can't sign a contract with other summoning beasts. It's because your relationship with Nine Tails has improved, so he is jealous, afraid that you will have other summoning. Ignore it as a beast. In an instant, Jiraiya was relieved. No wonder that day, Naruto actually kicked him at the speed that he could react to. This Sage Mode practice was far more powerful and perfect than him, and there was not much evidence of alienation. Since Nine Tails is helping Naruto wholeheartedly, and he has also learned Sage Mode, it is not a big deal not to sign a blood contract with Mount Maiboku. However, Jiraiya was not discouraged. Then, let me teach you how to practice ninjutsu. Jiraiya eagerly said again. Then, he began to report to Naruto what he knew of ninjutsu. This time, Naruto gave Jiraiya face, and did not refuse his thriving desire for preaching and teaching. Jiraiya does have a lot of ninjutsu here that he hasn't learned. For example, the series of ninjutsu using hair, the needle jizo, the messy lion hair technique, the fire style ninjutsu, the earth style ninjutsu, and the application of fairy skills and natural energy that Naruto has never learned. Although it is not very useful, it can also enrich his knowledge reserves in this area and save a lot of extra time for self-exploration. 3 people, there must be my teacher Yan, nothing more than that. Another shadow clone was divided and asked him to follow Jiraiya to learn ninjutsu, and Naruto began physical intensive training. You just share a shadow clone. Jiraiya was a little dissatisfied, thinking that Naruto was underestimating him. With the amount of ninjutsu he knows, if he wants to learn all of them, the amount of chakra for a shadow clone is far from enough. In Jiraiya's view, even if Naruto has outstanding ninja talents, it would take at least a year to learn all of his ninjutsu, and it would take chakra to have a more abundant body. This estimate is still based on his constant listening to 3rd generation and Kakashi to brag about Naruto's talent. He himself mastered this ninjutsu, and it took more than 10 years. Kakashi on the side heard the conversation between the two, and a gloating smile appeared on his face hidden under the mask. Kakashi couldn't help but think of the scene when Naruto and Sasuke were learning ninjutsu with him a few months ago. It was simply a devastating blow to him, who thought he was the ceiling of a genius ninja. Master Jiraiya, you really don't know anything about genius. Kakashi whispered in his heart, but didn't remind Jiraiya. When Kakashi was practicing the ceiling technique, he would occasionally look at the two of them during breaks, and waited enthusiastically to watch Jiraiya make a fool of himself. Well, shadow clone is enough. Kurama will provide me with chakra to practice ninjutsu. Naruto didn't want to bother with Jiraiya, and gave a non-convincing reason. Anyway, the facts would prove everything. Jiraiya was so angry that Naruto felt that Naruto had such strength at a young age, and he became a little erratic. Humph, let you take a bit of a blow, so that you will obediently do what I said. Jiraiya muttered to himself, and then chose a secret technique that is extremely difficult to learn, which he taught Naruto. Needle jizo is a secret technique that stimulates the growth of hair and attacks the enemy. Because it is a physical change, it belongs to the category of Yang Yun. The main point of practicing this ninjutsu is to have a certain talent for Yang Dun and have a strong chakra control ability. Naruto listened to Jiraiya's speech, and after giving it a demonstration, he thought for a moment. After that, Jian, in Jiraiya's stunned expression, successfully used the mature needle Jizo that was not inferior to Jiraiya. Okay, learned, next one. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and spoke calmly. 3 days later, Jiraiya joined the autistic alliance formed by Kakashi and Guy. Jiraiya, who made efforts to catch up with Orochimaru in the later stage, has always believed that hard work can defeat genius. But now, he found that this sentence might be a bit wrong. Because geniuses can work hard. Although it is a bit wrong to say that, Jiraiya really understands it at this moment. Sometimes the gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Fortunately, this is my student, who has also learned from me. A teacher who is better than a teacher is the most proud of a teacher. Jiraiya comforted himself so that he became like Kakashi when he was hollowed out. As a teacher, the only thing left is to impart to the younger generation the rich life experience as an elderly person. Chapter 66. Jiraiya is an open-minded person. Although he was shocked by Naruto's extraordinary talents at first, he accepted the reality after a while. If it were when he was young, he might still have the mind to chase and surpass Naruto, just like when he was competing with Orochimaru Tsunade when he was young. And now Jiraiya has reached the age of knowing the destiny, and he knows the fact that his strength has reached a ceiling. After teaching all the ninjutsu that Naruto knows, Jiraiya no longer stays beside Naruto by Tenten, and continues to lead his daily life of writing and prostitution in the ninja world. Only occasionally, I would take the time to talk to Naruto about some of what he saw and heard in the ninja world. And Naruto is living his own life as always. Practice, study, rest, practice. In this way, it repeats itself again and again. Until, one day 6 months later. Next to a lake a distance from the waterfall, Sasuke is practicing his own S-level ninjutsu, lightning style. Kirin. With the launch of ninjutsu, Sasuke produced the fire style at a dazzling speed. High-long fire technique, using the principle of updraft to create a thunderstorm, and then launched Chidori to use himself as a lightning rod. Towing thunder and lightning. Under Sasuke's control, the vast natural power transformed into a huge unicorn look. Then, the unicorn sumo wrestled out and blasted into the lake in front of him. Boom! The explosion sounded, the current in the air overflowed, sizzling, and the smell of the air after it was scorched. Because there are lakes to withstand the dense thunder, this unicorn seems to have a mere appearance and did not cause much damage, but if it is changed to a different place, this blow will be enough to completely razing a large area of buildings to the ground. Sasuke frowned, dissatisfied with this technique. To practice the ninjutsu of Kirin, only Sasuke's body can do it. Shadow Clone cannot withstand the power of heaven and earth. Due to Guy's teaching physical skills, Sasuke's time to perfect the Kylin practice was delayed by 3 months. During the past 6 months, with the help of Naruto Shadow Clone to create thunderstorms in the first 3 months, he has already mastered the ability to control the power of heaven and earth. In the last 3 months, Sasuke has practiced without the assistance of Naruto, and independently displayed the entire ninjutsu completely and quickly. This practice continues until now. Generally speaking, Sasuke has been able to bring out the power of the lightning style. Kirin. But only he himself knew that his control of this ninjutsu was still very rough. Although it could be used completely, it did not maximize the power of this technique. In the final analysis, my perception ability is not enough. If my Sharingan can evolve to a level, the dynamic vision improvement it brings should help me see the flow of all lightning perfectly. In this way, I can perfectly guide all the thunder and lightning to attack the enemy and achieve the greatest power. It has been more than 4 years since Sharingan was turned on, but my pupil power has not been able to successfully break through to the level of 3 Go Jade. Thinking in mind, Sasuke clenched his fists unwillingly. Go ask Naruto, maybe he has a way to help me solve this problem, improve Sharingan's pupil power, or something else. Thinking about this, Sasuke calmed his breath. Then, in the woods, he found a Naruto shadow clone who was practicing Flying Thunder God technique. After listening to Sasuke's question, Naruto said without hesitation, "It's actually very simple to solve the problem you mentioned. Surgery. Teacher Jiraiya taught me this secret technique. I have the same ability to use chakra to perceive the outside world like my Kagura Mine, but I need to seal. It is not difficult for you to learn chakra perception, but it is very difficult to apply it to the unicorn instantly without printing. Maybe, when you do this, Sharingan's pupil power will naturally increase to the level of a 3-go jade." When Sasuke heard this, his heart was cold. Is it true that we can only wait for the pupil power to evolve? If you can't continue to make rapid progress, you will definitely be thrown by Naruto to the point where you can't even see the shadow. I finally developed my own S-rank ninjutsu, and finally I have the hope of catching up with Naruto. Why did it become like this? At this time, I heard Naruto continue to say, "So, let's find a way to improve Sharingan's pupil power. I recently studied a lot of information about Sharingan, but I thought of a way to help you break through. The rate is over 95%. When Sasuke heard the words, the disappointment in his heart dissipated instantly, and he looked at Naruto in surprise. "Come on, sit cross-legged and stretch out your hand." Naruto found an open space to sit down, and then motioned to Sasuke to sit across from him. The two raised their hands, fists facing each other. Then, Sasuke felt that the scene in front of him changed, and he came to an empty space exuding soft lights. Slightly looking around, Sasuke saw the TV, coffee table, sofa, and game console. In addition, there is a half-human nine-tails little fox, with one arm propped on his head, reclining on the sofa and watching TV lazily, not caring about Naruto and Sasuke who come in. "Is this the nine-tails living in your body?" Sasuke glanced at the house fox on the sofa and asked curiously. According to the legend, most of Konoha was destroyed, with the title of the strongest tail beast, which led to their Uchiha being isolated by the village. There is no match with the legend. Nodding slightly, he answered Sasuke's question. "Get up, stop watching TV, let's come to 3 rows." Naruto paused the TV, picked up Kurama from the sofa, and took Sasuke to the corner of the entertainment room in front of 3 highly configured computers. Then, Naruto turned on the computer and clicked on the game called League of Legends. Kurama, who wanted to go back to watch TV, suddenly became interested. "This game is really fun, and the more people, the more fun, he doesn't want to watch TV now." Naruto directed Sasuke to sit down in front of the computer, help him turn on the computer, and start teaching him some basic League of Legends operations. In the end, he said to Sasuke very seriously, "From now on, you will start playing this game intently. When you get to the strongest king rank, your Sharingan pupil power will be beyond your imagination. Progress. Remember, this is an extremely important practice, and it must not be abandoned halfway." Chapter 67. Naruto's tone was serious, and Sasuke also became serious subconsciously. As his best and only friend, Naruto has been helping him all the time. And Sasuke trusts Naruto from the bottom of his heart. Since Naruto said that after hitting this game's ranking to the strongest king, he can break through the current limit and obtain even stronger pupil power, then it must be impossible to lie to him. For this reason, Sasuke at this moment has temporarily put all the rest of his distracting thoughts behind him, and has devoted his mind to this game called League of Legends. He has decided that he must complete this practice to meet Naruto's requirements. Not only to obtain stronger pupil power, but also to repay Naruto's trust and prove that he did not misunderstand himself. With this mood, Sasuke began to understand the gameplay of this 5v5 tower push game called League of Legends. The effects of various equipment and runes, as well as the hero's skill mechanism, are all quickly being used by Sasuke. Learn by heart. After Naruto and Kurama took him to play a few man machines in Ziuan district, Sasuke gradually became familiar with the game. Then, Your first small goal next is to raise your level to 30, and then go to start qualifying, and I'm going to continue practicing." Naruto smiled, got up and left in front of the computer. What Kurama hates most is the Uchiha family. It's okay to have Naruto here. At this moment, when Naruto is gone, he doesn't want to play for an instant. Normally, if it weren't for Naruto's request, he wouldn't be willing to give that Uchiha kid the Yang attribute chakra to restore his body. So, at this moment, he did not hesitate to put down the mouse and keyboard, jumped back to the sofa, and started sleeping. But Sasuke, after responding, began to concentrate on playing man-machines to familiarize himself with the game, and at the same time summarized and refined his own technical and tactical ideas. This game is quite easy to get started, but I don't know how strong the opponents ranked after level 30 are. Sasuke thought in his heart, and devoted himself to the game. Next to the waterfall, Naruto, who had just finished his physical intensive training, was resting suddenly and rolled all over the floor with a smile. The reason is that it naturally received the memory from Shadow Clone. Naruto had long thought about how to open Sasuke's eyes, but he didn't expect that this work would be snatched by Shadow Clone, but it was the same as his own wishes. On his shoulders, a group of red chakras surged and condensed into a head-sized nine-tails little fox. After a long absence, Kurama actually came to the outside world. Looking at Naruto, who was rolling on the floor laughing and rolling, he curiously asked, "Since you brought that Uchiha kid in, I felt your strong malice. What do you want to do to that Uchiha kid?" After laughing enough, Naruto sat up and held the small, cute Kurama in front of him. Then, with a slightly uncontrollable smile on his face, he said, "Just like what I said before, help him improve his pupil power." Seeing that Kurama was still puzzled, Naruto began to explain in detail. Combining the manga and the materials that have been consulted in reality, as well as the two ready-made templates of Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto's understanding of Sharingan has reached a very high level. Sharingan is a portrayal of the soul. There are many ways to open and evolve the details of the process, but it is a very simple sentence in summary. Get love and lose love. In the process of getting love and losing love, the emotions of the Uchiha people become fierce and boiling, which stimulates the brain to secrete a powerful chakra, which stimulates the opening and evolution of Sharingan. From 1 Gojade Sharingan, to 2 Gojade Sharingan, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Manjiki Sharingan, everything is like this. And if it is not stimulated, then the evolution of Sharingan will require a long period of practice and accumulation. The degree to which Sharingan can be turned on is related to the quality of this eye-opening Uchiha tribe. Just like Sasuke in the comics, he was stimulated by the extermination to open a double hook jade and a single hook jade, totaling 3 Tomos Sharingan. In reality, Sasuke, who has a stronger body and spirit after following Naruto for more intense practice, already has 4 Tomo and a pair of Sharingan. At this moment, Sasuke, more than 4 years have passed since he opened his eyes for the first time. Over the years of hard practice, Sasuke has become powerful enough to withstand the use of a more powerful Sharingan, and has the basic conditions for Sharingan's evolution. But in recent years, he has been living in an environment that is somewhat depressive but peaceful, and he will naturally not be irritated to open his eyes. If it is a general uneducated Uchiha people who want to stimulate themselves, then there is a high probability that they will choose to kill relatives and friends, and use this painful and obliterating conscience method to gain more powerful pupil power. Now, after clarifying the evolutionary principle of Uchiha Sharingan, Naruto has chosen a relatively mild but can achieve the same effect to stimulate the evolution of Sasuke's Sharingan pupil power. That is, playing games, playing League of Legends. Although Naruto's learning space cannot be linked to other worlds' network, the League of Legends server stored in the learning space saves the data templates of those players from other world, and generates some human-computer players based on this. According to Naruto's division, these man-machines can be divided into 4 categories: God-tier players, ordinary players, rookie players, and orphan players. God-tier players naturally don't have to say much. They are strong and outrageous. The prototype is basically the professional players in the peak state of Otherworld, while the ordinary players are those who play normally, whether they are good or not, and have the average level of the normal players. And the rookie players don't need to say, the dish's feet are far lower than the rank where they are, almost every hand is mixed, relying on the thigh to score. And the last orphaned player has a wide range of types. The spring water hangs up and breathes out fragrance, and greeting relatives is just a basic operation. The rest, such as giving people heads, being a waste of help, sending people heads over the tower, and 10,000 years jungle, there are so many cheatings. Usually when Naruto and Kurama play games, they are naturally set to match a bunch of ordinary players. Everyone has a good time and relies on their true level to improve their ranks, so that they can feel enough game fun. And Sasuke, in order to be able to ensure that he improves his pupil power and obtains a stronger Sharingan. Naruto set him an average of more than 2 orphan teammates for him, and the most likely remaining players are rookie players. On the opposite side, there is at least 1 god-tier player, 3 ordinary players, and 1 rookie player or orphan player. Only a few times, Sasuke will be matched with a god-tier player teammate, and a few rookie players on the opposite side will give him a bit of game experience, so that he will not lose hope in this game soon. With Sasuke's character, since he agreed to the spiritual mission assigned to him by Naruto, it is naturally impossible to give up. And in the long game, with the excellent League of Legends and the childhood when Sasuke rarely played games, then he is likely to love this game to his bones. Being in such an environment, Sasuke is either exploded with a pit mentality, despairing of the League of Legends, and thus loses love, in order to stimulate the improvement of pupil power. Or, relying on their own strong operating level, in the uninterrupted despair and tribulation, they created a 12 miracle. Destroy these superhuman machines, and finally complete the task assigned by Naruto, get an extremely powerful sense of accomplishment, in order to get love and stimulate pupil power. Anyway, both sides make money. This is why Naruto dared to pack tickets, saying that as long as Sasuke continues to play this game, 95% of the pupils will be improved. Chapter 68. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Kurama probably understood why he did it. For teamwork 5v5 games like League of Legends, players' sense of substitution and ambition will become extremely high. Recalling that when I was playing a game, I was easily exploded by a stimulating mentality when I didn't have a teammate and lost. Not to mention the trial that Naruto arranged for Sasuke, even if it is his own guy Rui, there will be orphan teammates dragging his feet, and it will be more prone to stimulation. Ordinary people can only be in a bad mood for a while when they are stimulated, but Uchiha people like Sasuke need to be stimulated enough to become stronger. Then why don't you play King of Glory for Sasuke, 1 for 10 minutes? Wouldn't it be easier to be stimulated to increase pupil power if you keep losing? Kurama suddenly thought, a little gloating. The gameplay of Glory of Kings is similar to that of League of Legends, but the rhythm is faster. Relatively speaking, you can play more in a unit of time, and it is easier to accumulate negative emotions if you keep losing. I thought about it, but in the end I chose League of Legends. The reason is that the Glory of the King is too short. Sasuke was just stimulated by his teammates and the game was over, which is not good. In addition to the instantaneous outburst, the negative emotion stimulation should also have a continuous output, so that his pupil power can be sufficiently improved. Naruto answered Kurama's question. Hello Sao. Kurama smiled funny, and suddenly didn't refuse to get along with that Uchiha kid. He lifted his avatar from the outside world, and returned his consciousness to the main body in the sealed space. On the sofa, he opened his eyes with a smile on his face, who was doomed on the sofa, and he stared at Sasuke who was playing games without watching the drama. At this moment, he discovered a new way to entertain, watch the live broadcast. After this day, Sasuke was completely immersed in the spiritual mission that Naruto arranged for him. In addition to eating and sleeping every day, and maintaining a minimum level of daily practice maintenance, the rest of the time will find a Naruto shadow clone as a register to go to the sealed space for special practice of improving pupil power. At the beginning, Sasuke was still playing games with the idea of a little mechanized task completion. But as time passed, he gradually fell in love with this game from the heart. In the process of constantly playing man-machines to upgrade the level, Sasuke is familiar with the skill mechanism of each hero, the method of production, and how to better develop himself and defeat the opponent better. And this is destined to be a process that takes a long time. After more than a month, Sasuke finally raised his account level to level 30, and at the same time completed the exploration of the entire game, and had enough confidence in his current strength. It was also at this time that Sasuke had a little bit of his own understanding of the spiritual mission that Naruto arranged for him. This game has a high sense of substitution and can also inspire people's ambition. To maintain a high winning percentage, you need a good overall situation awareness and attention to the whole battle. My Sharingan happens to have strong enough dynamic vision. Naruto wants me to use Sharingan continuously in the game. Then, in the continuous use, continue to satisfy one's eagerness to stimulate the mind, so as to achieve a breakthrough in pupil power. It's really a good method. Sasuke thought confidently in his heart. Over the past month or so, he can indeed feel that his pupil power has improved, and the distance to the 3-hook jade may be just a short shot. Then, from now on, let's qualify. A smile appeared on the corner of Sasuke's mouth, and he started his first qualifying. Hey, Naruto, what do you plan to do if Sasuke's Sharingan fails to evolve? On the sofa, Kurama was lying on the sofa with a smile on his face, watching Sasuke who began to qualify, suffocating a grin. On the side, Naruto, who came here specially to watch, was also suffocating a smile, and responded telepathically, he likes this game so much. If he can't get a breakthrough in pupil power in a normal way, then I will give him a quit of internet addiction. This is also a loss. Love it. Under the gaze of the two, Sasuke matched 2 orphan players, 2 rookie player teammates, 2 god-tier players, and 3 ordinary player opponents, and began his first ranking journey. The game ended quickly. With the powerful skills he developed over the past month and the assistance of Sharingan, Sasuke finally won the round with 4 teammates who were dragging their feet and were full of trash talking. Competition. Looking at the exploding crystal on the opposite side, Sasuke's face was a little dark. However, the joy of victory made him ignore those adverse reactions for the time being. Is this the ranked world? It's really challenging, but it doesn't bother me. Looking at the Platinum 3 ranks displayed after the grading was over, and briefly summarizing the gains and losses of this one, Sasuke started the next rank again. After playing, Sasuke finally relied on his strong strength to come to the promotion battle of the Diamond rank, although every hand could meet a few unpleasant people. In this one, Sasuke met 4 orphan teammates unprecedented in history. Among his opponents were 3 god-tier players. When I first entered the game, a teammate typed on the public screen, "I don't just mean someone, I mean everyone here is rubbish." Another teammate typed, "My sons lie down obediently, and daddy will take you to fly." There is also a typing, "Don't ask how strong I am, Ziuan had parents for 4 years." The remaining one is also unwilling to lag behind, "Let's climb all over, I am in the middle of Ari." Sasuke's face is a bit dark, and he thinks these teammates are a bit mentally retarded, and he chose to block. 5 minutes later, the 4 typing teammates successfully sent 35 heads, and Sasuke's jungler, Happy Wind Man, was not happy anymore. Seeing this continued, Sasuke was determined to lose. The few teammates still gave the joy. Sasuke finally couldn't hold back. While growing, he turned on the public screen input. From where the hands flying on the keyboard into an afterimage, and the constantly switching screen images, we can see how excited Sasuke is at this moment. Naruto and Kurama watching from the sidelines, watching the tomo that quietly emerged from Sasuke's pair of scarlet Sharingan, a funny smile appeared on their faces at the same time, and they exchanged thoughts. Look, isn't this effective? When the base exploded and the promotion failed, Sasuke, who was holding a pair of 3 tomo Sharingan, finally understood a truth. In this game, there are no teammates. Except for myself, the rest are all opponents, so I have to take the 3-way pawn line, grab all the economy, and have the absolute level of operation to kill all the opponents under the interference of 4 mentally handicapped teammates. As long as you kill the opponent, you will naturally win. Only in this way can I become the strongest king. Chapter 69. After this day, Sasuke was enlightened. After entering the game, he ignored the lineup and selected Yasuo, a hero who has enough space to operate and is happy enough. After the start, he began to develop crazily, playing in his own wild area, playing the opposite wild area, dirty teammates and killings, all on his own, and entered the ultimate autistic mode. In the beginning, Sasuke who played this way was often destroyed, not only being ganked by the enemy, but also by his teammates. The game experience was extremely poor. Also started from this, and the teammates were crazy. But he didn't care about this, even if he lost, he still went his own way. After playing a game, I started to summarize the gains and losses, only improving my personal operation level and overall awareness, and not caring about teamwork at all. Because he knew that it had no effect. He can only rely on himself if he wants to win. In the constant autism, Sasuke even dropped from the platinum position back to the black iron. But also in the midst of these fiascos, Sasuke's mentality began to become stable, and he would not be moved by the trash talk of his teammates, and he could greet relatives while operating his hero development. In addition to becoming more calm, Sasuke's strength is also increasing crazily. From the very beginning, he was often caught autistic, and later he could calmly deal with any sneak attacks and retreat easily. Later, Sasuke has a deeper understanding of this game. After he can perfectly connect all skills and perform extreme micromanipulations, he can even complete a dozen extreme counter kills after the opponent's gank. Half a year later, Sasuke, as he was convinced at the beginning, was already able to complete the single kill of 5 opponents with the interference of 4 mentally handicapped teammates and limited cooperation, and completed the feat of 109 as simple man-machine kills. After that, the rank has no meaning for Sasuke. He can use the extreme operation of showing people's scalp tingling to block the 5 people opposite to the spring water for massacre, even without the cooperation of his teammates. He has won again and again. The rank also began to soar from this, and soon broke through to the Diamond, Master, and Grand Master rank he had never reached before. Then, it is the King. In the final Grand Master's battle to advance to the King, there are 4 orphan players on his side and 5 god-tier players on the other side. Rao is an extremely powerful Sasuke, and he also feels extremely strong pressure. It's just that this didn't make him feel any move, and his expression was extremely calm, and he showed all the results of his recent short-term arduous practice. Sasuke stared intently at the constantly switching pictures on the screen, observing the positions of the 4 orphan teammates, calculating the positions of the 5 opponents, and the refresh time of the monsters and the line of soldiers. The 6 tomo of a pair of Sharingan has run to the limit. Almost connected into one piece. He is constantly developing, trying his best to eat all the money, and trying his best to catch the opponents who are alone to prevent the others' development. At the same time, it is also preventing one's teammates from sending it. At this moment, Sasuke is like a snowball, constantly improving his strength. At the same time, he was still calmly predicting his position to dodge the question marks of his teammates, and greeting each other's relatives with his teammates. Time passed and Sasuke's record came to 25-0-0. Finally invincible. Just like the many games he had played, he blocked the 5 people opposite to Chuan Minato's mouth and slaughtered them wildly. Boom! 5 kills. The enemy base exploded, the game was won, and the promotion was successful. Sasuke looked at the slowly emerging symbol of the strongest king, and recalled the trials and hardships he had encountered during the recent period. Comparing the success at this moment, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment suddenly rose in his heart. Without suppressing himself, Sasuke allowed this strange emotion to spread in his heart. This is the final result he achieved after half a year of special practice. Finally, I still did not live up to Naruto's expectations. I completed this practice mission. Compared to just sweating and exercising, it is really a practice that combines all the mental and physical strengths to fight against others. What a boost! Thinking back intoxicated, Sasuke quietly experienced this hard-won victory. It was at this time that Sasuke's pupil power, which had been continuously improving during the recent period, broke through the limit at this moment and reached a new height. In silence, Sasuke's body started from the eyes, and a great change from the inside to the outside took place. In reality, Sasuke opened his eyes. Sitting by the lake, he used the reflection in the water to see what he was like at the moment. In the eye sockets, the three tomo spins frantically, and gradually become one piece, turning into a complicated jade pattern. And in the body, there is a powerful chakra surging. This chakra is transforming his eyes, constantly improving pupil power, and at the same time making his spirit improve in all directions. Inexplicably, a lot of information came to Sasuke's mind. At this moment, he suddenly understood a lot of new pupil techniques. This is a force that is many times stronger than the previous Sharingan. What will be brought to Sasuke will be an essentially the same change. Lightning style. Kylin. In a very short time, Sasuke created a cumulonimbus cloud. Then he raised his hand, and suddenly a huge unicorn rushed down from the sky and fell into the lake in front of him. During this process, Sasuke clearly saw the flow of each lightning bolt, and integrated its precise control into the attack. Boom! The huge explosion sounded. It was obviously the same ninjutsu as before, but at this moment it suddenly increased its power by more than 50%. This kind of power is no longer weaker than Naruto's wind style. Spiral Shuriken, and even stronger than the Spiral Shuriken in the attack range, far surpassing the level of ordinary S-level ninjutsu. With such a powerful ninjutsu, such a powerful pupil power, Uchiha Itachi shouldn't be my opponent anymore. Now I should be qualified to challenge Naruto, right? Looking at the turbulent lake in front of him, and experiencing the increasing pupil power and chakra in his body, the corners of Sasuke's mouth could not be restrained, and an extremely confident smile appeared. Although Naruto had shown extremely powerful strength in front of him, he now has Manjiki Sharingan far surpassing the three-goad jade. This kind of pupil power gave Sasuke enough confidence. He no longer suppressed his fierce and boiling emotions at the moment, turned and walked towards Naruto's body by the waterfall. Naruto, come and fight me. Seeing Naruto who is undergoing physical strengthening training, Sasuke speaks confidently. Ushered, it was Naruto's face with a question mark, are you sure? Sasuke saw Naruto's subconscious disapproval, and said seriously, I'm sure, from today I am not the me who used to be. I have changed. Chapter 70. At this moment, Sasuke is very confident. Naruto also understood why he suddenly had such confidence. After all, the strength of the Uchiha people who did not open Manjiki Sharingan is entirely the difference between heaven and earth. I thought that Sasuke's pupil power can only reach the point where it is infinitely close to Manjiki. I didn't expect it to break through to Manjiki directly on my own. Is it because the results of these years of practice have accumulated a deep foundation, or because of me is it too strong to stimulate the powerful chakra blessing of Indra? It's just a pity, I gave him a spare internet addiction and the Manjiki plan is useless. Naruto sighed in his heart, but as Sasuke felt, he didn't pay much attention to Sasuke, who was so powerful. If you want to say why. Since you insist, come on. While speaking, Naruto stretched out his hand and pressed it on Sasuke's shoulder. He didn't feel the intention of attacking, so he didn't hide, and then Sasuke felt a flower in front of him. After the surrounding scenery became clear again, the two were no longer under the waterfall where they usually practiced, but came to a canyon where two huge statues stood. End Valley. Sasuke recognized this place, located at the border of the Fire Country, not a short distance from Konoha village. Even with the extremely fast speed of a ninja, it takes at least 1 day and 1 night to get here. Flying Thunder God Technique. Sasuke, who was standing on the head of the Uchiha Madara statue, looked at Naruto who jumped on the head of the Senju Hashirama statue opposite, and asked in shock. He knew that Naruto had been practicing this technique, but the progress had not been very fast. He didn't expect this to happen suddenly. Naruto already possesses extremely strong strength, and now he has the Flying Thunder God technique, which can be said to be even more powerful. After realizing this also made Sasuke, who was a little bloated, calmer. Although he still didn't think he would lose, he became more cautious in his heart. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and knew what he was thinking. He explained in a calm tone, "You are doing Sharingan's special practice during this period. I haven't relaxed. I just finished it, but it needs to be applied to actual combat. It takes a period of practice, and I won't be able to use it in this battle." The original Flying Thunder God technique was created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama, not to mention the slow speed, but also the printing. In addition to saving time on the road, and suddenly using the Yin-Ren in the battle, it is not too powerful. Later, after Naruto's father Namikaze Minato, combined with many Uzumaki seal technique improvements, the Flying Thunder God technique, which can be instantly issued without a print, is the invincible technique that truly created his reputation for Yellow Flash. It is equivalent to the difference between read bar transmission and no CD flashing. This is also because Senju Tobirama has too many techniques and did not put too much energy into this technique. Namikaze Minato is a civilian, and if you want to become stronger, you can only specialize in one. At this moment, Naruto has already practiced his father's improved Flying Thunder God technique, but it is only practiced. The final intensive training on neural response has not been carried out yet, which is not the most perfect. After all, Namikaze Minato is not only powerful in Flying Thunder God, but his strong nerve response speed is the reason why he can use this technique to ultimate. However, even if Naruto doesn't use Flying Thunder God to play as Sasuke at this moment, there is no pressure. Sasuke blushed old and understood Naruto's underlying meaning. This is mocking him for playing games crazy and forgetting the time. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Are you ready? Let's start fighting. This time I will let you feel the fruits of my practice during this period of time." Naruto nodded and took off the load, as did Sasuke. The Kurama brand power bank started to work to make up for the two who are about to fight. Then, a gust of wind swept a few leaves. When the leaves fell, Naruto and Sasuke moved almost at the same time. Just for a moment, the two of them disappeared out of thin air. Bang bang bang! In the air, dense fists and feet collided. The air driven by the powerful force is getting more and more violent, forming a shock wave that spreads continuously centering on the two fighting against each other. In a very short time, the two made thousands of moves. My physical skills are inferior to Naruto after all. The more he hits, the more passive Sasuke. Despite the powerful dynamic vision blessing brought by Manjiki Sharingan, his body couldn't keep up with the reaction, and in the end he could only be pushed down by Naruto. Fire style, extinguish the fire. With a punch, Naruto flew away, and Sasuke took advantage of the force to fly back. Immediately afterwards, with the superb speed of 17 seals in 2 seconds, a fire-style ninjutsu sprayed a sea of fire at Naruto. Wind style. Vacuum barrier. Naruto didn't even hide, nor did he seal off. As soon as his thoughts moved, the airflow around his body was expelled, and a thick vacuum wall emerged. As soon as the large sea of fire sprayed by Sasuke entered Naruto's side, it seemed to be like rootless duckweed, and it went out. This makes Sasuke want to use this wave to attack Naruto, and by the way complete the lightning style. Kylan's wishful thinking of preconditions is completely lost. Then I will help you. Naruto stood tall in the air, glanced at Sasuke, who was also suspended in the air 30 meters away, and then raised his hand into the sky. Wind style. Call the wind and call the rain. In recent years of practice, Sasuke perfected his lightning style. Kirin, Naruto also developed a weather ninjutsu that can be quickly released after ki-in. The offensive power is not great, but just like the name of this technique, it can be transformed into a humanoid weather control instrument, calling for wind and rain. In terms of physical skills, Sasuke is undoubtedly not his opponent. After testing Sasuke's level, it doesn't make much sense to continue. It just so happens that Naruto at this moment wants to try the power of this lightning style. Kirin after Sasuke has achieved great success. Sasuke's cheeks flushed, feeling Naruto underestimating him. Suddenly, he became more focused than ever before, thunder and lightning appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand to condense the appearance of a unicorn from the sky. Moreover, this is not over yet. After attracting a unicorn, Sasuke made a series of efforts, summoning 4 unicorns in one breath, and blasted towards Naruto almost indiscriminately. Naruto can activate Flying Thunder God to escape just before Sasuke casts the spell, but it is not necessary. He stood there, facing the thundercloud in the sky and made a response. With a thought, I quickly entered Sage mode. Then, a series of prints flashed out of Naruto's hands like butterflies wearing flowers. Almost at the same time that the unicorn in the sky was pounced, Naruto also completed the S-level defensive ninjutsu he had developed in a full year. Sage Art. Wind Style. Vacuum Field. With the completion of Naruto's technique, the air within a radius of 300 meters was emptied by Naruto almost instantly. The 4 unicorns that pounced on Naruto had just rushed into the vacuum domain, and their shape suddenly collapsed, but within a few seconds they turned into electric sparks and dissipated into the void. At this moment, Sasuke's head is full of question marks. Chapter 71. According to Sasuke's vision, he released 4 unicorns in a row, and Naruto should also put 4 spiral shurikens against him in one breath, and then determine the winner based on which of the 2 sides is more powerful in ninjutsu. After all, it is a man's romance to wave. However, who would have thought that Naruto gave an understatement of ninjutsu? He used a lot of S-level lightning style that Chakra used to attack ninjutsu and it would be misfired. Except that at the beginning, it seemed to be huge, the actual damage caused was even worse than the previous physical showdown. You know, his lightning style. Kylan, but the real technique of destroying the city and destroying the country, in the thunderstorm weather, if he exhausted all the chakra, he could summon dozens of hundreds of unicorns and raised a small country directly to the ground. But now, only this kind of record has been played. How does this make Sasuke reconciled? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke asked unwillingly. Not far away, Naruto launched Flying Thunder God and flew to Sasuke's side. Hearing this question, Naruto showed a disgusting expression on his face without concealment. Didn't I tell you all the names of the moves? Vacuum Realm. After using up the vacuum domain, the air around Naruto's body was drawn out. Without air as a transmission medium, the thunder and lightning that Sasuke attracted naturally dissipated without causing any damage. But in contrast, although Naruto's body is protected by chakra, the vacuum will not cause him damage, but he also loses the ability to control the airflow. If you don't use the Flying Thunder God mark on Sasuke to fly out of that vacuum area, you have to fall down. From this point of view, Sasuke's anti-gravity magnetic field flying technique is more applicable to the environment, and he did not waste several years of developing this ninjutsu. Hearing what Naruto said, Sasuke finally learned when he was studying magnetic levitation, but recently he has returned to the teacher his physics knowledge for several years. It's no wonder that my fire-style ninjutsu and lightning-style ninjutsu just now can't cause harm to you. There is no oxygen for flame combustion in the vacuum, and there is no medium for the transmission of lightning. Naturally, it cannot cause you who are protected in it harm. Sasuke suddenly realized, and then angrily said, Naruto, you specially developed this ninjutsu to restrain me. It's not specifically for you. I have also developed wind style that specifically defends against physical attacks like earth style and water style. The tornado wall can use the high-speed rotating wind blade to cut all entities, you just incidentally. Naruto kindly comforted. However, the effect is not very good, which makes Sasuke's face even darker. Come on, try my Manjiki pupil technique, I don't believe this, you can restrain it. Sasuke stared at Naruto with a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, and invited the battle again. Upon hearing this, Naruto showed an expression of interest. Oh, what is your Manjiki Sharingan's ability? Speak and listen. Sharingan is the portrayal eye of the soul. When opening Manjiki, he will awaken his unique pupil technique according to the wishes of the Uchiha tribe. In the manga, Sasuke is awakened by Amaterasu and flame control, which can control Amaterasu's morphological changes and nature transformation. In reality, Sasuke's experience and learned knowledge, as well as the personality formed based on this, are very different from the Sasuke in the comics, and there is no reason to awaken the same Manjiki ability. Hey, I won't tell you, let's experience it for yourself in the battle. Sasuke refused coldly. Naruto didn't care, raised his hand, and stuffed a group of pure chakra extracted from him into Sasuke's body. Then, he kindly reminded, brother, Manjiki will be blind if you use it too much. If you are blind, you can't play games. So after you have achieved the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, you can use your Manjiki Sharingan's abilities at will. Sasuke's face stagnated when he heard the words, is there still such a statement? No one had ever told him before when the tribe was still alive. Then, he felt that Naruto's chakra began to come into contact with his own chakra, because it was specially refined and not aggressive, so Sasuke easily integrated this group of chakra into his own chakra. As the fused chakra moved to the eyes, Sasuke felt his eyes warm, as comfortable as soaking in warm water. Since Manjiki Sharingan was turned on not long ago, the pupil power has been growing continuously, and its growth rate has also suddenly increased at this time. If Sasuke's pupil power growth rate was 1 before, it has already become 5 at this moment. Although this growth rate only lasted for 10 seconds, and disappeared because Naruto's chakra was exhausted, Sasuke still keenly felt the strangeness of Naruto chakra. Sasuke raised his head suddenly and cast his gaze to Naruto. Then, I saw a ball of chakra wrapped around Naruto's fingers, looking at him with a smile. Hey, okay, let me tell you. At this point, Sasuke understood what Naruto meant, and snorted and spoke reluctantly. The ability of Sasuke's left eye is a curse ability. As long as it is within his field of vision, he can use his pupil power to activate this ability, ignoring the defensive curse to kill the enemy, and the enemy can only defend with his own mental strength. In addition, if you can hold the enemy's body information, such as hair cells, you can curse and kill the enemy from a long distance. In theory, as long as Sasuke is strong enough, he can kill everyone with this ability. Of course, the reality is that the strength of pupils restricts Sasuke. According to Sasuke's own feelings, he can at most silently curse people with similar strengths. However, if Sasuke is willing to overdraw his own life, he can surpass the limit of his pupil power to curse even more powerful enemies. The ability of Sasuke's right eye is to constantly solidify an Izanaga's pupil technique. This is a Uchiha forbidden technique that can change any unfavorable factors, including death. It requires at least the pupil power of 3 Gyu to activate it. Once this pupil technique is activated, it will make a Sharingan permanently lose its light. But Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan has constantly solidified this pupil technique. After using it, it will not pay the price of losing the light. At most, it will lose pupil power. As long as the pupil power is restored, it can be used in the degree. After listening to Sasuke explaining his two Manjiki Sharingan abilities in detail, Naruto looked at Sasuke with a weird expression. One sentence blurted out, "Sasuke, when you awakened Manjiki, were you thinking about how to kill your orphan teammates in the game?" Chapter 72. There is a reason why Naruto said so. Since Sasuke started playing the game, he and Naruto have complained the most about the orphan players he encountered in the game. Naturally, Naruto would not tell him that these teammates are all humans and machines. What he told Sasuke is that he has a magical item that can be linked to other worlds' network. As long as you don't reveal that you are a stranger, you can talk freely. Of course, if it is exposed, it will be blocked by the system. And because these humans and machines are too smart, Sasuke completely believes in Naruto's nonsense. Because of this, Sasuke wanted to cross the network cable more than once and go to the other side of the world to kill all these orphan teammates. As everyone knows, Sharingan of the Uchiha tribe is the Eye of Soul portrayal. When Manjiki is opened, Tongli will respond to the expectations of its owner. But there is also a supplementary setting, that is, after the master of Manjiki expects too much, the pupil power will not be able to achieve it, and the unique pupil technique that will eventually be formed will be discounted. Well, it's similar to the difference between super clear and uncut and stream-saving mosaic when watching a video. It can also be described as enough and ultimate experience. It's like Obito. When you start Manjiki, you want to escape from the world, but you can't do that. In the end, you form the different space of Kamui, and on this basis, the hollow and the ability to ingest matter with Kamui space are formed. When Sasuke opened Manjiki, he wanted to kill all the orphan teammates in Otherworld on the other side of the network cable, but Manjiki's pupil power was unable to cross the world. As a result, he made a discount and formed Sasuke's left eye's ability to curse enemies remotely. It would be possible to kill orphan teammates along the network cable in the same world. On the other hand, Izanagi in the right eye supplemented this ability. If I encounter a curse that doesn't die, he will overdraw his life by cursing and killing, and then use Izanagi this resurrection armor to change the unfavorable factors and avoid the consequences of death. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke seemed to have seen a ghost, and subconsciously moved away from Naruto 3 meters. "Naruto, do you still read mind?" Obviously, Naruto guessed correctly. Naruto contemptuously said, "Didn't I say that I know Sharingan very well? Also, weren't you the orphan teammate Tenten told me to complain about? How many times have you told you to read more, but you only read what you need to use every time, and then you turn your head and forget it. There is no sense of accumulation at all. Look, how many common sense questions did you ask me today?" Sasuke was speechless. Although he was not convinced, that was the truth. "I will read more in the future. Manjiki's pupil technique told you. Give me your chakra. I feel that if this goes on, I should be able to reach the eternal Manjiki level and kill Itachi and the masked man to take revenge." In an instant, Sasuke forgot the unhappiness just now, and looked at Naruto excitedly. "By the way, why does your chakra promote the evolution of my pupil power? I'm curious." Sasuke suddenly remembered a question and asked. While refining chakra, Naruto said, "This is a long story. You give me your chakra, try to refine it to the limit and we exchange it. If you are right, give me a little bit of your pupil power. Let me see if I can open a Manjiki." Since the chakra of the Ashura line can promote the opening of the Indra line, Rinnegan. So it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't work the other way around. Even if it doesn't work, Naruto wants to try it, anyway. Sasuke didn't know why, but he did. First, I clicked Naruto's eyes and planted his Manjiki pupil power in Naruto's eyes. Then, he began to try his best to extract all of his huge chakra. At this time, Naruto spoke and selectively told Sasuke the story of the two brothers Ashura and Indra. Both are the sons of Sage of Six Paths Satsuki Hago Romo. The elder brother Indra inherited his father's immortal eye, which is eternal Manjaki Sharingan, and his descendants founded the later Uchiha clan. The younger brother Ashura inherited his father's sage body, possessing majestic chakra, physical fitness and recovery ability, and his descendants created the later Senju and Uzumaki clan. In other words, we were once an ancestor and inherited the power of eyes and body separately, so can our chakra complement each other? Sasuke asked curiously when he heard this. There is a certain relationship, but it is not the most important factor. My brother Indra is more wise and talented, and everyone thinks he can inherit the ninzang created by Sage of Six Paths. Even Ashura himself gave up. Later, before Sage of Six Paths died, he chose a concept that was more in line with him and believed in the benevolent younger brother Ashura inherits Shinshu. As a result, it caused Indra's dissatisfaction. There was a battle with his younger brother. Even after the two died, the battle did not stop. Their chakra was reincarnated in the body of the offspring, continuing this evenly matched battle. The reincarnated person of this generation of Indra chakra is you, and the reincarnated person of Ashura's chakra is me. Don't think I have a good relationship between the two of us. Those who were reincarnated from chakra before us have a very bad relationship. They can often punch out the dog's mind. In addition to the family feud, it is also because of the grievances between the brothers. Their chakra will continue to subtly affect the reincarnation, and inspire hatred between the two. After a moment of silence, Naruto whispered in his heart, like Naruto and Sasuke in the comics, they seem to have their own independent personalities, but they have gradually become Indra and Ashura as they grow up. The same is true for the previous generation of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. After listening to this explanation, Sasuke felt stunned. No wonder, when I first met Naruto, I felt that this person was a little kind, and he was a little uncomfortable when I saw him. Then, he subconsciously said, then, brother Naruto, called brother. As soon as he spoke, his body took a step back subconsciously. The next moment a wind blade swept across the place where he was standing. Looking up, he saw Naruto's indifferent eyes. Suddenly, Sasuke didn't dare to hide, and quickly changed the subject. Then why didn't we fight? According to you, Indra is very radical, and I am not radical. After Naruto warned, he stopped struggling and casually cried, a person's character is related to the education he receives and his environment. The chakra of these two people can only be subtle, and not directly brainwashed. In the process of growing up, you will gradually change and distort your original character, and although we are still young, we have become very strong. If the ninja's chakra quantity is taken as a manifestation of the nature of life, aside from the combat experience and other things, in essence, we are now weaker than the brothers in the heyday. When I was aware of it, they would naturally not affect me, and you have been supervised by me, so naturally there is no chance to be extreme. Chapter 73. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes appeared thoughtful. The information contained in Naruto's words is too much. For a while, Sasuke also had a mixed feeling in his heart. After being silent for a while, he asked, Naruto, what do you want to do in the future? The story of ancient ancestors is too far away from now. After listening to it, you don't have to worry too much. By now, with the help of Naruto, he has enough strength. Sasuke has decided that after a while, when he is fully familiar with Manjaki Sharingan's pupil power, and when his strength has grown to the limit, he will look for his brother Uchiha Itachi and confront him. As he once said, if Itachi has any difficulties, then go with him to kill the man behind it, and avenge the lost parents. If Itachi was purely to obtain strong pupil power, then Sasuke would choose to kill his brother Itachi first, then kill the masked man, avenge the passing of the parents, and put it all over. In this regard, Sasuke has absolute confidence. And what to do in life after revenge, Sasuke didn't think about it. So, he wanted to ask Naruto if he had any good suggestions. No matter what Naruto wanted to do, Sasuke decided to support it. His idea is very simple. Since he has been receiving your favor for the first half of his life, he will try his best to pay back the favor for the rest of his life. What are you doing? Upon hearing this question, Naruto smiled, looking complicated. He knew that Sasuke was not simply asking small questions like what to do in the near future. There is no hesitation in this question. The first is to make Konoha disappear from the world. What Sasuke really wants to ask is a goal that he can fight for his whole life and give everything. A lofty ideal that can fill his empty heart after he completes his revenge. Once, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Naruto this question. His answer was that he didn't know what he wanted to do, he wanted to learn more and know more before making a decision. 2 years ago, after reading the manga that chronicled his life and future, Naruto also asked himself what he wanted to do in the future. However, the answer is still confused. He needs to learn more and see more before he can make a decision that he will not regret in the future. At this moment, 2 years have passed, he has learned a lot, and he has a clearer understanding of the world in his heart, but he still hasn't understood what he wants to do in the future. After a while, after I have completed the final practice, let's take a look at this ninja world, and then we will be able to know what we want to do. In the end, Naruto gave this answer. Over the years, I have been studying, and I have never relaxed for a moment. Maybe it's time to take a look at the world in which you live. Sasuke was silent, and after a while, he replied, okay. In silence, the two stopped talking and concentrated on refining chakra. Some time later, Sasuke completed the refinement of chakra. In his hand, he held an extremely huge chakra group, containing all of his chakra, and there was really no drop left in his body. On the other hand, Naruto is quite comfortable. Although he also holds a huge chakra group in his hand, it only occupies 30% of his own chakra, and most of the consumed has been recovered. After Sasuke was refined, Naruto also stopped. Naruto raised his hand and fisted Sasuke. Immediately, the chakra group in the hands of the two slowly flowed into each other's body like flowing water. Sasuke's feeling is the same as before, his eyes are as warm as immersed in warm water, his pupil power has rapidly improved, and his physical fitness has been strengthened in the process of constantly absorbing Naruto's chakra. And Naruto's feeling is very different from Sasuke. After he absorbed the chakra belonging to Sasuke, his body changed little, but there was a tingling sensation in his pupils. The Manjiki pupil power that Sasuke planted before seemed to be stimulated by Naruto. The eyes are slowly absorbed. In addition, Naruto can clearly feel that his weak yin chakra has begun to show a trend of rapid increase. The external manifestation is that the mental power has begun to increase at a perceivable rate. Living creatures have the characteristics of yin and yang escape, but because of talent and individual differences, they will have different emphasis on yin and yang escape. The previous Naruto obviously belongs to the particularly prominent type of Yang Dun. Is the effect so obvious? Because of my physical talent, I was too weak to practice illusion, so I can only learn how to solve illusion and let it go. Now this trend develops, I can also use illusion. Practice it. There are also changes in the eyes. It seems that my previous guess is very reasonable. It is indeed possible to stimulate the recessive genes in the body through this method and re-inherit the ancestors' Sharingan and even Rinnegan pupils. However, the pupil power is too small now, and I don't know how long it will take to activate Sharingan's blood. In short, insist on exchanging chakra with Sasuke in the future, it will always satisfy the eye-opening request. After a long time, Naruto finally inhaled all Sasuke's chakra compatible with his own chakra. The next thing to do is to wait for all these chakras to be digested by the body. After observing the speed of digesting chakra, it is enough to exchange chakra with Sasuke once in about 3 days. Opened his eyes and glanced at Sasuke who was standing not far away in the air, opening his eyes at about the same time, Naruto said, "Go back." Sasuke stopped Naruto. "Wait, there is one more thing, I almost forgot." Naruto glanced at Sasuke, but did not speak. "The name of my double eye pupil technique, please refer to it for me." The pupil technique of the right eye has similar abilities in our clan, so it can be called Izanaki. For the left eye, I want to ask him to change the limit one by one. At the critical moment, it can have a similar effect. What do you think? Sasuke said cheerfully. As long as you are happy. Naruto didn't want to talk, his eyes were full of disgust. Then you can help think of a high-end, high-grade one. The names of the pupils of our family Sharingan originate from corresponding mythological stories, but I did not expect that among the gods in those mythological stories, who has the ability in my pupil. The technique is similar. Sasuke raised her head, a little annoyed. Chapter 74. Then let me think about it for you. When Sasuke said this, Naruto also started to think. The ancient myths and legends of the ninja world are roughly the same as the Japanese myths and stories of another world. Regardless of Izanaki, it is indeed impossible to find a god that corresponds to Sasuke's left eye pupil technique. After thinking about it for a while, Naruto pulled out a god name from the depths of his memory, Baijin Rishin. This is a god in charge of disasters, which is a bit related to curses, but not exactly the same. As a result, Naruto began to diverge and expand his search to the myths of other gods. Then it's called the Nailhead Seven Arrows book. There is such a magic weapon in the legend, which is exactly the same as your pupil ability. It can curse and kill powerful immortals from a long distance. Even the strong like Sage of Six Paths should be blocked. Don't help it, the name of your left eye pupil technique is quite stylish. At this moment, Naruto thought of the conferred God's kingdom he had seen before, and thought of the powerful magic weapon of the Taoist Usse, which had exactly the same ability as Sasuke's pupil technique, and nodded his conviction. Even the magic weapons and monsters in the journey to the west such as the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, Banana Fan and Purple Golden Gourd are in the ninja world, so many nail-headed seven arrows are not a violation. Not much to say, bloom directly. While talking, Naruto explained to Sasuke the origin and ability of the Nail-Headed Seven Arrows book in detail. After a pause, Naruto said again, although the power of your right eye is similar to that of Izanaki, after all, there is no danger of losing the light of the eyes. So in order to make a distinction, call it infinite Izanaki. Sasuke heard the words, thought about it for half a second, and then agreed to Naruto's proposal without hesitation. Although I have never heard of myths and legends about the Naruto and the Seven Arrows, since you said it, Naruto, then there really is such a thing, so let's call it this. Patting Sasuke on the shoulder, Naruto exclaimed, so, it's useful to read more books, right? Sasuke. You can estimate how long it will take your Izanaki to use it once. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something and asked Sasuke. About once a month. Now because of your chakra can increase and restore my pupil power, as long as you are willing to provide chakra, you can use it about once a week, what's the matter? I want to use this pupil technique for help. Sasuke has become smarter this time, picking up his mind that had been lost for a long time, and learned to draw inferences from one another. As soon as Naruto asked, he answered the question that he hadn't said before. Well, yes. I really need your help. Let's go back now and talk about it in a few days. Naruto replied with a smile, and the look at Sasuke finally faded away from caring for the second fool. Sasuke's awakened Manjiki pupil technique brought Naruto a lot of surprises. There are some things that can be put on the agenda in advance because of Sasuke's pupil technique, such as getting the other half of Kurama back, such as how to kill the Black Hands Uchiha Obito and Satsuki who are hiding behind the scenes of the ninja world. Originally Naruto thought that when Orochimaru was planning Konoha's collapse, he waited until the third generation summoned Shinigami to seal it with ghouls, and then went up and grabbed his father's soul and the half-yin Kurama. It seems that it is no longer needed. Now, Naruto needs to make a detailed plan and think about the consequences that might be caused when he starts to act. At this moment, Sasuke didn't know what Naruto was thinking. Nodded and agreed to Naruto, "Okay, if you have something to help, just speak directly. As long as you can do it, you will never refuse. Let's go back now. I want to get acquainted with Mangeky's pupil power." Naruto nodded and put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Flying Thunder God was launched, and the two of them were already back under the waterfall in the next moment. Before parting, Naruto said, "Take time to go to the underground secret room of the Nanga shrine of your Uchiha clan. There are top secret messages that can only be seen with Mangeky Sharingan. After reading it, tell me that some can be trusted and some are not fake. Let me analyze it for you." Naruto, who has read the manga, knows that the stone tablet records the story of the two brothers Indra and Ashura in ancient times, as well as some methods of Sharingan's evolution. And, Sage of Six Paths' exhortation to Uchiha's descendants, telling them how to achieve peace in their ideals. However, later, the content of this stele was partially modified by Tsutsuki Agarwood. It is true and false. Although it may be mentioned in the comics, it is not as detailed as if the person concerned personally watched it. Sasuke nodded and turned away coolly. And Naruto, after splitting out a shadow clone for thinking, began to carry out his last practice in the near future. Exercise nerve reflex speed. The exercise method is also very simple, that is, a dozen or so shadow clone throws various messy and airtight kunao shurikens at him from various tricky angles, and even gravel iron body of different sizes and weights. Moreover, these throwing objects have added wind-style chakra acceleration. However, Naruto's body is doing his best, relying on his body's reaction ability and the assistance of Flying Thunder God technique to hide all these throwing objects. In this way, to apply Flying Thunder God technique to actual combat as soon as possible. This practice had just begun at this moment, so Naruto looked a little embarrassed. But as time goes by, it will naturally become more and more proficient, until in the end all the potential of the body is fully developed, and all obstacles can be avoided with ease, then this practice is regarded as a small accomplishment. During the practice, time passed quickly. And Naruto's thinking gradually came to a conclusion, and at the same time, he concluded an action plan. After this, a clone was separated and began to focus on the sealing technique of ghoul sealing. Naruto had studied this seal technique before, but only learned it, and now he is studying how to crack this seal technique in reverse. All the plans, wait until he has thoroughly studied this seal technique, then he can begin to execute it. But Sasuke took the time to visit Nanga's shrine. When he came back, his expression was a little complicated, and he was shaken by what he believed in. He began to suspect that his brother Itachi really didn't kill him just to pursue stronger pupil power. Because, on the stone tablet, it is clearly recorded that if you want to obtain the eternal Mangeky Sharingan, you need to plunder the Mangeky Sharingan, which belongs to the blood relative, and merge the pupil power of two pairs of Mangeky. But after all, Naruto's subtle influence over the years has worked. He calmed down a lot, and decided to wait until he understood the truth of the matter before finally making a decision that would not make his future self regret. In the step-by-step practice of life, time passes by. In a blink of an eye, they have already arrived at the 6th graders of the ninja school. When graduating. Chapter 75. I passed the graduation exam long ago. The assessment was nothing more than the three-body technique that Naruto had already mastered when he was 5 years old. Also, it is optional and does not affect the written examination for graduation. After graduating and becoming Genin, Janin, who led the team, had already made it clear that he was Hatake Kakashi, who told Naruto and Sasuke regularly every day to teach stories and life experiences. In the past 2 years, in order to prevent the loss of his last dignity as a teacher, Kakashi kept reading in his spare time, but taught Naruto and Sasuke a lot of unheard knowledge. It is specifically embodied in the weird and strange things that have happened all over the ninja world. Although Naruto has an indifferent attitude towards graduation or not, Naruto rarely chose the main body on the day of class placement. After all, friends who have been with each other for 6 years will have to go their separate ways starting today. After all, this is a memorable day. On the road, Naruto, wearing black slacks, white shirt and orange casual jacket, walked side by side with Sasuke in black slim jeans. The two handsome cheeks were full of cold expressions. Although it made people feel uncomfortable to look at them, it did not affect the amazing gazes of the young ladies along the way. Although at this moment Naruto and Sasuke are several months away from the age of 13. But the years of hard practice have made the heights of the two of them not low, and the height of 1.65 m or more is quite similar to the mature youth in the comics 5 years later, letting those girls who are in the spring of spring. Xiaofei looked at her cheeks. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke paid much attention to the glances from the people around him. Walking slowly, the two chatted casually. Surrounded by air currents to isolate the sound, it is not afraid of passers-by hearing it. Naruto, who do you think is our remaining teammate? Hinata. Sasuke said. Whether it's because of Sharingan's restraint of the tail beast, or from the familiarity of Sasuke and Naruto, the two are bound to be grouped together, and it is worth discussing which teammate is left. In Sasuke's opinion, there is a high probability that he has a better relationship with them and comes from Hinata, the eldest of the Hyuga clan. It could be little Sakura, too. Naruto replied. That nympho? Is she qualified for our team? Sasuke looked puzzled. The little Sakura in the comics, at any rate, has a mastermind. Although the actual combat level is average, just the level of normal genin, but the theoretical level is much better than most genin. But in reality, Naruto is an all-round academic master who is excellent in both actual combat and theory. Although Sasuke is slightly inferior to Naruto, it is also a master who is far superior to ordinary people. In comparison, only the little Sakura, who is slightly better in theory, looks bleak. In addition, on weekdays, young Sakura often looks at her shadow clone and becomes idiots. This also causes Sasuke to be familiar with her after 6 years of classmates, but she is very general in her senses. It is indeed possible that it is little Sakura. After all, Inoshika will not be separated. And Hinata and Gayashino are both ninjas with detective expertise. According to the previous division rule, they are likely to be grouped together as a special class, just like the physical skill special class of Mr. Guy. And the two of us will definitely be in the same team, and the rest is naturally the extra one, but the little Sakura who has a good relationship with us. After all, the other students in the class are relatively ordinary. Either you can't graduate, or you just follow an ordinary teacher, you are not qualified to enjoy the high-quality educational resources led by the elite Jonin. Naruto answered casually, not very much. The deep-seated reason Naruto didn't say it, but Sasuke looked thoughtful. He recently picked his mind back and saw some information hidden under the surface. If you are divided into classes like Naruto, you said, it's not impossible. Inoshika and Hinata Shinmoya are the heirs of the ninja clan in the village. Although the two of us are from a good background in the strict sense, the bigger label we put on our bodies is a factor of instability in the village, right? After all, a Jinchuriki, a Uchiha who is unpopular and easy to go to extremes, can get out of control at any time, and little Sakura, a civilian with no background, if we are divided with us, if one of us runs away and accidentally gets her died. She is a civilian with no background, and she will die if she dies. It doesn't matter to the village. And if you don't die, little Sakura still has some talent. With the teaching of elite Jonin like Kakashi, you may not have the chance to become a strong female ninja in the future. Anyway, it will be good for the village. After listening to Sasuke's analysis, Naruto had a feeling of admiration for him. This young man is really not stupid, but he doesn't like to use the brain as an organ. Naruto nodded slightly, and Naruto agreed, what you said makes sense. Now you can perceive the direction of the Hokage building. You can see that there is no bearded ninja, and the beautiful Oni-san ninja standing next to him. Sasuke did what he said, using the recently trained chakra perception, and looked in the direction of the Hokage building. Sure enough, I saw the two people Naruto said, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuri Hong. Sasuke whispered to himself. But in the next second, Sasuke's perception was kicked out of the Hokage building. Naruto's Kagura was quite well trained, and was not noticed. Sasuke was too obvious, and was soon discovered by Anbu ninja of Yamanaka's house in Hokage building. However, when the Yamanaka family followed Chakra back with perception, he saw Naruto and Sasuke swaying along the street. Frozen, then sighed. Called a report to Hokage, and then assumed nothing happened. These two people are not ordinary people. One is the orphan of 4th Hokage, and the other is the orphan of the Uchiha clan. Not to mention just taking a peek at the Hokage building. Even if they ran in to steal the Book of the Seal, they had to pretend not to see it, and only after consulting Hokage could they make the next decision. Did you see? They are also Jainin leading the team, one is the son of 3rd Hokage, and the other is the future daughter-in-law. The two of them are estimated to take Inoshika Ch Enya and the others. The children of the big family are just complete. Get together. This will pave the way for his son, even if he can't become Hokage in the future, it is okay to have such a network as a Hokage assistant, and it is enough to ensure the continuation and development of their Sarutobi family. If you count this way, does it mean that Sakura is more likely to be assigned to our class? Chapter 76. Sasuke approved Naruto's speculation. After a few more chats, the two of them had already arrived in the classroom. Then, Naruto, who had just sat down, saw Ino, Sakura, and Hinata all approaching. I hope that Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun will be my teammates, that would be great. Ino spoke first, looking forward to it. On the side, little Sakura is also unwilling to lag behind. Go away, Ino pig, I am the one who can be put in the same class with Sasuke-kun. Sasuke looked cold, watching where the two were arguing. Naruto-kun, I hope I can be assigned to a class with you. Hinata spoke a little shyly. Naruto could tell from her eyes that she had already used a lot of courage at the moment. Ignoring the farce on the side, Naruto smiled and said, it is of course good to be placed in a class, and it doesn't matter if there is none. Anyway, I basically won't perform tasks. If you want to find me, you can go directly to the waterfall as before. Just look for me. In fact, you, Hinata, don't need to join the genin team, just follow your father's practice. In the recent period of time, his nerve reaction speed practice has gradually improved, and it is expected that in a few months he will be able to achieve small gains and complete the first stage of practice, so he really does not intend to perform the task for the time being. As Jinchuriki, he doesn't want to perform the task, so Hokage can't do anything with him. Anyway, he has made a lot of business in these years. Rich is self-willed. Big deal, send myself a long-term mission to protect my family's property. Hearing what Naruto said, Hinata felt a lot more at ease, and it was of course a good thing to be able to be assigned to a class with Naruto. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. After 6 years of getting along, the bond between them has been very deep, and the genin team is no longer needed to continue to maintain each other's bond. As time goes by, she will eventually get closer and closer to Naruto, and all she needs to do before then is to keep getting stronger. If I didn't get into a group with Naruto-kun, then I wouldn't join the genin team. As the eldest Hyuga clan, I have such a willful qualification. If it weren't for Naruto-kun, I would even be a ninja. The school has already dropped out. Hinata whispered in her heart and made up her mind. As she said, studying at the ninja school is meaningless to Hinata. The reason why she didn't drop out was just because Naruto was here. Soon, as a teacher, Domino Irika walked into the classroom and interrupted the chat among the classmates. He smiled and said blessings for everyone to graduate, and then began to announce the message of class placement. As expected by Naruto, the final sorting pattern is exactly the same as in the comics. Inoshika Ch, Hinata Shino, and Toa, and Naruto, Sakura Sasuke. The rest of the classmates who are familiar with strangers can be ignored. After hearing the news of the sorting, Ino looked frustrated, and Hinata was determined to quit the genin team. Only the little Sakura cheered and rushed over and hugged Sasuke's arm and shouted, "Sasuke-kun, we will be teammates from now on, please give me some advice." Suddenly, it aroused the expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred on the faces of the other girls around. In a short while, the newly promoted genins in the classroom were taken away by their teachers. Some of them will pass the teacher's test and become an official ninja, while others will be beaten back to the ninja school for restudy. In the end, only Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were left in the classroom. Time passed by, and the leader Jainin still did not show up. Naruto became a little impatient. "Hey, have you seen enough? I suggest you not read the little Liu Bei who is called Intimacy Heaven. Try to develop some bad habits." While speaking, a pure white chakra shuriken appeared in Naruto's hand, aiming at the wall above the blackboard in the front of the classroom. A cold sweat appeared on Kakashi's forehead, who was peeping behind the wall. This is an S-level attack ninjutsu wind style. Spiral Shuriken. Although it seems to be a small one, the teaching building will disappear after the full burst, and he will be even more miserable as the first target. Ha ha ha, hello everyone, I am your leader teacher Hokage Kakashi. After a burst of awkward laughter, a white-haired man wearing a mask and dressed as a standard Konoha Jainin appeared in the sight of the three with a burst of smoke. Kakashi really wanted to observe it. Although his Tenten got along with Naruto and Sasuke, he knew them well, but he didn't know how they got along with another teammate. Now it seems that although Sasuke and Naruto don't think much of this new teammate, they are not very repulsive. And this genin, called Little Sakura, is a very standard nympho, there is nothing special about it except for a better theoretical knowledge. Kakashi's first impression of Sakura was not very good, and of course it was not too bad. Moments later, on the roof of a building, Kakashi brought Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to this place. Then, as a team that will get along day and night, let's introduce yourself here first. As soon as Kakashi clapped his hands, he introduced himself. I am Hokage Kakashi. I like a lot of things and I hate a lot. I don't want to say what I want to do in the future. Well, that's it, you guys introduce it like this, starting with Naruto. Var. Uzumaki Naruto likes food and spiritual practice, and hates the insignificant and loves people who are late. Having said that, Naruto focused on Xiao Liu Bei who Kakashi was holding. Bai Mao Jainin smiled awkwardly. After a pause, Naruto continued, I don't want to say anything I want to do in the future. Then there was little Sakura sitting next to Naruto introducing herself. I am Harano Sakura, I like Sasuke, there is nothing particularly annoying, I want to. At this point, I gave Sasuke a shy look, and the meaning was self-explanatory. On the other hand, Sasuke said with a cool face, Uchiha Sasuke, likes to practice with Naruto, hates a man, and wants to kill him in the future and revive the Uchiha clan. If you want to revive the family, you must first have more children. Naruto kindly reminded him, and when he finished speaking, he curled his lips to the little Sakura next to him, hinting frantically. Sasuke's face became stiff. It was his real idea to rejuvenate the family, but he really didn't think about having many children. Little Sakura froze for a moment, her cheeks flushed, but her heart roared, good job, Naruto, you will be my good buddy from now on. After that, the three of them fell silent, and the atmosphere was a bit weird for a while. Kakashi on the side smiled awkwardly, and interrupted, then, our 7th class, let's start the mission tomorrow morning, and gather at the entrance of the Hokage building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words, and cast a suspicious look at Kakashi. "Stop grabbing the bell? Don't test the team spirit anymore?" Kakashi once told Naruto that he and Obito and Lin cooperated to snatch a bell from Namikaze Minato. At this moment, seeing Naruto cast a suspicious look, Kakashi instantly understood what he was thinking. In an instant, Kakashi made up for Naruto to open Sage Mode, Kurama Mode, Wind-style Chakra accelerated, and after 8 inner gates, he kicked him into the sky with one kick, and then was bombarded by countless lightning-style unicorns summoned by Sasuke. Picture. Are you still grabbing bells for these two goods? I am afraid I will die in the training ground. Chapter 77. The Konoha traditional show, Snatching Bells, was rejected by Kakashi. Whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, they all looked regretful. Kakashi couldn't help but raise his hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "These two guys, just tell them if you want to kill him." Only the little Sakura looked inexplicable and didn't understand what the people were talking about. However, being able to get the approval of Kakashi, the leader of the team, does not have to go through additional twists and turns, which is a good thing for Sakura after all. "Is it because you have seen me before and have a good impression of me?" At this time, young Sakura couldn't help but think of the white-haired Jonin who had been invited by Naruto several times during the past period of time and Sasuke paid for the party. Could it be the good impression left at that time? Involuntarily, little Sakura was a little bit happy. "I have already begun to yearn for what stunts I can learn from Kakashi, the elite Jonin, and then protect Sasuke many times during the mission, win his favor, and finally the two married smoothly. As for Naruto, just take care of it. Who made him Sasuke's only friend? He will be the best man for Sasuke in the future, but he can't die so early. Then see you tomorrow and say goodbye." Kakashi waved his hand and disappeared before the eyes of several people in a flash. "Then I'm going to practice, take a step first." Naruto glanced at the little Sakura and Sasuke, smiling, and then left here in a flash. By convention, a graduation celebration should be held at this moment, and a group of friends gather to celebrate the new ninja life that is about to begin. However, because the arrangements of each team are different, everyone has been busy recently, so this session was temporarily cancelled, so Naruto chose to practice. After Naruto left, Sakura looked at Sasuke expectantly. Looking forward to this cold boy, after being awakened by Naruto, he will notice her as the best candidate for his wife. But Sasuke simply said hello, "Then I will go to practice, see you tomorrow, little Sakura." After that, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of little Sakura. In the end, Sakura was the only girl left on the rooftop in a mess in the wind. Sasuke was still thinking about Naruto's words before he left. "Why do we need to have more children to rejuvenate the family? Isn't it that after Uchiha Sasuke defeated Naruto and became the strongest ninja in the ninja world, Uchiha's name was naturally respected by everyone, and he became a celebrity recognized and admired by everyone again? Revival of Uchiha and childbirth, is there really such a big connection? Wait, Sasuke-kun, you will be my man sooner or later, hey." With a cold snort, the girl Sakura finally turned around and left the rooftop. On the second day, Naruto practiced as usual. However, an extra shadow clone was assigned to play ninja games with his teammate, Sakura, as did Sasuke. Outside the Hokage building, the 3 members of Class 7 including Kakashi, the leading teacher, gathered. On the way, there was still some riots. Naruto saw the assistant teacher named Mizuki at the ninja school. He was scratched and bruised by the head of Anbu's torture department and was taken into Anbu. Little Sakura was very curious, but she didn't dare to ask casually. Naruto and Sasuke are not interested. Naruto is not interested because he probably knows why this person was arrested, while Sasuke is purely not interested in the weak. In the end, Kakashi took the initiative to speak and explain to Sakura, "This Chunin, named Mizuki, was under investigation for the suspected murder of his companion last night and instigated 3rd Hokage's grandson Konohamaru to try to steal the Book of the Seal. I was caught upright. Little Sakura nodded clearly. Sasuke is still not very interested, and even thinks that this man named Mizuki may be out of his mind. In Konoha, a powerful military unit, even the current Sasuke is not sure to run wild in it, let alone Mizuki, a weak Shikinshinin. Although Sasuke has not experienced several actual battles, but Mizuki is a rookie, he asked himself that he could easily hit 9 with one finger, which was no more difficult than killing simple humans and machines in Ziruen. So, where did Mizuki have the courage to do this kind of thing? And Naruto murmured in his heart, because I don't seem to be so easy to deceive, so this man named Mizuki didn't come to deceive me like in the comics, and finally chose Sarutobi Konohamaru, a stupid kid to deceive. NS? Unexpectedly, he was thrown into the net and showed his feet, hitting someone else's arms, and being chased all night, only to find that there were no other companions before he was caught by Anbu and entered Anbu. It is estimated that all the secrets will be recruited. As the first villain to appear in the comics, Naruto still has a deep impression of Mizuki. Naruto in the comics, because of his instigation to steal the Book of Seals, finally learned the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone techniques by mistake, which became his signature skill for fighting and becoming stronger in the future. And the reason for this result is just Sarutobi Hiruzen's tricky temptation to Naruto to understand his true temperament. Is he an uncontrollable Jinchuriki, or a Konoha shinobi who can inherit the so-called will of fire? Then, based on this, I decided to treat Naruto's attitude. Naruto in the comics inherited the so-called will of fire, and naturally received the forbidden technique and multiple shadow clone techniques specially prepared for him by Sarutobi Hiruzen as a reward. In reality, Naruto, both in character and ability, are completely opposite to Naruto in the comics. Sarutobi will not use this method to test him, and if he wants to read the Book of the Seal, he will not use this method to download it, he can just ask Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, most likely will not refuse. It's just that he didn't want to, and didn't bother to get too much relationship with it. Watching Mizuki being taken away, the 7th group of people went to the mission hall. Under the leadership of Kakashi, the 7th squad took over the first task after becoming a ninja. D-level task, weeding a large area of crops outside Konoha village. While Naruto and Sasuke were pulling the grass for a while, Kakashi sat in a daze under the tree, and Sakura worked hard to win the attention of the beloved boy. The 7th class spent a whole morning on the D class. The task is over. You go to hand in the task, and then teach her to practice. Goodbye. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who had recovered from a daze almost at the same time the task was completed, and curled his lips at the small Sakura who was gasping for breath. Then, it exploded into smoke and disappeared with a bang. The same goes for Sasuke. Only the little Sakura who had been busy all morning, and Kakashi remained speechless. Chapter 78. The amount of chakra is amazing. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke exploded into the place where the smoke disappeared, little Sakura whispered to herself in shock. Although I know that Naruto and Sasuke are very strong, they are first and second in grade after all, but the amount of chakra displayed now is far beyond the scope of the small Sakura's imagination. A shadow clone was separated, and she accompanied her to pick up ninja missions from the morning, and completed such continuous weeding missions. After that, the chakra of shadow clone still showed no signs of exhaustion. Ordinary Jainin doesn't have such a terrifying amount of chakra, right? Muttering in her heart, little Sakura couldn't help but looked at Kakashi aside. In the Hokage building, I handed in the task. Little Sakura happily got her own payment for the task. Although the money is not a lot, this is the first time she makes money on her own, so she is very happy. Kakashi glanced at the sky and smiled and said, "Then, little Sakura, let's disband for now. In the afternoon, I will show you how to practice and gather under the waterfall in the northeast of the village." "Hi." The girl responded sweetly. Involuntarily, little Sakura looked forward to the content of the afternoon practice. In the afternoon, when Harano Sakura arrived in front of the small waterfall by appointment, Shiro-haired Janin had already waited here one step in advance. It was also at this time that young Sakura realized that she was shocked a little earlier in the morning. Around the waterfall, there are shadow clones of Naruto and Sasuke. Some of these shadow clones are practicing chakras nature transformation and form change practice, some are practicing throwing ninja, some are fighting to increase their reaction speed, and some are simply sitting cross-legged on the ground. After a rough estimate, young Sakura found that the number of shadow clone that Naruto maintains at this moment is enough to be thousands of people. And her sweetheart Sasuke, although the size of shadow clone maintained by Naruto is not as large as Naruto, it also has half the number. Although little Sakura has never seen Naruto and Sasuke take action, just from the exaggerated number of shadow clone, the strength of the two can already be glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. That is a field far beyond her imagination, and it is very likely that she will not be able to reach it in her life. At this moment, Sakura couldn't help but look in a daze, and asked herself, a strong man like Sasuke, am I really qualified to be the woman who accompanies him? I really qualify as a member of the 7th class. And standing here, those narcissistic thoughts that emerged in my heart in the morning, and the idea of protecting two teammates after becoming stronger, all disappeared at this moment. It turns out that she is the one who needs to be protected. Ms. Kakashi? Do they practice this way? In the end, little Sakura spoke bitterly, wanting to break the last trace of luck in her heart, and confirmed with Kakashi next to her. Well, they have come here since they were 5 years old. Kakashi answered in a calm tone, while observing little Sakura's expression. Although the test of grabbing the bell was cancelled, this does not mean that he has no opinion on the students. A person who gives up on his own is not qualified to be a strong one. Next, Sakura's performance will determine Kakashi's attitude towards her. Ordinary genin subordinates. Or a real student. Little Sakura didn't notice Kakashi's subtle emotional changes. At this moment, she looked complicated, and there were thousands of thoughts in her mind. Some are ashamed, yearning, and unwilling. The little girl never thought that her inner emotions could be so complicated. Boom! In the spiritual world, little Sakura hit her face with a punch, and the pain made her wake up from that complicated thought. I made you a nympho before, now regret it. Why do you think so much? Since you are weak, then seize the time to become strong. If you like it, go for it. Standing in place cowardly cannot get everything you want. How can you know if you have the qualifications without trying? In the end, little Sakura made up his mind. She raised her head and looked at Kakashi seriously. Teacher Kakashi, please teach me how to practice. I have to work hard to become stronger and try to play my role in this team. I don't want to be the one who drags me down. Hi. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes softened and smiled in response. Then, without disturbing Naruto and Sasuke who were practicing there, Kakashi started teaching Sakura to climb trees and tread water. As recorded in the graduation registration materials, Sakura's chakra control is very good compared to his peers. After climbing a tree and watching Kakashi do it, he has already learned it, but he can be successful even after a few failures in treading the water. Do it. After that, Kakashi taught him in accordance with his aptitude and taught little Sakura a illusion called Naruomi technique. After successfully using this illusion, you can see the most fearful things in your heart. Little Sakura learned very quickly, and was able to successfully use this illusion in one afternoon. Such a speed is nothing compared to Naruto who can learn ninjutsu once, but it is also one of the better types among the crowd. Because of this, Kakashi experienced the joy of teaching students for the first time. Little Sakura is easy to teach. Even if you can't understand it once, it's okay to talk about it several times. This allows Kakashi as a teacher to fully appreciate the sense of accomplishment in preaching and teaching karma, but he won't explode because the students are too stupid. The result of students being too talented is often that there is no teaching experience as a teacher, and only pressure is left. In the evening, Kakashi gave a suggestion to Sakura: your chakra control ability is good, and you have the talent to learn medical ninjutsu. Starting tomorrow, you will not only learn ninjutsu with me, but also take time to go to Konoha library. Borrow some basic information about medical ninjutsu. After you lay some foundation, I will introduce you to a professional medical ninja to teach you more in-depth things. You also know that in this team you want to show your value, and it is a good way to be an excellent medical ninja. After thinking about it for a while, Kakashi added, in order for you to have a more abundant chakra, you also need to spare time for physical strength training. Well, let's put it in the early morning and plan your time. At this moment, because the little Sakura is full of motivation, although the learning tasks assigned by Kakashi for her are difficult, she did not give up the idea. Instead, she responded with great enthusiasm, "Hey, I will work hard." This makes Kakashi very pleased. During the practice, time passed. In an instant, it was already the second month that Naruto and Sasuke played ninja games with Sakura. Chapter 79. Under the waterfall, Naruto stood with his eyes closed. From the orange eyeshadow on the corner of his eyes, it can be seen that he has entered Sage mode at this moment. Around, hundreds of shadow clones stand scattered, each holding a variety of throwing items. At a certain moment, it was as if an appointment had been made, and all the shadow clones around were moving almost at the same time. They waved their hands and turned into an afterimage, and then the surrounding space was filled with dense throwing objects. As the center of the attack, Naruto has already pushed his perception to the limit at this moment. The combination of Kagura's heart and Sage Mode's own powerful perception, reflects every thrown object in the surrounding space into the bottom of my heart. The brain is running at high speed, calculating the flight trajectory of these projectiles, and also calculating how to evade and block these attacks with the smallest movements and the smallest physical energy consumption. The body is moving with real-time calculation results. In the next instant, the thrown object approached. Naruto's body dodges at a speed that surpasses ordinary people's imagination, but it is really a dodgeable projectile, so he uses two of his hands to swing up and down to block, or directly use Flying Thunder God technique to dodge. While Naruto avoided the first wave of attacks, the second wave of projectiles followed, without giving him any time to relax and breathe. Naruto has long been accustomed to this. The figure flickered like a butterfly wearing flowers, and the whole body was not stained with any dust. 3 minutes later, the throwing objects in Shadow Clone's hand were exhausted, and this nerve response speed training also came to an end at this moment. Naruto took a step forward, avoiding the last few shurikens, and finally let out a long breath. In the surrounding open space, all kinds of throwing objects are densely packed. But after Naruto scanned the whole body, he didn't find any scars on his body, so the jumpsuit was never cut by those dense throwing objects, which can rule out the possibility of wounds growing after being hit. This also showed that Naruto was unscathed, avoiding the densely enclosed projectiles that blocked almost all the space. Then, the intensive training of neural response speed is considered preliminary, and the Flying Thunder God technique can be applied to actual combat in the future. After exiting Sage Mode, Naruto sat down on the ground, panting, the sweat on his head fell like rain, and the steaming water vapor spread into the air, and the whole person seemed to be fished out of the water. With Naruto's physique, Rao also felt pain in his brain at this moment. This is a sign of overuse of the brain. The information he calculated in that short period of time just now was too large. On the side, Sasuke, who didn't know when he came over, looked at Naruto's embarrassed look, and laughed a little scornfully. "Naruto, your nerve reaction speed is not good, you see, I don't need to do this kind of practice specially, I can do it to your level. If I also practiced so deliberately, I don't know how much better than you." Because during the recent period of time, through persistently exchanging chakra with Naruto, his pupil power has been continuously increased, so that the master of Susanoo, Sasuke of pupil technique, is extremely confident at this moment. While talking, Sasuke stepped aside and followed Naruto's practice just now. With hundreds of shadow clone throwing objects at him, Sasuke was in the center of the attack, and his figure was as predictable as he walked through the dense attacks. Compared with Naruto Sasuke, he used less flying thunder god. After a while, when the throw was over, Sasuke put Kabuto's hands in Kabuto, and walked back unscathed. Then, he glanced at Naruto with a triumphant look, raised his chin. The meaning was obvious. After being pressed and beaten by Naruto for so long, Sasuke finally found a place where he is better than him. It is not good to pretend to be Manjiki Sharingan who is really sorry for him. After taking a short rest, Naruto's strength has recovered a lot. At this moment, Naruto wasn't angry when he saw Sasuke PG. Walking up to him, he raised his hand and clicked twice on his eyes. The pattern of sealing technique permeated. I have temporarily sealed you Sharingan, will you try again? This new sealing technique, developed by Kakashi, is used to seal Sharingan and then open it when needed. Sasuke's expression stagnated. He could feel his pupil power, but he couldn't open Sharingan, and it wasn't that he couldn't break the seal, but he didn't understand the solution, and the violent impact took about 5 minutes. Although the time is not long, this is a very deadly thing in the battle. But at this moment, Sasuke didn't get too entangled in this matter. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he believed, hey, I don't rely on Sharingan. I also have extremely powerful neural response speed. It's easy to achieve this level. Look at it. Naruto was non-committal and made a please gesture. 3 minutes later, Sasuke walked back with bloodstains, and Kurama provided him with chakra, the treatment of impotence. If it hadn't been forcibly breaking the seal in the end and driving Susanoo to block it, it is estimated that Sasuke would have to use infinite Izanaki at this moment to avoid death. Of course, Naruto will save him. How? Naruto's tone was calm and not taunting, but Sasuke felt hot on his cheeks. After turning off Sharingan, it showed Sasuke's true neural reflex speed. Facing the same practice as Naruto, the result was that not only he couldn't finish it calmly, but he was almost stabbed into a hedgehog by dense shurikens. Moreover, Sasuke clearly felt that without opening Sharingan, he wanted to dodge all attacks unscathed like Naruto. Even with Flying Thunder God, he couldn't do it. Not only can it not be done now, even after he specifically focuses on intensive training for neural response speed, he can't do it to this degree. Among them, there must be some knack that he didn't know. Or you are better. After babbling for a long time, Sasuke finally uttered a word. After being silent for a while, Sasuke finally calmed down and asked curiously, Naruto, how did you achieve this level? Can you tell me the trick? As Sasuke said before, after such special training, coupled with Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision blessing, his neural response speed should become faster than the current Naruto. But this is only temporary. Naruto has been drawing pupil power from him recently, and his eyes are also undergoing transformation. It should only be a matter of time before Sharingan is turned on. Anyway, I'm already ashamed. If I don't ask this practice trick, wouldn't it be even more at a loss? Regarding this, Naruto did not keep it secret. The principle of doing this is very simple, but whether it can be done is not necessarily true. Glancing at Sasuke with a curiosity on his face, Naruto spoke calmly. Chapter 80. The speed of human neural response is roughly divided into 2 parts. The first is the instinctual response, which consists of people's ability to perceive the outside world, and muscle memory, which can be collectively referred to as intuition. In people's daily lives, they are small enough to cut vegetables with a kitchen knife and will not break the chopping board, write with a pen and will not puncture the paper. All belong to this category. The principle of intuition is that intelligent creatures make subconscious judgments based on the muscle memory accumulated by years of study and exercise, and then based on the perception of the outside world provided by the 5 sense organs. It has the advantages of occupying a small amount of brain computing power and quick response. Sasuke easily avoided the throwing objects all over the sky before, also based on this principle. His Sharingan provides strong enough dynamic vision. After looking at the flight trajectory of those throwing objects, the final landing point can be subconsciously calculated by instinct, and with the powerful body speed, it can naturally be predictable and relaxed. Avoid those throwing objects. And the second part is the subjective reaction part of people, which can be called thinking ability. That is, people receive information about the external perception ability, feed it back to the brain and then think about the result, and then the body executes the result. The advantage is that with enough reference information, you can calculate the result in advance when you start to do something, and you can know the results in daily life and battle. The disadvantage is that the reaction is slow, and the large amount of thinking and calculation can easily overload the brain, which will greatly consume the body's energy reserves. Because of this, most ninja practice constantly strengthening their intuition and assisting with a small amount of thinking, so that they can make the most correct decisions without thinking about them in battle, so as to ensure their own survival. But the fact is that people's intuition and subjective ability are never independent, but complementary. If the ability of intuition and subjective reaction is very strong, it can naturally bring a stronger neural reflex speed, and it can also drive the brain to transform and increase wisdom in the process of using the brain in large quantities. Naruto's practice is to strengthen his subjective reaction ability based on the development of intuition. Kagura Zinyan and Sage Mode provide the ability to perceive the outside world, and then the subjective consciousness and the brain subconsciousness are accumulated to calculate the evasion route and the power that needs to be consumed. Finally, the body executes the calculation results, and finally evades all attacks. In the beginning, Naruto calculated very slowly, which also prevented him from practicing at this speed of neural response. But with the passage of time, his computing power continued to improve, and his calculation methods continued to be optimized, finally allowing him to apply subjective reaction capabilities in battle. So, today, I finally successfully completed this strengthening practice of neural response speed. This kind of subjective reaction ability, coupled with intuition, is enough to ensure that Naruto can use Flying Thunder God in battle to deal with any emergencies without being countered by the enemy. According to Naruto's estimation, if one day he can practice his subjective reaction ability to be as strong as intuition, or even more than intuition, then he can really predict all the enemy's attacks in battle. The way of sincerity can be known beforehand. Nothing more than that. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Sasuke was a big head. So, to train the subjective reaction ability, you said, you need to have a lot of mathematics and physics knowledge, but also have extremely powerful calculation ability, in order to calculate the desired information in seconds. Naruto nodded and said, calculating the desired result within 1 second can only be said to be barely qualified. If you really want to apply it to the level of invincibility in actual combat, I think at least the calculation time must be compressed to less than 0.1 second. Although that is the case, Naruto himself failed to do this. With the help of his subconscious mind, he calculated the trajectory of those thrown objects in real time with a delay of about 0.5 seconds. If he can compress the delay to less than 0.1 seconds, he can easily avoid the attacks of those throwing objects without Flying Thunder God. Sasuke. Excuse me, can't do it, goodbye. Naruto stopped Sasuke, who turned to leave, and said with a smile, however, seeing the powerful dynamic vision that you just showed, I have a ninjutsu practice method that is very suitable for you to teach you. This is the lightning style ninjutsu that is more than 10 times stronger than your unicorn attack, and my vacuum field can't be defended. Sasuke was not happy, but was a little wary. What do you want me to do? Intuition tells Sasuke that Naruto is a little bit ill-intentioned at the moment. Knock your right eye down and I will use it, and I will return it to you when it's used up. Naruto smiled. If someone else talked to Sasuke like this, he would definitely turn his face away without hesitation, but it was Naruto's words. Sasuke looked at Naruto's expression carefully and made sure he was not joking at the moment. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What are you going to do?" Just now I was asking Naruto what he wanted to do, but now I am asking Naruto what is it doing with his eyes? In his right eye is infinite isn't a key. Is Naruto trying to do something dangerous? I want to untie the ghoul seal and release my father's soul, and take back the other half of Kurama. Then my soul will be damaged and may die, so I need your eyes to activate the infinite usse. Naki is free from harm. You don't have to worry about the irreversible damage you will cause when you close your eyes. You can settle in 3 seconds. Naruto explained his purpose in detail. He also made a gesture of gouging the eye, pressing it, and wiping the movement to connect the optic nerve. Sasuke listened to Naruto telling in detail about the dangers of ghoul sealing. "Think about it," and then said, "Then there is no need to snap my eyes and put them on for you. Although you said that there is no sequelae, it will always hurt. After you seal it with ghouls, the soul will be captured by Shinigami. When you use infinite isn't a key, you can also save you from the fate of death. After all, this pupil technique is not simply used to avoid death threats, but to change an undesired fate, as long as I change your fate of being captured by Shinigami. However, the effect of using infinite isn't a key on others will eventually be discounted. After exempting death, the damage on the soul may not be erased. If this is the case, can I use this ghoul seal? If it's me, I won't get hurt after the purpose you said is achieved. I only need to consume a little pupil power at most." When Sasuke just said this, he saw that Naruto didn't know how to pull out a scroll from there, and smiled on his face. "You can seal it up with ghouls. I wrote the solution in the scroll. You learn it and let's start." Sasuke. I always feel pitied. Chapter 81. After a long time, Sasuke learned how to seal up the ghoul. Although it was only usable, and it was at the stage of knowing its principle and not knowing its reason, he still understood one thing. Don't need to feel it, he was scammed by Naruto. The night came, and the silver-white moonlight enveloped the earth. In the quiet Uzumaki Noodle Hall, here is the Shinigami mask, which is the key to unlocking the ghoul seal. Sasuke looked at where Naruto was looking for the Shinigami mask, and said with a thorny tone, "Naruto, you haven't told me that you have to have a laparotomy to unlock the ghoul seal. When the ghoul was first learned, you must use the Shinigami mask to assist you to cast it, but you can use it without the mask when you are proficient. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen put the Shinigami mask back into the Noodle Hall. After all, wearing a permeating mask with him, and exuding a cold breath from time to time, is personally unwilling. But if you want to control Shinigami, crack the seal in reverse, and rescue the soul trapped in it, you must be assisted by the Shinigami mask. And one of the steps is to cut a knife into his stomach, driving Shinigami's stomach to be cut open by the way to release the soul in it. This kind of pain is not at all weaker than removing the eyes and putting them back together, plus the pain of tearing the soul, may be even more painful than simply changing the eyes. With such a calculation, it is better to agree to Naruto from the beginning and pull off his eyes to lend him alone. Blood loss. Facing Sasuke's question, Naruto remained unmoved, and continued to rummage in the Nami Hall, looking for the real Shinigami mask, while replying in a flat tone, "But didn't you ask? You asked for it. Help me use the ghoul to seal it all up." Sasuke's mentality was a little broken, so Xian couldn't hold back his fragrant mouth. In the end, he let out a long breath and calmed down. "The things that I promised, even if it hurts, I have to finish it, otherwise it would be too bad." What's more, Naruto didn't let him help in vain, and promised to give him a Super S-level lightning-style attack ninjutsu practice method after it was done. So comforting herself, Sasuke barely managed to do a good job of psychological construction. It was at this time that Naruto finally picked up a grimace mask, and a hint of joy emerged in his tone. "Found it." Turning his head, looked at Sasuke, let's go to endgame, let's unlock this seal. Sasuke's eyes twitched, then reluctantly reached out and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. The next moment, the scene changes. The two came to the end of the valley, in a secret cave that had just been opened. Naruto handed the Shinigami mask to Sasuke, and then turned on Sage Mode, which activated Kagura's eyes, guarding against possible accidents. Sasuke took the mask and sighed. After a 3-second pause, he finally put the Shinigami mask on his face. At the same time, Sasuke began to unfamiliarly form the seal of the ghoul. In the cave, the cold atmosphere became more intense, and a tall, translucent Shinigami appeared behind Sasuke. As soon as this Shinigami appeared, he cast a malicious look at Naruto. In this cave, there are only Naruto and Sasuke. Now that Sasuke has summoned him, it is obvious who the enemy is. Naruto, who was staring at Shinigami, felt a little bit cold. Frowning slightly, chakra flowed slightly faster in the body, eliminating this feeling. I can't beat this Shinigami for the time being, and the strength of my soul is much stronger than mine. Naruto muttered in his heart, temporarily extinguishing his plan to counteract this Shinigami with the sealing technique and become his own puppet. At this moment, Sasuke did not hesitate too much. The moment Shinigami appeared completely, he controlled him to wave the short sword and swipe it towards his stomach. Hiss! While the wound appeared on Shinigami's stomach, the wound appeared on Sasuke's stomach, and there was also tearing pain in his soul. This pain exceeded the limit of Sasuke's endurance, and he almost fainted directly. Fortunately, in the end Sasuke relied on great willpower to overcome it. Shinigami, who was staring at Naruto maliciously, was shocked and looked down at the crack in his stomach. A ball of light representing the human soul floated out of the gap. Not waiting for this Shinigami to do anything, Sasuke's infinite Izanaki in his right eye activates. A tear of blood slid down from the corner of his eyes, and the space seemed to pause for a moment, and then Sasuke's figure disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already standing next to Naruto, and the wound on his stomach also disappeared at this moment. Even the clothes were restored to their original state. If it weren't for Sasuke's eyes with blood and tears at the moment, and his face was pale, everything seemed to have never happened. And that Shinigami was even more shocked at this moment. However, limited to the rules, he couldn't do anything. After a malicious look at Naruto and Sasuke, they disappeared helplessly. The ball of light, representing the soul of Naruto's father, froze for a while, and then seemed to have received some information. It floated over, lovingly revolved around Naruto a few times, and then sank into his body. Naruto! A gentle voice rang in Naruto's heart. Closing his eyes, Naruto looked at the young blonde man who appeared in his spiritual world. A soft smile from his heart appeared in the corner of Naruto's eyes, and he couldn't help but rush to hug him. Father! Thanks for your hard work these years. Touching the hair of his son who was only slightly shorter than him, a touch of complexity appeared on Namikaze Minato's face. After coming out of the absolutely closed environment of Shinigami's belly, he received the message from Chakra he had left in the world and understood what had happened over the years. However, in the end he didn't say much. After a moment of silence, Namikaze Minato smiled and said, I can feel that there is a force pulling my soul. I am afraid I can't be with you anymore. I'm going to find your mother. I can't make her lonely too long. Just like I said when we met last time, no matter what happens, we must live well. Naruto was stuck in his heart. He had a lot of things to say to his father, and he also had a lot of questions to ask him, but in the end he couldn't say it. Before leaving, Namikaze Minato raised his hand and confronted Naruto with his fists. A golden light shined on Namikaze Minato. Then, these golden lights flowed into Naruto's body along the arms that connected them. In the sealed space, another Kurama with a slightly dim color appeared. He and the other Kurama looked at each other, and then rushed to each other, gradually merging with one another, regardless of each other. Naruto didn't care about what was happening in the sealed space, staring at Namikaze Minato's disappearing body in a daze. Why? Finally, Naruto sighed. Chapter 82. Yin and Yang merged into one, and Kurama once again returned to its full form of heyday. Comparing with his half-length experience in Shinigami's belly, Kurama sighed. Although staying in this kid's body can only watch dramas and play games, it's a little boring, but compared to the time when Shinigami didn't see the sun in his stomach, it was much better. With emotion, Kurama called out Naruto, who was in a daze, and a triumphant voice appeared at the corner of his mouth. Naruto, you enter Kurama mode now, try using my chakra. In response, Naruto's heart moved, and her figure was enveloped by the golden chakra, opening the Nine Tails golden body. In reality, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at himself, and found that the pattern on his body was more complicated and gorgeous than before. Under the background of the rich golden light, it was completely no different from the performance of VIP level promotion. If half of Nine Tails golden body mode is called V15, then Naruto must be V16 no matter what. After Kurama's yin and yang chakra merged, Naruto opened the golden body in addition to its appearance becoming more gorgeous, but also can clearly feel that there is a stronger force flowing in the body than before. Under the blessing of Kurama chakra, Naruto's already powerful physical fitness has ushered in an all-round improvement. Whether it is strength, speed, neural responsibility, defense power, and recovery ability, they are not the same as before. It can be called a geometric increase. If the previous Kurama mode brought Naruto an increase of 1, then the current increase is at least 3. In addition, Naruto can still feel that there is a chakra flowing in his body that has never existed before. Under the blessing of this yin chakra, Naruto consumed a little mental power because of maintaining Sage mode and Kagura's heart, and quickly returned to the state of heyday, and the upper limit of mental power was slowly increasing. Not only that, but Naruto's eyes are constantly taking in the shadows and chakra is undergoing transformation at this moment, and the feeling of numbness is stronger than ever. I feel that if this continues, Sharingan should be able to be turned on in a few days. Kurama can not only recover chakra, but also recover physical damage, and now even the spirit can be recovered. I am a small perpetual motion machine. As long as I don't use excessive chakra per unit of time, Kurama's chakra, which is condensed by absorbing natural energy, can support me in the fight. According to the strength evaluation method of the ninja world, Kurama's power plus me is already a stable super shadow level, and in the super shadow, it should be regarded as a strong one. Maybe it can be compared with the 40-year-old Uchiha. The Dance King is getting stronger. Naruto doesn't think too much of himself, after all, he is still in the growth stage now. I want to say that I am invincible in the world, at least I have to wait another 2 years. Naruto's thoughts turned back and forth, and then he looked down at his palm, and a palm-sized raised nan appeared between his thoughts. Then, Kurama's yin-yang chakra, gathered in this raised nan in a ratio of 2:8, and gradually condensed a raised nan that was as black as ink, showing the form of a wind demon shuriken and spinning at a high speed. There was no difficulty in this process. After Kurama returned to a complete state, Naruto's ability to control yin and yang also increased significantly. Not only can raised nan be made into a round ball, but it can also be made into a more penetrating wind magic shuriken form. This raised nan, which incorporates the nature of tailed beast bomb, can be called a big spiral chakra. If I infuse a tube of chakra with the upper limit of blue bars, it should not be as powerful as the namikaze noodles in the theatrical version of Road to Ninja. That one is weaker, maybe even stronger. Whispering in his heart, Naruto estimated the power of this raised nan, took chakra back and dispersed it. Withdrawing from the golden body state, in the sealed space, Naruto praised Kurama. Kurama, it turns out that after you regained your heyday, the bonuses you brought to me are so powerful, you deserve to be the strongest tail beast. Back in the form of a 9 tails little fox, Kurama raised his chin triumphantly, resting on the sofa. The expression is full of continue to praise, don't stop, I am very comfortable. Naruto smiled and didn't try to hit him. Today is a good day, let him be proud. You play first, I have something to say to Sasuke. After saying a word, Naruto withdrew from the sealed space. Then, I saw Sasuke on the side, looking at him with an unhappy expression. Is it cool to become stronger? Naruto nodded honestly and replied, yes, it's cool, I may be more confident now than when you started Mangekyou Sharingan. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression stagnated. This person's mouth is more poisonous than the one who returned from Zeuen, so he never forgets to hit him. Subconsciously, Sasuke thought of challenging Naruto confidently before, and then being crushed and beaten by the opponent effortlessly. Now Naruto is also very confident, but Sasuke can't calm Naruto, which makes him extremely unwilling. Because of this, Sasuke is more interested in Naruto's Super S grade, which is 10 times stronger than Kirin's lightning-style attack ninjutsu. Tell me the ninjutsu practice method you promised me. I just died of pain. Sasuke urged Naruto uncomfortably. You don't seem to be in a good state. Does Infinite Izanaki have any sequelae that I haven't discovered before? Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who was pale and still had blood and tears in the corners of his eyes, and asked. Mangekyo's abilities are very powerful, but Sasuke's is not an eternal eye after all. Unexpected adverse reactions during the use process are also normal. Sasuke didn't care much about his poor state. Flirtingly said, the problem is not big, it is that after using Infinite Izanaki, chakra cannot be recovered. The wound on my soul also consumes extra chakra to recover, so I am a little weak now. However, apart from consuming a little more chakra, there is no other problem. My pupil technique is really strong, and I can exchange 0 for 1 with people every week. Ignoring Sasuke's boasting, Naruto was thoughtful. Although Infinite Izanaki's ability is not compromised and can change the disadvantages, does it follow the law of conservation of energy? Whether it is activating the pupil technique or repairing the body, it is the user's own chakra. It seems that the use of the revolving heaven technique and the transfer seal to delay the activation of Izanaki, and then the plan to resurrect people infinitely without consumption will be lost. If you can continuously support the consumption of revolving heaven and Izanaki without overdrawing and dying, then Uchiha Madara with the support of Gedo statue can completely resurrect herself without helpless old death, and then wait for Nagato to grow up and offer sacrifice yourself to resurrect him with the wheel of revolving heaven. His thoughts turned, Naruto didn't worry too much about this matter, which was in his expectation. Immediately, Naruto smiled and took out a scroll. I have written the outline of the practice of ninjutsu on this scroll. If you decide to learn it after reading it, I will tell you the details. Sasuke didn't care about Naruto's words and couldn't wait to take the scroll and open it. Electromagnetically accelerated weapons, from beginner to master. Chapter 83. The so-called electromagnetic acceleration weapon is a weapon that uses electromagnetic force to convert it into strong kinetic energy, and then launches the object at a very high speed. The subject of modern applied weapons is called electromagnetic gun or rail gun. Electromagnetic gun has a super long attack range, super attack ability, can easily hit the shells to a distance of 300 km away at 5 times the speed of sound. Theoretically speaking, if the energy is sufficient, the electromagnetic cannon can provide strong kinetic energy, and the speed of the propelled projectile is fast enough, the cannonball can have the terrorist power to tear the planet apart. In this scroll Naruto gave to Sasuke, a detailed record of the knowledge catalog of electromagnetic acceleration weapons from the entry level to the master level from the learning space. As long as you follow the knowledge catalog and give the content to the complete master, you will be able to become a master weapon scientist in electromagnetic acceleration weapons. In the fantasy works that Naruto has ever seen, Mikoto Misaka, the LV5 superpower of the school city, appeared in the Magic Forbidden Book catalog and a certain scientific railgun. He used a similar ability to speed up the coin and launch it out to scare people. Because it is a superpowered cannonball, it is called a super electromagnetic gun. As a superpower, Misaka Mikoto is provided with sufficient computing power from his brain comparable to a supercomputer, and controls the power of lightning to form a suitable magnetic field. After calculating the orbit and the landing point, he can apply this ability freely. As a ninja, Uchiha Sasuke does not have a brain comparable to a supercomputer, but he has a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan with powerful insights that can make up for the lack of computing power. After having enough knowledge of electromagnetic acceleration weapons, he can use his lightning-style chakra as an energy source. The powerful chakra control ability, combined with Mangekyou Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision, constructs a suitable electromagnetic field that can emit objects, and then uses Mangekyou Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision to position it to ensure that it can attack the desired target. In this way, a Super S-class attack ninjutsu with the ability to surpass the unicorn attack, will not be blocked by the vacuum domain, and will not be restrained by the absorption of the chakra ability, and can only be resisted by a sufficiently strong physical defense. Lightning Style Electromagnetic Cannon Technique then was born. After all, Sasuke's mother is also called Mikoto. As Aunt Mikoto's son, learning this ninjutsu should also have a talent bonus. Naruto muttered while looking at Sasuke, who was focused on the scroll. But Sasuke, who was flipping through the scrolls, became more stiff as he watched. The power of the electromagnetic cannon technique described in the general outline of the preface surprised Sasuke's heart, and sighed that Naruto did not lie to him. This is indeed a Super S-level attack ninjutsu that is 10 times more powerful than Kirin. But looking at the long list of pre-learning conditions below, Sasuke felt a little bit fragrant. Advanced Physics, Advanced Mathematics, Advanced Mechanics, Aerodynamics, Detailed Explanation of Electromagnetic Acceleration Theory, Advanced Materials Science. These books add up, and there are hundreds of books in total. I refused the invitation from Naruto to learn how to exercise my subjective reaction ability. I thought I would have escaped and I didn't need to learn more. Unexpectedly, Naruto was waiting for him here. If you have learned all these books, then there is no problem at all when you exercise your subjective reaction ability. Can you show me this? Since you proposed the practice of ninjutsu, you should do the same. Sasuke asked Naruto. At this moment, Sasuke's emotions are very complicated. On the one hand, I really want to learn this electromagnetic gun technique. If this ninjutsu is really as powerful as described, it will undoubtedly promote his strength to a great extent, and it will not be more than the bonus provided by his pupil technique Susanoo. Weak. But on the other hand, Sasuke was afraid that Naruto was fooling him. In important matters, Naruto will not lie to him, Sasuke still has this trust. But as it is now, to find a reason to let him study, it can be said that he is doing good for him. In this case, if Naruto fools him, it is entirely possible. So cautious? When I'm tired of studying, my mind is very flexible. Naruto murmured softly. Sasuke heard it, but turned his head to pretend not to hear. The relationship is good, and this kind of thing has to be determined. He doesn't want to read so many books that are difficult to read by name. Hey, come with me. Naruto curled his lips and walked out of the cave. If you want to develop the ninjutsu version of the electromagnetic cannon technique, it is more than just the principle of electromagnetic acceleration. Among them, there will be a lot of problems, which need Sasuke to exert his own initiative to overcome, and finally create success in this ninjutsu. Therefore, Naruto chose to dispel Sasuke's concerns and let him be a tool man with peace of mind. Moments later, on the head of Uchiha Madara's statue, Naruto held a shuriken in his hand. At the same time, he has the extremely powerful wind-style chakra in his hands. Let me first say yes, I will not use the electromagnetic gun technique. After all, lightning style is not what I am good at now. What I am showing you now is the power of kinetic energy weapons. I will use the extremely powerful wind-style chakra to power this shuriken, and then shoot him out to achieve an effect similar to an electromagnetic gun, but because my calculation and perception skills are not enough. Therefore, it is impossible to accurately locate and strike, so you can do whatever you want." Sasuke didn't care when he heard the words, he just wanted to confirm whether the prospect of this technique was really as strong as it was written in the scroll. After that, the wind-style chakra in Naruto's hand condensed to the limit, and then threw the shuriken in his hand. Laugh. The air is split. Because this shuriken was too fast, the moment it left Naruto's arm, it appeared like a teleportation 1,200 meters away. The shuriken rubbed against the air at high speed and began to heat and melt. In the human field of vision, it was as if Naruto's hand sparked a red light, leaving a trace of blood and tears in the air. And this was just the beginning. This shuriken slammed into the forest opposite the end valley in the next instant. Boom! The shuriken hit the ground, and the earth-shaking explosion sounded. The airflow was turbulent, and the shock wave emerged out of thin air, tearing apart the surrounding trees. And on the lake where the shuriken was advancing, a gust of wind blew, and the water ripples constantly. When Naruto and Sasuke came to the explosion site, they saw a deep pothole left on the ground. This kind of power is not inferior to an exploding great fireball, and it is also a great fireball with an attack distance of several kilometers. And this is just Naruto throwing it away. At this time, Sasuke's eyes were burning. I can already imagine how powerful I can be after I truly practice this technique. Chapter 84. Sasuke on the side was surging. Can't help but start to yearn, how much strength can he increase after practicing the electromagnetic cannon technique? And Naruto is also lost in thought. Recalling the scene of throwing his shuriken just now, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since you can't pinpoint where you want to hit it, aim for it, then throw a few more to make a covering blow. A great fireball will explode with average power. If you lose more than a dozen at a time, even if I can't ignore it either. In this way, it may be possible to make up for the defect that ordinary shurikens cannot cause too much damage to the strong, and cannot force them to move, and it is very useful to clean up trash fish. After thinking for a while, Naruto raised his hand and drew out a dozen shurikens and kunai from Kabuto. Today, the nature and form of wind-style chakra have changed, and Naruto has already cultivated it to the highest level. At the moment of his thoughts, enough wind-style chakra was gathered, and then he raised his hand and threw out these shurikens and the endless amount of suffering. In the air, a red light flashed. Rumble. The explosion sounded even more earth-shaking than just now. In the center of the lake in front of him, within a very small area, more than a dozen thick water columns suddenly exploded. In the airflow fluttered. Naruto kept looking at the area where the projectile was attacked with Kagura's heart. At this moment, the attack was over, and after a little calculation in his heart, he found that his thoughts were not wrong. Throwing objects like this, even if it cannot cause damage to a strong person of the same level, it can still be done by forcing it to move, and it can be called a special fish kill. However, it is better to calculate the landing point as accurately as possible in order to exert greater power. But in this case, the traditional shuriken kunai is not suitable. Perhaps, it would be better to change to a projectile. Naruto thought in his heart and decided to go back and experiment. The exploded water column awakened Sasuke from his longing. He glanced at the center of the lake and couldn't wait to learn the electromagnetic cannon technique even more. Come on, teach me the knowledge I need, I must learn the electromagnetic cannon technique. Sasuke looked at Naruto next to him, his eyes burning. Looking at Sasuke, a nonsensical thought suddenly popped into Naruto's mind. After a long time, Sasuke finally learned the electromagnetic cannon technique, and he chose coins, which are more convenient tossers. Whenever ninjutsu was used, he would be surrounded by lightning in his hand and swiped a handful of coins towards the enemy. Finally, let's say something cool, this is my unique ninjutsu, lightning style. Throw coins. At the thought of this, Naruto couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Sasuke frowned and asked, feeling instinctively that Naruto at the moment had no good intentions. Nothing, I think of happy things. While speaking, Naruto smiled and raised his hand. Well, learn slowly, don't worry. Sasuke was shocked, and also raised his hand. With the two punches facing each other, he felt that a huge amount of complicated content was suddenly squeezed into his mind. One advantage of transmitting information in this way is that it no longer needs to spend a lot of time to memorize, but if you want to understand it, it will take a lot of time. Then go back. Mr. Kakashi has led an escort mission from the village to Nami, and he will leave tomorrow morning. Just take advantage of this time to go out and have a look. Naruto smiled and said to the recovered Sasuke. I don't know if it was a coincidence or a certainty, even though Naruto didn't make a fuss about taking on high-level tasks. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen still escorted the bridge-building masters of Namibia, Dasna's mission to their 7th class. However, Naruto didn't care much about this matter. At the moment, Naruto is in a good mood. Not only did the plan go smoothly, but the strength increased by a large margin. And also smoothly flicked to Sasuke, a free tool man, and helped him develop the electromagnetic cannon technique, which was really beautiful. Sasuke was also in a good mood, thinking of the powerful power of the electromagnetic cannon technique. He couldn't wait to go back and learn. When the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, Naruto took Sasuke back to a high-end apartment currently in the center of the village. See you tomorrow, good night, Sasuke. After greeting a little, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and returned to his home. At the moment, there is no one in the house. Jiraiya went to the red light district again and fooled around. Although he promised Naruto no longer spy, Naruto can't control him if he wants to go to a prostitute. After all, it's just a transaction, one willing to fight and one willing to suffer. Without doing anything extra, Naruto rinsed and slept on the bed. Tomorrow is when a new life begins. The goal he once set is finally about to be realized at this moment. He wants to take a good look at the world he lives in. In the sealed space, Kurama lay lazily on the sofa, watching the drama absently. Seeing Naruto coming in, Kurama was obviously shocked. Comfort chicken. Naruto smiled. Recently, Kurama has been obsessed with PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and even watched less dramas. Every time Naruto came in, he couldn't wait to take him to eat chicken. This time, in Naruto's view, the same is true. However, Kurama didn't eagerly turn on the computer, but looked at Naruto with piercing eyes. Do you still remember the small goal you set 2 years ago? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and then thought of what Kurama was talking about. He once issued a great wish to erase the village under his feet from the map of Ninja World after he has enough strength. At this moment, Naruto's strength has improved a lot, and Kurama has regained his strength in the other half of his body and returned to its heyday, which also makes Kurama a little bit ready to move. Like Naruto, he also hated this village. Seeing Naruto staring at him in amazement, Kurama's expression sank. You won't be affected by Ashura's Chakra. Forget your original intention, right? From Kurama's point of view, Naruto agrees with him, and now he has enough strength to not act, and it can only be for this reason. Where is this? You are swollen. Naruto laughed and cried. In order to prevent himself from being affected by the chakra that cannot be eliminated in his body, Naruto basically strictly implements the standard of my life and my body, so it is naturally impossible to be affected by others. Kurama was full of question marks and wondered, since it's not Ashura Chakra, what are you hesitating? I didn't hesitate, but I'm still in the growth stage. I still can't be called absolutely invincible in this ninja world. If Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu are not solved, it's not the wise man who is eager to rise up now. According to the current situation, it won't be long before Sasuke merges with his brother's Sharingan to turn on Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and his strength should grow a lot. It is entirely possible to use the Sharingan in Teacher Kakashi's eyes to cast Obito remotely. kill. And Black Zetsu, to be honest, although I can find his existence now, I may not be able to catch him if he runs away. Next, I will carefully study the sealing technique and find a complete solution to Black Zetsu. After dealing with their behind the scenes, then this ninja world can operate according to our will at will. You have also read comics. You should know that what I said is the most correct way of doing things. Naruto said calmly. Chapter 85. Naruto said, Kurama was speechless. It seems that Naruto at this moment is indeed very strong, but there are indeed many enemies to face. In addition to the Obito and Black Zetsu in front of us, there are also members of the Tsutsuki clan who will come to the ninja to harvest chakra in the future. Even, when Naruto wants to change this ninja world to make it run in the direction he wants. The three major summoning beast shrines that have been hiding in the dark and observing the ninja world, and the Hakata Hamura brothers, may become his obstacles. Therefore, before this day arrives, Naruto must become strong enough. Those who travel 100 miles are half and 90, everything has just begun, and it is far from time to relax. Calm down, Kurama said seriously, Naruto, no matter what you want to do, I will help you. Even if the old man wants to stop you, I won't let him do what he wants. After all, there is only you in my world. The second half of the sentence only sounded in the fox's heart. Well, let's play the game. Naruto smiled and answered, picking up Kurama on the sofa and walking towards the computer. The next day, at the entrance of the village. When Naruto arrived carrying a travel bag, the three of the 7th class, Kakashi and Sasuke, and Sakura also arrived one after another. As an employer, Dasna was also waiting at the entrance of the village, with impatient expressions all over his face. When receiving the task, the two sides met. Seeing a group of people arrived, Dasna immediately complained, "It's too slow, I've been waiting for you for a long time." However, in the face of Dasna's complaints, the expressions of the three in Class 7 were very cold. Brother Sakura was reading a medical ninjutsu book in his hand. Sasuke looked up at the sky, his eyes were out of focus, and his attention stayed on the high-level textbook that was as difficult as the heavenly book in his mind. On the other hand, Naruto has the same expression as Sasuke, but he doesn't look at the knowledge of high numbers. After all, if you want to use chakra to transfer knowledge to others, you have to learn it yourself first. What Naruto looked at was the knowledge of sealing technique that Kakashi had learned not long ago, and he explained it systematically. With Kakashi, a tool human translator, Naruto has made learning a lot easier. Only Kakashi, facing the complaints of employers, rounded it off with the smooth opening of the social people. Well, this time is just right. Now that we have gathered, let's go, Mr. Dasna. After speaking, he glanced at the three students who were doing their own things, and some helplessly reminded, Naruto, you should pay attention to your surroundings and protect your employer. Naruto nodded casually, but didn't care. After reading the comics, he knows that this wise party A named Dasna falsely reported the task level and abruptly increased the difficulty of a C-level mission, which was not dangerous, to the A-level mission of Janin squad. The three Genin children were kidnapped and deceived morally, and the mission continued. If it wasn't for the 7th squad to be an external squad, excluding the Anbu squad around Jinkraki, you might just rush to the street in this novice mission. When Naruto's shadow clone took over the mission, various details about getting along with this wise party also confirmed that there was no deviation in the content of the comics. In the mission hall, panic, nervousness, these emotions basically hung on Dasna the whole time. For such a wise party, whether it is based on the universal values of a ninja or another world, termination of cooperation to compensate for economic losses is the most basic. It would be extremely polite to impose severe punishment without beating him. So, Naruto decided long ago, and first follow this wise party A out of the village in a rightful way. Then, when you meet a ninja, you just give up the task and take advantage of this rare opportunity to travel. Although Naruto knows Flying Thunder God technique, he doesn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ninja world is so big that you can go there. But the rare team building of the 7th class can still be reimbursed for a certain amount of travel expenses. In addition, there are 3 free Anbu bodyguards behind him. It can be said that there is nothing more beautiful than this. Naturally, Naruto doesn't mind playing with this wise party A for a while. The group set off from Konoha village. In order to take care of the ordinary person Dasna, they did not go too fast. The ninja rushed to the country that he could cross in one day and one night. After taking an ordinary person like Dasna, he walked for a week and crossed the border of the country of fire and entered the region of the country of waves. Along the way, all 3 of them in class 7 were immersed in their studies. Kakashi also walked absent-mindedly, continuing to study the sealing technique. Although he has developed a method to seal Sharingan, he has rescued himself from the embarrassing state of blue consumption all the time. However, in the recent process of studying the sealing technique, he has become more and more aware of the power of this discipline, which may be a huge support for him to continue to grow stronger in the future, so he is still studying tirelessly. Kakashi has not forgotten that Naruto once said that the sealing technique of 100 healings mark can completely help him solve the problem of chakra deficiency. Dasna, an alcoholic with a guilty conscience, was reluctant to speak when he saw the group of people in class 7, and did not ask himself to be bored along the way. During his free time studying, Naruto will also stop to see the local customs in the surrounding towns. Sasuke learns from Naruto and observes the scenery along the way. In the eyes of Sakura, the scenery on this road is not as beautiful as the Uchiha boy. In the silence, this sea-level mission seemed to be over so leisurely. Because soon after they have passed the river, they will be able to send Dasna to their destination, and then they will be able to leave when they have completed the bridge. It was at this time that the group had just entered the country of waves for less than half a day, and something happened. In the forest trail, the 7th group randomly surrounded Dasna, and Kakashi walked forward behind the hall. Halfway through, we passed a puddle. Sakura looked around instinctively a few times, but found nothing unusual. Naruto and Sasuke continued to wander away, pretending that nothing happened. Too weak, too lazy to do it. This is Sasuke's thoughts, just a little bit of the strength of chakra. Sasuke can be sure that such a weak chicken can be killed 9 with one finger. I'm addicted to studying, don't want to be distracted, leave it to Kakashi. This was Naruto's thoughts. Kakashi sighed helplessly. Among the 3 students, the one who is willing to do it is not strong enough. Although I followed him for a while, he still had a weak foundation and made some progress, but it was not that big. The 2 who are strong enough, are unwilling to do it. In the end, he was the only teacher who led the team to clean up these miscellaneous fish. After Kakashi walked through the puddles, 2 Chunin in very non-mainstream costumes and Mist Shinobi Forehead Protector jumped out. Immediately, he wielded his weapon and strangled Kakashi. Chapter 86. The 2 Mist Shinobi ninjas who threw out had cruel bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. Seeing the trace of stunner on Kakashi's face because they did not expect this sudden attack, the 2 seemed to have seen the next moment when they dismantled Kakashi. But, the next moment, the 2 Misty Ninja brothers have hung on the tree. From their stunned expressions, it is not difficult to guess that they did not understand how they were hung on the tree. Recalling the stunned expression of Kakashi that they saw a moment ago, they almost simultaneously assigned a word to this expression in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Lord is the actor. At that moment, only Naruto and Sasuke could see exactly what happened. At the moment when 2 Mist Shinobi ninjas were about to tie Kakashi, he didn't even use the body replacement technique. Kakashi, who doesn't have a big blue consuming man named Sharingan, recently picked up the Hokage knife that he inherited from his father. In addition to the improvement in sealing technique, he has also made great progress in ninjutsu. At this moment, a swift body appeared behind the 2 of them. Then, as soon as he stretched out his hand, he didn't hesitate to push the two on the tree beside him. For a ninja, the living is undoubtedly more valuable than the dead. It is a good choice whether it is to torture intelligence or to let the other party's forces pay a ransom. Kakashi occupies an absolute advantage in strength. Sasuke Naruto is enough to protect himself while protecting the little Sakura and the mission goal by the way, making him unnecessary to kill. You stay here honestly, otherwise you will understand it yourself. Kakashi warned the two mists hanging on the tree. Then, he cast his indifferent eyes on Dartner. Mr. Dartner, please give an explanation on this matter. There will be no ninjas in the sea-level mission. If you don't have a special reason, we have the right to give up the task. Dasna recovered from the astonishment of the sudden attack, and was questioned by Kakashi. His face suddenly changed. He sighed dejectedly, and started his own performance, tearfully recounting the miserable situation faced by the country of waves at this moment. The evil merchant Cardo controlled the lifeline of the nation's transportation and forced their citizens into desperation. They could only rely on bridge repairs to open the door to the outside world to save themselves. Because too much money was spent on building the bridge, it was helpless to figure out a way to lie about the task level, and asked Konoha to protect the ninja. Among the 4 people in the 7th class, only Sakura, who has a little experience and is more emotional, was touched and couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at Dartna. Of course, it was just sympathy. Little Sakura hadn't forgotten the ninja manual he had learned. But Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi are indifferent. Their 3 views are relatively close. For this wise party, according to the rules of ninja, it is extremely polite not to kill him. Especially Naruto sneered at the story of Dasna. The Santaifu asked Kakashi and the others to help restore the country. At the beginning, they directly rated the A-level task under the guise of protecting the actress. You have the money to build a bridge, why don't you just use the money to ask Janin to kill Cardo? Come here to lie to Genin kid? There is a problem with the skull. Especially for Kakashi, this is not the first time he has encountered such a thing in his long mission career. This kind of misrepresentation of the task level is irresponsible for their ninja's life, and Kakashi will never condone it. After sighing, he said to the 3 people in Class 7, so, from now on, let's abandon the mission and return to the village. Naruto nodded, Sasuke nodded when seeing Naruto. Seeing Sasuke nodded, Sakura also nodded. The 7th class reached a consensus to tie up the ghost brothers of Vunin and prepare to go back. Sasuke, the city we passed by was quite prosperous, so you can go shopping when you go back. Well, Naruto, there is a food street in that city. You can try it. Maybe there is something that can be added to our hot spring hotel. Sasuke and Naruto chat without anyone else. At this time, Dasna panicked. In the beginning, Dasna had calculated the idea of the well-known Konoha shinobi, and tried the least amount of money to protect them to complete the task of building the bridge. He ate and drank a large part of the mission money that the people of Poland gave him. The B-level missions that will encounter ninjas are only tens of thousands of taels higher than the C-level missions for fighting ordinary bandits and rogues. Judging from the current prices, it is just a few barbecue meals. Although the people of Poland are poor, they are not yet ready to do anything in such a critical place. So much money to build the bridge was spent, there is no need to save money in such a place. If you encounter Janin during a B-level mission, and finally result in the mission level being upgraded to a level or higher, it can only be regarded as a sudden situation, a risk that the ninja must take, and it is enough to negotiate the reward afterwards. As it is now, misreporting the task level because of insufficient money can only be said to be a problem with Dasna. In Naruto's view, Dasna's idea is not difficult to guess. As long as the mission starts, most of these Konoha shinobi can't let go of the mission. When the task continues, he can also save a lot of money. But he didn't expect that the development of the matter was completely different from what he thought. These Konoha shinobi renounced the mission so decisively, even if they weren't from the well-known Konoha village, their life would be in danger. Until this time, Dasna realized the seriousness of the matter. He could already imagine that without the protection of the Konoha shinobi, he would be killed by Cardo's minions in 3 days, and even his ashes would have to be lifted. And his daughter and grandson also couldn't escape the fate of death. Before Dasna thought about how to keep him, he saw the 7th class with the 2 mists tied up, turned around without hesitation, and planned to leave. Thump! Dasna knelt down and knelt his head while loudly saying, "Please don't give up the mission. Please forgive me for my fault. I will find a way to make up for the mission. Please continue the mission and save me. Save the country of waves." In Naruto's perception, Dasna's emotional fear was mixed with some snickers, and it was not difficult to guess his thoughts. "A few genin ghosts, as long as I plead in a low voice, can you still refuse?" Even Naruto can still think that once they refuse, this human vice-admiral will generate a huge resentment. But who cares? Except for the little Sakura, who looked back at Dartner, the others were unmoved and continued to move forward. Finally, the group of people drifted away. This is the end of the escort mission of the country of Poland. Chapter 87. Among dense forests. If he didn't cut his head, he drew his decapitating knife from Dartner's chest, and the blood spewed out. After Dasna separated from the 7th class, he embarked on the way home with resentment and unwillingness. "I comforted myself in my heart that without you humble ninjas, I could go back safely. However, self-comfort is only self-comfort, and I ran into the two of nostalgia and by without going too far. Life disappeared with the gushing of blood. It's just that all of this didn't cause any waves in the heart of this powerful ninja, who was called a ghost. Only the handsome young man who was following by his side, a trace of unbearableness appeared in his eyes, but in the end he didn't say anything. If you don't cut your lord again, are you going to rescue the ghost brother?" Recalling the situation from Dasner's previous question, the young man named Bai spoke up. They succeeded in killing Dartna, the target of the mission, but they also learned about Kakashi and his party, as well as the whereabouts of the missing ghost brother. That's the clone ninja Kakashi, known as the Konoha technician. I am not necessarily his opponent, but the opponent is carrying 3 genin imps, so he should have some scruples. Let's try to catch up. If we can negotiate, we will negotiate to exchange them for the prisoners. If we can't negotiate, we will try to rescue them. Our news has leaked out. After that, regardless of success or failure, we can't stay in Poland." Without thinking about it, he finally made up his mind. He is seeking the position of Mizukage, not only requires capital, but also manpower. Although the strength of Ghost Brother is average, he is also a rare subordinate and cannot easily give up. After all, without cutting, he jumped on the branch and leaped forward. "Hi!" Bai replied submissively, and then stepped to keep up. "Dasner is dead." 30 kilometers away, Sasuke, who was eating grilled fish by the fire, suddenly spoke up in a forest creek belonging to the territory of the Land of Fire. Naruto calmly ate the grilled fish, not commenting on it. Compared to Sasuke, he still needs to rely on Manjiki Sharingan's snail-headed 7-arrow book ability to confirm the life and death of that old man. Even at such a long distance, Naruto can still clearly observe the chakra breath that reaches Xena with Kagura's eyes. Not long ago, the opponent's chakra breath disappeared, and at the same time there were 2 powerful chakras moving towards him. If there is no accident, it should be no more cut and white. Only Sakura, his head full of question marks. "How did you two know at such a distance? Immortal? Tell me, what is going on with this mission?" After eating the grilled fish, Naruto washed his hands and asked Kakashi on the side. He didn't believe that whether it was in the comics or in reality, the task that Jinchuriki, who deliberately picked himself as a strategic nuclear weapon, would be an ordinary task. There is such a coincidence. Any task can be played from C level to A level. It is estimated that those Anbus had already checked the ancestor 3rd generation of the task publisher before they performed the task. Did you not notice that the two Anbu teams around you are missing? Kakashi said softly. Hearing this, Naruto was thoughtful. He didn't care before, but he remembered it when he was reminded by Kakashi. After looking for it carefully, they found the disappeared Anbu within the territory of Namibia, 80 kilometers away. These Anbus were still moving at high speed, and soon disappeared beyond Naruto's perception limit. Although Naruto can only vaguely feel their breath at this moment, it is not difficult to infer some facts based on the comics and the information previously obtained from Dazna's mouth. Did these Anbu who are following me fight the so-called autumn wind of the so-called multinational businessman Kato? We were sent over to do this escort mission, just to give us a little more experience. By the way, do you find an excuse to kill Kato, to gain the favor of the people of Poland, and accept Kato's property? It's just that, now that we have given up the mission, those Anbus can only go directly to the trouble of Kartuo, and will push his death cause to this group of Wuren Renren. They saw Choi and wanted to kill the employer. We Konoha hunted down such people who broke the rules of the ninja in order to kill people. Naruto said softly, but his eyes were cast on the ghost brothers who were tied to the tree after the Sharingan illusion. Not long ago, they obtained a lot of information from these two Wuren Renren, including the existence of no longer and by and their purpose, and they did not miss it. Kakashi did not speak, and nodded affirming his thoughts. Ninja Village's funding is tight at all times. As a qualified filmmaker, he will inevitably find ways to obtain funds for the development of the village. It's not surprising even if he does something obscure for this. Naruto sneered a little at this. It's no wonder that ninjas can't be on the stage all the time. The ruler of the ninja village, the largest in the ninja world, is also in this pattern. Naturally, there is no way to become the mainstream of the world. Kakashi, Sasuke, and little Sakura heard Naruto's sneer, and naturally became interested and turned their curious eyes on Naruto. Both Kakashi and Sasuke attached great importance to and paid attention to Naruto's most true thoughts. Because this will determine their attitude towards certain things. Naruto, Master Hokage, can increase funds for the village without losing the reputation of the village. It should be considered a good way to deal with it. Why do you say that? Brother Sakura asked. She didn't mean anything, she was simply curious about what Naruto, an intelligent teammate, had any ideas about this matter. Just about to speak, Naruto paused, then smiled, and said, "Let's talk about it later, there are two guests, and they will arrive soon." As soon as the voice fell, I heard the sound of breaking wind. Immediately, a flower appeared in front of the few people in Class 7, and two figures appeared. One of them was wearing a slim-fitting shirt, carrying a decapitating knife on his shoulder, with a bandage tied to his face, no eyebrows, and surrounded by evil spirits. The other person was wearing a high-necked gown with the mask of Mist Shinobi assassinating troops, standing quietly beside the former. It is no longer Cut and White two people. This place is not far from the place where Dartna died. In addition, without Jean and Bai rushing on the road at full speed, the few people in Class 7 chatted for a while, and they followed the smell of Ghost Brothers. "Are you the famous clone ninja, Konoha technician Hitaki Kakashi?" After standing still, I stopped looking around, ignoring the three genin little ghosts, and fixed his eyes on the white-haired Janin's face. Chapter 88. Don't cut his mouth to say hello to Kakashi again. From the perspective of nothing more, in the 7th class, only Kakashi, Janin, has the status of an equal dialogue with him. The three genin little ghosts are not qualified to be squarely viewed by him. Follow the rivers and lakes. No, ninja convention. Then Kakashi should also speak out his name, and then the two sides will talk to each other in business. After negotiating to see if the matter can be resolved peacefully, if at the end there is no agreement, decide whether to start a fight or not. If he doesn't cut deep in his heart, after the mission is completed, he doesn't want to be an enemy of a master like Kakashi. If Kakashi is willing to release the ghost brother, even if he pays some ransom for it, it is perfectly fine. The few people in Class 7, except for little Sakura, didn't think so. After several years of practice, I not only solved the problem that Sharingan could not be shut down, but also re-practiced the sword technique passed down by my father. Now that I am rectifying my father's White Fang sword technique, I take this former ninja sword. One of the 7 will be my sharpening stone. Kakashi is extremely confident in his heart, and a few students don't need to worry about him. He is also a great advance in strength. Without the burden of Sharingan, his available chakra is at least 5 times more, and the strength he can display is far beyond the level of the elite Genin. Now that there is this opportunity, it is the time to make a full shot and show off his edge. He wants to prove to the world that he is not the only one who can copy ninjutsu. He is the son of Kakashi, Hitachi Kakashi, Konoha's White Fanga. Thinking of this, Kakashi didn't hesitate to pull out his back and exhausted his life savings to purchase the sharp short sword that Chakram Metals hired a master craftsman to create. Regrettably, the short sword that my father had used was damaged during the battle. And Sasuke is more energetic than Kakashi. He had already started Manjiki Sharingan when he was less than 13 years old, except for the outstanding physical skills he trained with Naruto and Guy. He also trained the S-class lightning style attack ninjutsu like Kirin, and he also had the nail-headed 7 arrows book, Infinite Izanaki, and Suzanu's pupil skills as the trump card. His strength is definitely cage level. Fighting against Genin, an elite who has a reputation in the ninja world, is the time when he examines what he has learned and announces to the entire ninja world that Uchiha's glory has not been extinguished, and once again blooms in the world. After today, the entire ninja world will know that Uchiha Sasuke defeated one of the 7 ninja swords of Wu Ninja at a young age of less than 13 years old, and beheaded the big sword without cutting the peach ground. He also took a step forward and stopped Kakashi, who was about to make a move. "Mr. Kakashi, leave this person to me, and you can fight for me by the side." Naruto, who is on the side, thinks even more simply. "Stop the ink, hurry up and forget it," muttered. When Sasuke and Kakashi hadn't discussed who would take the shot, Naruto's figure was already moving. Sage mode is not turned on, nor is the Nine Tails golden body turned on, just using wind-style chakra to manipulate the airflow around the body to accelerate. A flash of body has appeared by Bai's side. Not waiting for the woman's elder brother with the ice to escape the blood limit to react, Naruto has already slipped his neck and pressed it to the ground. Click! Vigorous vigor, the earth shattered. Bai spit out a mouthful of blood, and his bones were as weak as they fell apart, and he could not move while lying on the ground. In just an instant, a ninja who was not inferior to the special Genin in combat power was solved by Naruto. But at this time, he didn't cut it before he reacted, drew the knife and slashed at Naruto. Clang! At a moment of inadmissibility, Naruto did not know when a trigeminal kunai appeared in Naruto's hand, blocking the beheading knife that would not be cut again. Then the figure was blurred for a moment, and he appeared behind the non-cutting kidney, and an elbow hit the kidney where it was not going to be cut. Wow! If you don't cut it anymore, it will become a splash of water and disappear, just a water body. Water style. Water rushing waves. Immediately, Naruto felt a stream of water rushing from his side. Following them, there were a few shurikens that were swung over. At the moment when the broadsword confronted me, I realized that it was just a false move, and then used a water body walking and hiding skill. The combat consciousness is good, but it's too slow. Naruto's figure was blurred and disappeared in place. Raising his hand, Naruto firmly grasped the neck that was never cut again. Boom! The earth broke apart, just as white as before. If he didn't cut it, he was pressed against the ground by Naruto. This time Naruto used more strength. However, because of his stronger ability to fight offenses, he was not directly shocked to death. It's just as white, and I feel sore and soft, my bones are shattered, and my combat effectiveness is temporarily lost. It took less than 5 seconds to fight. Naruto has already solved an elite Genin with a ninja with special Genin abilities. At this time, Kakashi hadn't discussed with Sasuke about who should do it. On the side, little Sakura's mouth grew wide and looked at Naruto incredulously, like a monster. She didn't even see the process of the battle very clearly, only to see Naruto's figure resembling a change of shape, appearing and disappearing several times. Then, I saw two powerful enemies who were solved as simply as cutting melons and vegetables by my own teammate. Although he knew that this teammate was very strong, little Sakura could not have imagined that he was so strong. Is Hokage-sama Naruto's opponent? Unexpectedly, little Sakura had such an idea that never appeared before. Shirakawa, who was brought down, didn't cut the two again, and the shock in his heart was even greater than that of Sakura. They are the ones who really face Naruto, and they can understand the horror of each other. This is an enemy who is not at the same level as them. They all say that the battle of the ninja is an intelligence battle, but they ask themselves, in the face of such an existence, even if they have the other party's intelligence, they have not competed against it at all. Qualifications. The gap is too big, as if it is the same difference between heaven and earth. It is really powerful and desperate. What's even more desperate is that this person with such a powerful strength seems to be only 12 or 13 years old. He is just a genin kid. Is Konoha's genin already so strong? It's terrifying. Only Kakashi and Sasuke are aware of Naruto's strength. Seeing Naruto doing it at this moment, although he was shocked at a glance, he was more upset. Finally found a well-matched opponent, planning to use it to brush up the combat experience and reputation, and in a flash, your Naruto snatched the head. It's a pity that I can't beat Naruto, so I can only hold back any dissatisfaction. At this time, Naruto turned his head, looked at the two people lying on the ground, and asked in a calm tone, "Then it's over now, can you tell me what you have come here to find us?" Chapter 89. White. Don't cut it again. When the two lying on the ground heard Naruto's questioning, they were speechless. Why did you ask after finishing the fight? Although according to the ninja's caution, the two sides are not in the same position, it is understandable to do so with sufficient strength. After all, negotiating this kind of thing only exists on the two sides of equal status. But for them, this is too unfriendly. However, just because he is a ninja, he understands that the world is dominated by the strong. Even if I don't cut any dissatisfaction in my heart at this moment, I can only hold back. I coughed a little, and then relented a little bit and then reluctantly said, "We have no intention of being an enemy of you. This time we came here to redeem my two subordinates. Please forgive me for any offense." As he spoke, he stopped moving his eyes and stopped at the ghost brother who was tied to a tree not far away. Naruto nodded clearly, with a gentle smile looking at the distinguished guest. Glancing at the ghost brothers on the tree, he replied softly, "To Miss Shinobi Rebelchinin, if no one on the black market offers a reward, then Kirigakure will reclaim their heads at the price of 2 million too." As he spoke, he glanced at Bai lying not far away, his tone unchanged, and still gentle said, "Ice-duck blood succession boundary ninja is a rare material, and someone will definitely buy his body for a price of at least 10 million taels. Coupled with the long and delicate eyebrows, I think some customers with special hobbies will not mind increasing the price, and the price is 15 to 20 million taels, even if it is 15 million taels." After that, Naruto's gaze rested on the face of the ghost who would not be cut, and said, "Finally, you are the famous 7 ninja swords. Your head and the beheading knife in your hand have high prices on the black market, which adds up to a total of 41 million taels. Chinjui, 60 million taels, please pay, don't kill the lord again." At this moment, Naruto smiled very brightly and spoke with a gentle tone, but he couldn't feel any warmth from Naruto if he didn't cut it. He deliberately wanted to reject Naruto's proposal, but then he thought of the brief battle with the opponent just now. That kind of power he absolutely couldn't resist, even if he had been practicing for 20 years, he couldn't do anything about it. If you refuse, you will die, right? Do not cut his heart with a wry smile. Rao is that he is a fierce ghost, and facing Naruto at this moment, there is only a sense of powerlessness left in his heart. He didn't mind dying in the task, but he couldn't accept that he was trampled to death by someone like an ant like he is now. If you don't cut your lord, please protect yourself. I'm just a tool. It's not worth your money. The white expression on the side tangled, and finally put forward his own thoughts reluctantly. After many years of missions, there is indeed a lot of money accumulated without cutting. But these money will be used by him to develop and prosper Kirigakure after the successful assassination of Mizukage in the coup d'état in the future, and he is just a tool, and it is not worth not to spend so much money. As we all know, Tsundere has a strong rebellious psychology. If Bai didn't say anything, then maybe he would consider paying the ransom for himself if he didn't cut it. And Bai's words, just right, had a counterproductive effect, and instead of cutting it, he would directly delete the option of keeping only oneself in his mind. Shut up, you are a tool that I have worked so hard to cultivate. How can you give up easily? You can make money if you don't have any money. After today, you will double the work for me and make this money back for me as soon as possible. Don't cut up and propped up his body again, he yelled at him. Then, he turned his head to Naruto and said, My lord, please let us go. We are willing to pay, but I don't have much money in my hands. Please agree on a method. I will collect enough funds to deliver the goods. Give you. Naruto didn't care either. He took out a few pens and brushes to fill in the amount and date, and then threw it in front of Nostalgia, sign and draw. This is an IOU with Kirigakure's rebelliousness written on it. Mist Shinobi, who was once one of the 7 shinobi, rebels, will not owe Uzumaki Naruto 60 million taels of money, and the settlement will be cleared within 1 week. During the battle just now, Naruto had planted the Flying Thunder God mark on the 2 of Beihi and no more, and he was not afraid that they would run away. The same goes for the ghost brothers tied to the tree. I didn't cut it again, and finally picked up the IOU from the ground. Reading the IOU that was written long ago, in addition to the amount and date, a bad feeling suddenly appeared in my heart. Is this, I prepared it a long time ago. Without cutting a glance at Naruto, his tone trembled. Yes. Naruto nodded naturally. For the official ninja with the Ninja Village organization, it is a matter of course to capture Renin and earn rewards. It can be said that there is no more legal income than this. After getting their news from the Ghost Brothers, Naruto thought that these 2 men might come to save people. This is also because he did not directly hand over these 2 trash fish to Anbu who was following around, or directly bring them back by Flying Thunder God. The reason for Konoha. It's really unreasonable to have extra money not to make money. In the future, Naruto wants to make the world run according to his own will. In addition to having absolute strength, money is also indispensable. Money and force are truths that have dominated the world since ancient times. Glancing at the complex expression of the peach ground, Naruto smiled and said, Don't worry, Naruto, don't talk secretly. Since you paid me, then I will never go back and forth to you again. As a distinguished guest, you can also pay for my extra help when necessary in the future. Passing a bitterness, Naruto continued, Flying Thunder God, do you know? If necessary, fill it with chakra to light up the coordinates, then I can sense it and send it over. Seeing the kunao that Naruto handed over, a wry smile appeared on his face. After looking at Naruto's face and hairstyle, he finally thought of the yellow flash of 4th Hokage who was once famous in the ninja world. The boy in front of him is like a small Namikaze Minato. Is it 4th Hokage's son? I believe you. Breathing out a long sigh, there is no chance of not being cut this time. After provoking other strong men, avoiding today, you still have the confidence to avoid the other party's pursuit if you don't cut it. But if you are a practitioner of Flying Thunder God technique, you don't have the strength of the ninja god to be targeted by the opponent, so you should wash your neck early and prepare the coffin for death. Chapter 90. In the end, after not signing the IOU, he left with his 3 subordinates, Brother Bai and Brother Gui. Just before they left, their expressions weren't very good. If Sasuke had to use one sentence to describe it, it would be the expression of their family tree ascending to heaven. This is also normal. Anyone who bleeds a lot of money and gives the savings of many years to others at once will almost always have this expression. After the group had left, Naruto sat back by the fire, picked up the previously brewed tea, and drank slowly. At this moment, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke from Class 7 looked at Naruto in awe. This time, not only in awe of Naruto's strength, but also in awe of his wisdom. Although the previous Naruto also showed amazing business talents, he established a high-end hot spring hotel in heaven and earth, which can make tens of millions of taels of profits a year. But after all, it is a long-flowing industry, and there will be a lot of cost expenditure, which is not as intuitive and shocking as this time. In such a short period of time, I made 60 million taels of money. If you change to an ordinary Jonin team, even if you go out on missions all year round and do all high-level missions, it will take several years to make money for your employer. This money. And this is still the common property of the team, and does not belong to a single individual. At this time, they suddenly felt that it was not unreasonable for such Naruto to despise Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the saying goes, there is no harm if there is no comparison. Compared with Naruto making money so easily, Sarutobi Hiruzen is exhausted, and the behavior of doing all the dirty work is not necessarily able to make much money. It is really uncomfortable. Hi. If you were in Hokage's position, Naruto, how would you deal with things in the country of Poland? Kakashi gave Sasuke and little Sakura a brief overview of the whole story of the mission in the Namibia. Although the time spent together is not long, little Sakura has been regarded as a personal disciple by Kakashi, and she trusts her very much, and there is nothing wrong said. After the conversation, Kakashi, together with Sasuke and Sakura, stared at Naruto with scorching eyes. It depends on what effect you want to achieve, purely for money? Or purely for increasing influence? Or both? To be more kingly, then first find a Polish agent who has the ability and complete control to preside over the construction of the bridge, fight crime, develop commerce, collect tolls and taxes, and obtain funds in a long-term flow. Because it is the famous protection of the teacher, mutual benefit, and the goodwill of the people of Poland, so Shinobu can gradually get rid of the capital restraint of the daimyo to develop and grow, and because it only acts in secret, it is unlikely to attract the daimyo's reprimand and other shinobu's interference. If you want to catch fish, it's very simple. Let the ninjas be divided into 2 groups, one wave will help the civilians of the country of waves to become the righteous party, and the wave of disguise will help Kato be the villain and let them fight fake matches. In order to win, they will naturally continue to take out their savings or treasures to drive the ninjas of both sides to sell their lives, and the value created by the people of Waveland will be deprived by the ninjas of both sides in the process. The advantage is that all the savings of both parties can be drained quickly, and nothing is left. The disadvantage is that it is a non-renewable plunder, and because it is a secret trick, any accident may be exposed. But after all, it's more profitable than the direct robbery and the method of blaming others, and the food looks a little better. After all, compared to robbery, which makes people unwilling to pay and lose their lives, it is always a way to make people take the initiative to pay, and to make more money and search more thoroughly. As far as I am concerned, I still prefer the kingly way, sweeping all monsters with grandeur. Naruto drank the tea and spoke softly. After finishing the explanation, I started to explain how to carry out the actual operation with examples. Years of study and thinking have made Naruto think enough about the world and the people living in it. Kakashi's question is not a difficult question for him. But when I heard these words in the ears of Kakashi and Sasuke Sakura, there was a shocking feeling. Because, in the education they receive, there is no such kind of content, and the knowledge they have learned throughout their lives is only related to killing. After all, this is their real profession. Even with more experience, Kakashi, who is known to be quick-witted, has not been able to think outside the framework of the ninja. After a long silence, Kakashi asked, "Naruto, what do you want to do from now on?" Without waiting for Naruto to perfuse him, Kakashi continued, "It must not be traveling around, or being a simple goal like Hokage. If these are these, then you won't think about these things." On the side, Sasuke also nodded in agreement, and looked at Naruto with burning eyes. "Naruto, you said you have to go out of the ninja world before you can decide what to do in the future. We have been out here for a while, and we have seen a lot of things. Local customs, you should have some ideas now. Tell me the truest thoughts in your heart, no matter what you do, I will support you." Little Sakura spoke weakly from the side, expressing her own sense of existence, and said, "I also want to know what you are thinking about Naruto-kun. Since Sasuke-kun supports you, then I will also support you unconditionally." To this day, she still likes Sasuke, but Sasuke regards Naruto as a thigh, so she will naturally not miss it. "What are you doing?" Naruto groaned, thinking of the world he had seen more than a week after he came out. Among them, not only he saw it, but also those shadow clone, which was running in different directions, with footprints almost all over the ninja world. As he learned from books and Kakashi Jiraiya, this is a world full of ignorance, backwardness, and madness. The daimyo and nobles continued to exploit and squeeze the common people, enjoying life drunkenly and dreamily. The ninjas are constantly creating death and tragedy, but they are tired of all this and want to pursue true peace. The civilians endured all this numbly, and they were squeezed again by working day after day like walking corpses. They want to change all of this, but they are like a headless fly, and their hearts are full of confusion. In this world, very few insightful people full of wisdom want to change all of this, but they suffer from lack of power, and in the end they can only be assimilated by this crazy world and drift with the flow. At this time, Naruto thought of himself again. It was unbearable to look back, full of darkness and coldness, and only a few bright childhoods. If I live in a highly civilized and highly intelligent society like another world, I think they will not be prejudiced against me, or even ignore my existence just because there is a tailed beast in my body. Although, that world is not all good, but compared to the world I live in, it is always much better. I have enough strength and rich enough knowledge, and I am still learning and progressing uninterrupted. Perhaps, I can't create a perfect world like Infinite Tsukuyomi where there is no war, no failure, only love, only peace, and only victory, but I can always make this world better. I want to unify the world, under great unification, reduce infighting, eliminate wars, and develop productivity. Only in this way can the world become better. In response to the hot eyes of the three companions, Naruto smiled. "I want world peace."